Chapter 70. Earlier. Carrie felt guilty for not being able to stop the mountain from being destroyed by Calder, and after saving her friends, she realized that many of them had lived in the mountain, as permanent residents, so she decided to help them all move. Although most of them didn't have much to move, they were able to salvage just a little bit of items belonging to each member. The items were placed in boxes and are now in the Hall of Justice. Awaiting to be taken, she first helped Beast Boy and Impulse to move first, then she came back to help the last one, Megan. She was very friendly with Megan, especially after what had happened on the Reach rescue mission. "Hey Megan, don't mind me, I'm going to carry those for you," said Carrie as she used her ring to push the boxes in the Zeta tube. "Oh, thanks Carrie, I appreciate it. I'll be looking at more to see if more of my stuff are left." "You should help Mal," said Megan as she pointed at Duncan, who trying to beg his girlfriend, Bumblebee, to let him crash with her. As she was about to go over to them, a voice resounded outside the Hall of Justice. "Greetings and salutations Earth Champions." It grabbed the attention of both Shazam and Zatanna, who had been inside the hall. "I am Elrin, Major Dalmo to the Great Master. And you are my prisoners." Hearing that, Shazam had a smile as he said, "This is Plastic Man's April Fool's joke, isn't it?" "Okie Plaus. You got us," said Shazam, but the robot that flew from the sky ignored him and said, "No, I have you," as tapped some buttons from his robotic arm and create a massive pyramid-shaped barrier all around the Hall of Justice. "Though not for myself, of course. Rather, I hold you here at the behest of my master, who seeks to prove himself against Earth's greatest warriors." As the voice spoke, a large humanoid was teleported right in front of Shazam. He had a dinosaur-like body, but more humanoid. His skin was purple with fish fins behind his back and neck and finally a third eye. The moment this man descended, he looked at Shazam and kicked him flying inside the Hall of Justice. "Let the cage match begin," said the robot. Zatanna tried to use her magic on the large humanoid, but then suddenly his third eye opened as it glowed. Zatanna was defeated, standing there like a zombie. UHUHUH. Magic is cheating. Master's more the hands-on type. Allow me to introduce my master. The Warlord. Despero. Gladiatorial Champion 92 Star Systems. Looking at 93 now. He has come to this backwater planet seeking a challenge to prove his superiority to all life forms. Good luck. I'll be streaming this to all the solar systems of the galaxy." Hearing that, Shazam dashed in. He pushed Despero back, but it was all for naught, as Despero grabbed him and sent him flying to the skies. This time, rushing in, was Connor and Carrie with Bumblebee. Of course Megan didn't come with them, as after her incident with her frying Calder's brain, she hasn't been the same, her mind all over the place, and her resolve weakened. "Go help Zatanna, I'll handle Finn. Head over there," said Connor, as Carrie came being him and said, "I've got your back Connor." The duo fought against Despero, but it was all for naught. They were simply not strong enough. Connor tried to hit Despero multiple times, but he didn't fare any better than Shazam. Carrie at first hired to fight Despero using her conjured items and her strength, but soon she realized that it wasn't working, so she switched to supporting Connor and strengthening him, but even that wouldn't work, as they were beaten by Despero over and over again. The military and some Justice League members had already arrived earlier. They tried their best, but the shield surrounding the Hall of Justice was too strong. Neither the Zeta tubes or any other form of magic allowed them to enter. Eventually, as the battle continued, even Megan joined in, although clearly not using her full strength. Seeing that they were weak, Despero went ahead to go after Shazam again, since he was the biggest threat. "Not a good showing for you Earthlings as if yet. Not only is one of you using Ring of Power, which is a form of cheating, but you ganged up on my master, and even still haven't been able to make master consider going all out. You are all simply pathetic." Despero reached for Shazam, grabbed him from the floor and slammed him on the wall. After a couple of repetitive punches, Shazam went limp, but as a last-ditch effort he screamed, "Shazam!" As he did, lightning fell from the skies hitting Despero, but it was nothing more than a momentary stun. "Foul play. My master isn't interested in fighting children," said the robot as Despero opened his third eye and put Billy in sleep. Despero turned around, as Connor and Carrie were getting up. "Yes master. I supposed I should find you a new champion to battle. That man over there, he carries the symbol of Superman, one of Earth's mightiest warriors." Seeing this, Carrie realized that they couldn't defeat him, nor could they escape. As such, she focused on her ring as she said, "Break. Connor. We have to hold him off for a few more minutes. I've called for help." Arriving at the Hall of Justice, Raiden could see the pyramid-like barrier surrounding the Hall of Justice. He scanned it and then said, "It's a problem. Your feeble senses fail you. I have bestowed upon you my power, a force transcending all. It is inconceivable. Obliterate this barrier effortlessly, for it is beneath our notice, spoke Ozymandias, inside Raiden's head, to which Raiden couldn't agree more. He then flew lower towards the army and other League members as he said, "Everyone, back off for now, I'll be handling this." As he said that, some of the army man frowned and also some Justice League members, but then as soon as he started to chant a massive golden gate opened up in the sky. Awaken! Father of Fear! The incarnation of the sky god! Horus! Thy king demands thy presence clear. Abu el-Hol Sphinx! The massive lion-headed sphinx appeared, its body looked like it was the universe itself, and its large golden wings flaunted brilliantly. "Now, strike the barrier, be sure to not destroy what's inside," said Raiden as the Abu el-Hol opened its mouth. A blue beam of death was unleashed, to a specific point, the top of the pyramid, that way he would avoid obliterating the Hall of Justice. The golden pyramid barrier was destroyed. "Do not come inside, we do not know what kind of an enemy it is, surround this area and stay put, I'll handle it," said Raiden as he flied inside. Entering he saw how Connor was passed out and Carrie was fighting the purple fin-head man alone, but she wasn't faring any well. Duncan started wearing the Guardian's clothes as he pretended to be Earth's champion. "My master! The barrier has been destroyed. Someone has broken it," spoke the robot. Despero punched Carrie away, sending her flying as he turned towards the man entering. "Master! He's using magic. Magic has no honor in this gladiatorial sport." As the robot spoke, Despero opened his third eye to try and shut Raiden's magic and mind off, but he's shocked to see it did nothing. "Not the effect you expected," said Raiden as he walked in. "Now, who the fuck are you and why are you making a mess here?" He then turned to see Carrie getting up. "I've always underestimated her, thinking she might not hold on alone, but here she is, even Shazam and Connor were taken out and she's still standing. That's my girl." "Carrie, are you hurt?" said Raiden as he looked at her. She smiled and said, "Nothing too serious, brother Raiden, but make sure to kick his ass for me." "Raiden. As in Raiden Kagawa. I know that name. The human mage. The devil of Vega. My master isn't interested in fighting cowards such as yourself. You hide behind strength that isn't you never fight with your own powers. Master wishes to battle those who have honed their skills to the highest degree without magic and such. Are you earthlings so pathetic that you cannot bring out a champion that doesn't cheat?" screamed the robot, to which Raiden frowned as he said. "That's so. You're a so-called coward of a master that attacks teens and imprison them is an honorable warrior, you say. If he was honorable he wouldn't be here to begin with, but hey. I'm interested in your prowess. I'll fight you head-on, one-on-one, without using any other form. Today, I'm Earth's champion," said Raiden as his body reverted to normal. "I hope you don't mind me doing this, King. I need to teach him a lesson," thought Raiden, in hopes of not offending the king, but to his surprise the king was very much on board. "Listen closely, for I do not utter these words lightly. You, akin to my heir, have piqued my interest. I shall entrust unto you my formidable powers, but know this, to prove yourself worthy, you must overcome that man without relying on my divine essence. Consider it a trial, a test of your mettle. Fail me not, for should you succumb to the temptation of my powers, you shall forever be deemed weak, unworthy to call upon me again." Hearing that, Raiden got much more excited as he looked at Despero and said, "Well, what are you waiting for? Come and attack me. I don't need to remind you of this, do I? You are the challenger here." With a lightning-fast burst of speed, Despero lunged forward, his massive fists aimed at Raiden's head. But Raiden was quicker, ducking and weaving with practiced ease as he evaded each blow with effortless grace. The combination of instinct and art of the swallow was a combination unlike anything else. Raiden could see the attacks of Despero a mile away, and with the art of swallow, dodging them was child's play. As Despero's fist whistled through the air, Raiden seized the opportunity, launching a lightning-quick counterattack. His fist connected with Despero's jaw. The alien was pushed a bit, but the damage wasn't serious. As the attack wasn't as serious as Raiden hoped it was, it allowed Despero to quickly recover and deliver a kick to Raiden's guts, one that he couldn't dodge. "Damn. I'll have to seriously stop with this bullshit of using less skills to play with my opponents." Deciding to not hold back any longer, a plethora of skills were activated instantly: Mana Burst, Determination of Steel, Robust Health, and finally, the dangerous skill Revered Warrior. Mana Burst allowed Raiden to infuse his magical energy into weapons and fists. Determination of Steel forced his magic to regenerate faster. Robust Health made his body a fortress, and the final skill, Revered Warrior. Raiden considered it a dangerous skill and never wanted to use it due to its dangerous effect. It raised his C rank strength stat to A+, however it required the sacrificing of one's mental sanity, by making him stronger, but losing all reason. Raiden was somewhat afraid of this skill. Not long ago, he discovered that he shouldn't be, due to his unique mental ability. the anger was spread out in his mind to all the servants in the throne, almost like it didn't exist, making it so that the so-called disadvantage wasn't a problem. Retaliating against the attack, Raiden went for another fast punch to the jaw. This time the attack was stronger, much stronger. With a satisfying crack, it sent the alien warrior staggering backwards. Surprised, aren't we? It's been a long time since I've let loose on someone with my own power instead of a servant's. Be sure to last long, eh? Raiden smirked, his voice laced with mockery as he danced around Despero's attacks. Enraged by Raiden's taunts, Despero intensified his assault, unleashing a barrage of ferocious strikes in a desperate bid to overpower his elusive foe. But Raiden remained elusive, his movements fluid and precise as he deftly dodged each blow. With a smirk, and his small punches started getting serious. With each passing moment, Raiden's confidence grew, his attacks becoming more relentless and ferocious as he pressed his advantage. Despero, unable to land a single blow, could only watch in silence as Raiden's onslaught intensified. "Oh, come on, is this all?" screamed Raiden as his punches stopped. He then summoned his sword and said, "You are a joke. The amount of people you killed in this universe, simply to challenge yourself, this is for them." Raiden's body went backwards as he grabbed the hilt of his katana. He looked forward at the panicked Despero as he struggled to come up with a plan. The Wandering Tales of Shanao. Dan no Yura, Aso Tobi. As the images of 8 Raidens appeared, Despero was in a tight spot, unable to defend himself. Each Raiden attacked, and although 2 were repelled, 6 of them succeeded, cutting down Despero each. Massive wounds were left on Despero's body as he groaned in pain and fell to his knees. "You there, robot? Are you streaming all of this to the galaxy?" asked Raiden, to which the robot nodded in fear. Raiden then walked calmly towards Despero as he said, "My name is Raiden Kagawa, and this is a warning." Stopping at Despero, he looked at the camera and said, "Those who wish to harm Earth, you will have to face me, and I'm not merciful." Swing. With one sword swing, Despero's head was cut off, but before it reached the ground, Raiden caught it with his hands as he pointed it towards the camera and said, "If you dare approach Earth, this is your destiny," before cutting the robot as well. Raiden wasn't going to do this display, he was merely going to defeat and apprehend Despero, but while he was battling him, he sensed them. The Reach ambassador had arrived and was outside the Hall of Justice, so Raiden used this chance as a warning to him. Walking outside, he saw the ambassador and the UN Secretary General with Captain Atom. Upon seeing Raiden, the Reach ambassador said, "It would seem Earth is still uncivilized about its treatment of criminals." This made both the UN Secretary and Captain Atom raise their eyebrows. They were being filmed live right now, so they wanted to make Earth look good, but Raiden had different things in mind. He threw the head of Despero right in front of the ambassador and said, "Last time your armored friend in black walked away with scorched marks, next time that will be his head. The moment I deem the Reach a threat, I will eliminate you all. That ship of yours in sky will be split in half, and your head, well, you can imagine." "Is this a threat? Is this how the League treats its guests?" said the ambassador, clearly angered, to which the UN Secretary turned to Captain Atom and said, "How can a League member be so disrespectful to our guests? And to kill this criminal, and treat his body as such. This isn't he values of humans. Hold on a fucking minute. Who the fuck said that I'm a League member? You seem to have misunderstood." Reach ambassador, "Dog, I'm not under anyone. I represent Raiden Kagawa, myself. I only came here to hunt this criminal. I have no obligation to the US, UN or the League," said Raiden as walked closer to the ambassador and whispered in his ear. "The laws of Earth, the laws of the Green Lanterns, and the laws of Universe, I don't abide by any. I will kill you, if you plan on going too far." He then turned to the Hall of Justice and said, "Captain Atom, it's a shame, but this beautiful hall was destroyed." The Reach ambassador saw this as a great opportunity to expose the fact that the League had the Watchtower, and said, "Yes, it's such a shame. It was a magnificent building, but I suppose you still have the on." Before he could continue, Raiden said, "Oh, don't worry, I'll fix it. Although I don't work for anyone, this damage was caused by me, so I'll take responsibility." As he transformed back to his Ozymandias form, using Ozymandias' noble phantasm, he sent the Hall of Justice to his reality marble. "Well then, I'm out," said Raiden as he flied away. Bond increased. Ozymandias Bond 5 Bond 10. Due to reaching Bond 10, host has unlocked the ability to choose this servant specifically when transforming. Chapter 71. This is absolutely ridiculous. That human's power is out of this world. How are we supposed to defeat him? Screamed the Reach ambassador. He was quite angered due to the human's actions last time they met, and that feeling has gotten worse due to him seeing the footage of how Black Beetle was defeated. "I can still win. That human knows he can't beat me with his raw strength, so he'll try to transform as soon as possible. If we can orchestrate a way to fight him, right after he shuts down his transformation, we can kill him," spoke Black. He has recovered now, but his skin, under his armor, has suffered third-degree burns. You saw his battle against Despero. It was recorded. He's not someone so weak like that. That guy is on par with the Kryptonian. We went far to get the Kryptonian to leave the planet, but with him here, things have gotten worse. We might have to abandon the mission, spoke the ambassador, but Black was angered as he said, "Are you crazy? We've finally managed to get somewhere with this mission. It doesn't matter if we can't beat him. If our plan of putting the mind relaxation poison inside the Reach juice and cola works, we'll be able to control the meat. If we have control of the meat, getting rid of him is a simple task." As Black said those words, his smile became much more prominent, before continuing to add, "Green will soon infiltrate the Justice League, Green will be able to control Blue, and with the three of us, defeating the human may not be impossible. This entire plan requires that he doesn't find out Green is an imposter first. How are supposed to keep him from knowing? Unlike the others, he's not restricted by the government, he could actually beat Green into a confession," said the ambassador, genuinely worried about his plans failing. "Did you not notice what the last meeting with the Light entailed? The US government was planning on using some secret squad to take out a famous hero. Due to him not playing by the rules, the Light did not reveal the identity of the hero, but it's clear as day who it is. The meat will get rid of the other meat for us," said Black as he laughed in a sinister way, to which the ambassador said in an anger, "Do you really think they can defeat him, when we couldn't defeat him? That would simply be a bonus. The most important part is distracting him, while Green infiltrates the League," said Black, to which the ambassador opened his eyes wide. "I see, well that is interesting. Are you sure about this, sir? Even the Justice League has refrained from taking actions against him. If the US government does, and fail, it will be a disaster," spoke a man in a black suit, talking to one of the highest seats of power in the US government, head of the DEO, Department of Extranormal Operations, Mr. Bones. "In this operation, there will be no ties to us or the US government. I've hired a specialized team for this task. Furthermore, the responsibility doesn't fall squarely on my shoulders. The government has been exerting pressure on us to handle him," spoke Bones. His tone was stoic and relaxed, but if Raiden was here to judge him, he would think that he somewhat didn't want to go through with this operation. "What about Ms. President? She's not going to be happy that the DEO's doing this without her approval," said the man in black suit, but Mr. Bones smiled as he said, "She can't lay the blame on us for that. It was her call to place us under the Vice President's jurisdiction. If anything, this could prove advantageous. Perhaps she'll come to see just how ineffective that man truly is, leading to increased resources and autonomy for us." "You caused quite the ruckus there, huh?" said Raven as she was watching the footage of Raiden vs. Despero. Many people from Earth were shocked to see Raiden's power, and the video was uploaded online has already surpassed 50 million views. "Why are their humans so arrogant though? They've been saying bad words about Raiden," said Cory as she scrolled through the comments, to which sighed and said, "Don't read those. People who comment on this are usually unaware of the real situation and simply like to state their baseless opinion. Besides, it's not all bad." Hearing the two girls talk as they sat near the computer, Raiden went near them and said, "Let me see, I'm interested." As he started reading the comments, lots of tick marks started appearing on Raiden's head. Superman SGOAT07 frowny face, "Those who wish to harm Earth, you will have to face me. Yeah, this guy is pretty whack, his cringe energy is insane, I bet Superman can one-shot him." Messick Superman frowny face, "One shot? Superman would have to flick him and he's done." Ronald Doiscote07, "Guys come on. He effortlessly defeated that Despero guy, he must be strong, sure maybe not Superman level, but enough to keep up." Lovecraft82 frowny face, "Keep up? Are you delusional? Superman defeated Doomsday. That guy almost wiped out Metropolis. And he was defeated by Superman. And don't forget, Superman has saved Earth from the Appalachian invasion. He's the leader of the Justice League. Yeah, this Raiden guy ain't shit." Dark Knight Rules frowny face, "TBF Despero was beating the crap out of that Shazam, and one-shot Zatanna with the weird eye magic of his. So I'd say this Raiden guy is up there, maybe close to Captain Atom or Canary, but nowhere near Batman or Wonder Woman, let alone Superman." UW, "You're in his best girl." UWU frowny face, "I think everyone here is retired. You guys are so ASS at power scaling. This guy's is insanely OP. The amount of skills he used in this fight are insane, and the magic he used to reconstruct the tower. He is absolutely stronger than Superman." Lovecraft82 frowny face, "Oh look who it is, the anime profile, pathetic, touch some grass loser. This is." As Raiden read the comments, his nerves started to pop. "What the hell? They think I'm below Superman. Who's this Lovecraft 82? I'm going to kill him. Dead dead. Relax big boy, it's just hate comments, people don't know you yet, your strength isn't that popular, with time, everyone will be saying you're the best. Ugh. As Raven was speaking, she suddenly grabbed her head. Are you alright? Asked Raiden as he got hold of her. He was very concerned as this was not the first time this has happened in the last week. Don't worry baby, it's just my headache, said Raven. Before Raiden could reply, it was Corey who said, this isn't a simple headache Raven, you've been experiencing this a lot more lately, this is your 5th time today. Raiden then looked at her and said as he placed his hand on her chin, Raven, I know you've been meditating in secret, if something is wrong please tell me. It's nothing please. Raven, you know that I love you right? I'd do anything to protect you, seeing you in pain like this only hurts me, so please tell me how I can help. Hearing Raiden's words, Raven bit her lips as she said, I don't want you to get hurt. Do you honestly believe I'd be hurt? It's me you know, I'll survive anything to be with you. Raven closed her eyes before hovering her hand over her forehead, an illusion spell was broken as her red jewel was shown, then she said, my father has managed to find a way out of the abyss, last time we were able to push him there, so when I escaped he wasn't able to bother me, but for some reason he has managed to come back and he's been pestering me in my mind and asking me to release him, not only that, each time he attacks the barrier surrounding Earth and his realm, I get a headache. So it was Trigon, that bastard is back. But how? Merlin said it would be at least 10 years before he could come back Azarath, let alone be able to recover power and damage you, said Raiden. Raven acted as Trigon's gateway to Earth, since he can't escape Azarath without her letting him, but due to Merlin's actions he was pushed into the abyss, freeing Raven's mind from him for a long while, but now that he's back, there's 2 ways to stop Trigon, to go into Azarath and throw him in the abyss again, or send Raven back to Azarath. Forever, and Raiden would never pick the second option. Raiden, I'm not sure of this, but I think he's received some help, after all, it shouldn't be possible for him to find Azarath this quickly, unless someone guided him. Hearing Raven's words, Raiden started to think before saying, it doesn't matter, I'll call Dick, and tell him we'll be out for a few days, in the meanwhile, me, you and Corey are going to Azarath, if this goes on, you might be in danger Raven, and I won't allow that. Chapter 72. This place is still a mess, said Raiden as he looked around at Azarath, beautiful buildings all destroyed, the place that was once the heaven of mages, is now a dead land ruled by evil, surrounded by the universe's void. I'm sensing magic here Raiden, not of the demonic kind, I don't know how to describe it, other than unpleasant, said Raven, rising attention to the ominous feeling she's been getting ever since the 3 of them arrived at Azarath. So this was your home Raven, it reminds me a bit of my own home Tamarin, my home too used to be a beautiful place before it was destroyed by invasion, said Corey as she spoke, looking around the area. Raven's eyes reflected a bit of sadness hearing Corey's words, but she opted to change the topic saying, I hope this isn't a trend Raiden, falling in love with girls from destroyed homes, to which Raiden laughed and said, I hope not, I'm content with you too, I think it's already enough. Hearing that Corey rolled her eyes saying, as if, we are not enough, even we could tell, let's hope the next is enough. Raven nodded at Corey's words as Raiden simply sighed saying, no, well whatever, there's no convincing you girls, you've been saying this for months now, then he stared ahead and said, I still don't sense Trigon yet, this place is big, but I expected him to come rushing to us if he senses his daughter. It might have something to do with that magic that we sensed earlier, should we investigate it, spoke Raven, to which Raiden nodded saying, it's the only thing we could do now, let's check it out. This is, said Raiden as he stared at a magnificent dark castle surrounded with dark green energy. I didn't expect to see Bowser's castle here, said Corey as she stared at the massive castle, to which Raiden sighed and said, you're becoming a Nintendo girl now, I can already see her begging me to get her a Switch when that thing comes out on this timeline. Raiden, this castle, didn't exist before, it is recent, someone must have made it, a witch, said Raven as she stared at the castle, but then a voice resounded saying, I'd prefer if you call me Enchantress, I do not see myself as an old, white-haired woman. Raiden stared at the location of the voice, in front of the castle a flying woman, her aura radiated the mystical and dark energy she held, her emerald eyes shone as her hands had dark green energy circling around them, she looked down at the trio, then with her hands she created multiple dark circles and released 8 blasts of green eldritch energy at them. Raven. Barrier, Corey, watch out there are others. The Suicide Squad she be with her. Throne of Heroes. As he instructed the 2 girls, Raiden transformed immediately. Raven's barrier was able to withstand the dark energy as she said, I can't defend against it for too long. She keeps shooting. You don't have to anymore, we'll dodge it, I'll handle her, while you 2 find the others. Although it was Raiden that spoke, his voice was that of a woman, one of the most elegant and beautiful woman, the queen of the land of shadows, Scathach. It would seem we meet again, master, your potential has grown, you are truly an interesting individual. Yes indeed, you will be a great disciple. Wearing a skin body suit that showed her beautiful curves, her elegant and stunning purple hair, her sharp eyes that radiated authority, Scathach was the perfect woman. However, that wasn't all she could bring to the table, her powers outshined everything above. Lowering his posture a bit, Raiden's thighs increased in power before fully releasing them, a jump so powerful that Enchantress didn't even get time to react, believing her flying was enough to keep her safe. With a spear in hand, and face to her, Raiden swung it towards her neck, cutting it in one swift motion. However, instead of blood or anything like that, the body simply vanished in thin air, an illusion, thought Raiden as he looked at the castle. Narrowing his eyes, Raiden observed how the castle started to vanish from existence. Ahahaha, you are truly intriguing, Raiden Kagawa, echoed a voice surrounding the entire location. Then as the castle finally vanished, Enchantress appeared. Not one, not two, not three, hundreds of her all emerged flying all around the area. Raiden. There is no one around. It's just here, screamed Corey, who came back flying towards his location. I scanned the entire area from about 5 kilometers, no signs of any other members, but then again she could be hiding them, said Raven. Hearing that, Raiden turned his attention in front of him. Enchantress, why are you here? I don't see the other members of the Suicide Squad. Are you here on your own, or did Amanda command it? I can't imagine her being so careless to let you go like this. Hearing Raiden's words, the Enchantress and her clones laughed as they all responded in unison. We are here to eliminate you. Simple as that. Amanda simply deemed it useless to use the other members. I'm enough. Oh yeah? You didn't say that last time. Girls, go all out, kill them all, said Raiden. Corey's hand started to shine with energy as she headed towards the army. Raven's eyes turned black as her magic started to shine. Raiden spun his spear, as he jumped towards the Enchantresses, and using his rune magic, Raiden released flame balls towards the army, cutting the heads of each Enchantress. Raiden was hard-pressed to fight them all. Each and every single one of them could cast powerful magic just like the original. Corey in the skies released hundreds of blasts of energy. She dodged a few coming her way as well. Her flying skills were much better than the Enchantress. She then increased her energy and released it in a straight blast, where tens of them were. All of them got decimated as she continued her onslaught. Raven was doing the same, twisting and turning every single Enchantress on sight. She blocked her attacks using her dark magic barrier, and released a tornado spell that sucked most of them in. She then closed her eyes and released her weak form, the crow from she adapted when defeating Trigon last time. Ever since Merlin taught her that, she's tried to replicate it over and over again, and even though she succeeded, the power and size were much weaker than when Merlin forced her to activate it. It's weak, but enough to take her own, said Raven as she flied in a form, killing many of the Enchantresses. Then as a last form of attack, a blast of magic, from her wings unleashed, all the Enchantresses were eliminated, but one of them was special. She used a barrier. Raiden. That's her, that's the original. Screamed Raven. Hearing that, with a swift motion he cut the one in front of him as he turned his eyes to the location. Increasing his speed, he darted towards her. Again with his spear, nothing stood in his ways, and releasing the fire magic all around, he created an opening towards the original, breaking the barrier in an instant. Raiden was about to cut her when she smiled and said, "Fool. I'm not your opponent." Realizing the danger, Raiden dodged away as a massive hand dropped down. The hand was red and it belonged to a giant. Someone Raiden recognized. You think I'm foolish enough to face you alone, Raiden Kagawa? Nay, he is your opponent. We meet again, my daughter. Ahahaha, so you are the one that fought me last time. But you look different. This witch here explained to me everything about you, how you can transform to different forms of servants. Hurry up and bring him out, bring out that wizard from last time, spoke the voice, belonging to none other than Trigon. Shit, I did think this was a possibility, but, damn it, said Raiden as he stared at Trigon. He then turned to look at the girls saying, you two deal with Enchantress, I can trust you with that, right? Trigon is mine. Turning to Trigon, Raiden locked in his target, leaving Corey and Raven to deal with the Enchantress. As Enchantress unleashed her dark magic, shadows coiled and twisted around her enemies. Raven's brow furrowed with concentration as she erected a shield of energy, while Corey's eyes blazed with determination. We can't let take the first step, I'm going forward, cover me, Raven, her voice steady despite the tension in the air. Raven nodded, her fists crackling with dark magic. Let's hurry up and finish her, Raiden is awaiting us, she replied. Above Enchantress, Corey emerged, releasing her solar flare blast. Enchantress used her other hand to create a barrier above her, but this allowed for Raven to be the one attacking. Your soul is mine to shatter, a mere vessel for my darkness. Soul Shatter, screaming her spell, Raven released the soul-attacking spell, attacking Enchantress directly, attempting to end her, but Enchantress was quick to respond, Crimson Veil, creating a barrier that defended her from both Corey's and Raven's attacks. You two are nuisance. But it doesn't matter, I'm killing you both, said Enchantress in spite, to which Raven responded, you are a fool. Do you not understand what Trigon desires? He wants to take over Earth. Helping him like this will doom us all, why is Amanda allowing this? Ahahaha, you think we don't know that? This is the plan, you stupid witch. We know Trigon can't come to Earth without a gate. And you are that gate. Trigon will eliminate Raiden Kagawa for us and I shall eliminate you, Raven, that gateway to Trigon's conquest, 2 spells in 1 magic circle. We'll get rid of that alien as a bonus as well. Let me show you, Raven, the true powers of my magic. Arise from the land of the dead, and bend your wills to me, arcane necromancy. As the words left her, the ground started to move as hands started to emerge from it, one by one the past people of Azarath awakened, turned into mere undead. As the once peaceful inhabitants of Azarath rose from their slumber, Raven's eyes blazed with fury. How dare you defile the sanctity of this realm, she screamed, these are innocent people, that chose peace, and you. I'll kill you. Calm down, Raven. She's trying to get to you, I may not know them, but these people are in heaven, away from all of us, their bodies may be defiled, but their memories and spirit are not, let's kill Enchantress first, don't lose yourself to her wicked ways. You speak too much, alien. In the embrace of darkness, you shall find no escape, for my shadows bind you tight. Said Enchantress as magic shadows rose from the ground and started to bind her. Corey tried to use her solar energy to escape, but the bindings made sure to capture her hands and lock her in place. Raven, snap out of it. You have to move now. You owe it to them. You have to save them from her embrace. Shouted Corey, towards Raven, trying to wake her up. Raven just stared at the people, the undead of the woman who raised her. Each and every single one of them cared for her, yet her mistake led to their death. But even still, I owe it to them, I have to save them, I won't allow you to do as you please with them. Chaotic energy started to converge inside Raven's body, her magic energy started flowing in a chaotic manner and her power increased. In the chaos of my making, there is no order, no escape. The reality surrounding everyone started to crack, something Enchantress took note of, impossible. This must be an illusion. You are bending reality. In a twisting manner, the land started to fold on itself, the entire area was forced to bend around and then Raven closed her hands, the was decimated, all the ended were killed, then turning towards Corey, with a wave, all the dark shadows surrounding her were destroyed. Raven, you okay? But to Corey's dismay, she received no answer. As Raven turned towards Enchantress, in a last-ditch effort, Enchantress threw some eldritch blasts towards her, but all of them were wept away as reality kept bending in Raven's favor. Die, said Raven as she twisted her hands, forcing Enchantress's body to twist and encircle all round her, ugh. Then shocking Corey and Enchantress, the twisting motion didn't kill the body, it only forced Enchantress outside her host. I'll be taking all your powers, said Raven as she started to use magic and take all over Enchantress's magic and add it to herself. Now let's help Raiden, said Raven as she and Corey went to his location, but to their shock, Raiden was down, no longer in his scat hack form, inside a crater, there he laid almost dead. Ahahaha, now you are here, daughter. Your savior is done for, it's time to accept your fate, it's beside me as we conquer all of reality. Ahahaha. Chapter 73. Deciding to leave Enchantress to Corey and Raven, Raiden's focus turned towards Trigon. This is a terrible matchup for me now. Scat Hacka's powers are good against gods, not demons, especially if they are human-sized, but this guy is giant. Indeed, this is a tough opponent, but you must surpass the limits of my body. It would seem the enemy has discovered one of your weaknesses, spoke Scat Hack as she pointed out the fact that Raiden's weakness was discovered. This confused Raiden and he asked, what do you mean weakness? How exactly did they exploit a weakness of mine? That witch that goes by the name Enchantress, she chose to appear in front of you first, before she called upon this giant, meaning the system recognized her as the enemy, transforming you into my body, the optimal servant to defeat her. I already know you are aware of this, but the fate system always transforms you to the appropriate servant for the occasion, unless you chose to transform on your own, and I have reasons to believe that your enemies have discovered that. Hearing Scat Hack words, Raiden realized what she has said. I see, so she intentionally showed up first. Had it been Trigon, then a stronger or perhaps in this case, a more destructive servant would have appeared. Yes, the system responds to your desire. Whenever you desire something, the system is always responding to you. Wait, how do you know all of this? This is the second time I transformed into you, but somehow you are acting like you know everything about me, said Raiden in confusion. She was aware of more than she should have. Focus on the battle, as she said that a fiery light beam of fire was released from Trigon's head, from between his horns. Raiden easily dodged the attack, but realized it instantly. One hit from something like that, and I'm dead. Ho! Is this the savior she chose? I expected a lot more from you, but I don't see the wizard, so it is true, you cannot choose who you transform into. This is boring. When that witch guided me back to Azarath, she promised that I would have my revenge on that mage, but with you unable to bring him out, it's all for naught. Die, you worthless human. At his word, power surged through Trigon's hands as his aura increased. Red heating energy surrounded him. He then followed Raiden's movement and released a punch in his direction. Of course, with Raiden's speed and the fact that Trigon was a giant, he was able to dodge the punch, but the aftermath of it was a different matter. The punch created an earthquake-like vibration that destroyed everything in its wake, forcing Raiden to jump instead of running. Then, creating dozens of spears, Raiden launched them toward Trigon's face, aiming for his eyes. You absolute trash, screamed Trigon as his eyes started to hurt. He used his hands to close them, before quickly removing them and aiming his horn blast toward Raiden again. The speed of his recovery is insane. It's like I'm a mosquito. Any damage I deal isn't significant, or heals too quickly, thought Raiden, to which Scathach supported him saying, the primordial runes will be useless here as well. Any quick rune won't do much damage, and biding time to release a full-powered rune is impossible while facing him. You know what, fuck it, let's be a pest, a mosquito that bites constantly, said Raiden as he jumped on Trigon's arm, then stabbed a part of it, opening his cut. He griped the spear and dragged it all around his arm towards the shoulder. With enough speed and power, a massive wound opened up on Trigon's arm. Now Raiden's. He's focused on protecting his ARMS, screamed Scathach inside his mind. Alright, this is my chance. Thrust and penetrate. GBOLG. The Spear of Curses, bending the laws of causality and ensuring a hit on the enemy's heart no matter what. One could only resist this if they had a rank luck stat or another law-bending noble phantasm. Raiden's speed increased as his spear turned blood crimson, and pierced Trigon's heart. Raiden's entire body flew inside the flesh with the spear. He found himself filled with blood outside Trigon's back as he turned around towards Trigon shocked. Raiden. This is. He doesn't have a concept of a heart. Said Raiden. The noble phantasm worked on all living entities that had a heart, but Trigon was different, an entity created from dark energy. Although he was once immortal, and a living entity, the Trigon that Raiden was facing was an amalgamation of dark energy. This creature is akin to a beast. Ahahaha, laughed Trigon as he turned around to look at Raiden. His heart was slowly healing, until it completely regenerated. Playing with you is fun. I'm having quite the fun seeing a bug struggle against me. Boy, why don't you submit yourself to me? It's a waste to kill you. You could be a good messenger for me. I'll let you and my daughter live together as well. Your job would be to prepare worlds for me. So generous of you. I'm quite touched, but I'm not out of options just yet. If that didn't kill you, I'll just have to get you with something much more powerful, right? Said Raiden, as he spun his spear around and pushed his hand forward. If I can't kill you here, then I will show you what lies beyond the world. I will lock you away in the darkness from the age of the gods. Tremble, freeze, and shatter into pieces. Gate of Sky. Inside the crimson clouds a gate was opened, brimming with the energy of death. The gate's size was almost half of Trigon's size. The gate dropped down as the two doors opened together, creating suction energy, devouring the land of Azarath. The buildings and trees started to flow inside the gate. Whatever gets in either turns to ash or withers and dies. Since the gate opened behind Trigon, he too was sucked, but due to his massive size compared to the gate, it couldn't completely take over him, making it so that it locked him in place instead, a land filled of death. So that was your trump card, ahahaha. It's not working. Is it due to his size, thought Raiden, but then Scathach corrected him. No, size doesn't have a role to play. The Gate of Sky doesn't discriminate. Raiden, it's his authority. He is one of the underworld's kings, equal to my rank. His authority is resisting the gate's effect. But still, this isn't too bad, right? The gate is holding him in place. He can't move, so I'm free to attack him. The problem is that my attacks won't deal any damage, thought Raiden. No. Careful, Raiden. Gruz told Darokan Belzum, Mortalketh. Loktal and Belknarik Morkavan. Feel the flames of my fury, mortals. Burn in the fires of eternal torment. As Trigon's demonic spell casting ended, huge pillars emerged from the ground, filled with flames. The entire area surrounding Raiden turned into flames, forcing Raiden to dodge the pillars and escape the entire area. You foolish mortal, you seem to have a misunderstanding here. While this gate is truly sinister, it can't do much other than lock me in place. but to defeat you? I don't even have to lift a finger. Perhaps you thought me playing with you earlier. Was I taking you seriously? Honestly, I didn't expect such hubris from a human. I'm the interdimensional demon of hell. Then as he watched Raiden dodge, he laughed and said, yes, entertain me, dodge the pillars, but what about the ones from the sky? Observable crashtas dek makoran. Vashgazeth verith tan inantau, ziknarik vielashkin tathrak koran. Behold the might of the tempest. You are but a leaf in the wind of my wrath. A swirling storm of dark energy enveloped the skies, unleashing bolts of lightning and torrents of shadowy wind upon Raiden. Dark lightning bolts dropped from the skies, Raiden's speed increased trying to dodge the flames of hell from the ground, and the dark bolts of the skies. This is insane. He wasn't this strong last time. Did something change? Ahahaha, dance monkey, entertain this great conqueror. Ahahaha, oh, I wished you had brought that wizard back again. Last time I couldn't go all out, fearing killing my daughter and losing the last remains of Azarath as energy, but that witch from earlier. She's truly a worthy servant. She brought me a sacrifice of 1,000 humans. Enough to fill my energy up for this battle, spoke Trigon, as he remembered how the witch, known as Enchantress, used her magic to guide him back from the abyss. Then she sacrificed 1,000 souls in his name, revitalizing his energy, saving him the trouble of having to go to a long slumber. Damn it. Gibalg alternative. 100 soaring spears of piercing death. As Raiden released yet another noble phantasm, hundreds of spears, similar to Gibalg in rank, were created in the skies, aiming at Trigon. Due to him being stunned, the spears each pierced parts of Trigon, his eyes, hands, mouths, chest. Trigon was filled with spears. Ag damn you. You garbage imbecile of an inferior being. I will end you now. Enough playing around. Infernalth Koruan, Zelneric Loktul. Vethkrasnak Amalneric Vathol Kethkoran. Zoltharak Vashkrith, into the darkness you shall fall, crushed by the weight of your own despair. Abyssal annihilation. Above Trigon's horns, not one, but 3 spheres of darkness were created, each the size of a massive building, swirling around each other. The spheres started to grow bigger and bigger, and sparks of electricity and dark energy were connecting between them until they merged. Then the dark sphere started to condense into nothing. ZAT. In an instant, a laser-like dark power was released. Its speed broke the sound barrier, and with Raiden distracted with the pillars and bolts, dodging this was impossible, hitting him right in his chest, engulfing him. The abyssal annihilation was the ending move for this battle. Surviving it was a miracle, but to completely go unscathed was impossible. Raiden's form reverted to his normal self, but he was missing his right arm. His right eye was completely devastated, and half of his abdomen on the right was gone. The attack was a complete success, destroying half of Raiden's right side. Host has incurred critical damage. 18% of the host's body is destroyed. 17% of the host's body is in critical condition. 22% of the host's body has incurred massive damage. The host must heal now, or escape. Imminent death in 3 minutes 25 seconds. Chapter 74. After defeating Enchantress with Corey, the two of them went to the location where her father and Raiden were fighting. Arriving, both of them were shocked, seeing Raiden on the ground defeated. Oh no! Raiden, screamed Raven as she looked at his pitiful state, blood all over his body. Half of his body was destroyed. This is impossible. Raiden doesn't lose. He never lost. He can't lose. He just can't. Said Corey as she dropped to her knees. Both the girls looked at his pitiful state with sadness and shock. Ahahaha, now you are here, daughter. Your savior is done for. It's time to accept your fate, and it's beside me as we conquer all of reality. Ahahaha, laughed Trigon as he tried to move and get a hold of his daughter, but to his shock, he couldn't. What? This damn gate, it's still holding on to me. How is this possible? That boy is almost dead. He can't be able to maintain such a magic draining gate. Corey, get up, we don't have long, and we can't escape. As long as he's alive we can't open the gate back to Earth, so instead we'll defeat. Every time we needed help, Raiden was there to help us. Both of us owe it to him, so get up, we'll defeat him, said Raven as she stood up and gathered her magic. She knew Raiden didn't have much time to live, so she couldn't waste time mourning him or being sad over his defeat. She resolved herself to defeat her father. Seeing Raven's conviction, Corey understood her assignment. She too was someone who owed her life to Raiden, and she couldn't afford to give up on him now. Yes, you are right, Raven, forgive me for my unsightly behavior. It's time to repay our debt to him. Corey immediately started flying, then she charged herself with fiery energy. The energy surrounded her body, creating a shining green light. She opened her eyes saying, I haven't been able to keep up with those two at all. Perhaps my training is lacking, or my power isn't as strong, but I know deep down, that for Raiden, I'm willing to do anything. and that's why, even you who is a god in this realm will be defeated. She then launched herself like a comet, crashing into Trigon's face before screaming, "Behold the brilliance of the cosmos." Nova burst. From her hands the energy encircling her was released in the manner of an explosion, aimed at Trigon's eyes, who was still being stunned by the gate of sky. Punch after another, an explosion following another, Corey released a strong burst of energy all towards Trigon's eyes. "You insignificant bug. Vrusnarak amal dek, Vretkathul zelnarik. Zalkrith amal narik, Belzum dek. Struggle all you like, but you cannot escape the grasp of true evil." All around him, massive dark gates opened up, sending forth spectral chains made of dark energy, attempting to capture Corey and drain her strength. Sensing the danger of the chains, Corey started to dodge away, running from them while flying. "Thank you, Corey," said Raven as she finished preparing her spell. Taking advantage of the time Corey bought her, Raven started to float as dark energy circled around her, creating somewhat of a cocoon. The energy started to grow darker and darker, with the magic around her becoming much more dense. They whisper tales of the abyss, warning of its relentless gaze, yet as I peered into its depths, it dared not meet my gaze. What was once dismissed as myth now unfolds as truth. The abyss hungrily awaits those unprepared to confront it. Why did it spare me? Because within me resides a darkness far more formidable than its own. I am not just a contender of chaos, I am chaos incarnate. As Raven spoke, the massive dark cocoon started to shape up and Raven emerged, eyes full of darkness, and the purple demonic energy behind her forming into that of a bird, a raven. "My daughter. Ahahaha, you finally opened your eyes. Yes, embrace the darkness, become one with my demonic energy, and accept your truth," screamed Trigon in a joyous manner. His eyes had already started to heal, and he lost focus from fighting Corey, turning his full attention to his daughter, but Raven was giving up as he thought. Instead, she said, "I've come to terms with my identity, father. I am both your daughter, brimming with demonic energy and darkness, and my mother's child, a beacon of humanity's purity and warmth. Today marks my acceptance of this duality, embracing the chaos within. For the sake of the one I love, there's no limit to what I'll undertake. Prepare yourself, father, for today heralds your demise. Zelnarik, Zakharov Krothvarik Amalnarik. Jarefalful Krithmak Belzum Dek." In the darkness, even the lightest touch can be lethal. Behold the blade of shadows. The energy in her hands formed a dark purple blade. The blade was long enough to size up to even him, and a hand was holding the blade, a hand made of Raven's magic. She swung her hand down, and so did the hand that held the blade. Realizing the danger of Raven's attack, Trigon tried to dodge, but he couldn't. The gate of sky was gripping onto his back, sucking him into its depths, and he was still unable to escape it, but he knew that the blade, if it were to hit him, he'd be dead. As such, he dodged. With all his might, he managed to move, but not far enough, as the blade stuck itself on his shoulder, reaching downwards, all the way, cutting his chest. As the blade was released from its form, blood gushed from the wound, and Trigon screamed in pain, his body, unable to regenerate. It was that moment that made Trigon understand that Raven will never be his. She'll never accept her role as his servant and gate. She'll oppose him at every turn and will be his impending doom. After all, her power is that of true darkness. Like him, something he isn't immune to. I have tried over and over again to reason with you, daughter, to make you mine, to have you understand my grand goal, but you are stubborn. Just like I am. I'm proud of you as a father, for you are strong, but your existence is a threat to mine. As such, die. Observable Krashtaz Dek Makoran. Vashkazeth Verith Tan Inantal, Ziknarik Vielashkin Tathruk Koran. Behold the might of the tempest. You are but leaf in the wind of my wrath. Gruz told Darokan Belzum, Loktal and Belknarik Morkavan. Feel the flames of my fury, burn in the fires of eternal torment. Vrusnarak Amaldek, Vretkathul Zelnarik. Zalkrith Amalnarik, Belzum Dek. Struggle all you like, but you cannot escape the grasp of true evil. One spell after another, Trigon finally gave up on sparing his daughter. From under the pillars of flames emerged, the skies rained dark lightning, and finally, the chains started to chase both Corey and Raven. Corey turned her attention to blasting the lighting, and chains coming after her, while Raven cloaked herself with energy to dodge the flames as she ran towards the fallen Raiden, trying to protect him from collateral damage. Reaching him, Raven said, Zoltharak Amalnarik, Zelnarik Va Kazdek. Narik Zalfal Koran, Kethkrith Amalnarik. With the power of mystic energy, I shall shield us from harm. None shall penetrate our defenses, creating a massive sphere-like shield that protected her and Raiden. Corey. Come here. Hearing Raven's calls, Corey turned her attention to her direction, dodging the pillars and lighting. She was just about to enter the sphere when one of the chains grabbed hold of her legs, then another, and another. Seeing that Corey was caught, Raven was shocked, but that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that a pillar was just about to emerge from the ground and impale her. Seeing this, Raven rushed out of the protection of her shield and cut the shields away with her magic before grabbing her and dodging the pillars, but out of nowhere, another set of chains held her down. Both she and Corey were caught. The chains weren't strong when defending against them, but when they caught her, she realized their true strength, the ability to absorb energy from the one in the chains. Both her and Corey lost their powers. Now you are mine, I will absorb all your powers and open the path to Earth on my own. Destruction will reign supreme. As Trigon was speaking, massive red energy bolted from behind his back, and the dark red energy went from his back and emerged from his front stomach, creating a massive hole on him. From the holes landed a woman filled with blood, her eyes filled with years of experience. Her powers were the real deal, and Trigon recognized her. You. How? You are dead. How is that possible? Is that an illusion then? Or at least he thought he recognized her. After all, in front of him, Scathach held her spear. Gibalg alternative. As she said those words, hundreds, no, thousands of spears came flying from the skies. Half of them destroyed the pillars, the other half aimed at Trigon, and some cut the chains that held Corey and Raven down. Raiden. No. It's, said Corey, and Raven finished her words. You are not Raiden, but it doesn't matter, your help is welcomed. Looking at the two of them safe, Scathach ignored them as she went inside the barrier made by Raven, to which shocked Raven, she ignored it like it was nothing. Get up, you rested long enough, you have to get up, you are to be my student. I don't allow my students to rest for long, your training will be hell, so get up. Raiden Kagawa, it's time to defeat this demon. As Scathach spoke, she stared at Raiden. His state was pitiful, and she knew it, but she didn't care as she spoke. I'll buy you a single minute, if you don't get up, the world will end. You are to blame, because you weren't strong enough. Scathach then turned to the girls and said, follow my lead, I'll fight him head on, and you two back me up. You deflect the lighting, and your attacks affect him. I'll create openings for you, so take advantage of them. The gate of sky will disperse soon, and as such, he'll be free to move again. We got 1 minute, let's go. I understand now, so you are not that boy who borrows power, you are the real deal, the true queen of that shadow land, and the reason it was still open even after I defeated that boy. But I can feel it, this gate is weakening, I can already move my hands. It's a matter of time before this gate disperses, but before that happens, you will die. Infernoth Koruan, Zelneric Loktul. Veth Krasnak Amalneric Vathol Kethkoran. Zoltharak Vashkrith. Into the darkness you shall fall, crushed by the weight of your own despair. Abyssal annihilation. Just like last time, a massive dark energy encircled the horns of Trigon as they aimed towards Scathach like a laser that defeated them last time. Unlike this boy, this is my body, I know the limits and powers inside of it, said Scathach as she delved inside the darkness, hiding in it. The laser attack affected nothing before Trigon noticed how she emerged from behind under his own shadow. Thrust and penetrate. G-B-O-L-G. Trigon understood nothing as he noticed that his balance was off. He looked down to see his left hand completely cut. Unlike the boy, I can direct my noble phantasm to other places other than the heart. Trigon's leg would regenerate again, of course, but the speed and cut were so powerful that he couldn't even register it had happened. However, that wasn't the worst part. As the moment he lost balance, he saw his daughter conjure the shadow blade again. The blade came rushing down to cut him away, as he screamed, Zelneric va Koran, Grukkrith Belzamdek. Zoltharak va Kaz. Darkness heed my desire. Aura of protection. His aura was engulfed in darkness that protected him from the sword clashed with his aura as the power of the sword proved to be much more significant. Focusing all his attention on it, he didn't have time to react to another attack. Solar flare. A massive solar energy came rushing at him. Corey was all up in his face as the flames of the sun aimed at his face, burning away his skin and eyes as Trigon screamed in pain, his focus still on protecting himself from Raven's sword. Crack. As his aura broke, the sword slashed away at his abdomen from the left, going almost halfway through his body, before something else broke. It was the gate of sky. Trigon realized this the moment it happened as he dodged backward. Blood gushed from his wound, his face filled with scars, and his leg half regenerating, but his voice was joyous with laughter as he screamed, "Ahahahaha, the heavens are on my side. My will is law. I don't even have to waste energy on defending myself from the gate, you will die by my hands now." This is the emergence of the demon god Trigon. Infernoth Koruan, Zelneric Loktul. Veth Krasnak Amalneric Vathol Kethkoran. Zoltharak Vashkrith. Into the darkness you shall fall, crushed by the weight of your own despair. Abyssal annihilation. Infernalth Koruan, Zelneric Logtol. Veth Krasnak Amalneric Vathol Kethkoran. Zoltharok Vashkrith. Into the darkness, you shall fall, crushed by the weight of your own despair. Abyssal annihilation. Infernalth Koruan, Zelneric Logtol. Veth Krasnak Amalneric Vathol Kethkoran. Zoltharok Vashkrith. Into the darkness, you shall fall, crushed by the weight of your own despair. Abyssal annihilation. 3 massive dark spheres were created above his horns, not 1, but 3, the laser attack that almost killed Raiden. Trigon was capable of creating 3 of them, aiming them at the targets, Cory, Raven, and Scathach. But to his shock, the dark skies that were still affected by his Tempest spell from earlier dispersed. As storms started to crackle in the skies, only one opening was left. As the sun's light shone upon Raiden's fallen body, his body started to raise as the light engulfed it, rain started to fall and a lightning storm was called upon. The skies that were shining with the sun, now shone more, the stars from the skies became bright, creating the constellation straddling the celestial equator. As Raiden's figure emerged, Trigon attempted to attack sneakily before the transformation ended, but to his shock 3 arrows with a speed that he'd never considered to be possible pierced all his spheres. No one knew what stood in front of them, whether it was presence, elegance, strength, or magic. All of it was flowing through this man, but one voice spoke. It was Scathach as she said, "It's a grand servant." The new figure opened its eyes saying, "The gate of sky was destroyed, which means the demon is now free of his chains. That's how it ought to be. Only with his full power could this demon hope to be a worthy opponent. After all, he is in the presence of history's greatest hunter. The Grand Archer. Orion. Master, I'm sorry to say this. But that was absolutely embarrassing. How can you say that with my body when 3 hot chicks are around? Are you trying to destroy my chances with chicks? Oh hey, look, they're into it. Master, do it again. Happy Eid everyone. Eid Mubarak." Chapter 75. Have I been defeated? All I see is darkness. I can open my eyes a bit, but my vision is blurry. That's the black sky, lighting is falling all around me. I feel pain. This is too much, it hurts. I haven't felt like this since then. This is real pain, just like when Evo used to torture me. Was I too rash? I thought I could defeat him. If I was to face him, the system would have given me an appropriate servant, but they thought about that, they planned it and orchestrated their efforts in a way that could defeat me. They made sure I wouldn't be able to summon my strongest. I was too arrogant. I thought that now, I'm strong and unbeatable, yet here I am, laying in pain, with a counting timer hanging around me, telling me that I have 3 minutes to die. Is that Raven? No. You idiot, run. No, not you too, Cory. Don't fight him. The gate of sky, it's still active. I have to go back to battle. I have to help them. I can't stand it. Cory is in pain, and now Raven too. They've been caught. Get up, you rested long enough. You have to get up. You are to be my student. I don't allow my students to rest for long. Your training will be hell, so get up, Raiden Kagawa. It's time to defeat this demon. Scathach, I have to get up. If she's here, that means something weird is happening. How is she able to be here? Though only I could control the servants. I have to get up, you shitty system. I'm still alive. Burn it all. My magic, my powers, my life force. Just take it all. I have to help them. I'll buy you a single minute. If you don't get up, the world will end. You are to blame, because you weren't strong enough. No, I am. I have to be. I have to be strong. If I can't beat him, how would I beat Apocalypse? How could I defeat Darkseid? Condition met, Raven has been defeated. Demi-beast Trigon is no considered a threat towards Gaia. A demi-beast, I was defeated that easily by him, and he wasn't even a full beast. Summoning Grand Servant. Overriding body control to the Grand Servant. No. No. You will not take my body. Give me the control. Error. Failed to override. Overriding body control to the Grand Servant. I said no. Fuck no. Just let me take over. I'll fucking kill him. Allow it, Alea. I trust Raiden. Gaia. Yes, just give me the control. I need to help them. Error. Failed to override. Cancellation of the override. Host has been granted full control of the Grand Servant. Due to host's affiliation being unknown, host will only access this power for 5 minutes. Hey, what the? Did you summon me? That's awkward. Never thought I'd lose control of this grand title. Good luck, master. Oi oi, master. Look at these three. They're all beautiful. You should hit on them. I mean, we should hit on them. You're in my body, so it's technically my charm winning them over, said Orion inside Raiden's mind. The playboy hunter and the son of Poseidon. Orion was considered one of the strongest figures in Greek mythos. Of course, he pales in comparison to Heracles and Achilles, but where Orion is special, is his current class. A Grand Archer. A grand is title the world gives to servants for meeting certain conditions. In the case of archers, it's the independent action EX skill. It's the ability to ignore a master's command and live life with their own will, not caring for others. Orion gained this, due to his free spirit, even when pressured by the gods, and the love of a goddess such as Artemis. Orion ignored all that, and adventured to his heart's content, hitting on women, and living a life worthy of his legend, even when the goddess who loved him killed him. Orion didn't hold any resentment, or hatred. He simply thought it to be a proper end, and accepted it. After all, he's that much a free-spirited man. With his powers as a grand, Orion is now much stronger than all the servants Raiden has ever summoned. The special thing about grand servants, is that unlike other servants, they don't take magic energy from a master, rather, it's infinitely supplied by the world. A grand is an existence at the pinnacle of their class, and the world only calls upon them to save it. This is also the reason why the system was reluctant to give the class to Raiden. Grand servants only exists to serve the world and save it. However, Raiden is a completely free-willed human. He could easily ignore the commands of Gaia, and take the power for himself, but now the goddess herself vouched for him. Aleia was forced to allow him control, albeit only for 5 minutes. Looking at the free Trigon, Raiden in his new form smiled. His figure was different. He was about 2.5 meters tall, a giant amongst man, donning only pants that reached beyond his knees. As for the top, it was completely uncovered, his muscles bulging all the way, showing the true physique of a demigod. Around his back and neck, he was covered with a lion's hide, Orion's first ever hunt. As for his weapon, there was a strap shining in bright blue light all around his uncovered top. The strap held the bow, as his hands were holding a massive club, Orion's favorite weapon. As for his face, well, surprisingly, Orion had a very cute and round face. It's actually not supposed to be that cute, but due to the interference of a certain goddess in his Saint Graph, Orion's face was incredibly cute, almost that of a child. Let's get this going, thought Raiden as he said, first things first, let's end that demon, or in this case, he's considered a demi-beast now yet. Well, since we don't have much time, let the hunt begins. Goddess of the moon, my destiny. I beg your guidance. Strengthen my body. Calm my mind. Artemis Agnos. Raiden immediately activated Orion's anti-army noble phantasm. It's a special one. Even though it's considered an anti-army noble phantasm, it didn't actually do anything of that sort. Instead of a powerful and flashy attack, it was a buff-type noble phantasm. The reason it's considered an anti-army noble phantasm, is due to the fact of how strong of a buff it is, making a single man, akin to an army. Swinging his club around, Raiden deflected several dark energy ball coming his way, then strengthening his legs, he launched himself on the attack. The club aimed at Trigon's face. You fool! I'm free from the shackles of that gate. I don't need to conserve energy, said Trigon as he activated his dark aura, the same one that protected him from being sliced by Raven's shadow blade. Surrounding the aura all around him, Trigon was shocked to see it crack when the club connected, before it sent him flying. Yes, the giant figure of Trigon was sent flying all the way, something that shocked everyone watching. Two things were in play. First one was Orion's skill, Stout Arm of Brutality B+, it's a skill similar to Heracles, Monstrous Strength A+, giving its user a significant boost in strength. Orion's skill was actually weaker and lower in rank. Usually its power isn't that strong, but that changes. When facing a beast, Orion's entire theme is defeating beasts. Follow it up with the infinite magic granted by the world. Orion's strength right now could blow mountains away. However, that didn't explain why the aura was cracked. After all, that was magic. Physical attack shouldn't be enough to crack it. Well, that's where the second thing comes in, Orion's constantly active noble phantasm, Orion Horkos, a noble phantasm that negates all defensive skills, noble phantasms, etc., and increases attack if the target has demonic or animalistic traits. The noble phantasm not only negated all of Trigon's defensive skills, it boosted Orion's strength against demons, such as Trigon. Getting up, Trigon noticed that he has bled from his mouth. This angered the demon god as he screamed, "You lowly pest! You dare! I will burn you and all this damned city. Grukvaran amal Nerek zel Nerek. Loktol Belzum dek Vielashkin. Nerek krith Belzum. Witness the true power of the abyss. Let my flames consume you. Hellfire Nova. Using his two hands, dark fire started to condense in Trigon's hands as he unleashed. The fire was about to consume everything. It was large, very large, starting small in his hands. It grew and grew until it was about to engulf the entirety of Azeroth. But then Trigon noticed, his fire wasn't as strong as he had hoped it to be, it was weaker, and not only that, it was being put out by the rain that constantly was falling. This damned rain. It is your work, isn't it? You summoned it, spoke Trigon, and he wasn't wrong. The rain wasn't exactly a skill of Orion, rather it was an authority, granted to him as the son of Poseidon, blessing of the sea god. It had the ability to constantly change the weather to that of rain, for two reasons. The first one, was lowering the rank of every magic against Orion, that's why the flames were weaker. As for the second effect, it was, this, you are using it to fly. Orion was using the raindrops to balance himself in the air. Of course it wasn't flying, rather it was more of hoping on individual drops of water. Catching up once again to Trigon, Trigon was attempting to punch Raiden first, but he deflected it with his club. Another punch came in, and then another, and another. The two of them were caught in a standstill. You will never beat me like this, human, said Trigon as he threw another punch. Once again, Raiden deflected it with a club and then surprised Trigon by pulling out two arrows and releasing them on his eyes. Trigon would heal, but not fast enough to dodge the club that was about to hit him in the face. Trigon ate it up, however, instead of being sent flying like last time. You think my brutal strength is all I have? Oh, and aren't you forgetting something, big demon? I'm not alone. Supernova, screamed Corey as she surprised the still healing Trigon as she emerged from behind Raiden, releasing a beam right at his face. The aim from all of them was his face, as they knew that would make him lose focus, and his vision. Thrust and penetrate. GBOLG. The spear penetrated Trigon's leg, making him fall from his right side due to lazing his right leg. As he was falling, Raiden showed up from above him, hitting him with all his force on the head, making Trigon fall face first on the ground. Shit. That wasn't enough. Even if I'm strong, I can't deal permanent damage. Enough. As Trigon screamed, a crack appeared on reality. A wave of dark energy sent everyone flying away, each to a different direction. Zoltharok Krithkoran, Pandemonium Pulse. The pulse continued to be released, dark energy pulsing away every few seconds. This protected Trigon, and pushed everyone away, and since it was technically an attack, Orion Horkos didn't negate it. You damned human, you have damaged me the most in all of my history. I, the great Trigon, have never faced such humiliation in all the thousands of years I've lived. You shall be erased. I won't leave a single trace of your existence alive. No matter what, reality will forget about you. Zelneric Koruan, Zikneric Va Krithrak. Vielok Amalneric Inan Koran. Your existence fades into nothingness. You are but dust in the winds of oblivion. Zikneric Va Krithkoran, Oblivion's grasp. A hand emerged. It had no color, it looked transparent, but Raiden knew, no, he sensed it. Every fiber in his body screamed that if that thing were to grasp him, he'd die. As the hand closed itself, Raiden dodged away, and looked at where he was. The hand opened again, and some sort of darkness looked to be where he was, and then in mere milliseconds, air surrounded that darkness and filled its location. What did he just? Master. That attack, it's breaking the fabric of reality. He's literally erasing parts of existence. This damn thing is a monster among monsters. It could equal to that of Negar reality. He only took the energy of 1,000 humans and he's able to do this much. What would happen if Trigon were to absorb 10,000, 100,000, a million, thought Raiden as he looked at the terrifying hand, that even the body of a grand servant feared. Don't fret, master, that hand must be his last trump card. He can't contain it further, we just have to find a way to damage him, and I'm supposed to remind you of this. You only have 1 minute left. The hand turned towards Raiden, open and chasing him. It was fast enough to keep up with him, not fast to catch him, but one singular mistake, and Raiden would die as he dodged it. Raiden's danger sense kicked it, and dodged back even more, as a dark laser energy came at his earlier location. Not only was he dodging the hand, but the dark laser from Trigon, glad that the laser spell's rank dropped due to Poseidon's blessing. It's not as fast as before now. Raiden dodged the two as he started to think hard. He only had 1 remaining minute, but he still is unable to kill Trigon. Should we escape? Hataras, screamed a voice from behind Raiden. I told you before. And I'll do it again. I've accepted who I am. Everything you can do. I can do it too. It was Raven, she screamed as energy condensed in her hand. Zelneric, Zikneric Va Krithrak. Vrekkathul Amalneric, Vielok Inan Zalthul. In the void, there is no escape. Enter oblivion, and embrace the emptiness. Ziknarik Korthal, void sphere. Just like Trigon's hand, a sphere created using Raven's magic, and reality bending, the sphere looked exactly like the hand, being transparent, and only partially visible. As it was released, everything around it was being erased until it reached the hand. The two collided. As a transparent explosion occurred, the explosion was small, but everything in the vicinity was erased just like earlier. The air soon filled the darkness that was erased from Azarath's reality. You foolish girl. You still challenge me. You still get in my way. You are my greatest shame. Master. That girl. She's the key. We can use her, it will be my greatest ever attack. We'll create a noble phantasm right now and here. That thing, that demon, is too much. If he survives, he'll eventually turn into a beast and conquer Earth, or even worse, erase it. I'll sacrifice my rank as a grand just for this attack. Raiden understood the assignment as he shouted, Corey. Scat hack. I need just few seconds. Distract him for just a few seconds, as he turned and ran towards Raven. Raven. Can you create something like that again? Just once is enough, please, said Raiden as he asked Raven. She was a bit startled to see Raiden is such a giant form, but she quickly replied, my energy is running low. I could probably make one, but it will be the last. Do that, make it in the shape of an arrow, and I'll handle the rest, said Raiden. He then spoke in his mind to Orion, what now? Even if she makes it, can we really use it? Wouldn't it just erase our existence? You know how I said my rank as a grand will be lost after this? It's because I'm going to break reality myself. I'll grant you a weapon, something that doesn't, and shouldn't even exist in your world. In fact, it didn't even exist in my world. It was created in a distant land, a lost land, said Orion as in front of Raiden, a bow emerged from nothingness. The bow was almost glitching, as if it's not supposed to even be here. This bow won't exist for long, but it can control the power of the arrow the girl is making. This is divine bow, Aegis Eclipse, it forged by Hephaestus. Raiden held the golden bow in hand, and truly felt it. The energy from this bow was that of the same as something else Raiden held before, just like Excalibur. It's a divine construct. Raiden. It's ready, said Raven as floating in front of her was the arrow. It wasn't too big, but it fit in the arrow as Raiden said, this will end it all. Corey. Scat hack. Retreat, screamed Raiden as the two girls started to fly away. This enraged Trigon as he screamed. You think I will let you run away? I will chase you to the ends of Azarath. Escape, said Raiden as he activated the bow, and then held the arrow in his hands and knocked it on the bow, calming the energy of nothingness coming from it. I'm not trying to escape, I'm going to end this. Just activating the bow puts such strain on his arms that it makes him feel as if his blood was boiling. His vessels pop, and he spills blood outside his veins. This is for you, Raven. You've been alone for far too long. I will free you from his darkness. Raven amore mio, this arrow is yours. Raven's velos tu chaos. The arrow started to shine with each word. Raiden aimed it, and then screamed the noble phantasm name he created with Orion, Raven's velos tu chaos, meaning Raven's arrow of chaos. As Raiden released the arrow, he felt his body lose all power. He didn't even get to hear Orion's last words. The transformation was forcefully undone. The arrow flied through the battlefield, coming in contact with the demi-beast, the demon god Trigon. Everything in its wake, whether it was buildings, tress, or even air, it was all turned into nothingness. Trigon saw this, but he couldn't even defend himself or dodge. It was a noble phantasm that raced towards its destination with speed and power unlike the world had ever seen. It was an arrow created solely for Trigon, a gift from his daughter. The arrow collided with him, and exploded, creating a sphere-like explosion that erased Trigon. No last words, no cries of pain, not even a single sound. The demon that has pushed them all to the brink of death, was erased from existence. Chapter 76. Well, that was hard. Those were the first words Raiden uttered as he lay down on the ground. His body and injury had healed, but the amount of energy he had used that day was a bit too much. In fact, Raiden knew that he wouldn't be moving for about a solid week. Raiden! Screamed Corey as she jumped on him to hug him. Don't squeeze too tight, I'm injured. As Raiden spoke, Corey didn't say anything and started to cry on his chest whilst saying, I thought I had lost you. I couldn't. It's okay, Corey. I'm sorry. Quickly joining the two, Raven hugged Raiden as well. She kept hugging him in silence. Deep down she was devastated. Believing that he only got hurt and almost died because of her. Because she brought him here. Raven, you are free now, you will never have to live scared from now on. So don't be harsh on yourself. I love you. And I would go through all of this again and again for you. Raven remained silent. But her heart was at ease when she looked at him and said, I love you too, Raiden. And thank you for everything. Such a beautiful display of youthful love. Hearing the words, Raiden couldn't help but look in the direction of Scathach. He still had no idea why and how she was here. How are you able to manifest without my powers? Did my power change without me knowing? Asked Raiden as he looked in her direction. Scathach simply shrugged as she said, didn't I tell you? If you impress me, I'll take you as my disciple. As such, I'm here to do just that. Hearing Scathach's words, Raiden was still confused as he said, that doesn't explain how you can manifest yourself without my powers. You seem to be under a misunderstanding. The servants you summon onto your body are heroic spirits of the past who have died. However, unlike them, I have never died. I was sealed in the land of shadow and lived there. But since you opened the gate long enough, I decided to come out. Hearing that, Raiden understood the situation, saying, does that mean you'll be staying here with us? It's not that simple. I have forced myself to leave the land of shadows. It's still eating at me and trying to force me back. I don't know if I'll be able to stay here for more than a day or two. Hearing that, Raiden was disappointed. He was looking forward to having a great teacher like Scathach. System has detected the presence of a living servant. The servant known as Scathach is bound to the land of shadows. Host can enter a master/servant contract with the servant. Doing so, the servant known as Scathach will be bound to the host instead. Looking at the sudden notification from his system, Raiden couldn't help but think, it's Gaia's work, isn't it? You're always looking after me. Thank you. Scathach, I think I might have a way to keep you here permanently. I think I can make a master/servant contract with you. Hearing Raiden's words, Scathach questioned, is that even possible without the Holy Grail? It's a perk of my special powers. Are you interested? Scathach nodded, saying, yes, I do accept. As she said that, her body lit up with red energy before it dwindled. Raiden looked at his right arm and he noticed a weird red tattoo was created. It looked like a great sword pointing downwards. Host has gained 3 command spells. Command spells can be used to make a servant stronger or use a noble phantasm. Command spells can be used to force a servant to listen to the master's orders. Upon use, a command spell won't regenerate until after 10 days have passed. Sheesh, these things are very strong, but I guess I only get 3 a month. I suppose these are my rewards for defeating a demi-beast, thought Raiden, before he turned to Scathach and said, so now that you are my servant, can you do some missions for me? Let me get this straight to you, while we are in a master/servant contract, that doesn't mean I'm here to be your actual servant. I'm here to train you as my disciple since you have enormous potential, so from now on, you will call me Shirsho, spoke Scathach, shutting down Raiden's suggestion. Okay, fair enough, but I think you'll accept this one mission that I'm going to task you with. It involves punishing the people who released Trigon. They sacrificed 1,000 souls and almost led to the doom of planet Earth, so how about it? If that's the case, then I'm in. 4 days later. Department of Extranormal Operations is one of the most secret departments the United States government has ever created. Its purpose is to deal with super individuals that are too difficult to deal with and represent a real threat to the planet, or to be more precise, the ones that represent a real threat to the United States government. It has many ways to deal with metahumans. The entire building is built with metagene suppressors. Not only that, but the building is also fortified with many weapons and traps that can even suppress the Justice League. Martians can't phase through the walls, and many fire traps ready to kill them. Kryptonite in a vault close to the head of the department's office. Fear toxins in case a Green Lantern decided to try something. It was perhaps one of the most secure buildings in the planet. Against the Justice League or supervillains. However, none of that mattered to the Queen of the Land of Shadows. No trap or weapons was even close to taking her down. Hell, none of them were even able to detect her. The head of the department, Mr. Bones, was a metahuman himself, and even he detected nothing until suddenly he felt something on his neck. He immediately realized it was a blade, the tip of a spear to be more precise. How did you get in here? Said Mr. Bones. He was shocked, but he was a professional with many years of experience, so he managed to hide his surprise. In response to his question, the spear cut his neck a bit. The cut quickly healed as the person who has managed to sneak to his office. Scathach spoke, speak only the truth. If I detect any lies, your head will fly. I can see that you have some form of regeneration, and I assure you that won't be of any help to you. I can cut you 1,000 times before you press the button under your desk. Removing his hand from under his desk, Mr. Bones raised his hand and said, what do you want to know? Are you one that gave Amanda Waller the mission of killing Raiden Kagawa? Asked Scathach, to which Mr. Bones said, is this about that kid? As soon as he spoke those words, Scathach cut one of his hands so quickly that Mr. Bones didn't realize it was cut until few seconds later. He screamed and grabbed his wound, and realized that it wasn't healing as fast as it should. What the hell did she do? Was that a damn curse? I wasn't joking when I said I can cut you 1,000 times. Now, answer my question, before I follow through with my threat, and just to be clear, no one outside can hear you. I've already put a sound barrier around us. This damn woman, she can cast magic, and that spear of hers isn't a joke either. My healing factor is slower than it should be. She also sneaked in without anyone realizing. Whoever ever she is, she's a threat. Perhaps even at the level of the Justice League on her own. Damn it, if I was fast enough, I can touch her with my cursed hand, but I can already tell that it would be impossible. I'll just have to comply for now. The order did come from my office, but it wasn't my decision. The Vice President of the United States was the one that asked for it. He deemed Raiden Kagawa a threat, and he didn't want the relationship between Reach and the US to be jeopardized. Hearing that, Scathach asked another question. Did you approve the sacrifice of 1,000 souls to the demon god Trigon? Hearing that, Mr. Bones opened his eyes wide as he said, What? What do you mean 1,000 souls? I approved no such thing, especially not to a goddamn demon. Scathach could hear his heartbeats, and realized that at the mention of demon and 1,000 souls, Mr. Bones' heart sped up, meaning he wasn't lying. He truly didn't know. Is it possible for Amanda Waller to enact such a mission without you knowing the method? Asked Scathach, to which Bones replied, No, it's not. She must always report the methods used. It was us who approved the Suicide Squad project in the first place, and it was with strict conditions such as knowing the methods used when we asked for the report. She stated that she would be using the witch known as Enchantress to kill Raiden Kagawa. The report said that the witch has figured out a weakness that Raiden Kagawa had, and would be taking him out. Are you the only one that she reports to? Asked Scathach. Hearing that, Bones remembered something. Usually yes, but for this mission in particular, the Vice President demanded to receive the reports from Amanda personally instead of going through me. You're not saying that though. Cutting him off, Scathach said, the weakness that was discovered by Enchantress was the sacrifice of 1,000 souls to the demon god Trigon, and sending Raiden to Nazareth, an alternate realm of magic. If not for my master, that demon would be destroying Earth right now. She then threw a ball made of darkness on his table as she said, I'll leave the judgment to my master. If he deems you unworthy, I'll be coming back to eliminate you. Hold on, I didn't know of such a thing. I will personally report this to the President herself, said Bones. Seeing that none of his limbs had been cut, he looked behind him. She left. Bones sat back on his chair as his heart started to beat hard. Whoever that was, I hope I don't see them again. He then looked at the table and saw the ball. He hesitated to touch it for a bit, but then he mustered up the courage and touched it. Upon touching it, it shined and started to show him a recording of some sort. It's a recording of that kid's battle. Since his infiltration of the Reach's ship, Raiden decided to start recording everything he sees when he's on a mission, just in case he needs evidence for anything. The recording of course didn't contain everything. He needed the US to fear him, so the parts of his defeat and his interaction with others were cut out, but one thing was highlighted, and that was the power and amount of threat the demon god represented. That damned woman. If not for that kid we'd all be dead. How dare she do this? I knew she goes to extreme lengths for her missions. But this is insanity. She almost doomed the planet. Desmond. Come here. Mr. Bones' right-hand man came rushing through the door. Yes sir. Assemble the team to take down the Suicide Squad and arrest Amanda Waller, and connect me with the President. Also suspend all operations that she was involved in. Hearing Mr. Bones' words, Desmond swallowed his saliva and said, Sir, I was coming here to tell you about her. The Suicide Squad was taken down, and Amanda Waller was kidnapped by an unknown individual, 30 minutes ago. Hearing that, Bones opened his eyes in realization. It can't be. That woman took down the Suicide Squad, kidnapped Amanda, got information about me, came here all in 30 minutes. Connect me with the President. We have an important matter to speak to. It's about a national threat. Chapter 77. Back in his home, Raiden called a number. It was a secret number that no one knew he had. It was one of the numbers given to him by Savage to call if he wished to discuss their deal. I didn't expect you to call the number. Does this mean you plan to back out from our deal? Spoke Savage on the phone. Raiden didn't even entertain him with a reply and said, Did you know? Oh. You mean what Amanda Waller and the Vice President pulled on you? Yes, I did know, replied Savage, with brutal honesty. And did you know that an extinction-level threat was about to emerge? Trigon. Yes, we are aware of him, but the light has ways of dealing with such enemies, said Savage. This enraged Raiden, who said, Don't bullshit me, I know what the light is capable of. Defeating Trigon is not possible right now. Perhaps, but we have a partner that can deal with such problems for us. the light is much bigger than you think, said Savage. Raiden sat down on a chair and said, millions would have died either way, and you were willing to allow that, weren't you? Savage's reply was simple and precise, yes, humanity evolves when it goes through dire situations, such as the loss of millions to a demon. The light's goal is worth more than those lives. You make me sick, but I'm not calling you to discuss your shitty morals. Our deal, I didn't get much out of it, so I'll be calling in for a favor, give me. Raiden entered a dimly lit room. In the room there were two chairs, one had a woman, and the other had a man. Both of them looked like highly positioned people in the government just from their expensive clothes. Raiden ignored the man and went directly to the woman. He removed her hood and the tape on her mouth. The woman opened her eyes, and looked at Raiden, saying, I had a feeling it was you. No one can do that much damage to my squad that fast. Do you know why you're here, Amanda? Asked Raiden. As he started dragging a chair, he placed it in front of her, and sitting in the opposite direction of the chair, he leaned at the back of it with his hands awaiting her answer. I assume this is revenge for what happened last time. It's foolish of you really, you should have killed me immediately. Raiden Kagawa, in my body there are trackers, so the DEO should already be sending Alpha and Beta squads to retrieve me, alive or dead. There's also voice recorders inside me as well. The content recorded is set to be sent to the Vice President. The moment my heart stops hearing Amada speak those words with a smirk. Raiden sighed as he got up from the chair and went to the man, removing his hood. The man started muffling, attempting to scream, but the tape was still on his mouth. Vice President Harden. Are you insane, Raiden Kagawa? This will make you the enemy of the United States. Hell, the entire world. Screamed Amanda as soon as she saw the president tied up next to her. 1,000 people, Amanda, you sacrificed 1,000 people, for what? Killing me, said Raiden, as he looked directly at Amanda. Amanda narrowed her eyes saying, what are you talking about? I have done no such thing. I see you're still worried about the recording inside your body. Well, don't worry about that, said Raiden as he pulled something from his pocket. It was a bunch of implants that Amanda had placed on her body, the trackers and recorder. He then crushed them in his hand saying, I took these out hours ago, and if you're wondering why you didn't feel any pain, well, it's because I already healed you. Amanda knew that he was telling the truth. She looked at the implants dropped on the floor and recognized them instantly. It was your fault, you posed too much of a threat to the safety of the world, a variable that doesn't care about the government or the Justice League. You declared it yourself. Remember? We had to take you down. Even if we were to sacrifice 1,000 souls, it was worth it, for the greater good. The greater good? Would that be my death? You almost let an interdimensional demon escape. All because of you. He was sealed and you unleashed him, said Raiden, as he looked at her with disgust and anger, to which Amanda said, we had a perfect plan to deal with him. Enchantress was going to kill the woman you brought out. Raven was a threat. A threat that you protected. She was the only one capable of letting that demon out. With her death, we could have saved millions. Hearing that, Raiden narrowed his eyes saying, you think you outplayed Trigon, don't you? Did you think a second-rate witch was good enough to outplay a demon that had conquered countless dimensions? Trigon knew about your plans, you stupid bitch. He knew that you were going to use Enchantress to try to kill Raven, and he knew Raven was going to win. In the first place, bringing Raven back to his realm was the biggest mistake. The outcome of their battle didn't matter to Trigon. Had Enchantress killed Raven, he would have used Enchantress to conquer Earth. The moment you brought him back from the void, you had failed humanity. Because of you, millions of people would have died. Don't blame this shit on me. It's because of you and your powers. We did this because you were a threat. Because you can't be controlled. You're the one who went live to the world and announced that you are above the League and the government. We had to do everything we could to take you down, spoke Amanda with spite. Hearing that, Raiden realized that this woman was a lost cause, as he asked, where did you get 1,000 souls? From prisons. We amassed prisoners and sacrificed them to Trigon, and don't try to play every life deserves a second chance bullshit with me, you would have done the same. Replied Amanda. This prompted Raiden to ask, and? Did they all deserve death? Were they all murderers and rapists? We were pressed for time, we got as much as we could, as long as they were in prison, and had no family outside. Even if they were thieves and crooks, they had failed their country before, so why not use them to save it? It should be an honor. Feeling disgusted, Raiden placed the duct tape back on her mouth whilst saying, that's the difference between us, Amanda. I don't kill randomly, I only kill those that are beyond redemption. You could argue, who am I to judge? But then again, I am the only one qualified to judge, because I'm not normal. There are hundreds of heroes inside my mind, people who served this planet, as kings, rulers, and its heroes and saviors. Who's a better judge than them? He then walked towards the vice president and removed his tape. Raiden then sat down and said, "And what about you?" "Amanda had a grudge against me, and she's a ruthless bitch that would do anything to kill me, regardless of the moral spectrum. But you, Vice President Harden, I never expected this from you. To the world you're known as the right-hand man to the most peaceful president the United States has ever seen. You advocate for peace and human rights, but now here you are, an accomplice in the murder of 1,000 inmates, and the release of a world-threatening demon. Now that I'm here, my death is probably confirmed, huh? I overestimated you, Raiden Kagawa. I never thought that you would be so reckless as to kidnap the Vice President of the United States. Kill me or not, the whole world will consider you a criminal, the Justice League will be after you, and you will either be killed or chased away for all eternity. You're a fool. Answer my question. What kind of problem did you have with me, that you went as far as to approve this damned mission? And what about Ms. President? Did she know about this?" asked Raiden again, to which Harden sighed and said, "You're a threat to my country, that's it. That foolish of a woman would have never approved this mission, she's too damn naive. She thinks playing hero with the world is the right way, and tries to appease the heroes. I don't look around us, hundreds of alien species that we discovered less than a century ago, are more advanced than us, both in technology and military, yet here we are playing peace. We rely on vigilantes to keep the world safe. Those damned power idiots in the Justice League should have been slaves to us. If we had control over them, do you know how long it'd take for the whole planet to bend down? We could have united Earth. That still doesn't explain your problem with me. I want to protect this world the same way as you do. I even called out the Reach and declared to the universe that I'm here to protect Earth. So what was your reason for trying to kill me?" said Raiden, confused as to why this man tried so hard to kill him. "Because you are my promotion. Had you died, I would have been the one that spearheaded the defeat of a monster even the Justice League couldn't kill. Elections are a year away, the public would have voted for me, not that damned weak pathetic woman of a president," spoke the vice president with spite, to which Raiden laughed saying, "Weak pathetic woman of a president, huh? Aren't you one of the most advocate supporters of the feminist movement? Ironic. Anyways, looks like my job here is done. Just so you know, I have no plans to kill you too, although you deserve it. It won't be me that will judge you, it will be the people. I recorded everything." "You fool. Do you think Congress will allow for this? Do you know how many friends I have in journalism? No one will release this, they'd be suspended and banned in seconds. No one will believe you." There you have it, folks. Our own vice president. A threat to the nation, the man we had trusted and believed in, almost caused the death of millions. The Justice League? Absent. President Elizabeth Ross Forbes? Absent. If not for the hero Raiden Kagawa, none of this would have been discovered. We would have still believed in the fairy tale that our government officials care for us, spoke the TV presenter G. Gordon Godfrey, on TV after showing the recording that Raiden had. This was Raiden's favor from the light. The Justice League knew that the light had Gordon in their pockets, and using that knowledge, Raiden called in for his favor. A team of villains. The threat of a demon. And the vice president's dream of tyrannical world domination. These are all things that were revealed today, said Gordon as he then used a remote to show another video. You thought we were didn't you? No. We have more footage. This is a video showing the true hero. Raiden Kagawa. A man that doesn't hide behind a mask, might I add. Saving us from this demon Trigon. After this footage, you too will understand what this monster of a vice president was about to unleash on us. Chapter 78. The White House. A few hours after the reveal of what happened, and exposing the actions of the VP and Amanda Waller, Raiden got himself a meeting with the US President Elizabeth Ross Forbes. After the video was revealed, Raiden was put on the N1 most wanted criminal lists all over the country, and the world. Even the Justice League was asked to apprehend him, to clear his name, but Raiden decided, once again, to do something crazy. He decided to infiltrate the White House. The president was surrounded with many guards, so the moment Raiden popped out of the shadows, courtesy of Scathack, he said, "Do not do anything stupid, one wrong move and the president dies." Raiden grabbed the president from behind, putting her in front of him and the guards. Of course, the guards all pulled their weapons and aimed at Raiden. The president was in the room with her advisors, the general, and a few guards, discussing how to deal with the recent events. So Raiden coming to them out of nowhere was something they didn't expect. The first person to speak was the general, saying, "You've got some guts to come here, you damn monster. Release the president right now." President Ross Forbes remained composed despite the sudden intrusion and the perilous standoff in her office. She spoke calmly but firmly, addressing Raiden and the general. "General, please. Let's handle this calmly." Raiden, I understand you're feeling desperate, but this isn't the way to resolve matters. Raiden tightened his grip slightly on the president. I need everyone to leave, just me and Ms. President in the office, now. Raiden's words aired the general as he screamed, you're a criminal, Kagawa. This won't end well for you. Hearing that, the president tried to de-escalate the situation saying, Raiden, releasing me is the first step towards finding a peaceful resolution. I'm here to listen. Let's find a way to address the accusations against you without any more violence. Look, I'm only here to talk, please understand, I do not wish to cause any problems, Ms. President, if you can talk with me for just a few minutes, I'll not only let you go, I'll leave everyone here, without hurting anyone, please, don't be rash, and think things through, said Raiden. He was somewhat desperate to clear his name, and he truly didn't want to hurt anyone trying to do that. Raiden, I appreciate your desire to talk, but I cannot negotiate under these circumstances. Please release me and allow us to address your concerns peacefully. We can find a way to communicate without putting lives at risk. I'm here to listen, but we need to ensure the safety of everyone present. Let's work together to find a resolution that doesn't involve threats or violence. Hearing the president's words, Raiden said, I am willing to do that, but I need you to make sure none of them do anything stupid. Shooting me will do me no damage. I know you all saw the video of me defeating Trigon. Trust me when I say this, if I wanted to, I could have killed everyone here and kidnapped you just like I did the VP. I'm genuinely here to talk. Please, don't force my hand, lower your weapons, and allow me to speak with her. I understand your capabilities, Raiden, but let's approach this peacefully. Guards, stand down. The general hesitated, exchanging a cautious glance with the president before reluctantly signaling for the guards to lower their weapons. Raiden, you have my attention. Let's talk. What do you want to discuss? Okay, good, I know we started this conversation on the wrong foot. I just want to say, it's an honor meeting you, Miss President. In this corrupt world, you're one of the few people I have faith in and trust, at least from the actions you show to the world, said Raiden as he started to release the president. Thank you, Raiden. It's certainly an unexpected encounter, but I appreciate your kind words. It sounds like you've been through quite an ordeal. I'm intrigued to hear more about your perspective on recent events. Please, have a seat, and let's work together to navigate this situation with integrity and uphold the principles of justice. Spoke the president to Raiden. He then nodded, sat down, and looked around. Still weary of the general and guards, he sighed and said, First things first, after the video was released, which not only contained all the evidence of the VP and Amanda Waller's wrongdoings but revealed their plans to conspire against you, I was surprised to find myself on the most wanted list, all over the world. Nodding her head, the president said, I understand your concern, Raiden. The events you've described are deeply troubling, and I assure you, we are taking them very seriously. However, it's imperative to maintain the rule of law even in the face of such revelations. While your actions may have been necessary to thwart their plans, they still require examination within the framework of our justice system. Kidnapping the VP was something reckless, and we'll need to gather more evidence to clear your name. Just so you know, we made sure to ask for you to be apprehended, because we trust in you, I trust you, and your actions so far have never been against that of humanity. Hearing that, Raiden was a bit frustrated as he said, Okay, good, I want to be clear, I already released the VP and Amanda, they should be outside your office right now. I have not harmed them, not even once. As for the reason I'm here now, is not only to clear my name, I want you to make it clear, to the world, that I am protecting Earth. My actions were extreme, I understand that, but I have to act that way. The world is literally being invaded by the Reach alien race as we speak, but the public doesn't even realize it. They love the Reach. 'Cause they think they are here to be friends with us. I want you to grant me amnesty, for all my actions from before, and future. That is the only way I can feel that I don't have to worry about my back when facing Earth's enemies, explained Raiden. He knew he was asking for too much, but he had to protect the world. Earth needs to be united, and truly follow his will, no more political bullshit. Hearing Raiden's words, the president nudged her guards to check outside the office. Upon finding both Amanda and the vice president right outside her office, she knew he was telling the truth. She asked the guards to apprehend them and then looked at Raiden, and said, I appreciate your honesty, Raiden, and I understand the gravity of the situation you've described. Protecting Earth from external threats is a noble cause, and your actions, though extreme, were driven by a sense of duty. Granting you amnesty for past and future actions, however, is a significant decision that requires careful consideration. I must prioritize the safety and stability of our nation and the world. Let me assure you that I will personally oversee an investigation into the Reach and their activities. If what you say is true and they pose a hidden threat to Earth, we need to address it transparently and decisively. As for your amnesty request, I will consult with my advisors and consider the broader implications. Your actions have undoubtedly raised important questions about how we confront emerging threats. In the meantime, I ask for your cooperation and patience. We will work towards a resolution that ensures both the safety of our planet and the protection of those who defend it. Miss President, I have trust in you, and I do think you are perfect for your position, so I'll be revealing something about me. Had I wanted to, if I wanted to, I could and can, take over this entire planet. Not only that, I now have the powers to destroy the world truly. I chose not to, because this is my home, and I love it. My powers, they're a secret that everyone wants to understand. So I'll be clear and reveal their origins for you, said Raiden, a bit hesitant, but he has to do it. This is the only way. I can't have the world against me. I'm strong now, but fighting against Darkseid and Earth is something impossible, even for me. Hearing his words, the president stayed quiet for a few seconds, trying to assess if what Raiden said was a threat or genuine truth, if he was truly trying to cooperate or trying to cause mayhem. I appreciate your trust in me, Raiden, and I understand the weight of what you're sharing. It's clear that your intentions are grounded in a desire to protect Earth. Understanding the origins of your powers could indeed shed light on how best to navigate these complex challenges. Please, go ahead and share what you're comfortable disclosing. Knowledge of your abilities and their origins could prove invaluable as we assess the broader landscape of threats facing our world. President Elizabeth Ross Forbes listened with a mix of astonishment and contemplation. The gravity of Raiden's connection to Earth and the responsibility bestowed upon him by Gaia is not lost on her. Raiden, what you've described is truly remarkable and carries profound implications. If Earth itself has chosen you as its protector against an unprecedented threat, then your actions take on a different significance. Your request for amnesty aligns with this unique mandate entrusted to you by the will of the planet, Gaia. However, I still need time to consider the implications of this revelation and verify it. I need to consult with experts and my advisors. We must ensure that your abilities are wielded responsibly and in service to the greater good. Rest assured, I am committed to finding a solution that honors your role as Earth's chosen guardian while upholding the principles of justice and accountability. In the meantime, I need you to cooperate with us, and surrender yourself to. Before the president finished her words, her secretary walked in running saying, Miss President. You need to see this. The secretary was a bit shocked, seeing Raiden and everyone in the room tensed, but she ignored all of that, as she turned the TV on. News reports and NASA were showing how a planet, the size of the moon, was closing in on Earth. This alien origin mechanical planet has been closing in on us, since a few hours ago. The Justice League is trying to communicate with it, but at the moment, it's believed to be an invasion or a threat on that level. President Ross Forbes' attention shifts immediately to the urgent news unfolding on the television screen. The gravity of the situation is palpable in the room as Raiden and her team absorb the shocking report. Raiden, it appears that your warning was tragically accurate. We are facing an unprecedented threat to Earth. She then turned to her secretary saying, gather the National Security Council and contact the Justice League. We need a comprehensive strategy to address this threat immediately. Seeing the planet approaching, Raiden thought, so that's the war world. He then got up and said, no, this isn't the danger I spoke of. The monster I have to face is much stronger than that mechanical planet. For now, you can postpone that amnesty I asked for. After seeing what I'm about to do today, you will understand that the fact that I even took time to discuss with you is in of itself an honor. Watch closely, Miss President, I will show you the will of Gaia. He then disappeared in the shadows, just as he appeared, and left the astonished and frightened president to contemplate and observe what was about to happen on the day that the world recognizes the birth of a god. Chapter 79. The Reach and the United Nations take this unprovoked and aggressive threat very seriously. Unfortunately, the Reach only has this simple ship, designed for peaceful exploration and diplomacy and unequipped with any weapons, spoke the Reach's ambassador on live TV. The entire Justice League was watching the news and devising plans on how to deal with the current situation. Recognized Raiden B-10. As soon as Raiden walked inside the Justice League watchtower, the entire corps turned in his direction, some even prepared for battle against him, as he was and still is, a wanted criminal. You are no longer welcome here, Raiden Kagawa. Surrender yourself peacefully, and don't even think about transforming, or I will blast you on. Before that, spoke Captain Atom as he aimed his hands at Raiden, energy forming, waiting for any sudden movement. There were other members that joined in, threatening him as well, but Dick was quick to try and calm everyone down. Calm down everyone, we have a bigger threat here. Are we sure that the war world is a bigger threat? Joked Impulse as he was preparing to fight as well. No, it's not, and just so we're clear, none of you are a real threat. I didn't come here to fight you. I came here to help deal with that massive satellite that's just about to reach Earth. After all, want it or not, Earth is still my home, said Raiden as he nonchalantly ignored the threats of the League members, facing forward and focused on the real threat. This prompted Captain Atom to disagree, saying, "We don't need the help of a wanted criminal, the League is more than enough to deal with this threat." Hearing Atom's words, Raiden smiled as he said, "That's a great idea, you should never accept help from a wanted criminal. It's a good thing I'm not wanted anymore, isn't it?" Hearing that, Captain Atom was confused before he heard the next words from Nightwing, "Captain. He's telling the truth. Here look." Nightwing projected his computer screen to all the screens in the watchtower. Raiden Kagawa's wanted statues has been suspended. Furthermore, after dealing with the current threat, all the important figures in the country are meeting up to discuss full amnesty on all his crimes with a possibility of an immunity on all activities that he does, as long as they are deemed to be the will of the planet and for the sake of protecting it and humanity. "How is that possible?" said Atom as he looked surprised. Nightwing said, "It's the orders of the United States President, the Congress also approved, I'm not sure why, but he's not wanted anymore." Raiden smiled as he said, "I had a little talk with the President, and she understood my actions. I was hoping y'all would understand as well, considering not long ago, most of you here, were considered vigilantes, and not heroes. I'm pretty sure you all have seen the footage, so it should be clear that my actions were necessary. Allowing evil to infest inside the government just because you don't have solid evidence is downright idiotic. Sometimes, one has to use underhanded means to achieve peace. Now can we focus on the threat over there? I'm not here to explain my actions to you lot, I'm here to save the planet, again." With Raiden's wanted status suspended, Atom couldn't do anything to arrest him. However, he was adamant about having his eyes on him, saying, "Fine, you are free, but we don't need you in this operation. We don't know what kind of underhanded methods you'll resort to again. As such, you will not be allowed to join this operation." "Oh really? And since when did I need your approval?" "Listen up here, Captain, you're starting to get on my nerves. This isn't some sort of a joke military operation where shit goes to plan. This is a threat to the entire planet, so forgive me for not giving a single fuck about your opinion on this." Raiden's aggressive tone made it clear that he wasn't here to play nice. This didn't sit well with Captain Atom, but Nightwing's words eased up the heated duo. "He's right, Captain, this isn't a Justice League operation, or even the team's mission, this is a world-level threat. We need all the help we can get." "Fine, but I'll be keeping my eye on you," said Atom. This made Raiden roll his eyes, but he didn't say anything. After all, he didn't care about who was watching him. "Then I shall proceed with the explanation," said the Green Beetle, a Martian who was connected with the same beetle as the one in Blue Beetle. Raiden didn't know much about him, so he was going to wait until after the briefing before he asked Nightwing. "I managed to hack the Reach's database and found some information about this mega satellite structure. It is known as the War World. It was made by a long-extinct civilization, and it's filled with a massive amount of armory, weapons of mass destruction, strong enough to even destroy your world. According to the data, it can only be activated with a key." As the Martian continued to speak, the screen showed the face of a tall and muscular alien, with orange skin. This man, known as Mongol, found the key and activated it. The War World is self-powering and self-sustaining. It has an endless supply of worker drones that provide repair and security. Mongol can control the War World using the help at the command room. He can control it with his mere thoughts, as long as he is wearing the helm of control. The Martian continued to explain more about Mongol and his reason for being here. Mongol was an exiled dictator from his home planet and desired to regain power. He came to the conclusion that the only way to do so was by taking over the entire galaxy. "Why has he come here?" asked Captain Atom, the question on everyone's mind, to which the Martian said, "I believe he has deemed Earth a worthy threat to his galaxy domination quest." With the briefing almost ending, Atom said, "Since we've confirmed that this War World is a threat to Earth, we'll have to devise a plan to disable it and protect the Earth. We'll regroup in an hour and conjure a plan." After the briefing, Raiden walked toward Dick saying, "Long time no see." This made Dick a bit angry and he said, "Dude, where have you been?" "Well, I know where you were, but you didn't even inform me. We could have helped you with Amanda and the demon Trigon. We defeated him before." Hearing that, Raiden sighed, saying, "He was much stronger this time, and you only managed to defeat him last time due to him being weakened and a power-up given to you by Merlin, something I can't do just yet." "Okay, fine, but what about the Vice President kidnapping and Amanda? You went over the line." "You are now a national threat," said Dick, to which Raiden smiled, saying, "Ex-national threat. I had a talk with the President, she was very understanding of my actions." "And how exactly did you get a meeting with her?" asked Dick with a suspicious hint, to which Raiden scratched his head, saying, "I kinda, infiltrated the White House." "What? Are you crazy?" screamed Dick. This made Raiden try to shush him since he was drawing attention, saying, "Hey, calm down, it worked out just fine." "And what if it didn't? What would you have done then?" Raiden smiled, saying, "Guess we'll never know." Anyways, I've been away for a while, catch me up on what's been going on, like who's that green beetle Martian, said Raiden. Hearing that, Dick explained to him about what happened since he was gone. How Megan was mock-kidnapped by Artemis and Deathstroke, who had replaced his arms with a prosthetic one, how she fixed the mentally injured Calder. He also explained what happened with Jamie Reyes aka the Blue Beetle, and how Impulse came back from the future to stop him from becoming a world-dominating dictator. According to Impulse, in the future, the Reach manages to conquer Earth and enslave its people, with Blue Beetle's help. What about Mr. Green Beetle, is he trustworthy? Said Raiden. Nightwing nodded saying, yes, at least we think so. Some of the team members were on a mission and encountered Black. Green saved them and they escaped together. According to him, the beetle wasn't able to control him since he was a green Martian, and his body's physiology was special. Is that so? If he hacked the Reach to gain this information, wouldn't he have been able to do the same and find the location of the Reach's fleet? Sounds a bit convenient to me that he was only able to access files about the Warworld. Upon hearing Raiden's words, Dick opened his eyes wide in shock saying, does that mean? But Megan scanned his mind. She said there's nothing suspicious about him. He's a Martian just like her. I'd imagine he has some sort of ability that makes him hide his thoughts, or even worse, Megan wasn't strong enough. It's very possible, considering how she was useless against Despero. You might be onto something, Raiden. Zatanna informed me of an ancient ritual that could help cleanse the Scarab from the Reach's control. We were planning on taking Jamie and the Martian there after dealing with the Warworld. I might need you to be there, just in case, since I can't trust him anymore. Adam and the Senior League members came back. Dick also participated in the meeting about the plans on how to deal with the Warworld. The plan is simple. Earth's #1 defense is the Justice League, and I imagine Mongol knows this too, so we'll focus on frontal assault. While the team infiltrates the Warworld, the team will split in 3. Team A will attack on Mongol directly and try to remove him from the helm. Team B will try to find the key's location and take it. Team C will try and find the Warworld's engine and destroy that. This way, we can guarantee success as long as one team's manage to succeed. Dr. Fate will also be participating. He'll provide the planet with defense from the Warworld's mass destruction weapons. As for you, Raiden, we haven't given you any role, so we'll leave it up to you. Hearing Dick's words, Raiden smiled when he said that Raiden given full freedom, not like they could really restrain him, but he appreciated that Dick probably had to do a lot of convincing in the meeting room. Get ready, the Warworld is closing in on Earth now, said Adam as the team started to go to their ships and form up in their designated teams. Is it done, Scat-Hack? Said Raiden inside his mind, to which Scat-Hack replied, yes, I placed a magical imprint on all of the members going inside the Warworld. Scat-Hack was inside his shadow all along, and no one knew that her stealth skills were so good, that Raiden still couldn't believe that she was a Lancer. Good, with this, we can proceed with the plan. Dr. Fate should be able to do just about that much. Unbeknownst to anyone, Raiden had already devised a plan to take down the Warworld, a plan he worked on a few weeks ago when he made his deal with the Light. Chapter 80. Attention, Warworld, this is Captain Adam of the Justice League, representing the planet Earth. We wish to open negotiations, spoke Captain Adam through the Watchtower's comms, directly at the Warworld, which has now reached the moon and about to pass it. But I am uninterested in negotiations. The Earth under the Reach's thumb is too dangerous for my long-term plans. It must be destroyed, and frankly, if you understood what you're in for with the Reach, you'd thank me for putting you out of your collective misery. Now, spoke a voice from inside the Warworld. Clearly it was from Mongol, as he explained his reasons for choosing to destroy the Earth, ending his words with an order to the Warworld as it started to open up, displaying a large cannon directed at Earth. The cannon started to build up energy, as it unleashed it, but suddenly facing it, Dr. Fate emerged from a portal. With his magic, he created a cross-like magical barrier that reflected the large cannon's attack on itself, destroying it immediately. In retaliation, Mongol released more and more cannons, albeit they were smaller than the first one by quite a bit. Each and every single one of them contained rocket directed at Dr. Fate. But once again, they were hitting a barrier that wasn't Dr. Fate's creation, rather it was Rocket, as she flew next to him with Fate's magic. This was to protect Dr. Fate from small attacks like these, so he could preserve his magic for the real-world threatening attack. Hundreds of thousands of rockets started to fly from the Warworld to Earth. Some were intercepted by the League members, and some were blocked by Dr. Fate's magical barrier. I'm not sure we're doing much damage here, but this much should be enough to distract him, as the others sneak in, spoke Captain Adam on the comms. Raiden looked around as he joined Rocket and Dr. Fate inside the former's bubble of protection. How long can you hold for? Asked Raiden, directed at the duo. Not long enough, the needs to be fast, and I'm curious why you are here and not inside. As Gaia's protective shield, you should be doing more than this, spoke Dr. Fate directing his question to Raiden. I have a different role today, just hold on for as long as you can. Once my plans are fulfilled, I'll help. Are you saying you can help us at any time, yet refusing not to? I know you are mad at the Justice League. But come on, Raiden. The world is in danger, screamed Rocket at Raiden. Oh, this has nothing to do with the Justice League, just trust me, I'm preserving energy for a big one-time attack, and I'll need all the time you guys can buy. I'm not refusing to attack, I'm simply biding my time, said Raiden. He was of course lying, but that didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Fine. But you better make it worth it. Alpha Squad. We've reached the control room, about to engage Mongol in battle, spoke Connor as he, Wolf, Cassie, and Arsenal entered the room. Beta Squad. We're still en route to the key chamber, lots of drones, we've been discovered. But that doesn't matter, we'll make sure to finish them, spoke Blue Beetle, as he, Impulse, and Beast Boy. Gamma Squad, we're approaching the engine room right now, the defenses are pretty heavy, and there are hundreds of attack drones on us, we'll do our best, spoke Carrie as she, Bumblebee, Guardian, Mal Duncan, and Sphere. Delta Squad, we're on the move, laying down cover fire for the surface forces, spoke Batgirl as she drove the Martian stealth ship, and started to attack with it, backing up the League with Robin. All the squads are in position, we just have to wait for good news, spoke Nightwing from inside the watchtower to the rest of the members, we just have to trust in them. As the fight continued outside and inside, Raiden kept in position and waited for the team inside, whether they succeeded or not, his objective didn't change, after all, he'd been planning this since he met with the Light. Few weeks ago. The Warworld? What's that? Said Raiden as he stared towards Savage and Clarion. Well, that is to be expected, after all, even if you were out in space for a few years, I doubt you would have heard of it. Now, I'll be frank, you know our objective, and we know that you desire to protect the Earth, especially since you're Gaia's chosen one. Hearing Savage mention Gaia, Raiden narrowed his eyes, then turned his head towards Clarion saying, I guess the Lords of Chaos are aware of the situation as well. Interesting, what are you getting at, Savage? Make it clear. I still fail to see what this meeting has to do with Earth. The person who owns the Warworld is someone who wants to conquer the galaxy. Of course, the moment he hears that the Reach is on Earth, he'll deem Earth to be too dangerous, and he will be coming here to destroy it. In exchange for giving you information of the danger, I'd like you to do us a favor, and trust me when I say this, the Warworld is a danger, even to us. As such, we'd like to make a deal. In exchange for this information, you will bring us something. If I deem the information to be that useful, then sure, I still fail to trust your words on the danger of this Warworld, said Raiden, to which Savage smiled and said, Warworld is a threat that could erase Earth from the universe, you should take it seriously. Savage went on to explain what the Warworld is, and how dangerous it is. This prompted Raiden to ask, if what you say is the truth, then what is it that you ask from me? Simply don't defeat Mongol and don't take the key until the Reach gets involved, because Earth is very important to the Reach, they will eventually get involved. Once they do, just wait, you'll know what I mean once you see it, then, sneak onto the Warworld and take the key that powers it. As part of our deal, we want the key. Hearing that, Raiden narrowed his eyes. So you want me to give the key to a world-threatening weapon? This made Savage smile as he said, I cannot trust the Justice League with such a weapon, and you can't trust us with it as well. As such, we'll both take a piece of it, you and the Justice League will take the Warworld, and we'll take the key. This way, the two parties can never use the weapons against each other. With Savage explaining his purpose, Raiden narrowed his eyes a bit before saying, fine, I'll play along, if this truly helps in the Reach problem, then I'm all in, you've got a deal. After cutting Deathstroke's arm and leaving, Clarion looked at Savage saying, and we really can trust this brat? Why would he give us the key? He works with League, right? To this Savage says, it doesn't matter whether he gives us the key or not, what matters is that the kid doesn't trust the League, and won't give them the key, and since he can't trust anyone, he'll keep it for himself, and snatching it away won't be impossible. Raiden, it seems that Alpha Squad will fail, Mongol has defeated them, and all of them are alive, but they are incapacitated. It seems that this Mongol is getting angrier, and about to go all out, spoke Scathach towards Raiden. In a mental message, Raiden lowered his eyes saying, then, we'll proceed as planned, don't interfere yet, just let Mongol do what he must. With Mongol's anger boiling at the intruders and the resistance outside, he decided to go all out. I tried to take you out in a single merciful attack, but it would seem that Mongol's mercy is not appreciated. As such, I shall destroy Earth the hard way. The Warworld will unleash all of its weapons on Earth. Sitting back in his chair, and taking helm once again, he gave the order, an all-out assault on Earth. The Warworld opened up, as the thousands of rockets turned into tens of thousands, weapons of varying power and scale, each aimed at Earth. Many of the rockets were being intercepted by the League members and Dr. Fate's barrier. This is not enough. According to the analysis, 64% of the rockets have been intercepted, and Earth's military force is estimating to be able to fend off an extra 13%, said Nightwing. 23% is enough to decimate Earth's atmosphere, and ruin the planet's living conditions. We can't allow that. The meat will all spoil, said Black as he looked at the date. He and the ambassador were watching the entire battle, hoping for the League to be able to fend off the attack. We have no choice, activate the drone fleet. We might lose Earth's trust because we'll be discovered, but that doesn't matter much. We can't afford to lose this planet and its metagene capabilities, said the ambassador. With his order, the fleet of the Reach flew directly to space, and intercepted the remaining 23% of the attacks. This worked wonderfully, as not only were the Warworld's rockets intercepted, rather the Reach's drone fleet was destroyed in the process, a double win for Raiden. So that's what Savage meant, huh? Well then, with the Reach's fleet destroyed, it's time for me to step in, Scathack. It's time to go to the key room and wait in the shadows. Fate, it's time for me to step in. Here, use this magical signature to teleport everyone who's inside the Warworld out. Make sure that Kari Kagawa comes here, while the others teleport inside the watchtower, said Raiden as he handed a magical ball filled with many signature to Dr. Fate. It seems like you've been planning this for a while, huh? Well, in that case, said Fate as he started to channel magic through the magical ball. A gate then emerged behind them as Kari found herself teleported away. At the same time in the watchtower, a gate opened up, teleporting the team, and everyone on the battlefield back in it, leaving only Raiden, Fate, Rocket, and Kari in space facing against the Warworld. What? What happened? Where am I? Raiden. What are you doing here? Said Kari in shock as she looked towards Raiden. He looked at her saying, I asked Fate to teleport you here. I need your help, to power me up. Your mission has been cancelled. I'm taking over now, so put all your power into making me stronger. Okay, sure. Good luck. Brother Raiden, said Kari as she started to channel power into him, making her lose all her abilities. This made Fate float her as well, the same way he was doing to Rocket. Raiden stared forward as he started to focus. It's time. I have been trusting you for years now. Everyone seems to agree that you always pick the right servant for each situation. Now I'm asking you for it, the servant that can fulfill my wish, and help me. Throne of Heroes, it's time for the king's descent. Energy burst through Raiden, the most powerful energy that Raiden had ever experienced. Not even when he was in his grand form, the amount of power flowing through him right now, could only be described with one word, endless. The light then dimmed as Raiden's new figure emerged, golden hair standing up like a blazing flame. His face is described as handsome, and his eyes, crimson like blood. The figure's beauty can only be described as inhuman, perhaps godlike, endowed with a golden armor that covered him from neck to toe. It shined brightly as the work of perfection. Standing tall, watching him, Dr. Fate, who could even see the soul of man, was shocked. And the reason was, his very soul glows golden. Ah, so it is you, the mongrel who dares to inhabit the vessels of servants? How intriguing you are. To summon even me, you must possess some semblance of worth. Take pride in that. You're about to bask in the magnificence that is I, Gilgamesh, directly. Spoke Gilgamesh, the only hero that is known as the King of Heroes, the world's oldest legend, and the world's strongest hero as well. It appears my assistance is needed here. Very well, I grant you permission to wield my power through this vessel. Normally, I wouldn't be so generous with mongrels. But you're an exception. Your insight aligns well with my own. You have earned a measure of my respect. Go forth now, mongrel. Uphold my name and safeguard what rightfully belongs to me. Then, with your permission, I shall abide with Gaia's will, said Raiden as he started to fly directly towards the Warworld. Opening up again, the hundreds of rockets started to load and aimed at the new threat. Unleashing them, Mongol was assessing the new threat's power. Looking at the Warworld aiming at him, Raiden spoke, Open, gates of Babylon. As soon as the words left his mouth, hundreds of golden gates opened up behind him, every single one of them connected to the treasury of the king, containing every single weapon that humanity has ever created, or will ever create. The golden gates released hundreds of swords that intercepted the rockets, forcing them to explode before reaching Raiden. The gates contained hundreds of swords, and each sword was comparable to a noble phantasm in terms of power. Shutting down Mongol's first attack, Raiden spoke, Mongrel, in the name of Gaia, I demand your surrender. Submit now, and you may yet be spared. Understand that this mercy is a singular grace bestowed upon you by the benevolence of Gaia. Raiden's voice resonated. It was loud enough to make sure that Mongol would hear it. Raiden was giving him a choice of surrender, not because he was merciful, rather, to make sure the world hears that Gaia is a merciful planet, but strong nonetheless. He knew that the major powers of the galaxy were all watching, and he wanted to be sure that they heard it. Surrender. Mongol doesn't surrender. I am the conqueror of many planets. Yours is no exception to this. The Warworld doesn't yield, said Mongol, as the weapons increased in number, and started to get more and more aggressive. "Scat hack, it's time to remove the key from the inside and leave, I shall end this," said Raiden, directing his words to Scat hack. Hearing that, she immediately went to work. Exiting from the shadows, she eliminated countless drones before reaching the key and taking it out. As soon as she did that, the warworld stopped working, and all the weapons went back inside. Raiden could have ended it there. After all, Scat hack could easily deal with Mongol, or even escape, but Raiden didn't want that. The warworld will remain a threat to Gaia, whether it is in the hands of the Light or the Justice League. As such, with your permission, King, let me destroy it. An intriguing decision. A demonstration of power and a warning to potential adversaries in my name. Fwahahaha, quite fascinating indeed. Very well then, I grant you permission, mongrel. Unleash everything. This privilege is typically exclusive to me, but I extend it to you now. Fwahahaha, show the world why I am the king of heroes. Nodding his head, Raiden brought out an oddly shaped key from inside the gate of Babylon. The key was a special one, that unlocked the weapon. Yay. In a key-opening motion directed at the sky, red lines started to form in the skies. Then, another gate opened, as the Sword of Rupture emerged. EA is the most powerful noble phantasm contained in the gate of Babylon and the pinnacle of all those used by servants. It has an abnormal shape that doesn't match what would normally be classified as something specialized like a sword. It looked like a cylinder that was swirling around itself, dark and red swirling aside. The handle was golden, just like the radiance of the king, and unlike all of his other nameless weapons that were able to be passed on to other wielders throughout history, it is a sword only Gilgamesh possesses, a unique existence that can only be possessed by him, that is suited only for a ruler's use and makes him transcendent, and Raiden was now able to hold it, courtesy of Gilgamesh's body and permission. Raising the sword in the air, Raiden started to chant. I shall perform this final blow in the name of Gaia. I will tell you of the beginning. Heaven and earth split, nothingness congratulated creation. My sword of rupture cleaved the world. Mortar of the stars, heaven's hell is the eve of creation's celebration. Now you shall die and be silent. Enoma Elish. With each word, the sword swirled faster and faster, and at its tip, a small dark sphere started to swirl as well. Faster and faster, the sword's energy collected at the tip, and aimed it towards the warworld, and its power was unleashed, a blast that was so massive and powerful, it engulfed the entirety of the warworld, which was almost the same size as the moon. Performing the miracle of Genesis, something that reveals creation, the beginning of everything, the attack opens an abyss capable of crushing anything. The center of the storm is not calm, but rather a hole to hell itself that returns all that enters its realm to the nothingness from which it originated. The wind pressure creates a vacuum that takes all things with form, the land, the atmosphere, and the sky, into the whirling void. Raiden then hid EA again and looked at the skies, aiming to speak to the rulers of the galaxy, the ones that observed the situation with intrigue, to assess Earth and its power. This is my final warning. I care not for the power you wield, the authority you claim, or the laws you serve. Earth is my domain, and protecting it is my duty. If anyone dares to threaten my home again in this manner, my sword will be directed at them instead. Chapter 81. With the warworld completely annihilated, the world was left to watch in awe. The coverage of the entire battle was captured by news channels, specifically the one led by the TV presenter G. Gordon Godfrey. Due to their affiliation with the Light, they even gained footage of the entire battle in space, and live-streamed it to the world to watch. This was part of the original plan Raiden and Savage made, to expose the Reach's ships and the fact that the Reach lied about them not having any fleet on Earth. But what took the spotlight was of course, Raiden's display of power. The entire world knew about Raiden Kagawa's powers, but in this battle, the world now truly recognized that he is a real powerhouse that should be respected, and the reaction of people online reflected that. Superman SGOAT07 frowny face. Yeah, I was wrong about this guy, that was insane. That planet was the size of the moon. And he obliterated it in an instant. That's crazy NGL. I still think Superman can beat him, but still, mad respect. Goatmasic Superman frowny face. I don't know bro, he's strong. But it's not his power, right? According to the Hero Wiki, his power is summoning old heroes and using that power, so technically speaking, Raiden ain't shit. Ronald Doiscode 07 frowny face. Shut the fuck up man, are you crazy? He obliterated a fucking moon, Like it's nothing. Lovecraft 82 frowny face. I'm also starting to think that the footage released about that Trigon demon was serious. If even Raiden went through trouble fighting that, then what would have happened if he wasn't here? NGL, he's growing on me, he's insanely strong and a hero. Dark Knight Rules frowny face. This also adds up to the crimes of the vice president. It's crazy, they almost doomed us. We need to start a movement, they've already announced that they arrested them. Maximum sentence. Or the death penalty. Uranus best girl UWU frowny face. I've always told you guys that this Raiden guy is insane. He's the GOAT. The GOAT, I tell you. Everything he's done in the last few months is more than the League has done in years. He's an actual hero. Raidenist GOAT 55 frowny face. Yeah. That's my GOAT alright, I've been saying this since he came out as a hero. Uranus best girl UWU frowny face Goatmasic Superman you fucking bitch. You thought I wouldn't notice you changing your name to Raidenist GOAT 55. You are trying to ride the hype. I was his first fan. I'm Raiden's #1 fan. The White House was also watching Raiden's display, specifically, the General and the President, General Richards. Do you still think Raiden is a threat we can handle? Because from the look of it, he was not lying about what he said. Such powers are something that we can't handle in our current state, spoke the President, directing her words to the General. Indeed, there are no known weaknesses for Kagawa. The closest we've got is the same strategy that Amanda Waller and the Vice President used to beat him, and even that failed, miserably. I do not approve of giving someone full immunity, but the choice is your MS, President, replied the General in a seldom tone, clearly not happy with the current state of affairs. He knew, better than anyone, that the US military doesn't have anyone or any weapon that can deal with such a threat. The choice is mine, huh, and why does it feel like I have no choice, Sai? In the end, we just have to trust the kid. Let's hope I make the right choice, said the President. As she called in for a meeting, she started the preparation for the amnesty. She knew that the Congress will go along with her plans. With the recent members of the Congress exposed for having shady deals with the Vice President, they were not in a position to display power and go against her. It is time for me to depart, mongrel. I am somewhat disappointed that you wielded my powers under the guise of the will of Gaia. However, since it was done to protect my domain, I will permit it, spoke Gilgamesh as Raiden transformed back into his normal state. Goodbye, King. Bond increased. Gilgamesh Bond 1 Bond 4. Raiden Kagawa, that was quite the impressive display of prowess, as expected of Gaia's beloved, said Dr. Fate, complimenting Raiden. Thanks, what about you, huh? How's the vassal? I'll have to admit, it's very efficient, befitting to be my host, replied Dr. Fate. Raiden, holy shit. That was insane. Like seriously. And yeah, I'm sorry about lashing out earlier. I guess you were aiming to expose the Reach's fleet. That was a great plan, Raiden. You always outdo yourself, said Rocket. Yeah. Brother, that was so cool, said Carrie, as she added, we should go back though. I'm worried about the others. Don't worry, Fate will take you two to the watchtower, said Raiden, to which Carrie asked, what about you? I have something to deal with. Using a command spell to summon me was a waste. Couldn't you have asked that magician to teleport me as well, said Scathach. When Raiden confirmed the key was taken, he used a command spell to summon her back, and asked her to remain in her spirit form, a form that's given to servants so they can hide their identities. I want to keep you a secret for now, you're sort of my trump card. That's also the reason why I asked you to edit yourself from the footage of us fighting Trigon, said Raiden, confirming Scathach's suspicion. Then she smiled saying, is that so? I thought you removed me from the footage to look stronger. You know I would never do that, replied Raiden, before an angry voice said, you brat. You dare show yourself after the stunt you just pulled. Turning around, Raiden looked in the direction of the annoying voice. There he saw Clarion, and the clearly unhappy Savage. This was their agreed meeting location, and the place where Raiden was supposed to hand over the key to the warworld. Of all people, I did not expect the paragon of heroes, and Gaia's chosen to be without honor. We made a deal, and we fulfilled our end, but you betrayed us. Destroying the warworld was a mistake, and I'll make sure you regret it, said Savage with clear aggression in his tone. Honor, you say? I didn't know that villains have honor, but I won't sit here and let you say that about me. Our deal was simple. You wanted the key, said Raiden as he grabbed the key from the shadows, and threw it at Savage's feet. There's your key. I don't remember us having a deal that doesn't allow me to destroy the warworld. I understand your anger though. The key is useless without the warworld. I guess not entirely useless. Maybe you can sell it at an antique shop. Seeing Raiden mock him, Savage looked at Clarion and nodded his head. I've been waiting to kill you, brat, said Clarion as he conjured up hands from a magical portal that opened up behind him. Dark hands started to emerge, trying to attack Raiden, but then from the shadows, Scathach emerged, cutting the hands to pieces. Saber. Mordred, screamed Raiden as he transformed into his saber form, getting ready for battle. This prompted Clarion to get serious, as more than 100 gates opened behind him. Instead of hands, it was dark red magical spheres, ready to strike. As he unleashed them, Raiden and Scathach prepared to attack, but instead, a barrier of flowers was created between the two sides. As for Clarion's magic spheres, they all turned into flowers as they smashed the wall. Ah, my esteemed gentlemen and ladies, I propose a moment of respite amidst this tumultuous clash. Surely, the earth has endured its share of cataclysmic strife today. Let us adjourn for a brief interlude and retreat to our respective abodes. Therein lies wisdom, for even the grandest battles must yield to the solace of reprieve, spoke a voice that emerged from the flowers. He was a handsome man, wearing a white robe, his hair was snow white, and his appearance was clear of that of a mage. Who are you? How dare you interfere, said Savage as he was about to nod for Clarion to attack again, but then Clarion shocked Savage saying, we should leave. Knowing Clarion's personality and desire for murder, Savage was shocked to see him actively decide to retreat, so in the end, he followed him, teleporting away. Merlin. Are you kidding? You two can just pop out of my system. Why did you want to retreat, said Savage, to which Clarion, in an annoyed tone said, I didn't. I wanted to fight that shitty strong mage. But the damn Lords of Chaos kept pestering me to retreat. I see, then it was a wise decision, the Lords of Chaos care about your safety. Now then, let us go visit our partner. It would seem that Darkseid is very keen to know about the recent events on Earth. Chapter 82. Merlin. Are you kidding? You two can just pop out of my system, said Raiden as he stared at Merlin. Merlin laughed a bit saying, oh no, I'm actually alive, you see, I've always been alive, living in the land of Avalon, or to be more precise trapped there. If you're alive, then how did you become a servant that day? A grand one at that, asked Raiden. Merlin smiled saying, well, it's not that difficult to trick the summoning system, to be honest. I've done this multiple times to summon myself. It needed a grand caster, one that could handle the situation in the best way possible. Solomon was too strong and dangerous, especially as a grand, so it chose me. That still doesn't explain why you're here now, said Raiden. Merlin pointed at Scathach and said, I'm here because of her. Since you were able to make a master and servant contract with her, you should be able to do the same with me. Hearing that, Raiden narrowed his eyes in suspicion saying, and what do you gain out of that? You said you were alive, so why the hell would you want this advantageous contract like that? Oh yes, it is interesting that you doubt me, but it's also the right thing. I actually am alive, but you see, I'm unable to leave the Tower of Avalon. I was trapped there. I can make illusions to walk the earth, but in reality, I've never left the tower ever since my entrapment. Even now, I'm still stuck there. Thinking through it a bit, Raiden looked at the two servants saying, I suppose you guys have the same problem, huh? One was stuck in the land of the shadows while the other in the Tower of Avalon, living life fully, but trapped in a place where no one can get to you. Since that's the case, I don't mind giving you a contract, Merlin. Let us start. System has detected the presence of a living servant. Servant known as Merlin is bound to the Tower of Avalon. Host can enter a master and servant contract with the servant. Doing so, the servant known as Merlin will be bound to the host instead. Pressing Y in his system screen, Raiden watched as red light shone upon Merlin. His figure started to dissipate, as another figure started to replace it. I suppose that's the real him, the one that wasn't an illusion. He looks exactly the same. After few seconds, Merlin opened his eyes saying, it will be an honor to serve Gaia's chosen one, master. Host already has 3 command spells. Command spells can be used to make a servant stronger or use a noble phantasm. Command spells can be used to force a servant to listen to the master's orders. Upon use, a command spell won't regenerate until after 10 days has passed. Command spells left, 2. Time for the next regeneration, 9 days. 22H31M22S. Alright, with that done, we should go check out the watchtower. Something interesting is going on there, said Raiden as he turned around, looking for the nearest Zeta tube to the watchtower. Recognized Raiden B-10. Everyone in the watchtower turned to the teleportation voice. Seeing him emerge from there was shocking to all of them. The person they had tried to fight just recently ended up destroying a moon-sized satellite. What if they went too far? What would have happened? Raiden. Thanks. Breaking the silence, it was Nightwing who said those words. Following up after him was Connor saying, yeah, Raiden, thanks, that was great work, you even saved me from a beating. More and more of his older teammates thanked him, and then it turned into the entire league thanking him. This proved that Raiden has gotten the trust of the league fully. Perhaps it was fear, but at the end of the day, it didn't matter to Raiden, as long as he doesn't have to focus on protecting his back, and instead aim at the enemies of Gaia. Raiden Kagawa, spoke a voice behind Raiden. Raiden had a frown upon hearing that voice. As he turned around, Captain Adam. Adam put his hands on Raiden's shoulder saying, thank you. He then turned around and as he was about to leave said, after the celebration, come to the meeting room, the president wishes to have a talk with you. Raiden nodded his head in approval. Raiden then found Nightwing and pulled him to the side saying, "So, about that thing, we're doing it right?" Hearing Raiden's words, Nightwing opened his eyes saying, "What? Now? We just had a war." "What are you guys talking about?" said a voice behind Nightwing. It was Connor. Nightwing was about to dismiss the whole thing, but Connor said, "And don't even think about leaving me out of this like the Calder news." "He's right, you know. I'm glad you at least told them." With both Raiden and Connor trapping him, Nightwing conceded saying, "Fine, okay, I'll tell you guys. Few months ago, we sent the girls into a mission in Byalia. It was to save some of the kidnapped kids, and gain information about the kidnappings, but what happened was something else. In the cave used to hide the children, there was carvings on the walls, dating back to 4000 BCE. In those carvings, there was pictures of Beetle, one very similar to Blue's Beetle, and instructions to a ritual that would cleanse one's mind from the Beetle's control. Zatanna said she's studying the ritual, and that she could probably replicate it." Hearing Nightwing's words, Connor asked, "Why do we need to replicate it?" "Wait, are you saying we can't trust Blue?" "Rather, it's the green one that I don't trust. How did he manage to access the Reach's database so easily?" "Without finding anything about their fleet," said Raiden. "Besides, it's the best time to strike. The Reach were already exposed today, their fleet was seen live on TV, the president, the government, and now the public. Don't trust them, it's the perfect time to strike," said Raiden. Hearing that the other two couldn't help but agree, as Nightwing said, "Then, I'll prepare a team, and we'll proceed tonight." "Good, I'll tell the president that as well. Things will be hectic for a while, but I promise, at the end of the week, the Reach will be kicked out of Earth." Walking inside the meeting room, Raiden looked around to see the members in attendance, Captain Atom, Zatara and Black Canary. "Since the other senior members are still missing, take a seat, Raiden. The call will start soon," said Canary, taking a seat at the round meeting table. He looked at the screen, awaiting for the call, then it started. The president showed up on the big screen. "Hello everyone, I would like to thank you all members of the Justice League and Raiden for your work. Humanity was saved today because of the actions you took," said the president, thanking everyone for their hard work. She then turned to Raiden saying, "The wanted statue of Raiden Kagawa has now been withdrew. Raiden will be granted amnesty for all his actions before today, and in fact, I'm working on a bill that has you getting immunity, Raiden. This will make your work easier. You'll be treated as a hero that the government approves of. Of course, I'll make sure no one questions your work, but we also would appreciate if you could provide us with evidence and reasons for any actions you take in the future." "I will, Ms. President. In fact, I plan on starting rather soon. Due to the reveal that happened few hours ago, the Reach has been hiding fleet under our noses. Isn't that a clear violation of our deal with them? I also believe my friends here in the League have managed to collect evidence that the Reach's new energy drink that was released few weeks ago, contains mind relaxants of foreign origins, meaning they are drugging our people," explained Raiden, insinuating that he'll be taking action as soon as possible. "Yes, I'm well aware of the fleet, however we've never received information about the relaxants. I'll be sure to create a file for all of this. The Reach has overreached in our world. I do agree it's time to kick them out, but I urge to wait for at least a day, enough for me to pass the bill, and do a press conference about it. Usually passing a bill like this would be extremely hard if not impossible, but due to your recent actions, it won't be hard to convince the corrupt Congress to cooperate," said the president, calming Raiden for enough time, so that she can make his action legal, and not only that, but so that she makes the government seem like they are working with the world's strongest hero, essentially showing the world the power of her government. "I don't like it," thought Raiden, but another voice inside his mind belonging to Merlin said, "You don't have to like it, this is politics. She does her best to gain advantage from you, and you will do the same. She'll improve her position, and show the world that you are her ally, meaning she has access to the world's strongest entity, and the hero of the public, and for you, your actions now, are considered law, imposed by the president herself, meaning you'll never face any backlash again. If anything, she'll be the one to get a backlash," explained Merlin. "You seem to know a lot about this politics game," said Raiden, to which Merlin explained, I was the court mage of Britannia long ago. I believe you already knew that, and since I serve you, I'll be your court mage, King Raiden." "A king, huh? I don't know, it doesn't suit me. I just want to be happy with the girls I love, and save people. Creating a world of peace isn't something I strive for, it's just my idealism and arrogance telling me that I can and should create a perfect world," said Raiden in his thoughts to Merlin, and the latter replied, "The greatest kings were all arrogant and believed that they were perfection. It's a trait of a good king. You've already met two of them, did you dislike them?" "I've met two. Do you perhaps mean?" said Raiden as Merlin continued saying, "The king of conquerors and the king of heroes, man who walked at the pinnacle of the world, respectable regardless of their actions, and as the latter loved to say, what's a king if not arrogant?" Hearing that, Raiden ignored the whole meeting about the future plans of the League, as he focused on his thoughts. Could he really do it? Be a king? Chapter 83. Are you ready everyone? Said Nightwing, sending a message on the comms to the team. Yeah, we are in position, replied Cassie, to which Nightwing said, attack. The team all attacked Blue Beetle. He was flying randomly around Metropolis, doing missions to help people, so he didn't see it coming when his friends surrounded him. What the hell, said Blue as he looked around the entire team surrounding him, even his best friend Impulse. What's going on guys, said Blue. Nightwing stepped forward. Blue, I know this looks shocking to you, but ever since Green fixed your scarab, you've been acting weird, going on the news and advocating for the Reach, same people who kidnapped you before, which can only mean Green did something to your scarab. Is that how it is, SA? You can't trust me anymore. You too, Bart. I thought we were friends, SA, said Blue as he turned to Impulse. We are. I hope you do the same to me when I'm being controlled, said Bart as he rushed to attack Blue. The entire team teamed up on him. Green received the signal that Blue was being attacked and he rushed to try and help him, flying over towards that direction. He wasn't ready when a massive red wheel of fire stopped his flight midway. Green was sent through the buildings as he fell on his back. You're going somewhere, buddy. You looked like you were in a bit of a hurry. Looking up, Green saw the human that attacked him, with red skin, and hellish fire all around his body, with a massive wheel of flames on his back. You are, Raiden Kagawa, the human hero. I know we haven't talked before, but I'm an ally. Is that so? Well, if you are an ally, then come with me. We've got something that will 100% get rid of the Reach's mind control. You'd want that, don't you? Said Raiden as he smiled sinisterly. I'm sorry, Raiden Kagawa, but I'm already free from the Reach's control. My Martian physiology doesn't allow them to mind control me. I heard about that, but do excuse me if I say this, but we can't really trust just your words for it. How about you come to do the ritual with us? Just so we can be sure and have you as an ally, said Raiden. This made it clear that Green wasn't going to cooperate as he phased through the walls, escaping down to the lower apartments. Oh, this will be annoying, said Raiden as he punched the wall and broke down words, increasing the heat of his flame. I heard Martians hate fire. I've never tested that though. The wheel's flame started to rage as Raiden threw it at the running Green. Green turned around and activated his sound cannon as he deflected the wheel. Green turned his hands into blades and attacked Raiden now that he lost his raging wheel of fire. Aiming the blade at his neck, he was shocked when Raiden effortlessly held his hand and looked at his eyes. It would seem you don't know shit about me, huh? 'Cause I'm much stronger than you could imagine. Raiden spun him around and then smashed him face first on the ground. Raiden then called his chakram wheel back from the skies and slammed it on the back of Green, who was still face down on the ground. Will you pass out already? I don't want to accidentally kill you. Come on now, I'm getting bored of you, said Raiden as he looked at Green forcing himself up. He then activated his jetpack and flew upwards. This made Raiden sigh as he looked at him force his hands together in an act to create a massive cannon. This is boring, Ash. What are the odds of his death? Said Raiden, talking with the servant that is currently inhabiting him. Ashwathama, why care, master? Burn him to crisp, ahaha, replied Ash to Raiden. Sometimes I wonder how you're an archer and not a berserker, as he stared at Green ready up his attack. Meh, fine, if you don't go all out, he should have a 80% survival chance, replied Ash. Fine, let's get it then. My vows taken as a soldier are long gone. Yet I still rage against this corruption. Sudarshana Chakra Yamaraja. Raiden's chakram will increased in size instead of flame this time. Usually it would increase in both, but Raiden lowered the amount of flame, as he wasn't looking to kill the Martian. The wheel spun, and waited as Green released his blast, and Raiden let it go, flying all the way to the skies where Green floated. It not only ignored the massive green blast released by Green, it struck him in the chest and spun around him as it sent him flying with it. Thanks for the help, Ash, said Raiden to Ash, who replied with a supersizing answer. No problem, master. I can sense a lot of rage deep inside you. Keep it under control, so you don't do something you regret like I did. Remember, I'm always here for you. We can rampage together. I'll take your rage and swallow it up. Listen, humans are creatures who get pissed. Rage, 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 to the point of absurdity. And that's okay, just make sure we aren't making a decisive decision when in that rage mode. Bond increased. Ashwathama Bond 13 Bond 15. Host has reached Bond 15 with the servant Ashwathama. Hosts can choose these noble phantasms. Sudarshana Chakra Yamaraja. Brahmashastra, unusable, servant made a pact to never use it. Mahakala Shakti, unusable, risk of death. Looking at the system giving him 3 choices, but 2 of them were grayed out, Raiden chose Sudarshana Chakra Yamaraja. Since it was the only choice available, the massive wheel emerged in front of him. Damn, this thing is massive. I'm glad noble phantasm can be hidden, or else this thing won't be easy to hide. Raiden then jumped to the massive crater Green was in, carried him, and teleported to the meeting location using the TTA tube. You guys done, said Raiden as he looked at Blue being placed in a bubble, the work of Rocket, how dare you? Release me this instant. Or I swear. I will kill you all, not even the traces of your DNA would be left, screamed Blue. Raiden raised an eyebrow saying, that's why I said knock him out, as he raised his hands, the team, Raiden, and now the captured beetle got on a plane as they headed to Byalia. The flight wasn't that long, the speed of the Martian ship could easily cross half of the Earth in a matter of minutes. Arriving in Byalia, the team entered the cave that held captives before. Prepare for landing, there's going to be some resistance, said Nightwing, to which Raiden looked at Megan who was driving the ship, and said, drop me off here, I'll handle them, you guys just do the ritual thingy. Haven't transformed into her for a while now, bet she misses me, thought Raiden as he dropped from the ship towards the Byalia cave, where hundreds of men were waiting for him. Ushiwakamaru, said Raiden as he started to transform into his most loyal servant, the Bond 19 servant, Ushiwakamaru. Master. I missed you. Let's have some fun together. Time to cut some goons, said Raiden as he started slashing and hacking at the soldiers of Byalia. These were people accomplices in the kidnappings of children, so to Raiden, their death didn't matter at all. Hey. It's the guy who destroyed the war-world. We have to get out of here, said Shimmer, one supervillain that served Queen Bee. He, Devastation, and Mammoth were told to protect this place from the team, and to throw the fight if they came, but Raiden wasn't like the others, he could easily kill them, so the three agreed to just back away and leave. Preparations are ready, said Zatanna as she sat down in a lotus position. Blue light started to shine on the two beetles, Green and Blue. Blue of course was still very talkative. Hey. Let me go now. The Reach already knows where I am. Black is coming soon. Oh please, bring that guy too, I'd like to see how he is these days, said Raiden. Blue turned to Raiden with an angered expression. Go there and do something. They are going to release the scarabs from the Reach's control. Just like they did 4,000 years ago, screamed the ambassador at Black, who just watched the screen showing Blue's point of view. I go there and you'll lose a third scarab. He's transformed into a weaker version of himself. You can do it. You have to do it. We lost 2/3 of our fleet, that damned scientist, and now the warworld. Even you have been useless ever since your fight with him. We'll have to retreat. And go back home, screamed the ambassador, and this pushed Black to the edge as he said, shut up. Damn it. We still can do something. What the hell are you talking about, said the ambassador as Black grinned. In the next summit, we'll see what the Light has to say about their plan to take down that brat. If it doesn't suit us, we leave Earth, and since we can't have Earth, no one can. The ritual continued without problems, and both Green and Blue were released from their scarab's control. Jamie thanked the team and hugged Zatanna for releasing him from the Reach's control. The Martian did the same, explaining how he'd been unable to control his body for years and years. Raiden. Everyone, we've got some news, said Nightwing. Raiden turned to hear Nightwing's words, as Nightwing smiled and said, we've got information on where the next summit is, where the Light and the Reach are meeting. It's time to strike a blow to both our enemies. Chapter 84. Two men met. One was a strong Neanderthal, a man that survived thousands of years, known to the world by many names. He didn't put any emphasis on his name. To him, it was merely a simple temporary title. His current one was Savage, Vandal Savage. The other one, however, considered his name sacred. It was a synonym for fear, darkness, destroyer, the god of evil, and all the negative emotions that the universe has experienced and feared. He was the man who conquered countless worlds, and the current and only ruler of Apocalypse, the tyrannical ruler, Darkseid. It is Savage this time. Isn't it, said Darkseid, asking about the current name of Savage. Indeed, it is Vandal Savage. How's the work? Darkseid, replied Savage, looking directly at the alien's eyes. His visage was scary, his eyes threatening to release Omega beams any second, but instead, Darkseid extended his hand, to which Savage met it midway, shaking his hand. It is business as usual, said Darkseid, to which Savage replied, I wish I could say the same, but a certain problem accrued, and we couldn't secure the warworld. Smiling at Savage's words, Darkseid said, I'm well aware, that human made sure the entire universe hears his declaration. Interesting, indeed, it was a good decision to see you as my equal and allow the Earth to survive. From what I can see, he is the heights of what you humans call the metagene. I wouldn't be so sure about that, according to some sources, and from what he declared, his powers have no relation to the human metagene. It's the entity known as Gaia that is the source of it, or as he stated, the will of the planet, said Savage, explaining the truth about Raiden's powers. Information he gained from the White House, Savage's connections, were endless. A will of a planet? That's impossible. The will of a planet never interferes. They are entities that do not hand out power. nor do they act on anything, even the destruction of them is allowed, as they do not react whatsoever, it's only some rogue ones that do that, but Earth shouldn't be one of them, after all, it didn't help you when I invaded, unless. As he continued to speak, Darkseid realized something, ahahahahaha. Savage looked at him with intrigue, before asking, a will of a planet, you've never told me about something like that, what is it? Darkseid heard that, and stopped laughing, his face taking on a serious tone as he said, it is something that I can't tell you more about, even as my ally, let's go back speaking about our plans, you should find another way to increase your hold on Earth, our plans remains the same. Noticing how Darkseid changed the subject, Savage had a conflicted look on his face, but opted not to speak against it, and only bid farewell to Darkseid as he used his boom tube to return to Earth. As Savage left, Darkseid returned to his chair, he sat down and said, Desaad, tell me, how long will it take for our current operations outside Apocalypse to end? Desaad, the sadistic chief of torture and Darkseid's right-hand man, said, it will take us approximately 4 years to finish all the operations to completion. Hearing that, Darkseid narrowed his eyes saying, make it 2 years, and cancel everything that we've planned in the future. Earth and Savage have 2 years, after that, it is us who will step in. Desaad opened his eyes wide as he spoke, I'll make sure to do that, my liege, but I must ask, and with humble and none-questioning intentions. What about your deal with the human, Savage? It won't matter, after all, what I've been looking for, what my past self desires, it's already within my grasp, ahahaha. With Darkseid's words being absolute, Desaad lowered his head, as he hurried to act his master's orders. A will of a planet, that granted a human powers, ahahaha, this is why my past self tried to connect with me, because something is out of the ordinary, the planet Earth possesses an ego. Which means one thing, the anti-life equation. Savage upon return to Earth, called for Clarion. I'm not some sort of a pet that you can call whenever, Savage, said Clarion, to which Savage ignored and said, what did the Lords of Chaos say? Humph. There is no violation of the laws of nature, order hasn't gained any more influence, and Chaos remains confident that the world will continue to be rampant, replied Clarion to Savage's question. This made Savage think quietly, and after a few seconds, he said, it explains why Darkseid was acting strange, he must know something. The boy's powers are nothing but normal, order should have been threatened with an existence like him. Unless, an equal force, is out there somewhere. Humph, this is very unusual, ever since that boy popped up, many things have gone awry, it matters not now, let us be on our way, the summit will commence soon. Santa Prisca. The summit, a meeting between the light and the reach, subject of the meeting, Earth's future, Raiden Kagawa. Hello Ambassador, said Savage, coming out of the shadows, behind him, was Ra's al Ghul, Black Manta, and the Brain, providing protection, were Deathstroke, Calder, Tigress, and Monsieur Mala. Hello Savage, said the ambassador, as he too came out of the shadows, behind him stood Black Beetle, and a couple of soldiers for protection. Before the summit started, Black was the first to start some trouble, he wasn't happy with the Light members wearing masks, and the Light resisted his demands at first, but ended up doing his bidding and showing their identities. The tensions escalated as the Reach questioned the Light about the temple in Byalia. This prompted Savage to strike back as he stated that it was the Reach that didn't inform them about the origins of the scarabs. This made the ambassador remember that he couldn't find the source of the scarab not working, after all, his head scientist was dead. Because Savage questioned the Reach, Black felt insulted and called them his slaves. To this the ambassador agreed as he stated that the Light is their favorite humans, but still their slaves this forced. Manta was insulted about being called a slave and a small altercation started between Deathstroke, Tigress, and Manta. The fight was stopped quickly, but Tigress fell on Ra's al Ghul, and he noticed the chain on her neck. Realizing what it was, he suddenly snatched it from her neck, revealing to everyone her true identity, Artemis. Seeing this, Black laughs as he says, aha, I'll look at this, if she's alive, slave, that means your son is also in on it and has been a double agent, ahahaha. This breaks Manta's heart as he looks shocked and questions his son, who doesn't respond. Black tries to kill the two, but Savage stops him. The Light takes care of its own, as 2 shots pierce the heart of both Artemis and Calder, courtesy of Deathstroke. In his last moments, Calder reveals a video recorder, showing evidence of the Light betraying the Reach and using them only to get more information on the metagene and to get access to the warworld. Damn you Earthlings! You are pest! I will erase you all, screams the ambassador in anger and points his finger towards Savage, who laughs, mocking him. With what? The third of a fleet you have? Or the destroyed warworld? The shock wasn't over as Calder and Artemis both got up from the ground. Looking at Savage, Calder said, we were young back then, but even now you still underestimate us. Savage, how do you and the Light feel, knowing that you were outplayed? You reap what you sow. You are right, I have underestimated you children, but that won't happen again, I will deal with you myself, said Savage as he prepared to attack. Ra's al Ghul from behind summons his assassin as he prepares to battle the soldiers of the Reach. The ninjas dropped from the top of the cave's opening in the sky, but to everyone's surprise, they started attacking everyone. Deathstroke transformed into his real form, the Martian, Megan, and the ninja removed their clothes. It was the team, all along. Ladies and gentlemen. Aliens and bugs. How are you today? In his regular attire, a red jacket, black shirt and pants, and dark-tinted glasses, his body floated down, looking down on everyone under him. Raiden was there. I hope the battle didn't start without yours truly, spoke Raiden, looking at everyone, smiling. Raiden's body started to transform, his body shone, with dark skin, dark hair, shirtless with only a white cape on his with a kingly golden necklace, and arms and chest surrounded by gold, and a king's garb around his waist and legs, and finally a golden and blue staff around in his hands. Know the grace of this king, for all those who dare oppose his will are mere vermin that must be eradicated. Said Raiden as he held his staff in the air. King Gilgamesh isn't the only man the world should fear. In my presence, even the Golden King's radiance is humbled, for I am Ozymandias. Light, almost like a laser, but faster, no one could defend against it, except a few, dropping on them like rain from the skies. It pierced all the soldiers in the vicinity, killing almost every Reach soldier, and even their ambassador was hit. From the light side, Ra's al Ghul was hit in the chest. One thought he had escaped this king's judgment, now he lies dead. The other was warned not to test my greatness, yet he chose to ignore the king's grace, now he lies dead. Spoke Raiden, referring to Raz who escaped Raiden before and the ambassador, who was warned that Earth was off limits. As for the rest of you mongrels, I shall deal with you personally, now. Oh, monument of the sun. Oh, pyramid which rules the universe. The sun descends here. In our unlimited brilliance. Ramesseum Tentiris. Chapter 85. As for the rest of you mongrels, I shall deal with you personally, now. Oh, monument of the sun. Oh, pyramid which rules the universe. The sun descends here. In our unlimited brilliance. Ramesseum Tentiris. The great temple complex, the might of the pharaoh Ozymandias, embodied as a noble phantasm, it is the manifestation of how the glorious pharaoh contains within his body the various Egyptian gods, thus it contains a number of mystics. The sun shone bright, heat radiating from it, that was far more potent than it should be. Everyone looked around. The cave they were supposed to be in was no more, everything had changed. Instead of a dark cave, they were in a desert, surrounded by temples and large statues, structures that were godly and radiated magical energy. Where are we? Damn it, Clarion, screamed Savage, looking for Clarion to help him escape. This is not teleportation. We are inside something uncalculatable. It must be the work of magic, spoke the brain. Accompanying him was his bodyguard Monsieur Mala. The giant gorilla moved quickly to defend his master as a small statue of a lion with a snake tail attacked him. Mala easily destroyed the statues, as he defended himself against another and another. Savage was also being attacked, destroying numerous numbers of them. Manta covered his back as they battled them together. On the other side, the Reach wasn't faring better, half of their soldiers fallen to their deaths the moment they entered the desert. The other half was fighting the statues with Black as their leader. Since now, the ambassador is dead, he ranked highest. After a while, the onslaught stopped. As they defeated the statues, both the Light and the Reach survived the attacks. The two sides looked at each other, still alarmed by the other's presence, but also more worried about where the team that was attacking them had gone, and most importantly, where's the monster responsible for all of this? Raiden. Clap clap clap. Bravo, you've done well. You have defied the odds and vanquished the army of sphinxes, numbering about 300. Take pride in your accomplishment, spoke Raiden, floating above them. He was atop a chariot called Mesektet, the solar ship of the Dark Knight. Just looking at him, one would avert his eyes, as he shone as bright as the sun. I enjoyed your dancing just now. How about you all perform it again, spoke Raiden, as the destroyed Sphinx army arose and started to reconstruct itself. Repeating the same dance would indeed be tedious. Let us enhance the excitement, shall we, spoke Raiden as Raiden summoned the team. Black versus Blue Beetle and Green Beetle. The Brain and Monsieur Mala versus Megan and Beast Boy. Black Manta versus Calder and Artemis. Savage versus Connor and Nightwing. Light Soldiers versus the rest of the team. Now that's somewhat enjoyable, said Raiden as he stood at the top enjoying the battles. Due to the effects of his noble phantasm, Raiden was confident in his win. It was just a matter of time. Ramesseum Tentiris granted Raiden 3 effects, each effect stronger than the other. The first effect was that anyone inside the temple was weaker than normal. This effect also increases with the lack of will, which is why half the soldiers of the light collapsed earlier. They couldn't even handle this effect. The second effect was the infinite regeneration of everything inside the temple, including Raiden. All the temples, the sphinxes, and even Raiden himself, can regenerate, and this effect can only be cancelled by destroying the noble phantasm itself completely. That's where the third effect comes in, the complete nullification of all noble phantasm and attacks that are stronger than regular. This prevented any AoE noble phantasm from destroying Ramesseum Tentiris. The only thing that can truly bypass this reality marble's effects is a divine spirit weapon or a god, something Raiden was sure that none of them have. Staring down, Raiden watched Black overpower the two beetles. His battle experience and his scarab were much stronger than theirs, and as such, he gained the advantage. Pushing them away, he started flying away from the sphinxes and looked at Raiden's direction and started flying to him. You damn brat. Your transformation now isn't strong, right? That means I just have to reach you. But to his brilliant plan, Raiden simply waved his finger as a massive pyramid struck him at a speed he couldn't dodge, slamming him back to the ground, covering him under the sand. The Brain and Mala didn't stand a chance against Megan and Beast Boy. Beast Boy turned into a gorilla and fought Mala head-on, while Megan easily dodged Brain's laser attack and destroyed his small suit, keeping only the brain itself intact. Black Manta also suffered defeat, as his son and Artemis pushed him to the limits. He wasn't ready to harm his son yet, so in the end he accepted defeat. As for Savage, the story was different. He was battling against Nightwing and Connor on equal grounds, knowing how to handle them, but also not enough to defeat them. That was until another one interfered, Black Beetle. Striking Connor from behind with a beam, and knocking him out, this distracted Nightwing as he was caught off guard by Savage, who grabbed him by the neck and slammed him on the ground. Before the duo finished off Connor and Nightwing, a laser of light hit both of them at the same time, pushing them away. Raiden descended close to his friends. Still on his ship, he said, "Let me handle this one, help the others." Black and Savage got up. Black was protected by his armor and Savage was unharmed due to his immortality regenerating him. "You understand the situation," said Savage, to which Black groaned and said, "Yeah, the enemy of my enemy, got it." The two of them stared at Raiden, ready to fight. This put a smile on Raiden as he said, 2 against 1. That seems rather unfair. How about we level the playing field, a 3 versus 2 match? Awaken. Father of Fear. The incarnation of the sky god. Horus. Thy king demands thy presence clear. Abu El-Hol Sphinx. Not one, but 2 Abu El-Hol Sphinxes emerged behind Raiden. The massive lion-headed sphinxes appeared. Their bodies looked like it was the universe itself. Both had large golden wings that they flaunted brilliantly. Pointing his staff at the duo villains, the sphinx started to move. Their size was that of many buildings, but that didn't even diminish their speed. As the first one attacked Black and the other attacked both with their claws, Black dodged upwards using his jetpacks. As for Savage, he took the hit and was sent flying. The sphinx that attacked Savage turned around and charged its laser beam, realizing it, but shocking Black it attack him instead of Savage. The attack wasn't the only one, as Raiden awaited him to be attacked before attacking him again with the laser of light from the skies. This time it wasn't an ordinary laser. Instead of an instantaneous attack, it was constantly burning and pushing away at Black. This stopped as Black found a foot crushing him. It was the Sphinx. Savage got up from his location and jumped towards Raiden, hoping to catch him off guard. To his credit, he was close. Both the Sphinx and Raiden were attacking Black, so he almost caught him off guard. Unfortunately, Raiden lied. GAEBOLG, the spear created a dark red line in the skies as it pierced Savage's heart. Scathach then threw him on the ground as hundreds of spears emerged from behind her, and she sent them at the currently heartless Savage. Each and every single spear hit a part of his body, ripping him to shreds. Oh. Did I miscount? I meant a 4 versus 2. There is no concept of fairness when facing gods, and certainly not when dealing with monsters such as yourselves, Sphinxes. Obliterate him. Raiden mocked the duo as he ordered his Sphinx to obliterate Black, but as a last-ditch effort Black smiled and said, "Fine, I die here, but so do you. We have placed them all around the world. These bombs aren't meant to destroy the Earth, no, they will turn the planet on its own people. The world will reject you damn humans." As he screamed his last words, the Sphinx finished collecting energy as they released their laser on him from both sides, and so did the light beam from the sun. 3 lasers of destructive nature, melted his suit and erased his entire existence. Scathach, do it now, we don't have time for him. I doubt my reality marble could last long enough against Clarion. Understood, it's time to grant him death. I will show you the true land of shadows. Open the curtains to the strange land. Even your soul is mine. Gate of Sky. The Gate of Sky opened behind Savage, a passageway to the land of the dead, where Savage belongs, a place where his immortality is useless. Like a black hole, it sucked everything in it, the sand, some buildings, and Savage. He resisted and resisted, but eventually, the gate held him. He placed his hands on the door hanging tight. I do not die. I am the king of humans. I will not die. The world needs me. It needs Savage. I am the could stop Darkseid. Only me, screamed Savage as he resisted death to the end. He wasn't dying, he still persisted. God damn it, just die, screamed Raiden, as he used all the temples and pyramids around and slammed them at Savage, pushing him through the Gate of Sky. The gate closed on him, Savage was gone, and so was the reality marble. Everyone found themselves back in the cave, and Raiden returned to normal. But something stood out to both Raiden and Scathach. The gate was still there, it didn't disappear. What going on? Asked Raiden, as if to answer him. The Gate of Sky started to crack. Impossible. This shouldn't happen, unless, Raiden. He's not immortal. He's. The gate cracked completely, revealing Savage as his body started to turn darker and his aura was that of death. Raising his hand he showed them a ring, a black ring. I do not die. Ahahaha, for I have become death. The blackest night falls from the skies. The darkness grows as all light dies. We crave your hearts and your demise. By my black hand, T. He dead shall rise. Savage became a black lantern. Chapter 86. I do not die, screamed Savage inside the Gate of Sky as he was being devoured into the land of the dead. Do you yearn for continued existence? A sinister voice spoke. Evil is something Savage was used to, but the energy from just the voice was enough to scare him, something he was not used to. Do not dwell on thoughts. Respond with clarity. Do you yearn for continued existence? Spoke the voice. The energy of death was swirling around Savage. He knew, whatever it was, this entity was dangerous and could help him achieve his goals, but at what cost? Your aspirations. The toll of acceptance. Forsake these notions. Embrace my gift, and you will comprehend the splendor of death. No ambition surpasses this truth. Dwelling on it for a few seconds, it was clear, either to die here or to accept. I wish to live, spoke Savage. As the darkness surrounded him, the voice echoed with laughter saying, life. It is futile. Your desire is for death, to yearn for eternal existence as a conqueror of demise. Embrace the ring, Savage. For the blackest night falls from the skies. What the hell is that? Screamed Raiden looking at Savage. His clothes changed as he now wore a black suit, similar to that of the blue and black lanterns, but something that stood out was that the energy around him was dark. It smells like death, said Scathach. He's become an undead, meaning his banned from the land of shadows. The concept of death doesn't even exist for him no longer. Damn it. I'm running low on energy, I need Carrie's help to deal with this. I thought I had conquered death before, but I was wrong, but now, I know it for a fact, I have become death. Let me show you, by my ring, the dead shall rise, said Savage. As soon as his words ended, dark miasma was released from his ring, engulfing the bodies of all the dead Reach soldiers in the area. It also engulfed Black Beetle and Raz Al Ghul. The living can't escape me neither, added Savage as the miasma moved to engulf Monsieur Mala and Black Manta. Those with weak wills don't deserve to live. The energy awakened all of them from the dead and turned the living into undead. Black looked around him and spotted Raiden. I have returned. Agh, losing all reason, he attacked Raiden immediately. Activating his mana burst, Raiden blocked the attack but was sent flying. Scathach came to back him up, but a massive hammer of darkness stopped her in her tracks. Savage's ring worked the same as a normal lantern's ring with added abilities. Projection was one of them. Damn, it is much stronger, thought Raiden as he got up from the ground. Corey. Raven. Carrie, now. From the top of the cave's opening, Raven flew down attacking Black. She created dark balls of energy and threw them at him, pushing him away. Corey descended with Carrie, and they stood by Raiden's side. Carrie, you know what to do, Corey, keep her safe, no matter what. Carrie started to channel her energy, providing it to Raiden. Raz Al Ghul attacked her, but was blocked by Corey. Undead Manta was having a rematch with his son and Artemis. Mala was also having his rematch against Beast Boy and Megan, and the rest of the team was dealing with the undead Reach soldiers. Raiden was waiting to recover as much energy as possible before transforming, so he and Carrie were staying out of the way. Scathach. Assist Raven. He then linked his mind to his servant Merlin, asking, Merlin, shit's messed up here, the dead are rising and some weird stuff is going on. How is it going with the stupid brat mage? No need to worry about me, I can deal with this, but I won't be able to assist you with your problem. I will give you one advice though, trust your powers, there's always a perfect servant for any battle, spoke Merlin, as he went back to his battle. Damn you! Release me from this place. Why don't you fight fair, screamed Clarion as he destroyed another illusion of Merlin. He was still stuck in Avalon, Merlin's noble phantasm, and was being toyed with. Fighting fair? We're mages, there's no such thing as fair. Father! You must resist, screamed Calder as he dodged Manta's laser. Few arrows hit him in the chest and exploded, but Manta brushed it off. Death Ag. Calder, we have to take him down, regardless, he's not even in control of his actions anymore, screamed Artemis, as she dodged the laser heading her way. I know. But he gave up earlier. He must not want to fight us, replied Calder as he used his water swords to release a wave of water at Manta. Once again he cut it with his laser beam. They aren't stopping. No matter how many times you knock them down, they just get up again, screamed Connor as he punched another soldier away. Nightwing jumped on his back and acrobatically landed on two soldiers, replying, we just have to beat as many of them as possible, the only way to stop them for good is to defeat Savage. Haia, with her lasso, Cassie tied one of them, and spun him around, attacking the others. We just have to trust Raiden, and keep these monsters off him. Carrie, I think I'm ready, find someplace safe and stay away from the battle. If you feel threatened, cut my power off and protect yourself. I can still fight for a few seconds even after you do that, said Raiden as he closed his eyes. Undead, he said, well, heroes of the past, are you just going to let that slide? Let's get this going, shall we? Let's kill death. Throne of Heroes. Unlike the usual transformation that Raiden goes through all the time, no transformation happened. Instead, he found himself surrounded by darkness. This would usually scare anyone, but what scared Raiden wasn't the darkness surrounding him. Instead, it was something else, a floating white skull, in its eyes two flaming blue eyes that emanated more death energy than the one he sensed from the Black Ring. It was as if the skull was the embodiment of death itself. And what does a lamb such as yourself know of death? To wield its blade, the skull spoke, adding, thou, who have never tasted death, dost speak of it as a toddler threatening to slay a god. I've been close to death more times than I could count. I know what death is, replied Raiden. Ho! Close to death, thou dost compare a twig to a sword. Death is the end, whether near or distant, one must feel it to defeat it, countered the skull. Well, I've defeated it before, haven't I? I reincarnated in this world after conquering it, I know what true death is. Ah, thou dost speak of the goddess work as if it were thine own. Didst thou even feel death? Dost thou remember thy demise? One glance at thee and I discern it, the fear of death, not the mortal fear, but the dread when death claims thee. Thou lackest that, shielded by a goddess, beloved one of Gaia. Surrender thyself to truth, to feeling, and to the end, said the skull. Then something felt as if it was leaving Raiden's body, as if it was the end for him. It's my power, it's leaving me, said Raiden. As he tried to collect his thoughts, something inside him broke, and the fear was unleashed. Host has lost the basic trait, loved by Gaia. His life flashed in front of him, everything he's done, all the people he saved, and all of his friends and lovers, meant nothing, because right now, he was dead, gone, erased from the world, no judgment day, no heaven and no hell. Simple emptiness, simple darkness, and no thoughts, true non-existence. Then all of it returned, the darkness that was normal, and the scary skull. For some reason, Raiden was extremely happy to see the skull again, although it was mere seconds. Raiden was grateful to come back again, saying, what did you do to me? What happened? What was that? Don't do that to me again. Just leave me alone. I don't even need you, just leave me alone and go away. That is death, the reality, the meaning, the truth, denied to thee by thy goddess Gaia. Now, a question to thee, O sinner, dost thou understand the weight of thy inflictions? Spoke the skull, asking a question that puzzled Raiden for a few seconds before he realized what the skull meant. But they deserve it, they inflict that on hundreds of others. Replied Raiden, still jaded due to what happened earlier. I did not ask thee to justify thyself. Death comes to those who deserve it. It is our duty to eliminate those who sin, yet the burden is heavy and unjust. Many lack the qualifications to inflict death upon others. Only those who have known true death can vanquish it. Spoke the skull. Those that know true death, are you saying? Thou hast earned the qualification to judge life and death. Now thou canst stand at the pinnacle of the universe and declare thyself the true sovereign. Having witnessed its horrors, thou wilt not inflict death upon those undeserving, replied the skull, now finally showing itself fully, a tall man wearing a dark robe that covered most of its body extending to the hood over his head, and a sword in between his hand planted on the ground. Does this mean? My name is King Hassan I Sabah, the one who judges the sinners. And now, thou hast become one with death. The transformation now carried on, Raiden's body became that of the skull, tall, and with perfect human physics, he stood as a god amongst them. Darkness however, changed that feeling real quick. His dark attire, and hooded figure, complemented by the white skull of death, silenced that battle. Blue flames ignited in his eyes, and the sword he held, additionally, his shield that finally emerged, a large one, covering half of his body was also endowed by the blue flames. Thou sayest thou hast conquered death. Become one with it. Thou, who hath never felt its touch. A man granted immortality by circumstance. A man who evaded death by grasping a ring of mortality. I am insulted. I shall show thee what true death entails. A hint, I couldn't last in it for mere seconds. I'm curious to know how you'd fare forever, spoke Raiden, his voice deep and scary. Half of the words weren't even his. Unlike usual, he wasn't 100% in control, rather, it was like he shared the helm with King Hassan. With a speed that none could even see, the sword of Raiden was already in Savage's neck. A protective shield projected by the black ring protected Savage, but the force of the impact sent the flying Savage to the mountain walls. At that moment many of the soldiers of the Reach that were revived tried to block Raiden's path, but with his shield for protection and sword for the attack, they were cut down in mere seconds. What was special about it was the fact that half of the ones he cut were dead, unlike the others, who were quickly revived by the ring upon death. Raiden's attacks inflicted instant true death. This was due to the skill at the boundary, a skill granted to those who walk between the boundary of death and life. Those who are true death itself, even normal attacks, can inflict true death upon enemies. Savage, you've lived far longer than you deserve. You are not a man that has conquered death. Thou art a man who evaded death, lived in fear of it, and built thy life around shielding thyself from its embrace. Instead of cherishing the gift of life, thou hast chosen to insult it. For this, I shall summon death upon thee today, not through a false ring granted by some undead deity, but by calling forth the angel of death himself. Walking at a slow pace he approached Savage, who engulfed himself with a protective shield of darkness. Surrounded by the bodies of the dead Reach soldiers, Raiden's sword was raised upwards, as the chant for one of the world's most powerful noble phantasms started. Hearken! The evening bell tolls thy name. Wings of death, will thou sever their head? Azrael. The sword was completely engulfed by blue flames, stained by the true death, a right granted to King Hassan only, now extended to Raiden. When in this state, it can kill with the slightest cut, regardless of the target's own strength. It didn't even cut the protective shield of the ring, it simply passed it as if it wasn't there, cutting the head of Savage. For those who lose their lives to this sword, they say there is fear, but no pain, there is dread, but no suffering, there is repentance, but no regret. For all of those, are achieved once death finally settles, and their existence is erased. The undead surrounding the area all fell dead, and the ones that were alive before fell unconscious. He who believed himself to have conquered death, died. Chapter 87. With the death of Black Lantern Savage, the entire battle fell silent as every undead followed after him dead. The young members started celebrating the win. Raiden looked around, making sure everyone was safe and didn't suffer more than surface-level injuries. As he looked around, the voice in his mind spoke, "Thou hast done an admirable job as the bringer of death. However, this is thy first time, and thy body was not prepared for such an experience. The repercussions of wielding such power shall weigh heavily upon thee." As if to affirm Hassan's words, Raiden's body started to shake, as his sword fell from his hand, and he fell on one knee. "Raiden," called out Raven. Corey arrived as well to hold him, and his body started to return to normal as he spoke a few last words before passing out. "Scathack, do whatever you can to protect the world from what the Reach has done. Merlin, you too, protect everyone." "Raiden." "Raiden," called out Corey to the passed out Raiden. Bond increased. The Old Man of the Mountain Bond 1 Bond 5. Host has reached Bond 5 with the servant the Old Man of the Mountain. Host can choose one of these skills. Abyss of Death EX. Protection of the Faith A+++. Evening Bell EX. Natural Body C, A. Uncrowned Martial Arts Dash. I'll take Abyss of Death EX. Passive, Abyss of Death EX, upgraded from Battle Continuation EX. It is the absence of death in the mind of the user. This user is no longer certain whether he is alive or dead, even if he receives a fatal wound or loses half of his body for example, will keep snapping at the enemy as if he was in perfectly good health. Well, that's an incredibly good skill, Sai. I wonder what's going on outside. Should I tell you? Spoke a voice. Turning to it, Raiden opened his eyes saying, Merlin. But how? I'm inside your dreams, while you're asleep. I had to do this since your loved ones have been worried about you for a while now, spoke Merlin. This shocked Raiden a bit and he asked, why? What happened? You've been asleep for about 5 days now, and things have been hectic outside. The Reach placed 20 bombs all around the world. They were aimed to alter the weather of Earth, forcing it to be inhabitable. That's what Black meant when he said Earth will destroy its people, explained Merlin. But you've dealt with it, right? Nothing bad happened, right? Asked Raiden, a bit panicked about the situation. This prompted Merlin to raise his hands a bit saying, you can relax. Yes, Earth is safe. The team, and a bunch of other heroes, teamed up with the man known as Lex Luthor and stopped the bombs. Lex Luthor, you say? Yeah, that fucker. I still haven't forgotten him. He's the reason for Evo's experiments. I had hoped he'd be in the summit with the light, but he didn't show up. But his time will come anyways. That's great then. No threats as of now, right? Situation good? Well, yes, no problems as of yet. There was something, but I won't tell you about it here. It's better if your friends are the ones that will speak to you about it, said Merlin. Then why are you here? Asked Raiden, to which Merlin had a sinister smile as he said, well, you see, ever since you got me and Scathach as your servants, you've been ordering us a bit too much, don't you think? So she and I came up with a great idea. Oh, why do I feel like this a bad idea? We've estimated that you'll be asleep for 1 more week. Using my magic, I can extend your dreams into about a month, and as such we decided that we will train you here, said Merlin. This made Raiden raise his eyebrows a bit as he said, that's not such a bad idea. I do need some training, I don't mind. 1 week late, 1 month inside Raiden's mind. No, just stop, screamed Raiden as he kept on running. He was strapped by a robe around his body, dragging a rock the size of a small hill, but that wasn't the worst part. As on the skies, Scathach was there throwing a spear every 3 seconds at Raiden. That wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that Merlin was using the fact that this is a dream, to summon lava behind the running Raiden, who if he stopped just for a bit, it will engulf him. What's this even supposed to train me? Screamed again, to which Scathach said, stamina, increase in speed, increase in strength, situational awareness, and ability to dodge even when you are being tied down. Hearing that, Merlin opened his eyes wide saying, seriously? I thought we were just doing this for fun. Miralion, I hate you. I am your biggest hater. I hate the way that you walk, the way that you talk. I hate the way that you dress. The training continued for the rest of the day in the dream. The training wasn't going to actually increase Raiden's physical strength, but his mental skills and his martial arts increased significantly. Scathach was the master of many weapons, and Merlin was a master swordsman. His skills expanded in the terms of magic as well, learning rune magic from Scathach, and Merlin taught him a lot of illusion magic. However, Raiden was still shocked that Merlin lost to Clarion and allowed him to escape. To Raiden, it felt like it was one of Merlin's antics, and he just left Clarion to go. Opening his eyes, Raiden looked around to find Raven messing with the flowers beside his bed. Good morning. Raiden. You're awake. Said Raven as he went in for a hug. Welcome back. I'm back, love, said Raiden as he returned the hug from his bed. Looking around he said, Corey's not here. Hearing that, Raven released him and said, Scathach explained to us what's going on, with your training and stuff, so we've been taking turns staying with you. Looks like I won, spoke Raven. Is everything alright then? The Reach? Carry the team, everyone's good, right? Asked Raiden. This made Raven look at the ground for a bit, nervous. Just as she was about to speak, the door opened, and Corey walked in. Behind her was Carrie and Nightwing. Corey hugged Raiden and welcomed him back, and so did Carrie. Nightwing thanked him for what happened, and his help before saying, Raiden, I've got some bad news for you. Lay it on me. What happened? Asked Raiden, to which Nightwing removed his mask and said, it's Wally. He and Flash with Bart went to defuse one of the bombs, but in the Arctic, they were too late, so they had to run around it enough to stop its effect. While doing that, Wally ran too fast, faster than he should have been, and he died. No. Why? Gripping his hand hard, Raiden looked down as tears started to fall from his eyes. Looking at Wally's grave, Raiden still couldn't help but blame himself. If he had been there or if he had taken care of the Reach earlier, many options and solutions started to invade his mind, and all he could was accept that he couldn't change that. An empty coffin as well. You didn't deserve this, Wally, not you. You left this behind. Why did it have to be you? Wally was always a hero. Even when he left, he couldn't help himself but do the right thing, said a voice behind Raiden. He turned around, and looked at her for a few seconds before saying, Artemis, I'm sorry. Artemis looked at Raiden. She hugged him saying, you can't blame yourself, nor can I. nor can anyone. It was his decision, and it saved billions of people around the world. He died a hero. You okay, Raiden? You don't have to come, you know, we at least got a few weeks to deal with Wally's death. You've only had a day, and already coming with us, said Connor as he started to get ready for the journey. Unfortunately I have to. Superman's action will be unpredictable as long as that mental note is on his mind, and I'm pretty sure, only I can deal with him, so let's go, let's get the Justice League back. Chapter 88. So, why do we have to go anyway? What's taking them so long, said Raiden. He, Megan, and Connor were approaching Rimber, the planet where the Justice League is being trialed. Well, it's a bit complicated, replied Megan with a defeated tone. Try me, I'm curious as to why Earth's greatest heroes are still playing court with these aliens. Well, to make matters simple, the Rimber High Court is known for bribes, and since the League refuses to pay a bribe, they are still stuck in court. They don't really care about justice or what really happened 5 years ago, all they care about is the money, said Connor, explaining the situation to Raiden. Wait, why didn't they pay the bribe then? Are you telling me that they could have returned to Earth and helped with the Reach problem and the War World, but instead chose to not pay the bribe just cause of their stupid egos, said Raiden, shocked about the situation. He knew they represented justice, but that didn't really matter in space. Well, you have to understand, Raiden, the League can't be known for paying bribes, or else they'd just be hypocrites, explained Megan, knowing full well that most members are brainwashed with the importance of justice. Raiden chose to ignore her words, saying, yeah right, what a joke, they abandoned Earth to clear their names in a different solar system. Anyways, you guys got a plan to deal with this High Court? Cause I got an idea, said Raiden, hearing that both Megan and Connor looked at each other with shock, realizing that Raiden's ways weren't exactly conventional, so Megan chimed in saying, well, I've got a plan, so don't worry about it, Raiden. Well? What is it? The ship quickly arrived in Rimber, since they teleported to a nearby planet using the Zeta tube, then flew to Rimber directly. Raiden, Megan, and Connor watched as the court kept stalling the date of the judgment, just so they could force the League to pay the bribes. Lucky for them, however, the court was mostly empty, with only a few guards and the judges themselves. As the audience was bored with the trial, they had expected it to end quickly with bribes, but since the Earthlings refused to pay, it grew boring real quick. This gave Megan the stage as she spoke from the audience seats. Wait. Who dares interrupt the court? Shouted one of the judges, a very fat alien. Dear High Judges of the Rimber Court. My name is Megan, I'm from Mars, and live on Earth. I'd like to provide some context for the case. What? Another damned Earthling? We don't care about your context. It's clear what needs to happen. But these damn barbarians refuse to pay. I mean refuse to pay tribute, yes. Well, it's about that. You see, what if the High Court quickly ends this case? This will show the world the Rimber High Court is very wise and fair. Making it famous, and famous means more people choosing to solve their problems here. More cases mean more tributes, said Megan. Indeed, that was her brilliant idea. It was to entice the court to be fair so they get more cases later. This prompted Raiden to say, as if that would work. The judges discussed this amongst themselves for a bit, then making Raiden swallow his words they said, that's a brilliant idea. We hereby approve of this. We judge the Earthlings known as the Justice League with the ruling, not guilty. We hereby shut the case of the Rimber attack 5 years ago. What? How the hell did that work? Said Raiden from his seat, to which Connor replied happily, I knew Megan could do it. She's cut out for this kind of stuff. Anyways, what was your plan anyways, Raiden? Asked Connor, to which Raiden shrugged saying, I don't know, probably threatened to kill them or destroy Rimber. I may have even paid the bribe myself. Hearing that, Connor smiled warily. Well, glad we didn't have to go that far. Listen, Connor, here, take this. Raiden handed him a paper. In it were coordinates. These are coordinates for a nearby abandoned planet. Make sure all the League members, you and Megan, go there first. I'll be waiting for you guys. Wait, you aren't joining us? Asked Connor, to which Raiden got up and started leaving the court saying, he might lose it if he sees me, so just deliver them there, okay? You'll understand why once you get there. Raiden sat down on a rock, looking in the skies, awaiting the arrival of the ship. Spotting it in the skies, he waited for it to descend. The Martian ship opened its gate as the members in it started to come out. Inside were Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Martian Manhunter, Hawkwoman, Hawkman, Green Lanterns Hal and John, and finally Icon, who was acting as their speaker. Following after were Connor and Megan. The first one to speak was Wonder Woman, saying, why did you bring us here, Raiden? Everyone was wondering the same, of course, but one man had a different thought. Death to Raiden Kagawa. Immediately launching himself at Raiden, Superman tried to strike him where he stood, a punch with the intent to kill. Superman. What are you doing? Shouted Batman. Everyone opened their eyes wide, as they watched Raiden dodge backward thinking, damn, if that hit I'd have been dead. That damn mental note has finally grown too strong for him to hold it in. Throne of Heroes. The members tried to interfere with the battle, but emerging from the shadows and from the space surrounded by flowers were Scathach and Merlin. The former spun her spear and pointed it forward at the Leaguers whilst the latter spoke. We'd like you fine gentlemen and ladies to not interfere in this battle. What? Who are you people? Then she looked at Scathach saying, I know you. You are one of Raiden's transformations, you fought alongside me. Get out of the way, we have to save Raiden, said Wonder Woman angrily, to which Megan spoke, you guys are Raiden's friends aren't. You have to let us help him. The young hero has decided to battle Superman on his own, to prove some sort of a point, and he asked us to not let you interfere, we'd like you to honor his wishes, spoke Merlin again. This prompted Batman to reach for his belt while Wonder Woman tried to reach her lasso, but Merlin said, no, no, as Batman's bet disappeared into an illusion. Then he said, Demigoddess, don't do something you'd regret. The scary lady beside me is a godslayer, you're practically her favorite prey. The League didn't take kindly to this as they prepared for battle, but Megan, acting as the voice of reason, spoke, wait. He's telling the truth. Raiden was the one to ask us to come here. There must be a reason why he and Superman are fighting. Indeed there is. It seems that your companion has been affected by mind control, a suggestion that increases his hatred for Raiden over time. It's practically potent as it has grown for about 5 years, and Raiden is trying to rid him of it, spoke Merlin, trying to de-escalate the situation as much as possible. He was confident that with Scathach's help, he'd be able to stop the Leaguers from doing anything to stop the battle, but he wanted to watch it, just in case his new master required his assistance. Please, trust Raiden, he knows what he's doing. Throne of Heroes. Archer-class servant Heracles, a new feeling, interesting, it would seem you require my help master, shall we? Spoke the new servant, Archer-class Heracles, a top-notch servant, with both fame and power, the most famous hero in Greek mythos, the strongest human in history, a man who ascended to the rank of gods by hard work. Raiden's body changed, to the form of a chiseled hero. His body was that of a work of art, standing at 2.5 meters tall, with an immensely muscular body. His appearance was said to be beyond human, as he looked more like a statue of a god. I'm going to kill you in every transformation you have, said Superman, as he released his laser beams. As it was to impact Raiden, he dodged it and summoned a bow saying, well, ain't this ironic, releasing his magical arrows. If a normal person were to look, they would have seen Raiden knock only one bow and release it, but what came out was more than 20 arrows, all opening up and striking at different locations. Superman dodged most of them, but the ones that hit pushed him back a bit. The strongest person on Earth, and its #1 protector, falling victim to mental control by mere British mind freak. What a joke, you don't deserve the title of the strongest, I'm taking it. Master, that man, he isn't human, correct? Not a god either. This is quite the battle we're in, I'm getting excited. King's Order, 12 Glories. The 12th Labor, Cerberus. From the underground, a massive 3-headed dog, the size of an elephant, the guard dog of hell, Cerberus, jumping on top of it, Raiden knocked his arrows and spoke, kill him. The dog started running towards Superman. It started to release flames from its 3 heads, chasing Superman, whilst simultaneously Raiden was releasing arrows from his bow directly at Superman, who was destroying the arrows with his laser, whilst trying to dodge the dog's flames. Enough, screamed Superman as he slapped his hands together, releasing a sound wave that destroyed both the dog and Raiden's ears. With his ears bleeding and the dog stunned, taking advantage of this, Superman delivered a hellish punch to the underbelly of the dog, sending it flying to the skies with Raiden on its back. He then rammed into it with his 2 hands. This forced Raiden to jump off, as Superman dragged the dog away, grabbing it from its tail and spinning it over and over again before throwing it to the ground, killing it. King's Order, 12 Glories. The 6th Labor, Stymphalian bird, releasing more arrows. This time they were different. The arrows turned into birds, known as the Stymphalian bird. These birds were fearless and bloodlusted. With bronze skin, they could dodge the enemy's defenses and throw themselves at him. The birds flew directly towards the floating Superman as they tried to scratch his skin and bite his head off. Half of them were already killed by Superman's laser in the skies, while the other half was too weak to damage him as he spoke. Weak beasts, grabbing them by the neck, he snapped their necks or slammed them on the ground, killing most of them. What a powerful entity, Master. I don't think this tactic will be sufficient, it's time to get serious. You know, for a man that was first to welcome me, you sure as hell want to kill me now, Doncha, mocked Raiden, to which the floating Superman said, you're a parasite that needs to be killed, you bring more harm than good, jeopardize the lives of the innocent, and a killer. Not liking me for being a killer whilst trying to kill me is hypocritical, don't you think? But I can't blame you. I doubt you even realize the shit that you're saying right now. After this battle, you should work on your mental protection, but for now, I'll beat you into becoming normal again. I stand firm, my soul unyielding against the shadows of eternity. With unwavering resolve, I cast myself into the fray, guided by virtue and valor. Join me, my worthy adversary, in this honorable duel. 9 lives. The 9 lives, Heracles' favorite attack, whether he is summoned as a berserker, archer, saber, rider, or caster, it didn't matter, as this attack changes form in each class to suit him. In this form, it's in the form of 9 arrows, each one, stronger and faster than the other. The first arrow was dodged easily as it destroyed a rock, the second one was dodged as well as it created a small crater on the ground, the third one was dodged by Superman as well as it created a larger crater, the fourth one was dodged but destroyed half a mountain, but the fifth it hit, a mountain crushing below, shooting down Superman to the ground, following after it, the sixth one was undodgeable as well as Superman was stunned, the seventh he barely escaped, destroying the ground. Creating a mountain-sized crater, the eighth, struck him on the back, sending him flying as his bones felt immense pain. The ninth was true pain, as it pierced the hard Kryptonian skin. Superman was so proud of it, creating a hole in the side of his abdomen. The arrows were pure magic, no material was involved, not even kryptonite. Superman was harmed by the pure strength of Heracles. Superman's vision became blurry, as his eyes looked at Raiden with anger. He broke the sound barrier closing in on Raiden, who thought Superman would be in more pain than this, so he couldn't dodge the punch coming his way. It sent him flying few kilometers away. As Superman came rushing again, grabbing him from the neck, he held him in a chokehold, before using his other hand to break his bow, saying, "No more tricks." Superman's anger was boiling as he released his laser beam directly at Raiden's head, frying his eyes, and piercing his skull, killing him in an instant before snapping his neck and throwing him on the ground. "Die a dog's death, you monster." As Superman turned around and tried to leave, he heard it, a single heartbeat. He turned around to see steam rising from Raiden's body, then shocking him, Raiden got up and punched him right in his wound, adding more to his pain. He forced his hand inside his wound, drawing blood from his insides, and then he threw it into his eyes, saying, "Yeah, you're fucking right, no more trick, I'll fight you head on, for I am the strongest human in the universe." The effects of his third noble phantasm, God Hand, revived Raiden. Not only that, when he released his onslaught of attacks, Superman tried to blast him away with his laser beam, but his body didn't even flinch, as it was now ineffective. God Hand granted Raiden immunity to anything that has killed him before, and God Hand granted him 12 lives. That shit took 4 of my lives. Realizing this, Superman started punching him back. The two exchanged blows like there was no tomorrow, shocking Superman. He never expected a human to keep up with him, not when he was going all out like this. Trying to fly away, Raiden went back to his weakness, the hole in his abdomen, punching it over and over again. "Enough," screamed Superman as he slapped his hands again, making Raiden's ears ring as he bled from them. Superman started another onslaught of attacks. Raiden dodged and punched. More battle experience and martial arts, something Superman lacked, helped him keep up with the alien. Heracles was in his archer class, right, but that didn't lower the power of his physique. Heracles was known to fight monsters such as Cerberus with his bare hands. He was a monster in his own right, standing tall amongst the gods as the god of strength and bravery. The two kept going at each other for hours, with the others watching, as Raiden died multiple times, consuming 11 lives in this exchange of blows. Superman's body was also wrecked. The wound in his abdomen eventually grew to more than he could handle. The pain and suffering he experienced today was more than he's ever felt. The others who were watching the battle eventually gave up on interfering with the two monsters as they watched in horror, their friends and teammates fight like cornered animals. Eventually, the two of them fell on their backs and passed out. A draw was the best result Raiden could achieve. Chapter 89. Opening his eyes, Raiden looked around. Once again, in a hospital. He was extremely tired, and he felt some weight on his chest. Looking down, he found both Corey and Raven sleeping on his chest. This filled his heart with discomfort and sadness. Feeling guilty, he tried to move, but they both noticed his body moving, so they quickly got up. "Raiden," shouted Corey as she got up and hugged him. Raven did the same, making his guilt increase. I'm sorry guys, I didn't mean to." Raiden spoke, his own words failing him. Raven looked at him, tears welling up in her eyes as she spoke. "I don't want to get used to this, Raiden. We don't want to get used to this. I don't want you to be in pain. I don't want to see you hurt, ever. Must you always be the one to fight? Always you, doing it for everyone?" It's my responsibility. All this power, it must be used to protect people, and I'm the only one that can do it," tried to explain Raiden. This made Corey speak, but not alone. Why is it always you alone? Me, Raven, Carrie, the team, Scathach, and even Merlin, we can all help you, but you always choose to do your battles alone, over and over again. I just can't, I can't be sure of your safety, I don't want to lose you guys, I took a week's break and I woke up to my friend dead, I can't help it, said Raiden, with Wally's death still affecting him. He was lost, his fight with Superman wasn't necessary, he could have easily teamed up with others to knock him out and then helped remove the mental note, but he chose to fight him alone. It was anger, pent-up anger that he had. Anger at himself, and he wanted an outlet, somewhere or someone to vent on, and Superman was the perfect choice. Raiden, you don't understand, said Raven as she looked at him with tears in her eyes, I can't afford to lose you, not now, I haven't had my period in 2 months, Raiden, so I went to a doctor, I'm pregnant, I don't want my child to always see his father bloodied and in pain, explained Raven, shocking Raiden with the information. His heart started to race, and a wave of happiness and joy filled his heart. It was a moment he only dreamt of. His eyes started to tear up as he hugged Raven. Thank you, not knowing what to say, that was the only thing the soon-to-be father said, but then his heart started to feel pain, and the rush of realization hit him. If he keeps this up, he's going to leave his son as an orphan. He knew better than anyone that the world was in danger, and only he could stop it, and now with a child on the way, his determination has increased 100-fold. I'm sorry, Raven, Corey, I'll be more careful from now on. I was so focused on protecting you girls, that I didn't realize that I was also hurting you with my actions. I'm sorry, I can't promise that I'll never be hurt again, but I promise, I will always do my best to protect you girls and our child. I'll do anything to keep this family safe, said Raiden. The girls had tears in their eyes as they hugged him. The trio shared the moment, solidifying their relationship. Since that day, the days went by safely. Superman was healed, and his mental note was removed. He apologized to Raiden, and begged for forgiveness, to which Raiden said it was all fine, not his fault, but asked him to protect his mind better. The Justice League's power and influence returned to its former glory after the return of their strongest members, with the Light's leader defeated. They weren't sure if the Light was still operating under a new one, or had broken up, so the core of their operations had been to expose them, and arrest them. Of course, Raiden chose to take no part in that, opting to instead train under Scathach and Merlin. He even had Corey and Carrie train with him sometimes, hoping to increase their strength. Of course, Raven couldn't join for obvious reasons. Raiden's training was focused on 3 things: increasing his own strength without servants, getting used to his skills, and noble phantasms, increasing his bond with his servants, gaining more noble phantasms, and being able to choose more servants in his arsenal, and finally to increase his energy, so he'd be able to switch between servants much smoother. Ever since his days in Autumn, Raiden hasn't been able to smoothly switch between his servants. The amount of energy required and strain on his body was too much to just do it easily like he'd been able to do in Autumn. After 3 months, his power increased significantly. He gained many new noble phantasms such as learning, Gibalg, from Scathach, many new servants he bonded with, and learning to change between 2 servants smoothly. System, show me my bonds list. Bond list. Heracles, Berserker Bond LVL 15, gained the noble phantasm, God Hand. Ushiwakamaru, Bond LVL 20. Robin Hood, Bond LVL 12. Mata Hari, Bond LVL 15, gained the noble phantasm, Mata Hari. 100 Faces Hassan, Bond LVL 15, gained the noble phantasm, Zabaniya Delusional Illusion. Paracelsus von Hohenheim, Bond LVL 10. Medea, Bond LVL 12. Merlin, Bond cancelled. Scathach, Bond cancelled. Mordred, Bond LVL 15, gained the noble phantasm, Clarent Blood Arthur. Rama, Bond LVL 17, gained the noble phantasm, Brahmastra Rakshasa Piercing Immortal. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, Bond LVL 9. Arash, Bond LVL 11. Edmund Dantes Level 7. Siegfried Bond LVL 16, gained the noble phantasm, Balmung Phantasmal Greatsword, Felling of the Sky Demon. Iskandar Bond LVL 8. Arthur Bond Level 10. Achilles Bond Level 7, gained the skill, Valor A+, is the ability to negate mental interference such as pressure, confusion, and fascination. It also has the bonus effect of increasing melee damage. Roland Level 6, gained the skill, Adamantine Body a diamond body with a hardness rating of 10. Spears, swords, and bows are useless against him. However, there are always weaknesses with these types of legends, and in this case, it's the soles of his feet that are his weak point. David Level 5, gained the skill, Charisma B, is a composite skill consisting of a person's charm as well as the natural talent to command or unify an army or country. Increases the ability of allies during group battles. Ozymandias level 10. Asvathaman level 20. Neza level 4. Charles Henri Sanson level 10. Billy the Kid level 10. Okada Izo level 6, gained the skill, Manslayer A, is a sword skill specialized to cutting down humans with a blade. A practical form of swordplay focused on nothing but victory, unsuited for one whose soul seeks out the truth of the blade. Yet that is why it is strong and so brittle. Amiya Shiro level 5. Karna level 7. Orion level 4. Gilgamesh level 4. King Hassan level 5. Heracles, Archer, level 5, gained the skill, Mind's Eye, True, SA heightened capacity for observation, refined through training, discipline, and experience. A danger avoidance ability that utilizes the intelligence collected up to the current time as the basis in order to predict the opponent's activity and change the current situation. Li Shuwen level 6, gained the skill, Sphere Boundary, Extreme, is a skill where one uses their own chi to feel their surroundings or to erase their own presence. Reaching mastery in this skill allows one to become one with nature, even giving one the ability to become completely invisible. Mori Nagayoshi level 1. Okita Soji level 7, gained the skill, Shikuchi, is a technique to cut down the distance between opponents instantly. Rather than a simple quickness, there are numerous phenomena that are connected with each other and are completed with walking, body movement, breathing, blind spots, etc. Tamamo no Me level 3. Ishtar level 5, gained the skill, Mana Burst, Gems, the skill has fused with Mana Burst, Chaos, A+++. Looking at his new skills and noble phantasm, Raiden checked his stats. Name, Raiden Kagawa. AKA, Rai, the Ghost of Resistance, the Human Mage, the Devil of Vega, Earth's Guardian, the King of Death. Gender, Male. Attribute, Man. Alignments, Chaotic Neutral. Basic traits, Humanoid, Systems Host, Loved by Gaia, Hero, King. Passive skills, Martial Arts A, Tactics B, Instinct A, Marksmanship A++, Appreciation of the Arts EX, Dreamlike Charisma A, Librarian of Knowledge C, High-Speed Incantation A, Teachings of Circe A, Battle Continuation A, Art of the Swallow B+, Abyss of Death EX, Shikuchin B+, Sphere Boundary, Extreme, Mind's Eye, True, A+, Charisma B. Active skills, Sabotage A, Pheromone B, Mana Burst, Chaos, A+++, Determination of Steel EX, Robust Health EX, Disengage A, Revered Warrior A+, Projection Magic C A+++, Adamantine Body A, Valor A+, Manslayer A, Shikuchi. Noble Phantasms, Dan no Yura, Aso Tobi D, Sudarshan Chakra Yamraj A+, God Hand B, Mata Hari A, Zabaniya Delusional Illusion B++, Balmung A+++, Brahmastra Rakshasa Piercing Immortal A+, Clarent Blood Arthur A+. Stats. Strength, B+. Endurance, C. Agility, A++. Mana, EX. Luck, A. Noble Phantasms, B++. Looking at all his stats, Raiden simply felt sad as he looked ahead and said, "It's ironic, isn't it, Wally? Servants I used to rely on, now I'm stronger than most of them, yet with all this strength, I still couldn't be there for you, my friend." Looking at his friend's empty grave, Raiden was saddened. His life has been great ever since the Reach, but he still couldn't get over his friend's death. "I too like to sit here and tell Wally about how my life is going." Looking behind him, Raiden saw Artemis approaching him. Sitting next to him, she turned to Raiden and said, "I know you feel guilty, Raiden, but it wasn't your fault. He died because he wanted to help people, he saved the world, because he chose that. It's no one's fault." I know, it's just that, the idea that I could have changed that outcome, it." Before Raiden could finish his words, Artemis said, "I need a favor, Raiden, some sort of closer, for me, and for you." "Anything you want, Artemis," said Raiden. He knew that compared to his pain, Artemis was in much more pain, and sadness, and he wanted to do anything to lift her up. "The team hasn't allowed me, saying that it will bring me more pain, and I just couldn't make the journey myself since it's too far, but I want to go to the North Pole, where Wally had died. I want to at least be able to see the last thing he saw," said Artemis, seeking some sort of a final closer to her pain. "I shall take you there, you deserve at least that." Flying her to the North Pole, Raiden followed the exact coordinate he got from her. Then he dropped down. There were still some craters and scorch marks from the Reach machine that almost destroyed the world. Wally, Barry, and Bart had to run at full speed around it, to pull its magnetic effects to them, but unfortunately, Wally wasn't as fast as the other two, so the effect hit him, instead of his speed trail. Descending to the spot, Instantly, Raiden opened his eyes wide, as shock engulfed him. Noticing this, Artemis looked at him saying, "What's wrong, Raiden?" I can't tell you," said Raiden as he started to sense the energy around him. His body was very familiar with this energy, as he almost died in a place that contained it. "Raiden, please, not you, you can't keep this away from me," spoke Artemis as tears welled up in her eyes. "Artemis, I don't want to give you false hope," said Raiden, with pain in his heart. "I'd rather have that, than this empty feeling that I have now," replied Artemis, nudging him to answer her. Raiden closed his eyes, to sense the energy once more, and be sure of it. When he realized that he wasn't wrong, he spoke, "I've sensed a similar energy to the one surrounding this space. It's the Phantom Zone." Chapter 90. The Phantom Zone. The place where you were sent. "Does that mean Wally is in space?" asked Artemis, to which Raiden shook his head. "No, I only went to space, because I escaped the Phantom Zone. Wally has no means of doing that, which means one thing, Wally is still in there. Of course I'm not sure, we'll first have to discuss this with the others. If he's there, then we can save him, right?" "We have to save him," said Artemis, shaking a bit. This made Raiden get close and hug her, saying, "I will do anything I can to save him. If he's alive, and inside the Phantom Zone, then I will find him." A few weeks passed, and the team discussed the Wally situation. The Phantom Zone theory was kept hidden from Wally's family and the others, just to not give them any false hope. The team then assigned some of the best scientists in the teleportation fields and discovery of new dimensions, just so they could find a way to open the gate to the Phantom Zone. One of the lead scientists who helped in this research over the last few weeks had been Adam Strange. He was sitting down with Raiden and the original team members, Wally's friends. Flash was there as well as the highest-ranked League members, discussing the opening of the Phantom Zone. "Well, why did you gather us here?" "Any progress?" asked Raiden, looking at Strange. Adam closed his eyes, saying, "Well, I suppose we could call it progress, but it's nothing solid or useful. We managed to finally reverse engineer Evo's bomb that sent you to the Phantom Zone a few years ago. However, we've got a problem," explained Adam, to which Artemis said, "Well, what is it?" "We can send up to 2 people to the Phantom Zone, but we have no way of bringing them back since the portal can only be active for a few minutes at most, and you can't exactly create this portal in such a destroyed land," explained Adam, killing the hopes of everyone in the room. Raiden sat down and started to think. He's got a child coming soon. He promised his girls that he wouldn't do something dangerous again, but at the same time, it was one of his best friends, Wally, one of the first ones to welcome him in the team, and treat him well. He can't do nothing about it. "I'll go, I escaped before, I can do it again," said Raiden. The entire room looked at him with shock as Batman spoke. "You can't. You have no idea if you could come back, and you don't even know if you'd be back on Earth or be thrown into space like last time. It's too much of a risk, Raiden, you can't risk losing your life like this," said Connor. "So what? It's Wally. I have to do something." "We have to do something," screamed Raiden, but then holding him from his hand, Artemis spoke. "You can't, Raiden, you're expecting, you can't risk not being there for your child. I don't want Raven and Corey to experience my pain." "Damn it. Adam. Are you sure there's no other option?" "Just a one-way route?" asked Raiden as he grabbed Adam's shoulders, almost begging him. Adam looked down, disappointed at himself before saying, "It's too dangerous, too risky, and unproven. I don't even know if it would work, but there's another option," said Adam, to which hope engulfed Raiden's heart again as he asked, "Well, tell us." "It's not that different. We'll send 2 people to the Phantom Zone using this one-way gate. The 2 people must memorize the location they landed in, and come back after a certain period of time, a time we must agree upon, let's say a month. After a month passed, us back here, we'll open a new gate, and the ones in there must come out through it. As I explained before, we can at most keep it open for around 4 minutes. So you'll have to come back to whatever spot you dropped in at the exact agreed upon time. Over the month we can increase the size of people who pass when you come back, but I can't guarantee to keep it open for longer." Hearing that, Raiden understood what Adam meant. Raiden would have to spend a month in the Phantom Zone locating Wally. Not only that, he'd have to remember the exact location of where he was first dropped, and hope that it was not a bad location, then come back to the exact time, in about a month. This was extremely dangerous. Not only did he not know what kind of threats exist in the Phantom Zone, he didn't even know how time passed there, if it's even possible for a human to survive. All of these variables played a big part in him making his decision, but the variable he needed the most was the approval of his girls. He just couldn't make them go through pain because of him again. "I will go, we'll plan this out, and once we're ready I'll find Wally and bring him back," said Raiden, to which then from behind him, Artemis spoke. "I will go with you," he said. "It can take up to 2 people, right?" "Then I will go," said Artemis. No, it's too dangerous for you Artemis, said Raiden. The others all started to agree but Artemis cut them all off shouting, enough. I don't care. I'm going, and no one is stopping me, none of you can risk it, you've all got people to care for, but me? Wally was my life. Without him, I'm nothing, so I will go with you Raiden, whether you like it or not, whether the team likes it or not. Hearing the spiteful and angry tone of Artemis, as she threatened them, shocked everyone, but they couldn't say anything. After all, no one else was volunteering, except Raiden. The mission was too dangerous and unpredictable, and to anyone's knowledge, the only person to ever escape the Phantom Zone was Raiden, so it scared them. Fine, but prepare well, I'll do my best, but I can't guarantee your safety 100%, said Raiden, to which Artemis nodded saying, I wouldn't have it any other way. Taking a breath, Raiden entered his home. He was nervous, walking into the kitchen, and there she was, cooking something, even though she didn't need to, her belly in front of her, carrying his baby. Raiden felt pride every time he saw her. Raven turned around and noticed how Raiden was looking at her, love in his eyes, mixed with pride and happiness. You look silly, said Raven, as she laughed a bit. She sat down on the table, inviting him to sit with her. I don't mind, I'm just happy seeing you. Are you excited about the birth of our boy? Said Raven, to which Raiden corrected, could be daughter, we don't know. They both could easily tell that it was a boy, due to their magic senses, but Raiden was still pretending to not know, to keep the surprise alive. Yeah, sure, anyways, I've been working on some names, how about we sit down with Corey and discuss them? Also, hurry up and knock that girl up as well, she's too excited about our kid, I can't even tell how she be once she gets pregnant, said Raven. Raiden raised his hand saying, it's not my fault that Tamaranians have a very low rate of pregnancy. Anyways, we can discuss that later, I've got something serious to talk to you about. Hearing that, Raven narrowed her eyes saying, what is it? To which Raiden sighed as he said, look, I promised that I'd be with you, and not endanger myself, but, I'm a hero, and my friend is in danger, I have to do something, said Raiden, as he continued to explain the situation to Raven, about Wally and the Phantom Zone. Raven, I love you and Corey, and I want you safe, but Wally is also someone I care about, I blame myself for not protecting him and not being there for him, and I want to do the bare minimum, and to me, this is the bare minimum. If you don't want me to, I'll send Scat-Hack or Merlin, and stay by your side. This is your decision, not mine, because you deserve it, after all of what I've put you in. Hearing all of that, Raven closed her eyes. She was thinking, and thinking, then she opened her eyes saying, promise me Raiden, promise me to come back to the birth of our son, no matter what, no matter how, whatever dangers you face, just promise me, that you will come back to me. Hearing that, Raiden felt fear, not from a battle or death, but rather, from disappointing his love and missing out on his son's birth. I promise you, Raven, I'll be back before his birth, I'll be there, to hold your hand, to watch you give birth to life, and to name that life with you. Chapter 91. At least we had a nice time without any problems, said Corey referring to the 3 months of peace Raiden had whilst also, clearly indicating that she wasn't happy about the situation. Take care of Raven for me, will you? Scat-Hack and Merlin will always be nearby to help you if you need anything, said Raiden, hugging Corey. He turned to the two he mentioned and nodded towards them. I don't need to tell you guys anything, no matter what, my family stays safe, got it? Raiden then hugged Carrie and said his goodbyes to her, and Raven, once you're back, you better have a name for our boy, okay? Sure, I'll think of a great name. Until then, keep safe, okay? Stepping into the platform, Raiden was with Artemis, as Adam Strange and the other scientist, fiddled with the machine. Last check, Raiden, Artemis, the watch is with you, correct? Said Adam, asking about the watch the two of them were told to wear in their arms. Yeah, I got it, said Raiden. Positive, said Artemis. Good, as I explained before, the watch will allow you to know when a month passes on Earth. It's programmed to adjust to the time speed in the Phantom Zone. We still don't know if time moves faster or slower in that dimension. Now, as soon as you're ready, we'll start the machine. I'm ready, said Raiden as he looked at his family, Corey, Raven, and Carrie. I'm ready, we're coming Wally, said Artemis. Looking at the two of them Adam said, all systems clear, code green, start the transfer. The machine started to glow, and then it shot a bright green light, leaving the podium empty. Transfer successful, everyone, today is a break, tomorrow is a break, and then, we will work on increasing the size. They're going to work hard out there, and so shall we. Feeling Nesua as the transfer started, both Raiden and Artemis fell on their knees. Artemis started throwing up as she couldn't handle the Nesua. Raiden was also on his knees, completely weakened by what was happening. He turned to look at Artemis, and was shocked. She looked like a phantom, a blue phantom. He could even half see what's behind her. Ugh, I hate this, I hate it so much, said Raiden as he tried to stand. His body was trying to familiarize itself with this place. He tried to lean on a wall, but his hand phased through it, drawing his hand quick. Raiden was shocked at that. How is this possible? If my hand phases through the wall, how could I stand? As soon as he said that, his body half sank into the ground. Ag. Raiden! Screamed Artemis as she held him in her arm. I can touch you, she said, once again, and as soon as she said that, her hand phased through his as if it didn't exist. It's our thoughts, if we believe it, we can do it, said Artemis, as she held his hand again. This time she could touch him easily. At that, she held him up, as Raiden then started to focus as well. I can stand now. I think it's like some sort of material that responds to our mind. If we believe that we're standing, we will stand. If we don't, we fall, said Artemis explaining her theory. Raiden looked at the wall and tested the theory, punching it. Debris started to fall as the wall was smashed. Then he tried again, thinking it didn't exist. When he punched this time, his hand passed through. I guess, your theory is correct, so this is the Phantom Zone, said Raiden as he looked around it. It's blue, he thought. It was extremely blue. Everything was blue. The sky was blue, the ground was blue, the walls of the cave they were in was blue, even they were blue. It's like everything has a blue filter on top of it, said Artemis describing the place. She then looked at her watch, and as soon as she said it, she opened her eyes wide. Raiden, how long have we been here? Hearing that, Raiden raised an eyebrow saying, I don't know, 3 minutes or something. He looked at her, shocked as she looked at her watch. He imitated her and looked at his watch. What the fuck? The watch indicated that it had been 15 minutes since they arrived. Not only that, the watch was precise to the seconds, and it was going fast, faster than normal seconds. If we say we've been here for 5 minutes, and it indicates 15, this means time moves 3 times faster inside here, said Raiden as he looked at Artemis. Instead of the month, we have at most 10 days to find Wally. Time to move then, said Raiden as he looked at the exit in front of him, walking towards it with Artemis. Coming out of the exit, they finally saw the true Phantom Zone. It was completely blue as they had seen before, but also barren, nothing but some mountains and land. They could see small animals on the ground far away, but something about them looked different, like they weren't normal. Run! Run now! Said Artemis as the two started to drop from the mountain, running away from the worst thing the two had ever seen, straight out of an eldritch fantasy. The thing was a massive eye. The eye was surrounded by wings from each side. It didn't even make sense. That's how angels are supposed to look like in the Bible, said Raiden as he ran away with Artemis. The thing started to chase them, releasing laser from its eyes towards them. How could you even think of that? Transform or something. Fight it, said Artemis as she jumped, dodging the laser and hiding behind a rock. I don't want to fight that. I don't even know how. Punch the eyes. That's gross, said Raiden, to which Artemis screamed, I don't care. Do something. Fine. Okay, come out. Balmung, summoning his new noble phantasm, Balmung, the sword of Siegfried. Raiden looked at the eye as he held his sword to his chest and started chanting. The evil dragon shall fall. Well, in this case it should be. The evil angel shall fall. I will bring you down. Balmung. Energy was swirling around as it started to accumulate in the sword. Then, as Raiden dropped the sword down, the energy was released in the skies as it fell on the angel from the top, a massive blast that cut through the eye, ripping it apart and cutting it in half. Blood splurged from it as it fell on the ground. Fucking hell. Even the blood is blue, said Raiden as he approached the body. The eye was still visible, albeit it was cut in half. God, this is gross, said Artemis as she added, it's like it's still looking at me. OHFUCK, said Raiden as he looked at the sky, further from where they had been. Artemis, look at that, said Raiden. She looked up to see it, and there they were, hundreds of thousands of the eye. Their size was that of a truck, all flying in their direction. They're like birds. When they migrate in flocks, said Artemis as she looked at them fly away. Then both Raiden and Artemis opened their eyes wide. Fear, true fear, not of aura or power, rather it was an instinctual fear of the unknown, an entity that shouldn't exist. Raiden, said Artemis as she started to shake, holding Raiden's arms, in case she couldn't stand. Raiden kept his composure. I know. The two of them stared as the birds were being ripped apart by the mouths of a massive elephant. The elephant had 3 heads, and its size was what was shocking. Its height was like 3 massive skyscrapers put on top of each other. As for its size, it was like a massive city walking. It was eating the birds as if they were flies to it. What was scary was that its heads weren't stuck to it. Rather, they were almost like limbs extending from the body and eating the angel eyes one by one. That is fucked up, said Raiden as he looked at it eat away. Raiden, I know Wally, he wouldn't go in the direction of that thing. I think we should go this way as well. I agree. Still, I have this urge, said Raiden as he looked at the eldritch elephant. Raiden, "No," said Artemis, adding, "don't even think about it, we have to find Wally. We can't be wasting time fighting monster to satisfy your curiosity." "TSK, fine, fine, let's find Wally then." Chapter 92. Raiden and Artemis ended up spending 3 days in the Phantom Zone. Ever since they entered it they've seen some of the most horrendous creations a person could imagine, killing some of them for food since this world was more imaginary than normal planes, so when they eat the so-called creatures, they felt like they're eating animal meat. "Last time I've come here, it wasn't like this, for some reason, it feels different, but the same." "I'm not sure how to explain it," said Raiden, as he thought about the last time he was in the Phantom Zone. Artemis looked around her saying, "I genuinely don't like it here, everything is too blue, I might start to hate the color blue with passion after this." "I somewhat agree," said Raiden, staring at the campfire they made, just like everything it was also blue. If he placed his hands in it, it wouldn't hurt, but if he imagined it like a real fire, then it starts to hurt him. "Let's go, Raiden, we can't be wasting more time," said Artemis as she got up from her spot, preparing to continue their search. Ever since they entered, there had been no sign of intelligent life anywhere. The search continued as usual. Raiden and Artemis jumped from one location to the other, making sure to keep watch of the time and location they were in. They had to, not only were they pressed about time, but they needed to be careful of going too far away from the location they emerged from. "Look over there, Raiden, it's another new creature," said Artemis, pointing at a zebra-looking creature, but its legs were like a car suspension, bouncing up and down, and its neck was longer. "God, that thing is disgusting," remarked Raiden. As they continued to search, suddenly Raiden's mind-eye detected something, an attack from a location he couldn't even comprehend. He quickly got held of Artemis and jumped away. Looking back, he saw a tentacle-like hand emerge from nothingness, as if it emerged from the void. "What the hell was that?" screamed Artemis, to which Raiden dodged again, and another tentacle arm emerged where they had been flying. "Is it invisible?" asked Artemis as the two landed. She prepared her bow. "I'm not sure, it might be some sort of space manipulation," said Raiden, looking ahead trying to find it. He dodged again, and the tentacle emerged, but this time, Artemis was far away so she easily shot it with her arrows. Usually she doesn't have that many special arrows, but in this place, her imagination played a part in her power. So the arrows were stronger and could contain various effects. Upon impact the arrow exploded, blowing off the tentacle's top side as it started bleeding and squirming. "Artemis, run!" screamed Raiden as in her location, more than 5 tentacles emerged to try and kill her. Using her nimble and quick body she dodged them, but one of them hit her as she was sent flying to the ground. As she looked up, seeing Raiden coming to help her, but all she could look at was the creature behind him, all up in the sky. "Raiden," Artemis said as Raiden held her and flew away. "Raiden, look! Above us!" screamed Artemis, catching his attention. Raiden looked up to see a creature of the depths all up in the sky, almost penetrating it, an alien-looking entity, that can only be an imaginary work, something from H.P. Lovecraft's Most Hidden Dreams. "What in the Cthulhu is that?" said Raiden, looking at it. His description wasn't far off. As they looked at it, hundreds of tentacles, a massive octopus head, and hundreds of eyes, all looking more sinister than the other. The entity was flying in the sky without any wings, indicating that it used magic. It used 2 of its tentacles to strike the skies around it, almost like a space gateway. The tentacles emerged close to Raiden, who dodged them while holding Artemis. The entity was getting impatient, so more and more tentacles started to emerge from it. This forced Raiden to throw Artemis away as far as possible and summon one of his swords, Clarent Blood Arthur, the Sword of Mordred, slashing away the tentacles that were attacking him, relentlessly cutting them as the monster at the skies screamed and growled, rough. The anger on it was apparent as it increased its assault of tentacles. Hundreds of them dropped down on Raiden, emerging from the space all around him, covering all of his blind spots. Raiden started cutting them one by one at a speed that was unnoticeable by the eyes. Even Artemis was helping him from her location, shooting many arrows at the tentacles, but over time the sheer amount of the tentacles overwhelmed Raiden, and forced him to the ground, cutting his body to pieces. This satisfied the arrogant octopus in the skies, but then suddenly it felt pain. As it realized more and more of its tentacles were getting cut down, it looked down and saw that Raiden had closed the distance. Not only that, but there was many of him, 7 of him, each holding a different noble phantasm, one holding Clarent, one holding Balmung, Siegfried's weapon, one holding Rakshasa, Rama's weapon, one holding the Chakram, Ash's weapon, and the rest holding katanas. This was the effect of Ashwakamaru's noble phantasm, making Raiden able to clone himself 8 times, and using his powers to combine the noble phantasm he connected all the weapons with it. Each one used the new power to cut the tentacles and deliver a blow to the octopus. As he got closer to its face, Raiden could see the anger in the creature's eyes. "Not so happy now." "EY," said Raiden as he continued its onslaught on it, dodging its tentacles and cutting them, but then, he sensed danger, this time coming from a different location, its eyes. From the hundreds of eyes of the creature, blue beams faster than anything he's ever since were shot towards him. Each clone was caught in the attack zone, unable to dodge, and every version was decimated, except one, which was saved by some sort of blue light passing by and getting hold of him. "Are you all right?" "I'm sorry I couldn't save the others, I was only able to save 1 inch," said the girl that was looking at him. Raiden had his eyes open looking at her. She was fast, beautiful, and strong, but what got his attention the most was the mark on her chest, an S symbol. She turned around and flew towards the creature, punching from behind, grabbing its attention as she continued to fly around it. She then used a laser coming out of her eyes. The blue laser melted the tentacles all around the octopus. As the octopus started to scream, it tried to shoot its beams of light again, but the girl flew faster and punched it in the face, sending it flying to the ground. Realizing that he needed to help her, Raiden got up and said, "I need a strong one, area damage, come on, system, let's get that thing." Throne of Heroes. Servant, Archer, "I am Arjuna, Master, please command my body as you wish," spoke the servant, Archer Arjuna, the half-brother of Karna, a truly destructive servant, just like his brother. "You came at the right time, Arjuna, I need your help erasing that creature, an abomination to life itself." "Indeed, Master, by the grace of Shiva, I grant my hand in your quest. Such entity is an insult to the work of the gods and life, let's erase it, Master." "Good thinking, Arjuna," said Raiden as he flew towards the now distracted octopus, shooting a bunch of arrows at its eyes. Raiden got the hang of his new servant as he said, "Hey, Kryptonian. Get out of the way now." Hearing that, the girl fighting looked at the new person who had spoken and nodded her head. She flew away as she looked at his next move. "My karma shall be unleashed here. As the child of a god and a human, I will dole out punishment. Behold. This is destruction. Pashupata. Given to him by one of the 3 greater gods of Hindu religion, Shiva, a weapon of destruction, fit as the gift from the god of destruction himself. Collecting the magic in his hands, the blue aura increased until it was the size of a blue ball. He then released it, teleporting towards the location of the octopus. Its size started to increase and increase, engulfing the octopus whole, but then it shrank into a small hole, a miniature black hole. The black hole started to crush everything in the area, sucking everything into its depths. It didn't affect anyone else, other than the octopus and the land around it, the reason being it wasn't just a normal black hole. Instead, it judges the entity's karma, and since the Phantom Zone is a prison filled with hideous anti-god creatures, the black hole judged everything around it as a sin and erased it. With the octopus finally destroyed, Raiden lifted his transformation. "It was an honor serving you, Master. Vanquishing the sinners from the world of the living is the duty of all that's righteous, and I thank you for that." "I see, so this is a bond. It seems troublesome, but I suppose this is the fate of a servant," spoke Arjuna, his last words to Raiden. Bond increased. Arjuna Bond 1 Bond 3. As the transformation was undone, Raiden found himself kneeling on the ground, completely tired, unable to move. He had pushed his body a bit too much, summoning too many weapons, using a noble phantasm, and then transforming and using another noble phantasm. But as he focused, he channeled his skill, determination of Steel EX to force his magic to recycle faster. The girl who watched the destruction was fearful of the amount of power she just witnessed, but she still approached Raiden, dropping down near him. "Did you see where that man has gone? The one who killed the octopus." Then coming from the distance, running Artemis approached Raiden but quickly noticed the girl as she aimed her bow at her. "Who are you? Raise your hands. Don't make any sudden moves or I'll shoot." The girl looked at Artemis with confusion as she tilted her head, but Raiden stopped her saying, "Relax, Artemis, she helped me out." Artemis had a deadpan pan and then said, "So what? We don't know who she is, how she's here, and if she's seen Wally or not." "Wally, I know that name, someone like you too, he was fast, do you know him?" spoke the girl, somewhat excited at the mentioning of Wally. As soon as she mentioned Wally, Artemis bombarded her with questions. "Wait. You've seen him? Where? When? Where is he now?" "I met him here, he said he came from another place, but then he was taken by Zod. I'm still looking for a way to save him." "Zod? Who's that?" asked Artemis, to which Raiden said, "Before that, tell us, who are you? And what are you doing here?" The girl smiled as she said, "Oh yes. Silly me. My name is Kara Zor-El, from Krypton. Nice to meet you." Chapter 93. The girl smiled as she said, "Oh yes. Silly me. My name is Kara Zor-El, from Krypton. Nice to meet you." At the mention of her name, both Raiden and Artemis had their eyes open wide. "Zor-El? That means you must have heard of the name, Kal-El," said Raiden. Upon the mention of that name, Kara opened her eyes wide as she said, "Yes. I do. He's my cousin. Of course, he's a baby. But still, actually is he a baby now? It's been 12 years. So I wouldn't know. Hearing that, Raiden was confused as he looked at her asking, Kara, you've been in this place, for 12 years, meanwhile Artemis put her hand on her mouth as she realized why Raiden was asking that. Yeah, I believe so, I should be 20 years old now, my parents taught me how to count the days, so I'm pretty confident that it's been 12 years but that doesn't matter, if you guys know my cousin. Can you tell me how is he? I'm not sure how he's surviving on his own, such a young child like him, he must have been scared, said Kara. Artemis had tears dropping from her eyes as she asked, what about you? You've been in this hellish place for 12 years. That means you've come here at the age of 8, seeing the reaction of Artemis, Kara scratched her head saying, it's not that bad, I've adapted to it. Kara, I need you to sit down, I'm going to tell you some information about your cousin, but I first need you to tell me your story, how you ended up here, and what happened to Wally West, said Raiden as he guided her to sit down as he waited for her to talk. I supposed I should go back to the beginning. When I was 8, my parents rushed into my room and told me to go with them, there was something wrong with them, they were scared, but I had no idea why. Following them, we went to my cousin Cal's home, we found his parents there, they had already put him on a pod and launched him, and there was a second pod in front of it, my parents kept begging me to get on it, but I was stubborn, begging them to not leave me, thinking they were kicking me out. Kara remained silent for a few seconds before she spoke again. I wasted time, precious time, because after a few minutes, the door exploded as General Zod and his assistants walked in, trying to arrest my parents, they shot my mom, and my dad protected me, my uncle used a special weapon, used in Krypton to send criminals to the Phantom Zone, as he shot Zod and his assistants, they dragged me and my dad with them to the Phantom Zone, as soon as we arrived, I and Dad ran away, but eventually they caught up to us, so Dad sacrificed himself so I could survive. Kara's emotions were starting to show, her heart in pain, regret and pain all over her face, but she held it in as she said, I've been living here ever since, learning the rules of this place, I learned how to fight and fly, until about a month ago, when I met Wally, he taught me that I could shoot laser from my eyes, I thought it was silly. But he was right, I could if I imagined it, said Kara, switching her emotions in an instant, a sign that she was trying to hide the pain she held deep inside her, something that Raiden noticed immediately, as he asked, what happened to Wally, Kara? Kara lowered her head as she said, we were caught by Zod and his followers, I escaped, but Wally was still unable to adapt to the Phantom Zone perfectly so he was caught by them. Raiden looked at her as he narrowed his eyes, who is this Zod? And why would he want Wally? Kara looked at Raiden saying, because he believes Wally has a way out, Zod has been collecting every Kryptonian in the Phantom Zone, creating an army of sorts, and hoping to find a way out of this place. Not only that, I believe one of their spies found out what we were doing, I have no idea what was Wally doing, but he said something about using the speed thingy to connect his world with the Phantom Zone and escape. Hearing that, Raiden's eyes opened wide. Artemis, that's it, said Raiden, to which Artemis said, what? What is it? The Speed Force. That's what forced Wally here, he must have run fast enough to not go into the past or the future, but slow enough to not switch dimensions, so where would he go? The land in between, the Phantom Zone, explained Raiden. Understanding this, Artemis said, and you think this Zod guy is trying to take advantage of that and use Wally to escape? Yes, and we absolutely have to stop them, I'd rather not release a bunch of criminal Kryptonians on Earth, no thanks you, said Raiden. This made the confused Kara speak, what's the Earth? And what of my cousin, you said you'd talk to me about him. Yeah, I did say that. Upon hearing her story, Raiden was hesitant to tell Kara the truth, but he had to, she had the right to know. Look, the truth is, Krypton, the planet was destroyed, that's why your parents were trying to send you and Kal-El to Earth. Krypton exploded 36 years ago, and up to this moment, we had thought that the only surviving member was Kal-El, also known in our planet as Superman, the hero of justice, and Earth's beloved protector. Hearing that, Kara opened her eyes wide, realizing the implication of Raiden's words, her home planet, all the people she knew, her parents, uncles, friends, everyone in her home was dead. Not only that, her child cousin was nothing but a baby, was now 16 years older than her, and had to bear the responsibility of leaving alone for all this time, in a foreign world. I'm sorry that you had to find out this way, but I promise you that, I will help you escape from here. You don't deserve to suffer in this place, but first I need your help me locate General Zod, and help me take him down. We only got about 7 days left, before my people open a port back to my world. If we don't save Wally by that time, then him and everyone else will be stuck here forever. Please, Kara Zor-El, help us. Hearing that, Kara was hesitant to help. This wasn't an easy decision for her. The enemy was Zod, the man who had killed her parents, so of course she wanted revenge, but at the same time, she was only one girl, and he was a veteran soldier with an army. With Raiden and Artemis's help she predicted that they'd survive longer, but defeat them? That was impossible. I will help, but under a condition: find that man who helped us destroy the giant octopus and make him help us. I don't think we'll win, but at least someone as strong as him can be of greater help, said Kara, hoping to gather her kind of army to defeat Zod. Is that so? Well, that won't be possible, because that man is already helping you, said Raiden as he switched between his servants, ones that he had already reached a high bond with, making sure Kara saw 3 of his transformations. Raiden watched as her eyes opened wide in realization. It was you, said Kara, you killed that octopus. Artemis walked behind Raiden and patted his back. I don't know about this General Zod, but this right here is Raiden Kagawa, Earth's strongest hero, and to this day, I haven't seen him lose a single battle, so trust me when I say this, we will fuck up Zod for you. Hearing that, Kara had a slight spark of hope back as she nodded. Okay, I will help you. Kara guided them through the Phantom Zone. In the end she reached a mountain and dropped on its top. Hiding behind some rocks, she pointed towards another mountain. That's where Zod lives. He has been living there ever since we got here. Often he goes and tries to collect food, and people. Currently I'm aware of the existence of 6 people inside there. Vorkil, insane and deranged killer. Jaxuar, an ex-scientist who once caused the destruction of Krypton's moon. Farah Huol, she's a serial killer and one of Zod's 2 wives. She's extremely loyal to Zod and hates man, so be careful around her. Raiden, Non, he is Zod's muscle man, very loyal to Zod, and the reason he's been able to keep everyone in check. Ursa Zod, Zod's original wife and his right-hand woman, she is willing to do anything her husband asks. And finally, General Druzod, he is the leader of the entire camp, and known as one of Krypton's most skilled warriors. He even tried to force a coup d'état once, but as I said, he was stopped by my uncle and sent here. Looking at the mountain, Raiden could see that it was some sort of a camp made of simple materials. His protection wasn't that great, but that was understandable since there were only 7 people inside. Artemis, watching the camp, said, he has 2 wives. Looks like you aren't special, Raiden, someone has already taken over that trend. Hearing Artemis's words, Raiden rolled his eyes, but Kara spoke. He even wanted me to become his wife. What a creepy monster. He killed my parents and expects me to submit myself to him, and his excuse was that he wanted to continue Krypton's bloodline in here, the Phantom Zone. And was he successful? Does he have any kids? Asked Raiden, to which Kara said, not that I know of. Even back in Krypton, Kryptonian birth rates were low. My parents used to tell me how proud they were for having me. So I'm well aware of that. They must have been. Yeah, anyways, I think we should observe them for some time, and then create our attack plan, said Raiden as he observed the mountain. Is that so? An attack plan would have been great, but too bad for you. I've already seen you, spoke a voice behind Raiden. As he turned around he looked up to see a blue Kryptonian flying. Oh no. It's Vorkil, said Kara. Well, no more planning, let's see how strong these Kryptonians are. Chapter 94. Raiden immediately attacked, closing distance on Vorkil, trying to strike him as fast as possible. With a sword in hand, the slash aimed at Vorkil's neck, but to Raiden's surprise the sword passed through his neck as if he wasn't there. As the sword passed, Raiden's instinct was calling him to dodge. A kick came to his head, but he quickly ducked in the skies as he stepped back. He didn't dodge. That means, I see how it is. A long time in this plane has given you the powers to adapt your body, didn't it? Said Raiden, realizing that Vorkil has the ability to turn himself intangible. Wow. Look at you, very smart. I could have used a quick-witted person like you as my assistant. Oh, wait, most of my assistants died in the experiment, meh. As he spoke, Vorkil attacked Raiden with a punch. Raiden dodged it and tried to hit him back, but he once again hit absolutely nothing. Damn it, as Raiden's body was still attacking, he couldn't dodge. A kick that hit him right in the guts, sending him flying. Damned it. That attack was strong. Raiden tried to move, but he then fell to his knees as he started to vomit blood. How is this possible? I should be able to tank this much. Even from a Kryptonian, this was too strong, thought Raiden. He looked up to see Vorkil coming fast to finish him off, but then 4 arrows followed behind him. Vorkil tried to dodge, but the arrows followed him fast. As he turned to swat one of them, they all exploded with blue dust. Vorkil's vision was cut, as then another arrow came rushing into the smoke, exploding directly into Vorkil and sending him flying. Wait. Did she hit him? And that weak explosion arrow damaged him? How? Watched Raiden, quickly coming to Raiden's aid. Kara and Artemis looked at him. Kara said, just focus on your injury. If you imagine it's healing fast, it should be healed, said Kara as she helped him stand up. Artemis, how did you do that? Asked Raiden. It was her. She explained to me what was happening. In this realm, your imagination plays a part in your power, that's why he can make himself intangible, but what if he can't see around him? So I smoked him and shot an explosion arrow, one that I imagined could deal massive damage, explained Artemis to Raiden. Raiden kept on focusing on healing himself whilst thinking, imagination, that just doesn't make sense. How do I imagine myself stronger? Do I just imagine my strikes being powerful? Or what? And what about that intangibility thing, how do I get over it? We have to escape, Vorkil should be coming back and he might have alerted the others, said Kara. Raiden thought for a few seconds and said, what about Wally? We can't just leave, we have to find out what's happening in there. Kara, we have to fight and win. Hearing that, Kara looked at Raiden and said, we are outnumbered and we've been caught, you don't know the rules of the Phantom Zone as well. They'll defeat us. She's right, Raiden, we have to find a different way to handle this, said Artemis, but unfortunately for the two girls, a voice behind them crushed their hopes. Too bad for you, I can't let you go, I haven't tortured a man in ages, and there's one right here. Who Zod doesn't need alive. Turning behind them, everyone could see a dark-skinned short-haired woman. Raiden recognized who she might be, and the words Kara muttered confirmed that Farah Huo was known as the cruelest of the bunch and master torturer. What happened to Vorkil? Why hasn't he brought the child? And who are these people? More visitors, said another voice. Unlike Farah, he was flying and looking around as if he was bored. Go locate him, Jax, I shall deal with them, spoke Farah, to which Raiden felt insulted, replying, are you sure? Not to brag, but two girls couldn't handle me before, not so sure why you'd be able to. As soon as he said that, Raiden felt like Farah had teleported in his face, as he saw the punch coming right to his face, surprising her and Jax. He dodged, and then head-butted her in the nose, creating a shock wave behind her head and then letting her go, as she fell to the ground. So that's how it works, right? Imagination. Good, I can work with this, said Raiden as he adjusted himself to this power. He was starting to understand the rules of the place. It's not full imagination, rather, it's imagining what you saw before, but in replicating it, and since Raiden's strongest opponent physically had been a Kryptonian, Superman, he could easily replicate his power in this realm. Of course it wasn't perfect. Unlike Superman, he wasn't a Kryptonian, so he didn't know how he dealt with the backlash. Raiden's head was hurting as hell due to the attack being too strong. Creating a distance between them, Farah's rage was showing as she looked at Raiden with hatred. You're dead, she spat, but Raiden just shrugged. From behind them, Vorkil returned. They were surrounded. Kara, deal with Jax, have some courage, okay, trust yourself, you're from the House of El, the House of Hope. Artemis, you can beat that guy again. Can't you? As for this little gremlin, she's mine. The battle started. Walking in a dark corridor was a massive, bulky, dark-skinned and bald man. He had an annoyed look as he entered the final room, where his master was working. Sir, more intruders. They don't have this guy's powers, but they should be his allies, said the giant. Where are they? Nan, spoke his leader, to which Nan said, Jax, Vor, and Farah went after them. If they take too long, you have permission to join them, said the leader as he turned to the tired person in front of him. Nan left the room, whilst the leader started slapping the person awake. Ugh, where am I? Said the person looking around. Upon seeing the face in front of him, he tried to run away with speed, but was unable to. If you keep trying to escape, I will break your legs, and you know, as much as I do, that we need your legs to leave this place. Now, explain to me this plan you worked out with Zor-El's child, this speed force and how to leave. Artemis's speed was that of a normal human, but in the Phantom Zone she was much more powerful. She was able to jump, run, and dodge at almost super speed. This was due to her being always close to Wally, so the imagination that prevailed for her was that. Of course that wasn't everything. Her special arrows played a massive part in her battles. Vorkil was a straight man, face-to-face battles and hand-to-hand combat. So when faced with a sneaky assassin like Artemis, he was in for a beating. Where are you? You damn bitch, screamed Vor, as another arrow aimed at his face. He turned intangible for a second, letting it pass him, but to his shock, the arrow hit the ground and released electricity wires to his feet. Another arrow came down from the skies, but this one created the smoke he feared the most. He prepared himself, because always when she released smoke, he would get a powerful attack. Going into his intangible mode, he waited, but there was nothing. You can keep playing with those toys. But no matter what, you won't beat me. Another arrow dropped down next to his legs. He turned intangible immediately, afraid it contained electricity or something. Realizing there was nothing, he deactivated his intangibility, his biggest mistake, because while he was preparing to deactivate it, a fast exploding arrow was released by Artemis. The arrow passed halfway deep in his legs as he went back to being tangible, meaning the arrow was stick inside him. Vorkil couldn't even scream or react to the pain as the arrow exploded deep. Inside his legs, splattering his legs all around the ground. HHH. Target neutralized, said Artemis, as she decided to ignore the others, and aimed for a different mission. Kara clashed with Jax a punch after another. Jax was faster at dodging, and just like Vor, he was able to turn intangible at will, so even when she was faster, he'd just turn intangible. Of course he couldn't take that too far with her, because unlike the new guys, Kara was also a veteran of the Phantom Zone. She was able to will her punches to connect, just like he was able to will his body to become intangible. Jax, however, was intelligent. With a barrage of comeback punches, he said, "The Scaredy Cat is back to fight us? Aren't you afraid to die? Maybe you should escape just like last time. I mean, you even left your father to die. Why would you care about these new people?" taunted Jax, as he delivered a kick to her stomach, creating a distance between them. This made Kara create a laser beam directed at Jax, but he just turned intangible, letting it pass him. "Oh. Can't force your will anymore. It's understandable, really. No one will blame you, you running off, letting your father die. It's not like you had a choice. Or did you? They do say it's survival of the fittest." "Shut up," screamed Kara as she attacked Jax with a punch, but he easily sidestepped her and kneed her to the stomach. Grabbing hold of her hair, he flew her down, slamming her face to a bunch of small rocks. "You are weak, pathetic, you don't deserve to call yourself a Kryptonian. You gave up on that honor when you abandoned us." "The last bastion of surviving Kryptonians," said Jax, noticing how Kara's eyes opened wide. Jax added, "You know why I hate you? It was your family that put me in this damn place." Then comes Zod, and what does he tell me? "Krypton is about to be destroyed, but your family was going to save you and another. Not the warriors. Not the scientists, not the great minds of Krypton. No, a goddamned infant and a child like you," said Jax as he slammed her head over and over to the rock with each word. "Zod is trying to escape the Phantom Zone with Kryptonians, and if we force that speed guy to get us out, we'll revive Krypton. He offered you to be his wife, you, who shouldn't even be considered a Kryptonian, the traitor to your race, a chance. And you do what? Do you refuse? Heh, Zod may be a sensible man, and a man of honor, who wouldn't force a child to bear his kids, but not me. That's my revenge, to force the last member of your miserable house to bear my child." With hatred in his words, Jax was about to slam Kara's head on the rocks again, but as he moved his hands, another person slammed into him. It was Farah, as she was thrown away, hitting him, and the two of them were sent flying. The person who threw Farah was of course Raiden. Turning to him, Kara saw a different person entirely, a black-skinned man with blonde hair, no shirt, and many, many scars on his chest. "Servant, Berserker. My true name is Beowulf. Let's go beat them up, master." Chapter 95. "You are dead," screamed Farah as she attacked Raiden. He dodged left and right, making sure to evade her strikes. Raiden was now very adept at martial arts and hand-to-hand combat. His training with Scathach was very fruitful. Combining that with his skills and servants, he was more than a match to Farah. "You dare mock me? You are a man. Fine, I shall show you what it means to fight me," screamed Farah, as she flew into the skies. She was about to punch him, but Raiden's instinct was screaming at him to not block. He watched as she punched the rock behind him. The scary part was that her punch didn't connect. Instead it sunk into the rock and then recreated it, blowing off the wall. "Had that hit me, I'd have lost a chunk of my body." "You have some sort of problem with man," said Raiden, mocking her as he summoned a sword in his hand. Clarent Blood Arthur. The sword shined with red beam energy as Raiden activated his mana burst. Chaos. His power raged as his energy turned blue. Of course it's blue, this damn Phantom Zone. TSK. Anyways, mana burst, water. Good enough, thought Raiden as his chaos mana burst landed on the water. He then closed his eyes, thinking, Shikuchi. Using Shikuchi, a walking art that was almost teleporting, Raiden emerged behind Farah with his sword in hand full of water energy. He struck her from behind, then using Shikuchi's gain he arrived behind her. "You think I'm done?" A wave of slashes that hurt her deep inside since the sword wasn't able to cut her. Then summoning the Chakram of Ash, Sudarshan Chakra Yamrach, he unleashed it at her. It spun and spun on her front as Raiden then kicked it with her, desummoning it and sending her flying. With a blast of flames, the blast was so strong that it sent her flying away, hitting the ground few times as she then ended up hitting her ally Jax. Getting closer to where Jax had been, Raiden found Kara falling on the ground. "You were defeated? That was unexpected. Aren't you stronger?" said Raiden as he extended his hand towards her. As she touched his hands, Raiden said, "If you let your enemy defeat you mentally, then you have already lost the battle. Stay there and watch, don't help, just enjoy the show," said Raiden as he walked towards the battered Jax and Farah. Throne of Heroes. Servant, Berserker. My true name is Beowulf. Let's go beat them up, master. Raiden's appearance transformed to that of a blonde-haired barbarian warrior, with nothing on but pants, his upper half filled with scars and his arms they had golden tattoos shining on his dark skin. "Hey Faura. Come on now. You aren't going to let a man defeat you, are ya?" said Raiden as his body started running towards her, jumping her attacked her with a kick. She dodged, but what she didn't expect was for him to predict that and turn his body to her location and kick her in the mouth. Jax watched this and took the opportunity to escape to the skies. "Nah nah, I see you up there darling," said Raiden as his body had transformed again. This time he was in his Medea form, dark cloaked blue robe, and multiple magical circles behind him. Makia Hecatic Gria, rains of light aimed at Jax, ripping him apart. Of course, none of them were fatal, but Jax wasn't able to dodge the quantity and had to take them all head on. Realizing that Faura was about to attack him, he went back to Beowulf's form and dodged the punch, allowing her to pass him. He then dodged another kick, shocking her quite a bit. He summoned a sword in hand. This was fronting Beowulf's sword. It got stronger the more blood it drew, and now it drew first blood as Faura's arm was cut clean. "Ag! Feurea damn you!" screamed Jax as he flew towards Raiden, but unlike Faura, Raiden turned to Jax and hit him with his club nagling, sending him flying as blood splurged from his face. That was for Kara. Raiden then turned to the defeated Faura. She was clutching her arm and on her knees looking at Raiden with shock. Raising his hand to finish her off, a scream called out to Raiden. "Raiden, watch out," screamed Kara as she watched Raiden turn to her in shock. With a hand in his stomach, Raiden quickly swung the club backward, hitting whatever penetrated his stomach, sending it flying. He then dropped to his knees as his vision started to blur. He looked in front of him, to see him, a giant man. Clearly a Kryptonian. His hand was bloodied red. "My skill, my instinct didn't work," said Raiden as he fell face first. Artemis sneaked all the way inside the cave, erasing her presence. She stuck herself to the ceiling. This imaginary power thing is actually interesting. As she kept following the cave, she saw someone walk. It was a white blonde short-haired woman. This must be the other wife then, thought Artemis as she took the opportunity to follow her. After a short while, they entered a well-lit room. Inside, Artemis's eyes opened wide. Wally was chained to the wall with many chains, some 2 on each leg, 1 in each hand, and another on his neck. "Lord Zod, it would seem the battle outside is continuing. It's the girl from EL's house and 2 others. I'm not sure how the battle is going, but I think we should join in," said Ursa, Zod's first wife, and his life partner. She was his official wife before he came here, and had to take another, hoping to save the Kryptonian bloodline. "I've already sent Non, he should be able to deal with it," said Zod, as he continued to write something on his notes. "Understood. What about me?" asked Ursa. She was about to suggest going outside, but then a massive earthquake shook the entire cave as the 2 of them held each other. "What the hell was that?" said Ursa, but Zod only closed his eyes as he said, "Ursa, stay here, make sure to keep him alive, I still need him." Chapter 96. Raiden held his bleeding stomach in pain as he willed himself to heal. He already had a small healing factor since ever he was a child, and now with the power of imagination, it was possible to accelerate that, but what worried him more was if he's going to be fast enough in healing. As he looked around, he found himself unable to see due to his vision blurring, but he could see one person standing in front of him protecting him. It was Kara. As another attack was coming his way, Raiden watched as Kara blocked the attack for him, saving him from imminent death. "Daughter of Zoriel, you still insist on betraying your race? All of you who bury the sigil of El House are a shame," spoke the man in front of her. "I have never betrayed Kryptonians, but I'm not so low as to work with monsters such as yourselves," replied Kara with spite as she prepared herself for battle, taking a battle stance. Jax dropped down from the skies as he spoke. "Kill that thing, Non, and capture the girl. They hurt Faura and Vor." Hearing that, Non said, "Take Faura and Vor, keep them safe, I'll handle this." He then moved in to attack Kara. His body sometimes would disappear and appear suddenly beside her and attacking. Raiden had his eyes wide open as he watched the battle. "She can see it. I can't tell where he's coming, but she can." Ever since Non joined the battle, Raiden hadn't been able to sense him, but for some reason, Kara was able to predict where he was emerging. She could defend against all his attacks, however, and unfortunately for her, she wasn't strong enough to defeat him. She was only defending. Non emerged behind her with a kick, and she blocked it but was sent backward. He emerged again from above her, dropping with a punch. Once again, Kara was able to block it, but the difference in strength proved important. Each blow sent shockwaves through her body, threatening to overwhelm her. She fought back with all her might whenever she got an opening, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks, but Non seemed unfazed. He would either dodge, teleport or block her. As she was starting to give up, Non knew that this was his chance, so he took it, emerging behind her, and delivering a kick to her, knowing she would turn and block, but it was a feint as he punched her in the face, sending her flying. He emerged from above her again as he tried to finish her off, but then he found himself in the receiving end of a club hitting his face and sending him flying. Raiden waited and waited for Kara to buy him as much time as possible, and when he realized he was healed, he conjured up a counter-plan to Nan's ability. Nan got up from the ground as he looked to find Raiden, but there was nothing, he couldn't see him, no matter what. Noticing Kara, he used his dimensional hoping ability he developed here when he was a Kryptonian. He survived an encounter with a race known as the New Gods. They used some sort of technology to teleport. Ever since he came here, he learned of the imagination powers, and willed himself to become a teleporter. Over the years, he became a master at it. He believed himself to be able to attack anyone, even those who can see the future. This belief is what allowed him to bypass Raiden's mind's eye. Emerging behind Kara, a kick was about to be delivered to her face. She attempted to block it, but Nan knew he was stronger, so he was trying to take advantage of that. But then a club once again emerged from nothing as it hit him in the stomach, sending him flying. Raiden, screamed Kara as she saw him save her again, and then his body became invisible, disappearing. Raiden. "Where are you?" she said, but then she heard a whisper in her ear. "I'm using one of my skills to remain hidden. I can't sense where his attacks are coming, so I'll just hide, but I know you can sense it, so I'm going to use your reaction to his attacks to hit him," said Raiden. The ability in question here was one of his most recent and most powerful abilities. It took him quite the harsh training and thrashings from Scathack to learn it. It was Assassin Li Shuan's skill, Sphere Boundary Extreme, a skill that allowed him to bend his presence to that of nature, becoming one with it. It wasn't invisibility, rather, it was more of the fact that Raiden, when in the height of his focus, can become something no one could feel. You'd look at him in the eyes, but his presence wouldn't register in your brain, as he was meant to be there, nothing unnatural. Realizing that Raiden is hiding and only attacking when he attacks, Nan stayed quiet, observing and planning from afar, but then as if to taunt him, an explosion happened nearby. As he watched Jax, Farah and Vor fall on the ground close to Kara, Raiden emerging with a club screaming, "I know you're there. Come out and face me head on, or I swear they're dead." Vor had lost his leg, and Farah her hand. Only Jax was healthy, and Nan knew he was too weak to do anything against Raiden, but at the same time, he couldn't risk attacking, for he was outnumbered, and his enemy was stronger than he expected. Seeing that Nan won't come out, Raiden looked at the trio and said, "Too bad, you've been abandoned." Raising his club in the air, Raiden prepared to launch his noble phantasm. Here it comes. Iron hammer that struck down the evil snake. Nagling. The club Nagling had a special trait: the more damage it dealt, the more energy it collected, evident by the color of it turning redder and redder, and since Raiden had used it to deliver some serious blows to the Kryptonian bunch, it was ready. Unleashing it, Raiden dropped it down on all three of them. The red energy combusted, turning red, then blue as it blew all of them including Raiden away, sending them flying away. The explosion created a mini earthquake. Getting up, Raiden looked around him to see a massive crater, created by his power. "Could have warned me," said Raiden, as Beowulf in his head replied, "Where's the fun in that?" Emerging from his hiding, Nan rushed to where Farah was. To him she was the most important since she was one of the general's wives. He found her there lying, knocked out and almost dead, her hands still bleeding, and now several burns and injuries all over her abdomen and her face. He looked at the others, seeing how they looked. Or who had lost a foot in his battle with Artemis, now lost half his face, confirming it. Nan knew he was dead. As for Jax, he was crawling away, both his feel exploded, but he was trying to survive. Nan. What happened here? From atop the crater, a voice screamed at Nan. Recognizing it instantly, Nan got up and saluted. "General, the enemy, he's the one," said Nan as he looked at Raiden, facing Zod from the other side of the crater. "So you're the one known as Zod? I've been waiting to see you." HGGG. As Raiden was speaking, a punch was delivered to his face, but it wasn't over. Zod was flying with him, smashing him through multiple mountains and rocks on the way. As he smashed him on the ground, a barrage of punches was delivered by Zod at Raiden's face as he screamed, "Die! Die! Die! Fuck this shit. I'm fucking killing all you Kryptonians," screamed Raiden as a sword emerged in his hand, smashing it on Zod's head. Raiden said, "Mordred," transforming to Mordred. His sword changed to Clarent as he hit him in the chest with it. The sword wasn't able to cut him, but it created distance between them, granting Raiden the chance to chant, "This is the evil sword that destroyed King Arthur. Clarent Blood Arthur." The sword opened up, creating a fiery red energy. As if the sword itself became massive, Raiden swung it sideways, cutting many mountains in the distance, blasting with it Zod. The red beam of energy was focused on Zod as everything around him melted away or was completely obliterated. As the energy subsided, Zod emerged from inside the pool of molten lava created by the attack. He was naked, but his body was unharmed as he spoke. "So this is the power of a yellow sun?" This Superman enjoyed all these powers alone, yet failed to conquer your world. It would seem the House of El will always be a shame upon Krypton. Kara looked at Non as he said, one of us is dead, and two are in critical condition, the last sons and daughters of Krypton, and you caused this, you are to blame for this, allying with our enemy and bringing them here. They weren't an enemy. You attacked them first. And I'm done hearing this bullshit. You do not represent Krypton. Nor do you represent me. You all are monsters, and I shall defeat you. Here and now Non, screamed Kara as rage took over her, watching how Zod moved. Kara's mind was racing, remembering how Raiden described her cousin's powers, how the little toddler that was younger than her, was now a hero and one of the strongest entities in his world. Raiden himself is a monster. If Raiden praises my cousin, this means I too can be like that. I too am a Kryptonian, I too belong to the House of El, I am Kara Zor-El. As Non emerged behind her, once again she was able to predict his movement. It was her special ability, just like how Non developed teleporting due to his past experiences. Her past experience had been running in fear from them, from Zod and his army, developing something akin to a danger sense, but it was much more potent when facing the Kryptonians that chased her. One of them is Non. She blocked the attack, but her hand was hurting, it was too powerful for her, and she was in pain. You won't be lasting long, daughter of Zor-El, said Non as he delivered another punch from behind her. I can't keep hiding, I need to fight, I can fight, I am not afraid, just like Zod, just like Raiden, just like my cousin, just like my dad. Collecting her thoughts, Kara focused as she predicted the next attack, a right hook to the stomach, then a left hook to her face, and then finally a kick in the face. As Non emerged, she went into her own zone. The power of imagination was incredibly potent, just like how Zod was granted true Kryptonian strength because of his total belief, so was Kara, as she believed herself to be able to win. Her image of how Kryptonians fight in a yellow sun wasn't there, but what was there was Raiden. She used his powers as the anchor to her powers. She sidestepped the right hook, ducked as the left hook was coming, and then hit his foot before it was even raised. Non had his eyes opened wide, as Kara defended against all his attacks, but it wasn't over. Her eyes shined blue as she unleashed her laser beam right in his face. It was so powerful that she couldn't even stop it. It was until a red light shone brightly from beyond the mountains that she stopped her laser. Looking around her, Non was on the ground dead, 2 holes in his eyes, but it wasn't everything. The surrounding mountains and the cave Artemis was in had fallen apart. Chapter 97. As she waited for Zod to leave, Artemis was scheming ways to attack Ursa, and save Wally. Getting closer, she was hanging on the ceilings. Her strength had increased since she entered the Phantom Zone, so she was able to hold herself and take advantage of it, but she wasn't as strong as the other Kryptonians, relying on her bow to close the difference. As she got closer, she held herself up with only her feet as she observed Ursa a bit, then knocked her bow, preparing to attack. As she released the arrow, Ursa disappeared. Artemis quickly let go of the ceiling, jumping down because a punch was heading her way. Ursa had attacked her first. How did she see me? Thought Artemis, shocked. You must be one of the new rats in the Phantom Zone, said Ursa as she looked at Artemis, rushing in to attack her. Artemis threw smoke grenades on the ground and tried to escape, but she felt Ursa's hand tighten on her leg and smash her on the ground and throw her away. She saw me. Getting up from her injuries, Artemis let go of 3 arrows at Ursa. 2 of them were swatted away except one that she dodged effortlessly. Noticing this, Artemis thought she only dodged the one with the bomb in it. She then released an arrow in the air above Ursa. The arrow was special. It was a bomb that released many small shells under it, aiming to catch Ursa by surprise, but Ursa, upon seeing the arrow, dodged backward, enough to avoid the shells entirely. No way, she did it again. It's like she can see the future, thought Artemis. She then brought out 4 random arrows and released them at Ursa, a desperate move that Ursa dodged instantly as she attacked her quickly. Realizing that she couldn't beat the Kryptonian head-on, Artemis let go of another arrow. It created foam-like material that hardens quickly. It was a desperate move to create a wall around them, but Ursa crushed it as she closed in on Artemis. I got you now. Are you sure about that? Said Artemis. As Ursa punched her, she found herself punching air, as a yellow dash passed her and took Artemis away. Turning to follow the dash, Ursa was shocked to see Wally holding Artemis in a princess carry. Ursa's eyes opened wide as she asked, how? When? Wally put Artemis down as she spoke. At first I thought you could see the future since you were predicting everything I do, but then I realized that it wasn't the case. When I released the first 3 arrows, you dodged only the one with the bomb. Then when I released the shell bomb arrow, you dodged again, but when I released the 4 random arrows, that even I didn't know what they did, you chose to dodge. It's because you can read my thought, right? Said Artemis as she knocked her arrows again. Preparing for the attack, but too bad for you, you can only read surface thoughts, so you didn't read the fact that all the arrows I released were intended to save Wally from his chains. Now, it's a 2 versus 1. As soon as she finished talking, Wally dashed behind her and kissed her cheeks saying, I love you, as he turned to Ursa. I see, I didn't think you were that smart, but that doesn't change anything. I'll take you both down. Entering a battle stance, Ursa closed her eyes as she focused. The speedster was coming. Wally came dashing from behind her. The girl has knocked another arrow. Explosive arrow. No smoke. 1. Ursa turned to punch Wally as the arrow hit behind her, releasing the smoke. Wally was smashed on the wall as Ursa dashed towards Artemis. Seeing this, Wally panicked as he thought, shit. What would Barry do? Running to block Ursa, he realized something. Fuck Barry. Just don't think, Wally. I'm a speedster, I can think faster than she can read, so who cares? Barry's thoughts were moving at a rate Ursa couldn't follow, so when he appeared in front of her and punched her, she couldn't dodge, stopping her in her tracks. Wally spun around her, creating a small vortex. Imagine it, Wally. The fastest alive. Faster. Faster. Faster than the Flash. The vortex's force carried Ursa to the skies as he screamed, now Artemis. With pleasure, baby. Artemis knocked her arrow, a special bomb specifically for strong Kryptonians. Taking advantage of the fact that Ursa couldn't dodge, she released it directly towards her. As it reached, an explosion occurred, blowing Ursa away, sending her flying onto the walls, but that wasn't it. Wally looked around him, about to celebrate, happy about defeating Ursa, when he saw it, a beam of blue light passing through the mountain's wall in a wild manner. The laser almost cut Artemis in half, as he rushed to stop it. Faster. 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 Wally, faster, damn it. She came here for me. She risked her life for me. The laser grazed Artemis's left hand, cutting half of it, but Wally was fast enough to reach her, rushing with her out of the cave and away from the laser. As he exited, and stopped, he looked at Artemis. She looked back at him, shocked at where she was before she sensed it. Endure it, Artemis, just imagine it healing. I'm sorry, I tried to run as fast as I could, I'm sorry. Wally was angry at himself for not being able to run fast enough to save her, but what he didn't know, was the fact that he ran so fast, he had already surpassed Flash. Looking around, Flash noticed that the blue laser had stopped. Rushing towards its location, he found Kara there on her knees, bodies of the other Kryptonians around her. Kara, said Wally, as he looked at her. Wally, I killed him, she said as she stared at Nant's body, his body cut in half, and his eyes burnt. She then turned to notice Artemis's injured hand. Oh. I didn't mean to. I didn't. It's okay, Kara, it's okay. I know you didn't mean it, said Wally, trying to comfort her, but as he was talking to her, a bright light shone upon the entire world. Closing his eyes, Wally turned to Artemis, checking on her. Looking back at the sky, Wally's eyes opened wide. He was gobsmacked as he looked into the skies. He turned to see Kara screaming, holding her ears. Too much. Too many. Stop. 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 Wally rushed to her and placed his hand on her back, trying to comfort her. What is it, Kara? What is it? Kara's pain increased as she said, stop. Stop. Stop talking. I can hear them. I can hear everything. Everyone. She turned to look at Wally, as she screamed again, who are you? Move away. Don't come any closer. Confused, Wally said, it's me. It's me, Wally. Kara wasn't buying it as she shook her head. No. I know how Wally looks. He's not like you, you're just bones and muscles. Hearing that, Wally realized something. The voices, the bones and muscles, it's Superman's X-ray vision and super hearing. He then turned to look at the thing that created the bright light seconds ago and said. He really did it. Zod, he and Eclipso have created a yellow sun, here, in the Phantom Zone. Chapter 98. Raiden had his eyes wide open as he looked at the lava and ruined mountains in front of him, a full blast of an anti-army noble phantasm, yet Zod was standing like nothing happened. He was unharmed, slightly pushed back a bit. Zod walked in a pool of molten lava as he emerged unharmed, saying, so this is the power of a yellow sun. This Superman enjoyed all these powers alone, yet failed to conquer your world. It would seem the House of El will always be a shame upon Krypton. As those words were spoken, a bright light shone in the skies. Raiden covered his face with his hand, then looked around it to see it was something out of a fairy tale. The blue world of the Phantom Zone had a blue sun in the skies. In fact, everything in the world was mostly blue, even the skin of the people. Is this even possible? In the skies, a second sun emerged, a yellow sun. I can see beyond the walls, I can even see your organs, I can hear your heartbeats. I see, what a power, glory to House Zod, said Zod as he went in, rushing to face Raiden head on. delivering a punch. Raiden blocked with his sword. Still in his mortared form, Raiden charged his mana burst. The sword was engulfed with red aura as Raiden sliced away at Zod. Unfortunately, all of that amounted to nothing against Zod. Blocking the sword strikes, Zod closed his eyes, then opened them. Red laser beams surged from his eyes, aiming at Raiden, who blocked with his sword in the last second, but the pushback of the attack was something he couldn't stop. "Transform," said Raiden as he reverted to his normal form. Closing his eyes, he went all out. He needed to go all out. Activating active skills. Determination of Steel EX/Robust Health EX/Revered Warrior A+/Adamantine Body A/Valor A+/Manslayer A. A skill to increase his mana and energy, a skill to increase his healing factor and resistance to damage, a skill to increase his power beyond what he should be able to, a skill that makes his body impenetrable, a skill to increase his focus and courage, and finally a skill to kill. Activating these skills all together at the same time was very dangerous for Raiden, since each skill consumed a lot of mana, and he only had one skill for mana recovery, so it was a last-ditch effort. Aura was surging through Raiden. Finally activating his mana burst, Raiden went in for the attack, throwing a flying punch in Zod's face, another punch, then another, a barrage of attacks. Zod released his eye laser, forcing Raiden to retreat, but he wasn't done. In his hand was the Ashes Chakram. "Fine, I'll kill them you. If I'm a soldier who brings about death, I'll rip you apart using the Blade of Immortality. Sudarshana Chakra Yamaraja." In Raiden's hand, the chakram bursts into flame as he throws it at Zod, then kicks it while it is still spinning in Zod's face, but he wasn't done just yet. In his hand, the sword Brahmastra. "Behold the immortal blade that vanquished the Rakshasa king. Feast upon my enemy. Brahmastra." He threw the sword in the air as it spun and spun around, creating a circling red energy, before Raiden hurled it at Zod, who was still struggling with chakram. The two attacks created an explosion that engulfed Zod and the mountain behind him, blowing it apart, a testament to the attack's strength. But from the flames, Zod emerged flying with immense speed, with burns on his chest and a scar on his body. But he wasn't done. Holding Raiden by suppress, he held him from the neck, as he flew with him, while lowering his hand to the ground, smashing his head first on it as he flew. Reaching the mountain, he blew it apart using Raiden as a meat shield. Sensing Raiden turning limp, Zod stopped. He flew with him in the skies up and upholding him from his neck he said, "You are worthless." With unmatched speed, Zod hurried back down, whilst still holding on to Raiden, smashing his face first to the ground. Raiden's entire body burst into blood, exploding on impact. Zod looked at the headless body before turning around, and wiping blood from his hands. Zod was about to leave before red bright light shone as Raiden's body got up. As he turned, Raiden's punch was already in his nose, sending him flying. The noble phantasm, God Hand, was his savior, granted from his first servant ever, Berserker Heracles. Raiden summoned Balmung saying, 2 lives, you took 2 lives. God Hand granted Raiden 12 lives, but some attacks can take up more than 1 life, such as what Zod did to Raiden. Awaken from the golden dream. Release yourself from its cradle. The evil dragon must be destroyed. Balmung. Blue aura surged in Raiden's sword, rising to the skies. As Raiden aimed it at Zod, the beam dropped in towards Zod, who guarded using his hands, but that didn't protect him much as the beam burned some of his skin, ripping into his skin a bit by bit. But no matter what, Zod wasn't letting up. Scars all over his body, burns, skin on fire. One of his eyes was closed permanently. He couldn't see from it, but no matter what, he doesn't yield, he won't stand. He was going to kill Raiden no matter what, cause that is the only way he can escape from the Phantom Zone. It is the only way to satisfy Eclipso. Getting up, Zod looked at Raiden with rage, his eyes beaming with his laser flying to the skies. He chased Raiden using it. Raiden dodged it left and right, but eventually, it hit his right leg and making him fall, dropping on him with a punch. Zod held him from his neck and snapped it. This time Zod waited as he kept holding him by his neck. As soon as the bright light shone, Zod unleashed his laser beam on Raiden's eyes, burning a hole in him. Again Zod waited for Raiden to revive himself. This time however, when he unleashed the laser, it didn't injure Raiden, as if he had resistance to it. Taking advantage of the shocked Zod, Raiden kicked him in the face and releasing himself, then activated his Shikuchi, creating distance between them. Closing his eyes, Raiden created multiple swords around him, the effect of the projection magic he got from Amiya. But the swords were still weak, nowhere near the level he wanted them to be. With all his cards failing, unable to activate any other noble phantasms due to his energy running low, Raiden thought, looks like this is it. I might need to find a way to escape. Can I even escape? There are still more than 3 days left for the gate back to Earth to open. Oi master. I'm still here, we fight till the end. No matter what, my last noble phantasm is the harsh effort of all my hard years of training, and it doesn't require that much mana. Instead, you need courage and will. Hearing the voice, Raiden said, "Beowulf, you're still here. Sorry, I forgot about you, my friend. As you can see, I'm not exactly having a good time here. In all my years of battle, I've never seen a monster such as that, taking 4 noble phantasms to the face, and still standing. I know of no heroes that can survive that, but no matter what, master, I stand by your side." "Alright Beowulf, fuck it, let's do this," said Raiden in his mind as he reverted to his Beowulf form, his chiseled and warrior body prepared for battle. "Prepare yourself. I'll just kick and punch and whoever's left standing is the winner. This is my Grendel Buster." His club and sword disintegrated, now turning into nothing but energy. As they enveloped his body, a red and blue aura surging in his core, Raiden went in for the attack. Grendel Buster, or its real name Primal Conflict, it is Beowulf's power of all his life, accumulating in a single moment, a single desperate barrage of attack, or as he describes it. "Ore," screamed Raiden, delivering a barrage of attacks on Zod, who blocked and defended against the speed of the attack. He couldn't even deliver a single counter-attack. Each punch left his skin blue or broke a bone, some bones fractured beyond what was possible, and Zod could sense it. His left hand was hard to move. Ora. As the attacks continued, the speed slowed down, and Zod felt it. Instead of blocking, he dodged and dodged. The speed went slower and slower until the attacks themselves were nothing. Raiden's body slowly punched Zod's chest, as he watched him, struggled to deliver a single worthy punch. "You are a tough enemy, Raiden Kagawa. I admit that, had this not been my only way out of this place, I would have let you live," said Zod. Then in a swift motion, his hand entered Raiden's chest, gripping his heart as he crushed it, letting Raiden fall on his back. An attack that took 5 lives from Raiden. The first attack took 2, the next snap took 1, and the laser beam took 3, 10 lives gone. Raiden's body recovered. "Again, you are persistent," said Zod as he stepped on Raiden's guts, his foot passing through his stomach, taking 1 more life. 1 life remained. Zod watched as he said, "I finally understand it, you don't die from the same attack, correct? This next one, I'll split you in half from your legs," said Zod as he tried to lower himself and grip Raiden's legs, but then an arrow pierced his left shoulder. Pain like nothing he'd felt. Even the battle with Raiden, which inflicted continuous pain in his body, didn't compare to the pain he was feeling from his left shoulder. Turning to his left shoulder, he saw an arrow with a green tip on it, trying to take it out. "Agh!" Zod screamed in pain as he tried his hardest. It was like he had lost his strength. As he took it out, he looked behind him. Far away from him on a small hill, a girl with one hand, was holding her bow with one hand, and the string in her mouth was the one who shot him. Turning to see Raiden, a yellow flash moved in front of him carrying away Raiden. Turning to chase them, he found a hand coming directly to his face. "This is for my father," said Kara, as she prepared to fight Zod herself. Raiden opened his eyes slowly to see Artemis and Wally with him. "I was aiming at his head. If I still had my hand, I'm sure I could have killed him," spoke Artemis as she was talking to Wally. "How did you even get your hand on kryptonite? And where was it when we faced Ursa? I never got the chance to use it against her." Look. Raiden. "You're awake," said Artemis as she lay in front of Raiden. "Don't worry, Kara will finish this for you. I'll go and help her." "Artemis, take care of Raiden, we wouldn't be here without him." Chapter 99. A few years ago. "Offer me your life, your body, and I'll let the others leave. That's the deal." Zod considered the deal. If it meant his people and his wife could leave, he wouldn't mind giving up his body. "If you promise to return them to Krypton, then I will do it," said Zod. The others argued, asking him to reconsider, asking to take his place. Non, practically was begging for it to be him, but the entity refused, wanting only Zod. "It won't be possible. The planet known as Krypton has been destroyed. Your solar system's sun exploded, taking your home with it." As the entity said those words, Zod's whole world came crashing down, his land, people. Every day he worked hard to make Krypton's position in the universe stronger, but in the end, it was all destroyed. Upon realizing that, Zod refused to take up the entity's offer and instead opted to stay in the Phantom Zone and try to repopulate it. "The House of El, always at the front of my problems, always when Zod is about to succeed. It is your bloodline that ruins my plans. Everything I've ever done was for the good of Krypton, but you wouldn't understand that. I regret sparring you. I will end your life here," spoke Zod as he walked towards Kara, determined to finish her. Trying to catch her off guard, he released his laser beam immediately. It was a fast attack, but he wasn't faster as her laser beam had reached him before he even unleashed his. He was weak. Put it simply, he couldn't keep this up. His battle with Raiden was his victory, but the number of burns, injuries that Raiden had inflicted on him was too much. The laser forced him to kneel, but it wasn't over, as a yellow dash spun around him, fast, super faster, faster than he could see, punching only his blind spots, and due to his weakness and injuries, he couldn't keep up or defend. The dash stopped as Wally spun his hand fast, the wind pressure created sent him flying. "All yours, Kara," screamed Wally, assisting Kara. As he was in the air, Kara punched him back to the ground, and she then delivered a dropkick to his chest. Holding him by his neck, she flew with him to the skies, all the way up as she held his tired body. "You killed my father. I dreamt of this moment for years. You took everything away from me, but today, I took everything away, and now, I'll take your life." With another punch she threw him down, then flew towards him. With sound-breaking speed, she used him as a landing bag, smashing him to the ground with her 2 feet on his chest. Blood splurged from his mouth as he lay there dying. A few days ago. "Lord Zod, we finally got him. The girl from House El escaped, and we didn't chase, as instructed. We had to break his leg. He was too fast." As Nan walked with the passed-out Wally in hand, Zod smiled, ordering them to place him on the chair. The torture lasted for another few days, but after a while, Wally started to speak, telling Zod about Superman, Earth, and the effects of the yellow sun. It was commendable that he even lasted that long. The woman known as Farah tortured him relentlessly. "Do you know of any method of escaping from here?" spoke Zod. Wally looked at him with spite as he spoke. "I don't know, I'm stuck here just like you." Hearing that, Zod nodded, as Farah took off another of Wally's fingers. Wally's screams filled the entire cave. Wally had lost that finger for the 20th time. "This is the best part about the Phantom Zone. No matter how hard I torture you, as long as you live, you'll eventually regrow your limbs. Fantastic, isn't it? This means I can keep doing this until you sing for me your entire life," spoke Farah as she placed the finger-removing tool on his other finger. "Wait, Farah, our friend here is tired. He needs some time to relax. Let him rest for a while." "Wally, I do not like seeing you like this. Please, we all want to leave, including you. If you help us out, I assure you on the name Zod, that I'll make sure you live," spoke Zod. This was Zod's specialty, showing cruelty when needed, but being an understanding and a merciful man when he needed to be. "I swear I don't have any way back to Earth. The only thing I could think of is growing my speed fast enough to go into another Earth entirely, as in an alternate reality, but I need to be fast, faster than normal, and I haven't been able to achieve this," spoke Wally. Hearing that, Zod started to think it over. An alternate reality or the Phantom Zone, a new world with unknown dangers and unknown territory to him, or the Phantom Zone, that has all but deprived him mentally. As he was lamenting his choice, an entity emerged in the skies. "Zod, Zod, Zod, Zod," spoke the entity as it was flying leisurely as if it owned the place, placing his hand on Zod as he was flying weirdly. He was in a sleeping position in the air. "You see, my friend. I like you. A mortal such as yourself has survived in my realm for so long. Not only that, but you managed to create a crew. And try for a family. Populating the Phantom Zone. That was a stupid idea. But I love it. You seem so interesting to me. It's the reason why I desire your body, and only yours. Because of your strong will and tenacity, it suits me so well," spoke the entity as it flew around in a nonchalant manner. "My answer remains the same, Eclipso. I refuse to hand over my body," said Zod with a stern face. He was fed up with Eclipso's games. The entity was too strong to fight, and he controlled everything around them. Even the imagination that they used to create things and have superpowers comes from him. "Oh no. That's all done and over now, my dear Zod. I don't need that anymore. I'm here for another, interesting deal, something that's related to this human here," said Eclipso as he flew around. "You see, my dear Zod, I have received some information. Someone known as Raiden Kagawa will be entering the Phantom Zone soon. Now that is my man. Kill him for me, and I'll let you and your crew leave. That is my new offer. Raiden. No, wait, Zod. I'll help you leave. But don't get my friends into this," said Wally as soon as he heard Raiden's name. Seeing this, Zod knew that this was his opportunity. New people were coming to the Phantom Zone, and they would be his path to escape. "Farah, let the others know, we're expecting new people in the Phantom Zone. One of them will be our escape route from here." "Good boy, Zod. When your battle with Raiden Kagawa starts, I have a special gift for you. It's yellow." "Dear husband, you called for me," spoke Ursa as she walked towards the torture room where Wally was being held. She saw the hateful face of Wally, as her husband interrogated him about this Raiden Kagawa all day. "I need you to use your powers to probe information from his mind," said Zod, to which his wife frowned, saying, "I thought I explained it before. I can't probe into someone's deep mind, where they hide their secrets. I can only read surface-level thoughts." "Yes, I'm aware of how your powers work, Ursa, but the info I need is about his friend, so I expect him to be emotional and let some information slip into his surface thoughts. I know it's taxing on you, Ursa, especially since you're pregnant, but we need this. Farah's torturing isn't working anymore. He has been tight-lipped ever since his friend has been mentioned. Hearing her husband's words, Ursa nodded and joined him in the interrogation session. Eventually, they realized that Raiden's power was transformation. They kept probing for information about how it worked and what are its known weaknesses, but the best they got was that it has a limit. It was the reason why Zod was reluctant to go fight first, opting to wait a bit, until Raiden has spent some time fighting his crew. He didn't know this, but that was his reason for success. Due to Raiden fighting the weaker Kryptonians, the system opted for an A-rank servant, Beowulf. Had he come out first and revealed his Kryptonian powers, the battle with Raiden would have been different. Now. Is this it? You fucking failed. I created a yellow sun for you. You should have won. You needed to win, screamed Eclipso at Zod. He was angry, beyond livid. What Zod and the others didn't know was that Eclipso was just like them, stuck in the Phantom Zone, not allowed to kill or torture its residents. His celestial imagination powers were stripped away from him and merged with the Phantom Zone. His only way of escaping was that if he managed to convince someone with the strongest will in the Phantom Zone to let him occupy his body, a rule he couldn't break, and forced him to live in the Phantom Zone for years, awaiting for Zod to break, or for someone with stronger will to enter the Phantom Zone and give up his life. But then one day, an entity known as the Empty Hand told him about Raiden Kagawa, and promised him an out of the Phantom Zone if he were to get someone to kill Raiden. I worked hard, harder than everyone. I wanted to protect my home, elevate it to the next level, to make Krypton great. I wanted them to be stronger, but I was denied, betrayed, sent to suffer here, and now, close to winning, close to escaping from this hell. But once again, the house yell comes in my way, said Zod as his organs started to fail. As he was in death door, he closed his eyes and said, Eclipso, take my body, but promise me to kill the EL girl, and all the descendants of House EL, spoke Zod, to which he was met with a raging voice of Eclipso. You fucking idiot. That doesn't work now. It only worked when you had the strongest will in the Phantom Zone. Damn you, Zod. You lost that right when Raiden Kagawa entered the damn place. Hearing Eclipso's shouting in rage, Zod was about to lose hope, when another voice, dark and sinister, spoke. I can assist with that, Eclipso. The rule has changed. You can take the body of anyone that offers, kill Raiden Kagawa, spoke the dark voice, before adding. My lord is watching, so make sure to entertain us. After all, the end will come when I decree. Chapter 100. Kara was finally free from Zod as she walked back to Raiden, wanting to check on him. However, before she and Wally could venture far, the skies cracked, lightning struck the area that had Zod's body in it as they heard a sinister voice. Ha 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 ha. Zod's body rose from the ground as his face started to change. Not just his face, his entire body was morphing. An off-color gray circle appeared covering the rightmost two-thirds of his face, reminiscent of a partial eclipse. His skin turned blue, and his face was now covered by a purple hood, so was his hands and legs. Praise me, mortals. For I am the lord of the no man's land between light and darkness, Eclipso. You've been rampaging on my realm for far too long. Now, it's time to kill you and attain my status as Wrath again, spoke Eclipso as his body rose a bit in the skies. He looked around, checking everyone before reacting to dodge an attack from Kara, who tried to fly at him with a punch. That's incredibly rude of you. Die. As he spoke, the ground underneath Kara exploded as it started to chase her. It was as if he was manipulating the earth. Seeing this, Wally dashed towards him, but he was shocked when the entire ground surrounding them turned to ice. His speed was his downfall as he found himself sliding all the way to the edge, smashing against a rock wall that Eclipso created. Turning his head back to Kara, as she kept running away from the pillar that was chasing her in a comical way. The pillar was now hundreds of feet away from its original spot, but it didn't matter as it twisted and turned as if it was plastic. Kara was shocked, and more so, when hundreds of pillars emerged as they created a coliseum of sorts. Clap clap clap, I like you. Now, since I like you, let's have some sort of entertainment, shall we? Snapping his fingers, a giant elephant was teleported to the massive arena Eclipso created. He smiled sinisterly as he said, this guy right here is my pet Zanesha, and let me say, Zanesha likes food. Turning to the massive three-headed elephant that was the size of a skyscraper, Eclipso grinned as he said, kill her. With the order given, and Zanesha's size covering most of the arena, Kara had no choice but to fight. She flew at super speed to Zanesha's head, punching the first head. Her power was impactful as it created a massive wave of energy, but Zanesha wasn't massive for no reason. From its other heads, green beams of energy were released directly at Kara, who dodged backward, but Zanesha wasn't done as he dashed towards her. His massive size stopped on everything on the way, crushing the arena. Eclipso made HUI. Careful there, quipped Eclipso as he stood there watching the show with popcorn in his hands. Awakening from his passed-out state, Raiden looked around shocked as he could hear loud noise as the ground beneath him started to shake. Looking to his right, Raiden saw Artemis, her mouth open, watching Kara face off against Sinesha. "What the fuck is that?" said Raiden, turning around. Artemis helped him up as she hurried up saying, "Raiden. It's Zod, he turned into that weird blue and purple guy and he called that elephant. Wally is knocked down over there. He can control everything, we need your help, Kara isn't winning anymore." Seeing the shocked state of Artemis, Raiden realized how vital the situation was, but at the same time, "There's nothing I can do," thought Raiden, as he realized that there was nothing he could do. His magical power is low and isn't recovering any faster, especially after burning through many of his skills, a servant, and 5 noble phantasm. "Artemis, I think we need to escape. I don't have any mana or energy," said Raiden as he looked at Kara dodge the green lasers, and the massive elongating heads of the elephant chased her. She was using her laser to attack its side, but it wasn't effective whatsoever. "Raiden. We still have 3 more days before the gate opens. And he can control the entire place. No matter where we go, he'll find us. He said this is his realm," spoke Artemis angrily, trying to get Raiden to fight. Her hand was still lost, and wouldn't regrow yet, so she couldn't fight. Only Raiden was their last option. "I think we just have to stall or something," thought Raiden as he saw one of the elephant's trunk strike Kara to the side, sending her flying. Seeing this, Raiden closed his eyes, as he started to brainstorm ways to battle this. He was in the Phantom Zone, so a Grand Servant was out of the question, and Eclipso had yet to make any threats to Earth. His system would never consider him a beast, and as long as they were in this monster's realm, all attacks are useless, as for some reason, the power of imagination that the Phantom Zone held was something he could control freely. "Wait. Artemis. What did you say?" "What did that guy say?" said Raiden as he realized something important. Artemis turned to him saying, "He said that his name is Eclipso and that he wants us dead." "No, the other part," said Raiden, to which Artemis tilted her head saying, "That this is his realm." "Exactly," said Raiden as he closed his eyes. "Come on system, I don't have enough mana, but I can at least transform into one of my servants, right? Come on. Throne of Heroes. Come on, King of Gods," said Raiden. As the transformation began, his body glowed red, and then his figure changed, to the exact right servant, the one he needed the most at this time. Watching the show in front of him, Eclipso was enjoying it until someone blocked his view. Descending from the skies, he was sitting on a flying chariot. The figure had dark skin and was wearing plenty of gold all around it, as it looked down upon him, something that pissed off Eclipso. "Raiden Kagawa, so this is you? Weak? You are the one that defeated Necron? Pathetic. Are they underestimating me?" "I'm God's wrath," spoke Eclipso as he threw the popcorn on the ground. He then turned to Raiden and said, "But you're here to die quickly, aren't you? Good choice, I want to leave this place as fast as possible. May I inquire? Who dares stand before me? Why do you seek my demise? And by what power do you command this realm?" Hearing Raiden's questions, Eclipso smiled sinisterly as he looked back at him saying, "Well, why not? I'll humor you. My name is Eclipso. Former God's Wrath, and now the Lord of the Phantom Zone, rank 9th in the Dark Army. As for why I wish you death, the man who placed me here, my leader, won't let me leave this place unless I kill you. He created the Dark Army. You already fought a few of us, but you don't even know it. Rank 10th Ares, rank 7th Necron and rank 5th Trigon. As for your last question, you'll be dead before you get the answer for that." "I see. I was unaware that so many powerful figures were skulking in the shadows like third-rate villains, conspiring against me. How utterly pathetic," said Raiden. He then looked down upon Eclipso and said, "You may hold immunity in this realm, ruling as a god. But what happens when that divine right is stripped away? Allow me to invite you to my domain, where true sovereignty reigns supreme. Look on my works, ye mighty. The sun descends here, in our unlimited brilliance. Ramesseum Tentiris." As Raiden spoke those words, the world around him changed, turning to that of a desert. The elephant had disappeared, and Eclipso, who had a grin of victory on his face, was shocked as he realized his powers were weakened. This was Raiden's plan. He can't fight Eclipso directly due to his control over the realm of the Phantom Zone, but what can he do in Reality Marble? An entirely new realm, controlled by Raiden. Raiden made sure that Eclipso was kept away from him, as he called in Kara, Wally, who had just woke up, and Artemis, who had now a golden mechanical arm in her hand, courtesy of Raiden. "Listen up everyone, this is the best I could do. He still has the power of Zod, and some semblance of his power, but his ultimate control is now gone. My mana is running low. If I had a guess, I'd say we have 10 minutes before this realm breaks. I can't fight as well, because I can't waste the mana. To put it simply, I'm relying on you all, please, win. Hearing Raiden's plea, everyone nodded as they turned to face the enemy, Eclipso. Ah, it seems you finally grasp it. A king does not wage war alone, he commands an army, elite guards, and strategists. Circumstances may force collaboration now, but in the future, empower your allies with battle. If they rely solely on you, their instincts will dull, and in your absence, they will falter. Chapter 101. Eclipso tried to use his powers, but realizing the futility of that, he looked around and narrowed his eyes. That brat. This place is outside the jurisdiction of the Phantom Zone. How was he able to erect such a place without being a divine being on the level of Empty Hand? This could only mean one thing. He can't maintain this long, I'll just have to stall for time. I'm not out of options. This is the body of a Kryptonian, and this place, it's blessed by the sun. As he continued to talk to himself, Eclipso looked up to see a blue dash coming his way. She won't let up, will she? Said Eclipso as he released his laser beam from his eye, aiming at her. She dodged. As he planned to jump and intercept her, an arrow came to him, and he held it with one hand, about to mock Artemis. When the arrow exploded in his face, it didn't do damage, but it distracted him long enough that Kara was already there punching him away. He found himself punched through multiple small pyramids, smashing their walls. Getting up, Eclipso was shocked to see a yellow dash spinning around him. As the speed increased, his body started to float slowly, courtesy of the vortex that was emerging as it pinned him in it. Now Artemis, shouted Kara, as she released an emerald arrow directly towards Eclipso. This was her last kryptonite arrow, obtained from Green Arrow when she used to be his sidekick, so it had to count. The plan was simple: Kara and Artemis punch him away, turning his focus to them, then Wally would freeze him in place using the wind pressure of his vortex, forcing him to float a bit and making sure he wouldn't be balanced enough to dodge, and finally, an arrow to the chest, aiming to kill. The arrow reached his heart, piercing it, and sticking there. As Eclipso went limp, the vortex created by Wally stopped as he went to join Artemis, and Kara flew down to join them, watching the body of Eclipso. However, before they could celebrate their win, Eclipso rose from the ground, floating. His body turned to face them as he took the arrow from his chest and looked at them with disdain. A bunch of mortals think they can kill me? Wrath. What makes you think that I have the same weakness as the pathetic Kryptonians? I may have taken his body, but deep inside, I am Eclipso, the embodiment of wrath. As Eclipso continued to speak, the ground around him started to shake as the broken rocks of the pyramid started to shake as they floated behind him. I may have lost my authority in the Phantom Zone, but even here, my powers are that of a god. The rocks all flew towards the trio. Wally quickly got hold of Artemis and ran away, dodging the debris coming his way. Kara, on the other hand, flew away, dodging the massive rocks coming her way. She was clearly being targeted, so she had it harder than the couple on the ground. But then suddenly, she felt extreme pain in her legs, as she lost her power and fell face first. Seeing this, Wally ran to her. Kara. Oh no! In her leg was the same kryptonite arrow that they shot at Eclipso. Using the debris as distractions, he shot back the arrow at her, but luckily for her, it only hit her leg. If it had been higher, it could have killed her instantly. Rushing to her side, Wally removed the arrow and threw it toward Artemis, so she could hide it. With Kara down, and only him and Artemis against a monster like Eclipso, the hopes of victory were slim. Watching the battle unfold, Raiden was counting the seconds and minutes, for minutes had passed, and he was sweating, holding on, but still unable to do anything, only maintain this realm. He doesn't have the weakness of a Kryptonian, he can use some form of telekinesis, and our heavy fighter is down. Is this battle truly lost? Thought Raiden as he still used his mind to brainstorm ideas. I have to do something, whispered Raiden to himself. Standing up, he looked at the sky as he said, this is the moment where I truly rely not only on myself but my allies. My magic is low. If I do this, it will probably result in this realm holding on 2 minutes instead of the 6 that were remaining, said Raiden as he closed his eyes. Are you certain of this? You may be immortal, but your mana is depleting rapidly. Such actions will consume your very life force. Essentially, the consequences are dire. You will permanently lose half of your mana pool, spoke Ozymandias in Raiden's mind, urging him to reconsider his decision. It's not like I have a choice, either this, or I lose my friends, replied Raiden, hearing that the king nodded, saying, sometimes, kings must make sacrifices for their people. You have made the right choice, young king. Good luck. Closing his eyes, Raiden said, Throne of Heroes. As soon as he said that, his body felt a jolt of pain down to the core. his nose and left eye started to bleed, and his body started to shake as he fell to his knees, his body changing to that of a beautiful woman, dressed in a purple dress. Looking at the small oasis water he was sitting at, he saw his face, a face of a woman he knew personally. "Shirsho," said Raiden as he realized he was turning to Scathach. "Not quite. I may bear her visage, but my true name is Scathach Skadi. Your efforts to summon me are commendable, and I hold them in high regard. To maintain a noble phantasm while transforming into another servant is a feat deserving of respect. Thus, I shall gladly allay your concerns. You have summoned the perfect servant for this battle." Nodding his head, as he was unable to even greet the servant in question, Raiden raised from the ground. His body was unable to even hold his weight, but he still persisted. He had to do this, or else his friends would die. "You are a true hero, sacrificing your own body for your friends. I truly admire you. Now, go forth and bring down the Castle of Shadows. Speak the words, Master. I know it is difficult, but endure it. For there is no such thing as victory without pain." Nodding his head once again, Raiden closed his eyes and started to chant. "Oh pow, ak I have to. Oh power, ah that is tied ag to my name ag, damn it. I have to. Oh power that is tied to my name. Answer me and open the gates. Come, my castle of shadows. Gate of sky." As he shouted the noble phantasm's name, the gate in the skies of Ramesseum Tentyris started to crack as a massive gate opened in the skies, a gate that was familiar to Raiden and Artemis. It was the Gate of Sky, a gateway to the land of shadows that absorbs souls towards it, but this one was different. Instead of being a gateway to hell, instead it was a gateway for hell to come down on Ramesseum Tentyris. From the gate, a castle was descending in reverse until half of it was showing. It was then that Skadi spoke. "This is my castle of shadows. It will bestow the blessings and luck of the Norse gods upon your allies, enabling them to defeat truly powerful foes and challenge the world with renewed resolve. Most importantly, it will recover their energies and revitalize them. This is why I said I was the perfect servant. Master, the castle will help alleviate your pain, and your friends shall secure your victory." Dodging the debris that Eclipso was throwing their way and adding to it his laser beam, which would occasionally cut their way of escape, the trio was still unable to fight back. Wally was tired, having to dodge as he carried Artemis and Kara, and no way of counterattacking. With Artemis's attacks being ineffective, and Kara out, he was the only one left. But just as he was giving up, he sensed it, the blessing, that came down from the skies. He knew it was Raiden, it had to be Raiden, and he was thankful, grateful, and joyful. As his speed increased, taking Kara and Artemis further away, Wally returned to Eclipso. This is how Barry did it right, thought Wally as his speed increased. He was running faster and faster, the debris started to become slower and slower. Instead of a danger, Wally looked at them as a path. I can just run on them. With his speed, Wally simply ran on the debris coming his way, slowly tiptoeing on each one, racing towards Eclipso. As he approached, his body was fueled with lighting energy as it circled around his body before he aimed it at his right hand, and from it to Eclipso. The bolt of lightning struck him in the chest, sending him flying and forcing the debris that was floating around him to fall down. As he recovered, Eclipso looked around saying, "Damn it, that hurt a bit, but it's nothing. Why do you keep making this harder? Just give up." Punching the air around him, Eclipso almost hit Wally, who was running around. Wally would punch around 30 punches before Eclipso would try and hit him. His punches weren't strong, but what if he hit Eclipso thousands of times? Wally's gloves were being ripped apart from the many punches that he was delivering to Eclipso, and over time even Eclipso started to sense it. His bones started to feel pain, and his skin started to turn red from the amount of punches on his guts, back, side abdomens and chest. Getting fed up with this, Eclipso forced himself to escape to the skies as he released his laser randomly on the ground from anger. "Ah!" A shout that made Eclipso's body tense, as he turned to find the raged and now revitalized Kara coming his way. Fist first, her punch connected with his face. The punch sent him flying, but unlike last time, it wasn't going to end there, as he found Kara right above him. Boom boom boom. Holding him by the neck, her punches didn't stop. Not only that, her rage was beyond understanding as she lasered his chest and face. He tried to counter her with his own laser, but as soon as he activated it, her punches shut it down. As she wasn't done, she held his neck tight. As she flew with him through the pyramids, smashing them with his face first, she flew up with him, then throw him with speed at the ground. Her anger wasn't even satisfied as she continued to laser his broken body. Eclipso was moving to run away, but she dropped down holding him in place, her super hearing activated as she heard, "Keep him in his place, Kara. When I come, you move away and let me deal with him." She chased Eclipso as he ran away and held him from his hood, forcing him to fall. She raised him from the ground and held him, locking her arms around his arms, and head-butted him from the back of his head. "Now Kara, move!" screamed Wally as he finally reached Eclipso. As the battle between Kara and Eclipso was raging, Wally went to the ends of the reality marble and started to run in circles around it, increasing his speed a bit by bit. With the support of his newly revitalized body, he felt powerful and fast, and he knew he was ready for it. The ultimate attack of the Flash. Around and around as he reached the middle of it, he turned to Eclipso. Kara let go of Eclipso and flew away quickly as she knew what was coming was an unstoppable attack. Wally reached Eclipso, and punched him in the face. Infinite Mass Punch. Although it wasn't as powerful as the original and real Infinite Mass Punch, this one was nothing to scoff at, as it sent Eclipso to the ends of the reality marble. Not only that, it cracked it. The world cracked as they found themselves back in the Phantom Zone. The dupe of Kara rushed to where Eclipso landed, and they found him dead. The punch was so powerful it damaged the insides of his brains, likely destroying it. Arriving last, Artemis looked at the body, loaded her arrow with the kryptonite arrow, and shot it at his head, piercing it directly until the arrow emerged from the back of his head. Wally and Kara looked at her weirdly, but she just shook her hands and said, "What? I had to be sure you know." Chapter 102. I have respect for the efforts you've made tonight. As a queen myself, I always worked to save my people, providing for them. I always felt it was my duty, but as I grew, I realized it was also a burden I was willing to bear. When I see what you have done today, I see in you my younger self. Good luck in the future, young master. Now, take some well-needed rest. Spoke Scathack as she disappeared. Bond increased. Beowulf Bond 1 Bond 5. Host has reached Bond 5 with the servant Beowulf. Host can choose one of these skills. Instinct B, obtained already. Berserk A. Battle Continuation B, obtained already. Seeing the choices, Raiden picked Berserk A, since he had no other choice. Berserk A, a composite skill of valor and mad enhancement. Grants the user the ability to negate mental interference such as pressure, confusion, and fascination. It also has the bonus effect of increasing melee damage. Bond increased. Scathack Scathy 1 Bond 8. Host has reached Bond 5 with the servant Scathack Scathy. Host can choose one of these skills. Divine Core of the Goddess A, unobtainable. Primordial Rune. Freezing Blizzard B. Wisdom of the Great God B+, unobtainable. Once again his choices weren't many. Looking at the skills and why he couldn't pick them, turns out that they aren't compatible with a male, since the first one was the core of the goddess and the second one was wisdom obtained due to many gods trying to court her. Guess I'll just take this. Primordial Rune Dash, the possession of and knowledge about runes that came from an older era. Those with possession and knowledge of primordial runes can also make use of the classic rune magic. Bond increased. Ozymandias 10 Bond 12. Since he was still tired, Raiden let himself fall on his back as he stared at the blue sky of the Phantom Zone. Closing his eyes he thought, once again I survived, and everyone is safe. He then started to go into his bad habit of thinking of how dangerous the future is. Eclipso's words were still on his mind, 10 threats. Some of them are even on the level of Trigon. Hearing the sound of a dash, Raiden opened his eyes to see Wally coming. He rushed and hugged Raiden. "Thank you," said Wally in a sincere tone. He had endured many hardships in this place. The torture from the Kryptonians had caused him to almost give up on ever coming back to the real world. "You're my friend, Wally, I'd never give up on you, just like you never did me," said Raiden. He knew that Wally was one of the people who ran around the entire world trying to find him, but he never gave up on trying to find Raiden. One of the reasons he quit the Justice League and the team was the fact that they had given up on finding Raiden after 2 years had passed. Another dash came Raiden's way, and this time the hug was more powerful. It was Kara who had been carrying Artemis. As she put her down she pounced on him, hugging him. "Thank you, Raiden, my entire life trying to get my revenge. I even gave up on ever defeating him, but today, because of you, I won. I had my revenge on him. I avenged my father." She then turned to Wally and said, "You too, thank you. I'm sorry for what happened to you, because of me. Don't blame yourself, Kara, it doesn't matter. Besides, Raiden has already avenged me plenty." He heard from Artemis that Raiden had killed Farah, so he was happy hearing that. "I'd hug you as well, but," said Artemis as she stared at her hand that was healing halfway, "you already know how I feel about all this." "Well, mission accomplished, huh? I'm tired, I need some sleep. How about we find our way back to the cave? 3 days to go," said Raiden as he started to limp. Kara helped him up as she attempted to carry him. Finding himself in a princess carry, Raiden immediately said, "No. No, put me down now. Kara ignored him as she flew with him a bit. The yellow sun was gone, but her flight remained since the rules of the Phantom Zone remained the same. Oh, shut up and enjoy it, said Artemis as she was in a similar position, being held by Wally. After a day had passed, everyone woke up in the morning of the last day. Raiden looked around checking on everyone before he checked on his watch. 2 hours left, or to be more accurate to the Phantom Zone time, 6 hours left, said Raiden. They were in the cave waiting for the gate to open up again, so of course, everyone was happy to be leaving, specifically, Kara, who was excited to see her cousin and to finally be free from the Phantom Zone. So like, this ice cream thing that you're craving, it's ice but sweet, spoke Kara as she discussed ice cream with Artemis. Yes, pretty much, once we're back on Earth, I'll make sure to let you taste it. Hearing that, Raiden said, how do you even crave ice in here? Everything is blue around us. I'd assume someone would crave something hot, not cold. Even looking at this color, I feel cold, said Raiden, to which Wally joked, Artemis is an ice-cold queen, she wears green, but deep down she's cold. Even in bed she, ouch, as Wally spoke Artemis hit him with her elbow to the side of his stomach, quite. Raiden is listening. Artemis's hand had healed after 2 more days passed, and now she was normal again. Does that mean you'd be discussing your bed habits if I wasn't here, quipped Raiden, to which Kara chipped in, what's bed habits? Is it the thing that adults do? In bed, as she said that Kara's cheeks turned red from embarrassment. Hearing that, Raiden had an amused look on his face, but chose not to say anything, since technically speaking, Kara spent most of her life here, so she wouldn't know a lot about those kinds of things. As things continued normally, Raiden suddenly stood up, someone is outside. The others followed suit as they exited the cave. Outside of it, they saw her, one woman. She wore the crest of House Zod, so Raiden instantly recognized her as one of the Kryptonians, but he didn't see her before, so he asked, who are you, and why are you here? As Raiden asked that, everyone else prepared for a battle, when Artemis said, she's one of them, Raiden. I fought her with Wally, we thought she was dead. Looks like she survived, said Artemis, and Wally added, not for long. She's the one that propped my mind to give Zod the information about you. Seeing everyone's hostile looks, and how they prepared to fight her, Zod raised her hands as she said, please, I am not here to fight, I have already lost too much, my friends, my sister wife, and my husband. Narrowing his eyes, Raiden dashed towards her, holding her by her neck as he tightened his grip, saying, wouldn't it be better to join them? After all, you're nothing more than a bunch of criminals and killers. Ursa tried to resist, but she wasn't strong enough. She had always been a strategist instead of a fighter, so, of course, she wasn't able to save herself. Only words were her weapon now. Please. If I wasn't, all my life I was always ready for death. If I had a choice, I'd chosen to die with my husband, but not now, please. I'm pregnant, please, I'm pregnant with the last child of Krypton. I can't die. I mustn't die, spoke Ursa. She was close to losing consciousness, so she had to beg and speak the truth of her situation. Hearing that, Raiden let her go as she fell over. System, can you detect things like that? Asked Raiden. Affirmative. Subject known as Ursa Zod is 2 months pregnant with a Kryptonian offspring. Data estimates the gender to be male. Seeing that Raiden let her go, Ursa looked at him pleading as she stood on her knees begging him. She asked, please, please don't kill me, I beg of you, take me back with you, save me from this place. I can't raise my child here, I can't live here anymore. Hearing that, Raiden sighed, and turned to everyone. Seeing the look in his eyes, Artemis said, I know it's a hard decision, Raiden, but she is a criminal, and a killer, and most importantly she holds a grudge against us. This made Wally speak. Not only that, Raiden, she's a Kryptonian, and a criminal. Her powers on Earth are only going to increase. If she goes on a rampage, hundreds, even thousands could die, before we could stop her. With the two speaking, Kara decided to stay quiet. She didn't know what to think of the situation. The choice was hard. She held a vendetta against House Zod, but at the same time, a baby. Are you two hearing yourselves? It's a fucking child. I can't kill a pregnant woman. I can't hold a child accountable for his parents' actions. As a soon-to-be father, Raiden was sensitive about this. He knew that Ursa likely held a grudge against him, and not only that, she'd probably raise her son to be nothing more than Zod 2.0, but at the same time, he couldn't do it. He couldn't kill her. We don't have to kill her, Raiden. But we can't take her back. It's too dangerous, said Wally, to which Artemis agreed. I know it's hard, but we can't take her back. Seeing this, Raiden turned to Kara and said, what about you? What do you think? Seeing Raiden address her, Kara straightened up. As she looked down, I don't know, I'll leave that decision to you. Turning to Ursa, Raiden looked at her, as he narrowed his eyes, try anything, and I'll kill you. Now get in the cave. we'll be leaving in 5 hours. He then turned around and started to leave. Hey. Wait, you can't just decide on your own. We can't make a decision like this without discussing it first, spoke Wally as Raiden passed him to enter the cave. Raiden. We have to vote about this. We can't just take her back. What if she holds a grudge? What if she kills someone? Who are you to make such a decision for everyone, said Artemis, to which Raiden stopped and turned around looking at everyone. In a low, but angry voice Raiden said, I don't want to hear any more fucking complaints. The pregnant woman comes, because I said so. There's nothing to it, there's no voting, my word, is law. He then turned to Ursa and said, and you can hold a grudge, come after my life all you want, but if you harm a single human, I swear it on the heavens, I'll come after you and I'll rip you apart limb by limb, piece by piece. As Raiden spoke, he didn't realize that his aura was seeping, spreading around, pressuring everyone. Noticing this, Raiden dispelled it. As he went back into the cave, sitting down, his mood was sour. He agreed with both Wally and Artemis, but knowing a child would have to be forced to live in the Phantom Zone put a bad taste in his mouth. Old me wouldn't give a single fuck, thought Raiden, but as he was on the verge of becoming a father, his perspective on things changed. A few hours later the gate opened up, this time it was wider and could contain many people. Raiden placed himself closer to Ursa as he and everyone jumped inside of it, back to Earth. Chapter 103. As Raiden stepped into the teleportation portal back to Earth, he found it odd that it took too long for him to come back to Earth. As he started to wonder if something had gone wrong, he heard a voice. An otherworlder wreaking havoc in our world. How quaint. I must admit, I underestimated you. You are truly exceptional. I regret that misjudgment. Feel proud, for you have proven me wrong. The voice was calm but sinister. Even the aura of the voice itself was beyond anything Raiden had experienced. He looked up, and saw him. The entity was truly beyond what he had ever seen, a feeling that can't be described. Gaia, thought Raiden, that was the only thing he could compare this entity to, but unlike the calming, motherly, and reassuring aura that Gaia exuded, this entity was the complete opposite. Just by looking at him, Raiden felt nervous. He had this unsettling feeling about him, but one thing Raiden noted, was that he didn't feel fear, far from it. Raiden was excited upon viewing this entity as if it was a wall that he needed to pass instead of fear. He wanted to fight it. His entire body was itching, his power raging, begging for him to strike first. Ahahahaha. Fascinating. You are truly astounding. I deeply regret underestimating you. I envy beings like you, unafraid to push the limits of what is possible. In all my existence, I've encountered only 3 such individuals. Ah, yes, I neglected to introduce myself. Though nameless, I am known as Empty Hand, the Avatar of Darkness, leader of the so-called Dark Army. Hearing the entity laugh and muse at his excitement, Raiden was a bit frustrated. Although he was excited, he also recognized the entity's strength and power, and Raiden knew, he had absolutely no chance. Observing the Empty Hand a bit, Raiden was shocked at its appearance. Assuming it was a he had a dark humanoid body, or nothing, and lacked any gender-specific traits. The only thing that stood out was his eyes and horns, 5 horns, 3 small and 2 long, while his eyes or lack of that was interesting since he only had 2 blue pupils where each eye should be, totaling 4 pupils. There was a lack of mouth, which made Raiden wonder, is he talking to me telepathically? Does that mean he can pass my immunity to mental attacks? I possess capabilities far beyond that. However, I have no interest in petty conflicts. I cannot end you, as I am restrained by my master, Darkness. Spoke Empty Hand, confirming Raiden's theory. This made Raiden realize that this entity is on the same level, if not stronger than Gaia herself. Where are we and where are my friends? Asked Raiden, trying to get an answer out of him. Feisty. I halted time and brought you to this subspace. No harm is intended for you or your companions. My curiosity drives me. I sought to witness the one who has been dispatching my dark army. Spoke Empty Hand, replying to Raiden's question. Raiden raised an eyebrow upon hearing the name Dark Army again and asked, Dark Army, Ares, Eclipso, Necron, and Trigon, those are your Dark Army? More or less, they're ranked randomly, but I assume they rank themselves as well, placing me at the number 1 spot. Obviously, I hold no control over them. I merely assist them. I discreetly guide and aid in their schemes, whenever necessary. When Ares sought an escape after his defeat by Wonder Woman, I guided him. When Necron was trapped in the Dead Realm, I provided an immortal to serve as his avatar. When Trigon was lost in dimensions, I directed him toward Azarath. When Eclipso was cast out as the wrath of God, I offered him sanctuary in the Phantom Zone. And when you emerged, I directed their attention toward you. replied Empty Hand. What's your goal in all of this? Why does darkness do all this through you? Why are you trying to destroy the universe? Asked Raiden, the question that truly needed an answer. You misunderstand. We seek not destruction, but restoration. Let there be light, he declared, and we acquiesced. We withdrew, allowing the light to flourish. Yet, as we observed, devastation ensued. The brilliance of light casts us into obscurity. Our darkness branded as malevolent and aberrant. In his slumber, darkness forged me, its right hand. My objective is clear, to supplant the multiverse with the dark multiverse. So when you ask, why, reflect on yourself. Why do you resist? Light had its era, permitted by darkness. Now, it stirs from its slumber, desiring more. Replied Empty Hand, his voice was different this time, as if he was taking from the point of view of darkness itself, than his own voice. Darkness wishes to erase all there is, and you ask me why I fight. Because I live in here, because I want to survive, because I want the light to shine in the world, answered Raiden with conviction in his voice. No. No. This charade, this pathetic dance of heroes and villains, is meaningless. Tell me the truth, Raiden Kagawa. Discard these empty declarations. What fuels you? What propels this newfound existence, this newfound power you possess? Speak your innermost desire. Who do you truly aspire to become? Spoke Empty Hand, seeming insulted, desiring a real answer, instead of what he received. What I desire, spoke Raiden, seemingly conflicted, but his soul wasn't. Light shone all around him, brilliant golden light, and his eyes shone as well. As the answer became clear, he was a hero, yes, but not any hero. Inside him is the teachings of every single hero from every era of the past, souls that have fought many battles, souls that have proved themselves to be the peak of their craft. He wanted to be like them, no, he wanted to surpass them. His mind wandered to his child about to be born, and all he could think of was their safety and the future, and realization hit him. It can only be me, said Raiden. He then stared at Empty Hand, right into his 4 blue pupils, and spoke. I want to be the king of it all. I want to surpass the world, to surpass Gaia, to surpass light, to surpass you, and darkness. I want it all to myself, because only I can provide the safety, only I can fix this world, only I am the great one here, the true and only king. As he spoke those words, multiple notifications started to alarm from Raiden's system, but he ignored them as he looked straight at Empty Hand. I truly envy you. Darkseid, much like you and me, is an avatar of darkness. He desires to conquer all reality and shape it to his will. Darkness has decreed that you two are the chosen ones of this era, destined to clash and decide the fate of reality. If you emerge victorious, the world will be entrusted to your safekeeping, and we shall withdraw. Should he prevail, darkness will descend, using him as its true avatar. I never imagined darkness would acknowledge someone without ties to it. Spoke Empty Hand. Hearing that, Raiden nodded his hand, understanding that the conversation was about to end, but then he said, who's the third? Empty Hand looked at him saying, third, to which Raiden clarified, you said you've only seen 3 like me, one is me, the second is Darkseid, who's the third? Empty Hand, upon hearing the clarified question, started to laugh. Then, he stopped and said, it was me. Long before I understood my role, long before I became confined to this dark multiverse, I too harbored ambitions. I desired to overthrow my creator, to embody darkness itself. However, I learned my place, just as you and Darkseid shall. Now go forth. Our conversation is concluded. Since he was going back anyways, Raiden wanted to leave some parting words to Empty Hand. There are only 2 left, and I shall reduce it to 1. You mongrels are not even worthy of comparison to me. Therefore, I shall ensure it. All of you shall learn your rightful places. Chapter 104. With the darkness finally fading, Raiden looked ahead to see Raven and Corey waiting for him. Corey pounced on him immediately upon arrival, hugging him, while Raven took her time to walk to him slowly. She was now 7 months pregnant, so she couldn't be as fast as Corey. Raiden approached her slowly, hugging her, as he said, I missed you, both. The others in the waiting room, including the Justice League and the OC members of the team, all went to Wally, hugging him and happy to see him. Just 3 months ago they held his funeral, and now he's back safe. Your parents really need this. They haven't been the same, Wally, said Barry. He was one of the people that missed him the most, even blaming himself for his death at some point. One member of the League who was shocked, but for very different reasons, was Superman, who approached Raiden as he stared at Kara and Ursa, saying, they're Kryptonians, and that one holds my emblem. He kept looking at them. Raiden walked towards Kara and said, Kal-El, this is Kara Zor-El, your elder cousin. As Raiden introduced her, Kara floated slightly to Kal-El. She placed her hand on his cheek as she said, "You used to be so young, I remember when you were nothing more than a baby, yet here you are older than me, it's good to meet you, cousin." As she spoke, Kal-El's eyes opened wide, looking at her sincere look, and how she truly felt like his family, cousin. "You know me then?" said Kal-El, to which Kara nodded saying, "Yes, I was supposed to come here with you, to help you adapt and live, I was entrusted with that by your parents, but something terrible happened, causing me to end up in the Phantom Zone. I missed so many years of your life, to the point that now I'm younger than you." Hearing that, Kal-El smiled as he said, "I suppose that chance was lost, but I don't mind learning more about my parents and Krypton from you. I can help you now, adapt to Earth, its people, they're wonderful." Kara nodded as she turned to look at Raiden saying, "Yes, I'm aware, and I'm excited to know them better." Smiling, Kal-El then turned to Ursa and said, "What about her? Is she also one of us?" As Kal-El spoke, both Artemis and Wally had a disgusted look on their face staring at her. Kara looked at her, she didn't want to show any negative emotions to the cousin that she hadn't seen in a decade, so she refrained from speaking. This forced Raiden to walk towards her and place himself between her and everyone else. "She's under my protection, that's all you need to know for now. Any threat taken against is a threat to me, I take it you all know I don't appreciate threats." Seeing that Raiden was the one to speak about her, and how the others reacted, everyone knew that something was wrong. It was Superman that stepped up saying, "This is a matter of my race, Raiden, I'd like to at least know what's going on." Raiden nodded his head to Kal-El saying, "Yes, you do, and I will tell you, after we get some time to relax, we shall speak about what happened inside the Phantom Zone. I know for everyone here, it's been a month, but to us, it has been a mere 10 days. As Raiden said that, Kal-El turned to look at his cousin, realizing that it was the reason she looked young, and was younger than him. With everyone understanding where Raiden was coming from, they gave Raiden and the squad that was inside the Phantom Zone some time to relax. Wally took this opportunity to leave, as he went to check on his parents, and talk to them. "What happened in there, Raiden? And who's that woman that's staying with us?" said Corey as she sat with him. They were in their home now. She was facing him at their kitchen table, while Raven was sitting next to him and facing her Carrie, who also came to welcome him back. Raiden had Ursa stay in the guest house, and he warned her that he had eyes everywhere, those eyes being Scathach, who was already inside her shadow. Her job was to keep her at bay, knowing that Ursa would have super hearing now that she's in Earth, and impressed at how fast she adapted to it. Raiden decided to erect a sound-blocking barrier, then said, "She's a villain, she worked with a very heinous group of killers and monsters." Hearing that, Raven raised an eyebrow, and beating her to it, Corey asked, "Why is she here then? Why bring her with you?" Turning his head to Raven, Raiden stared at the belly holding his son in it as he said, "I found out she was pregnant, I couldn't kill her, obviously, it was between leaving her there, or bringing her with us, and I choose the latter. I just couldn't do it, I couldn't condemn a child to live forever in that horrible world." With Raiden's words, the two girls realized what made the decision hard, and how things were complicated. Raiden looked up at the ceiling as he allowed himself to sink in his chair, saying, "Back in Autumn, Elder Ganthet warned me of such cases. He told me not to make a decision on my subjective view, so I decided not to. I decided to save him, that child, may he become a great hero, a great person, or another enemy that should be felled. I did my duty, I guaranteed him a future that's in his hands, now he has to shape it." A meeting was held. The meeting involved many core members of the Justice League, Raiden, and some members of the team. The entire league was called to attend, but only to get a chance to see Wally and to hear the result of the meeting. Batman walked up to the display screen as a picture of Ursa and Kara was on display. "As many of you know, we have 2 new visitors, 2 Kryptonians. Kara Zor-El is confirmed to not be a problem. Her cousin will take care of her for now, help her adjust to the world, and introduce her to Earth's culture." Kara's picture was removed from the screen as Ursa's image occupied the entire screen. As for this individual, she's been identified as Ursa Zod. From Artemis and Wally's tales, she's a criminal, a war criminal that caused countless deaths. She was thrown into the Phantom Zone as punishment for her crimes, and her other allies were defeated, and presumably killed in the Phantom Zone, but she was brought here, by Raiden's decision. Now, we need to discuss our action related to a dangerous individual like her being on Earth. As Batman finished speaking, the first one to speak was Wonder Woman. "I see no fault in Raiden's decision. She is pregnant, confirmed by Superman. We are not so cruel to make a child suffer life in the hell that is the Phantom Zone." Artemis and Wally are veterans, but they're still shaken by the creatures they saw there. Her words earned many nods, from the likes of Aquaman, Aqualad, Black Canary, and Zatanna. However, on the opposite side, Nightwing spoke. "While we're also in agreement with the child not having to suffer, we must also make note that she is a war criminal. According to Kara Zor-El, she's killed hundreds if not more, and that was when she had no powers. Here on Earth, she has all the powers of Superman. but not the same alignment. I do not wish harm on the child, but we must place her in jail, preferably one with kryptonite in it." Hearing that, Dinah slammed the table saying, "You want to put a pregnant woman in jail and subject her to kryptonite?" This made Oliver, her husband, speak. "We don't have a choice, we do it all the time. Being pregnant isn't an immunity card. If she's let loose, she can kill thousands before we even get a chance to stop her. She's Kryptonian, for God's sake." "No offense, Clark. None taken, but kryptonite is a bit much. We don't know the effect of such a thing on the child she's carrying," spoke Clark, shutting down the idea. "What else do you suggest? It's not like we have many ways of restraining someone like you. Not even the Green Lantern database has information that can help us," said Hal, the Green Lantern. Looking at all the talk, Raiden sighed, loudly, making his opinion about their talk clear. He didn't like it. "Do you have something to say, Raiden?" asked Batman. This made Raiden stand up from his place on the table. As he started to circle around it, he then said, "Arthur, you're the king of Atlantis, correct? If your council were to have some sort of discussion similar to this, who would make the final decision?" Hearing that, Arthur raised an eyebrow before answering. "Naturally, as the king, the decision would fall on me." That's an interesting idea. Will you make it clear to your colleagues here in the Justice League?" As Raiden spoke, everyone was looking at him, some with intrigue, shock, or deep thoughts. "What are you trying to say, Raiden?" said Wonder Woman, to which Raiden said, "I made my decision about Ursa the moment I arrived here. Discussing her any further isn't going to change my opinion. She's paid for her crimes, years in the Phantom Zone. I don't hold any delusions that she's a good person now, but I'm willing to give her a chance for redemption, call it an experiment, until she gives birth to her child. She's off limits. She goes to no jail, she suffers no restraints, she lives a life worthy of a normal woman, and that was my decision." Hearing Raiden's words, Superman was the one to speak as he said, "Are you declaring yourself as our king? Do you think your opinion holds more value than any of ours?" "No, not yet, but I plan to. Earth needs a king. The way things are going, we won't survive, that's for sure. The Justice League must reign supreme. Instead of having to listen and act according to governments and jurisdiction, we'll be the new government. We. Now you see yourself as one of us," mocked Captain Atom. Then Superman spoke, "That's how dictatorships start, Raiden. We can't be above the law, we must uphold it," said Superman. Aquaman spoke, "This spark of dictatorship, you showed it to us when you were younger. I had thought it was gone, but it seems you still hold the same views, child." "What Clark is saying is true, Raiden. If the Justice League takes the world by force, it will only create more conflict," spoke Diana. This made Raiden stop his circling around the table as he said, "Why? I don't get it. Here is the king of Atlantis," pointed Raiden at Arthur. "Here is the future queen of Amazon," pointed Raiden at Diana. "Here is the strongest human alive," pointed Raiden at Batman. "And there is the strongest earthling alive," pointed Raiden at Superman. The League is comprised of a wide variety of races, ethnicities, and genders, the spark of the youth, the new generation, and the old. Who's better at ruling this planet than us? With your guidance, Earth will ascend to a higher plane of peace and unity. Captain Atom spoke saying, "And you will be its king." "Are you serious?" "Naturally yes. Who else?" "I'm the strongest, smartest, wisest, who else other than me?" replied Raiden. This earned him bad looks from everyone as Batman said, "You're crossing the line of arrogance, Raiden. What's a king if not arrogant? A king must be the best at everything, the one that guides his people, the one that fights for his people, the one that provides and cares for them. I'm not speaking about me, Raiden alone. Over the years I've become one, I'm becoming one with them, all the kings of history. The world itself chose me, Bruce. I didn't pick this role, I was chosen," said Raiden. Without his realization, his aura was spreading. It was peaceful and relaxing, a golden aura that made everyone feel awe and effect of his skill charisma. "I don't get it, what's wrong with the Earth now?" said Billy Batson, also known as Captain Marvel. This made many break their awe. As Diana spoke, "Raiden, why now, what is this all about? I'm not saying I'm against your idea, but you seem urgent as if you're trying to prepare for something." Hearing that, Raiden closed his eyes, before saying, "What do any of you know about the multiverse?" Chapter 105. Earlier. As Raiden was heading to the meeting location, he checked his system notifications. They were buzzing after he talked to Empty Hand, so he wanted to know what was it about. King Rama bond level has increased 1720. King Iskandar bond level has increased 811. King Arthur bond level has increased 1013. King David bond level has increased 58. King Ozymandias bond level has increased 1014. King Gilgamesh bond level has increased 47. Host has reached bond 5 with the servant Gilgamesh. Host can choose one of these skills. Charisma A+, rank update. Golden Rule A. Collector EX. Looking at the notifications, Raiden noticed how all of them had been kings. They must have really liked how I handled Empty Hand. Interesting. Well, if that's what you all like, get ready for more fun. I'm about to flip this world upside down. My son is about to be born, and I won't be letting him live in a world filled with rotten mongrels and pathetic evil. I'll make it a heaven. Looking at the skills, Raiden picked Charisma A+. It was an obvious choice for him. Even my B Charisma has me charming the world. Let's see what A+ Charisma is like. Obtained Charisma A+. Charisma A+ has merged with Charisma B. Obtained Charisma A+++. Charisma A+++ is a composite skill consisting of a person's charm as well as the natural talent to command or unify an army or country. Increases the ability of allies during group battles at this rank. It is no longer popularity or skill, but rather a kind of spell, curse, in itself. An army led by him or her will have a tremendous increase in abilities. Looking at the skill, Raiden smiled. This was the perfect opportunity for him to start his movement. Host has received a mental message. Would you like to accept? Y/N. Sender, Gaia. Seeing the notification, Raiden looked at the time. Knowing that he had time, he immediately pressed yes. Welcome, my beloved child. It is a joy and an honor to see you face to face once more. Spoke the voice, an ethereal beauty. Amongst the heavens, she was more beautiful than all of them. She was standing, wearing a white dress, that was made of the finest silk in the universe. It's good to see you again, Gaia. The honor is all mine, said Raiden as he attempted to bow in respect, but then a force of an unknown origin stopped him. My dear child, if you are to be the king, then you shall bow to no one. For you will be the honored one upon the throne of Gaia, spoke Gaia as she pointed to the massive golden endowed throne beside her. He stared at it. A magnetic force of some sorts was pulling him forward, wanting him to sit on. As he started to walk, Raiden realized something. It's me, no external force, no mind control, no magic. I want this. The force of an unknown origin was nothing more than his pride. As he walked towards it, Raiden sat down, feeling his body relax as if it belonged there. It was meant to be there. He was the king. Gaia offers her praise to her honored king, King Raiden Kagawa, my dear liege. As Gaia bowed, another figure emerged behind her. She was too a beauty as well. She looked eerily similar to Gaia in terms of looks, but younger. At first Raiden assumed she was her daughter, but then she spoke. In my perception, Host remains insufficiently developed to assume the throne of Gaia. Nevertheless, in accordance with the decree of my goddess, I will comply. Alea bestows her reverence upon her esteemed king, King Raiden Kagawa. As the girl spoke, and kneeled, Raiden opened his eyes wide as he spoke. Your voice. Gaia raised her head as she said, my liege, her voice is familiar to you, for she designed the system, the fate system. She is my creation, Alea. Calling her my daughter would not be incorrect. Looking at Alea, Raiden nodded his head as he spoke. I thank you, Alea. Your creation has been the greatest help to my life. I sit here because of it. Your assertion is erroneous. I merely facilitated the host in managing his capabilities. The heroes will forever reside within you, regardless of your possession of the system. Take pride, my liege, replied Alea, to which Raiden had a faint smile as he said, I am, but I still would like to thank you. Don't deny this king's act of kindness. I do not comprehend. However, I acknowledge my appreciation. Seeing this was over, Raiden turned to Gaia and said, I'm honored that you have given me this presentation, but even I know that, I'm still way off this level of respect from you, goddess, so tell me, what is this all about? Why am I here? My dear, it's a simple truth. I sincerely desire for you to ascend the throne of my land. This act is my pledge of allegiance to you. As for why I summoned you, it was due to your recent communication. I learned of your contact with Empty Hand only after Alea informed me. Hearing Gaia's words, Raiden placed his elbow on the throne's armrest as he rested his hand on his knuckles and said, Go on, I believe you already know of what he told me, the same thing you said about Darkseid, so nothing new. Indeed, what he failed to mention is that not all members of his dark army hail from our universe. One of them has recently arrived and roams freely upon my land. He originates from a different Gaia, another Earth, a dead Gaia. As she spoke, Gaia seemed to show some sadness upon hearing another her from an alternate reality has died. Yes, that does seem possible. He said he's from the dark multiverse. I don't know much about multiverses, but I assume they're worlds similar to ours, yet slightly different, asked Raiden as he recalled Empty Hand's words. You are mostly correct. The entity that has entered my land is indeed from a similar Gaia. However, to have traversed between worlds, he must have been aware of the dangers and chosen to come here, indicating great strength. While I lack detailed information about him, I know the Justice League does. Without knowing he hails from a different multiverse, I can only provide you with his name, Neil Queen. Hearing that, Raiden nodded his head, as he said, I see, then I'll be sure to deal with him. My dear Raiden, I must warn you, whoever he is, he possesses great strength, enough to be a part of the Dark Army, warned Gaia as she felt worried about what Raiden was about to face, to which Raiden said. Don't worry, I learned a valuable lesson during my stay in the Phantom Zone. I am the honored one, I am the king, but I'm also only one person. A king is no king without his army. Back in the Justice League meeting. What do any of you know about the multiverse? Everyone stayed quiet upon hearing Raiden's question. It wasn't that they didn't know what it meant, the multiverse theory was very famous, and each of them had a very good understanding of it. However, hearing it come from Raiden, meant that it wasn't a theory no more, but rather something serious. The multiverse theory is a concept from quantum physics and cosmology. It suggests that our universe is just one of many universes that exist simultaneously. These universes make up what we call the multiverse. Replied Batman, he knew they all knew this, but he only spoke to get the conversation going. Yeah, well, something like that. You wanted why am I suggesting these radical ideas of me becoming a king and uniting Earth, right? Well, recently, I met someone, an entity, a dark one, and he's waging war on the multiverse itself. We're part of that, and sooner or later, we'll be facing dangerous entities, not on the level of Joker, the Reach or Savage. Instead we'll be facing each other, another Justice League, another Superman, another Batman, spoke Raiden as he planted the idea in their minds. He didn't know exactly what kind of entities Empty Hand would send, but he would rather create a fake dangerous scenario to unite them, instead of letting the world run like this. A Batman that kills, a Superman that's evil, a Lantern Corps that spreads evil, a Wonder Woman that's ruthless killer, all of these possibilities, and you expect to face them like the way we are. Just recently our group of villains allowed an alien race to walk on our land, and sell products to drug our people. The government wasn't any wiser either, they allowed it, encouraged it, and ignored our warning. Those were aliens from space. A multiversal attack isn't so obvious, any second now they could attack, and wage war against us, and the way we are now. We are not ready. Hearing Raiden speak, they all realized the dangers of what he was saying. A threat on that level, with the ability to launch an all-out attack in any second, wasn't to be taken lightly. In fact, what if they were already attacking, securing government positions, posing as one of them? A dangerous thought that ran in the minds of everyone. Who was the entity that you spoke with? Asked a voice. Turning to it, Raiden and everyone was slightly surprised, as it belonged to someone that doesn't usually speak much and only observes the meetings. Since you work for Order, I guess you might know him. He goes by the name Empty Hand. Hearing that, Dr. Fate slammed the table as he sat up and said, impossible. How do you know that name? Are you sure of what you're saying? So you do know him, then more than anyone here, you know that what I say is the truth. As the servant of Order, this concerns you the most because no one can cause as much chaos as someone like Empty Hand, the Lord of the Dark Multiverse. Hearing Raiden's words, Dr. Fate went quiet for a few seconds, then he said, the Lords of Order approve of your plan. Gaia's chosen. Nay, in this case, I suppose I shall call you King Raiden. Upon seeing what Dr. Fate easily accepts Raiden, the entire Justice League was now conflicted. It was split between people who agree with Raiden's king and unity idea, and people who don't approve of such a radical manner of doing things. I can see that none of you have a decision yet, and I understand. I do not wish to create a civil war between us. For now, I'd like to say that anything related to Ursa is on me, and me alone. As for my kingship, we'll discuss that further in a later time. Please carry on with the normal meeting. I know I have shocked you all, but this needed to happen. Even I can't face such threats alone. Seeing Raiden drop the subject suddenly, the others realized that he was giving them time to process and discuss it amongst themselves later when he wasn't there. Nodding his head, Batman spoke. Next, we'll discuss the remnants of the light. The team's surveillance mission went smoothly. While we couldn't obtain any recordings, we have plenty of evidence connecting Queen Bee, Lex Luthor, Clarion the Witch Boy, and this man. The pictures showed Lex shaking the hand of another man. He was wearing a formal suit, he had a lean body but muscular, he was mid-30s. And has short dark brown hair, piercing blue eyes, and a few small scars, one above his right eyebrow and another on his left forearm. This man has been identified as Neil Quinn. We have no records of him anywhere and can't confirm his origin. We're not sure if he's a metahuman or not, but the way they treated him, with utter respect, suggests he's not just a normal goon. Hearing Batman's words, Raiden said, well, surprise surprise, said Raiden as he stood up. Anything you want to say, Raiden? Asked Batman, to which Raiden nodded and said. Funny how we were just talking about this, but this man, Neil Queen, is from an alternate Earth. Chapter 106. Funny how we were just talking about this, but this man, Neil Queen, is from an alternate Earth, said Ryden as he pointed at the man. This grabbed the attention of everyone in the room, and they all turned to him. I have no proof, to be honest, but Gaia said he doesn't belong to our Earth, and no data of him has ever existed. Doesn't that sound a bit suspicious? If Ryden is telling the truth, it means these other Earths are already attacking us, spoke Wonder Woman. This made Aquaman nod his head as he said, the light is now working with them, just like they did with the Reach. What Ryden has said is true. We have problems from within, our own kind are betraying us. If Ryden is telling the truth, we still don't know where this guy is from. The multiverse is just a theory until we have proof. Until then, we're going to assume this man is a nobody, spoke Oliver. He wasn't into the king idea, and was ready to argue against it no matter what. Listen, I don't care if you have problems with me, but Gaia was the one that informed me of this, so if you want to ignore the problems ahead of you, do it on your own. The world is bigger than you, or the Justice League. As much as I hate to admit it, I agree with Ryden Kagawa. We must be cautious and take the appropriate actions, rather than dismissing this. Earth just survived a global threat. We can't afford to let another one catch us off guard, can we? Spoke Captain Atom. He and Ryden didn't get along, but his allegiance was still to Earth, so he was thinking rationally. I agree with Captain Atom. We should assume Ryden speaks the truth. He's never failed us before, and I don't expect him to start now. We all have our opinions about him, his methods, his radical ideas, but remember this, everyone here shares one goal, to protect Earth and its people. Act accordingly, said Batman, concluding the entire meeting. As there were no more topics to discuss, his words struck the heart of the matter, so everyone nodded their heads and stood up. Everyone left the meeting room to join their sidekick, members of their team, and friends. Ryden did the same as he went to Carrie. Ryden. You're all finally done. Did everything go well in there? The atmosphere is a bit heavy and everyone is looking at you, said Carrie as she walked towards him. Well, I just dropped a bomb of information on them, they're still processing it, so anyway, what about you? Raven said something about you wanting to talk to me about something. Hearing Ryden's question, Carrie was excited as she said, yes. I know you said at 20. But like I really liked him, and we had lots of fun working together, and I'm in love with him, I wanted you to meet him, and bless our relationship, I want your approval, brother. Hearing that, Ryden narrowed his eyes, as he said, I disappear for 1 month. 1 and you already have a boyfriend? Who is it? Where is he? I'll kill him. I'll erase him from this planet. No. It's been going on for longer than that, it's just I wasn't sure about it, until recently. Also no killing. If you harm him I'll never talk to you again. With the dangerous threat looming on his head, Ryden said, you wouldn't dare. No talking, no petting my head. And no more smiling, said Carrie. The dangerous threat increased. Her curtness was too powerful, and Ryden wasn't prepared for a world without her smile. So he said, fine, I'll only torture him. No. And no harming him. Promise. Tisk, fine, I swear I won't harm him, for now. As Ryden finally agreed, she turned and waved to someone. A dash came in, and the boy looked at Ryden and said, hey. I know we haven't talked much, but I'm a huge fan. I really respect you. As for Carrie, she's been my close friend since I joined the team, she's helped me with so much, and, well, I've fallen for her. I know she's your sister, so I want your approval. Please. I promise I'll treat her right, she deserves it. Looking at him, Ryden narrowed his eyes and said, Bart Allen, you came back from the future, right? And then pretended that you had no way back, even though you knew it was a one-way trip. Come here, I want to talk to you in private. Ryden wrapped his hand around Bart's shoulder as he guided him away. Ryden. You promised, said Carrie, to which Ryden waved his hand. Yeah, I'll just talk to him. As he took him a bit away from her, Ryden cast a small silencing spell. He knew most people here had super hearing, so he didn't want others listening to him. Then faced Bart with an angry look. Please, sir. I swear, I only mean well. Don't kill me, said Bart as he shivered in fear and cowered back. Oh no, I won't be killing you. Of course not. Carrie said she loved you. If she did, then I'll treat you like my very own brother. If you need anything, I'll be there for you. Everything you wish for, just ask, said Ryden. But then he placed his hand on his shoulder and leaned closer, whispering in his ear, but if you hurt her feelings, well, then, I'll be your personal hater. I'll be your very own Reverse Flash, I'll make sure your life is hell, killing you. Nah, I'll make sure you become immortal so I can torture you longer, kill everyone close to you, push them away, turn you into an outcast, a nobody, I'll make it so your only wish is death, got it?" With every word Bart swallowed his own saliva as he nodded his head in fear. Good, no go talk, keep her happy. As he sent him back to his girlfriend, Ryden had a good smug on his face. "You didn't go too far, did you?" said Connor as he walked towards Ryden with Dick and Calder. "Nah, I just gave him a slight warning. So how have you all been?" said Ryden as he stared at his friends. "It's been great, I wanted to thank you, you always work hard to keep us safe, and help us, I appreciate it," said Connor. Calder nodded as he spoke. "What Connor said is true, many things have gone smoothly just because of you." "You know my take on this, I've always thought that you were our team's best member," said Dick. "I appreciate you all saying this, but you're my friends, if I didn't do this much, I wouldn't earn that title, but I must ask," said Ryden. To which they all looked serious as Dick said, "Go ahead Ryden. If you truly believe what you said, then I want you to back me. I know how that king sounds, I'm not delusional, our world is not easy to change, but it must happen, without proper guidance, I don't see us surviving the future battle," said Ryden, imploring his friends. "Ryden, I don't know what to say, personally speaking, I'm with your idea, whether you're the right king or not, I don't know, but I was raised in Atlantis, and I know that a good king can create a good society, so from my side, I am with you," spoke Calder, expressing his backing of Ryden. This made Connor and Dick think for a second. "Ryden, I don't know what to say, I'm still processing that idea, I'm not sure how we'd even go about it, but I haven't ruled it out either, I just need more time to think," said Connor. "You're my best friend Ryden, but I don't know, it's not that I don't trust you, in fact, if I could I'd choose you a king right now, but it's the processes, Earth is massive, many different cultures and ideologies, you won't be able to convince all of them, which means a war would break, many deaths." Hearing his friend speak, Ryden nodded his head as he said, "I at least know that you all still see me as a friend, Calder, I thank you for your backup, I promise you now, there will be no better king than me, not because of me personally, but because I know, that there's no one that has a better circle of backup better than mine. Connor, take all the time you need, it's a tough decision, so I understand. As for Dick, don't think I'm being impulsive, I've thought about this many times, and I've concluded, it's possible. So trust that," said Ryden, he then turned to leave before saying, "My plans, they are extreme, I don't promise that there will be no deaths, but I can promise, most of those that will die deserve it." Chapter 107. Back in his home, Ryden was lying on the ground defeated, as he lost yet another battle against Scathack. As she approached him, she gave him her hand, helping him up. Taking her hand, Ryden tried to stand up when she suddenly punched him down. "In battle, remember this, your enemies aren't always honorable," said Scathack as she looked smugly at him from above. "Don't turn this into a lesson, you just did that 'cause you wanted to," said Ryden in frustration, to which Scathack had a smug face as she said, "Perhaps. What can you do to change it? Damn it. I know you're mad at me, but still," said Ryden, as he stood up himself. As he did, flowers started to dance around him as Ryden walked to sit on a nearby table to relax. From the flowers the flowery Magus himself emerged as he said, "My dear king. The illustrious one. The valiant hero king. Pray tell, how fares thee on this splendid day?" Hearing the sarcastic tone in Merlin's voice, Ryden rolled his eyes. This earned him a chuckle from Raven, who said, "Next time, make sure to consult your closest allies about you wanting to declare you want to be a king to the entire Justice League." Hearing that, Ryden sighed as he stayed quiet. Both Merlin and Scathack were very upset about what he did in the Justice League meeting. They both didn't like the way he went about it and the extreme manner he went about when he informed them about his aspiration. "You've cornered yourself, and that's why we're displeased. Stop sighing and confront the reality," spoke Scathack as she sat down at the table, to which Merlin joined after her. Ryden turned to Merlin saying, "Well, that's all done and gone now, I'll be sure to consult you two next time, okay? Now, tell me, how is Ursa?" The last question was directed at Scathack as he turned to her. Scathack nodded saying, "There's nothing unusual to report. She's adjusting to a normal human life. It's been a week, and I haven't seen her acting suspiciously. As far as I can tell, she won't be making any risky decisions until after the birth of her child. You can relax and forget about her for the next few months." Smiling at Scathack's words, Ryden looked at Raven's belly, imagining the birth of his own child. He then turned to Merlin. "As I said before, I shall take your advice with high regards. I genuinely apologize about what happened in the meeting, so please go ahead Merlin, let's discuss our future." Merlin smiled and nodded towards Raiden, saying, "The essence of kingship shines brightest when a man bears the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. As for what lies ahead, we may face the specter of civil strife, a conflict we pray remains bloodless. Not all members of the Justice League hold you in fond regard, hence we must discern our allies from those who stand against us." A civil war, huh? That's convenient, isn't it? We have enemies that can come knocking on our doors any day now, and they're still unable to get off their high horses, said Raiden, to which Scathach said, "If you had handled this properly, we wouldn't be on the brink of civil war. You've been too influenced by your servants. The world has changed, and in your era, people see kings as either figureheads or dictators, nothing in between. Respect for kings has dwindled." Merlin nodded in approval as he added, "A king's most crucial asset is inspiration. When the people rally behind you and uphold your reign, no force can wrest your throne away. The key lies in securing the backing of influential figures. In former times, it would be the politicians and nobles of the realm. However, in this era, the most potent support you can garner comes from fellow heroes. Thus, we must identify those heroes who champion your cause, not merely your kingship, but your ideals." Hearing that, Raiden said, "Well, I can guarantee the support of at least two people, King Arthur from Atlantis, and Dr. Fate. Arthur is already a king himself, and he isn't too shocked by my suggestions, and from the meeting he seemed to support me, and I confirmed that with Calder, who also supported me. As for Fate, well, it's obvious, he's the only one who knows about Gaia, so he clearly knows that she has a part in this. Very well. Our next move is to build more support. Our initial approach will be to rally those heroes who trust you and align with your cause. Begin with the demigoddess. She has shown strong loyalty and was even prepared to confront me in your defense," said Scathach, referring to Wonder Woman. Merlin affirmed this by saying, "Indeed, Diana, future queen of Themyscira, comprehends the importance of kingship. Another potential ally could be Flash. You recently aided his nephew and facilitated his growth. He still regards you highly, we simply need to sway him further. With this, we'd be gaining 3 of the Justice League's founders as our support, but what about the others? Superman isn't exactly into the idea, and Batman most likely doesn't support it either. As for Martian Manhunter, well, he had issues with royalty back in his home, so I doubt I can garner his support, leaving me with Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern. I could abuse my info on the Guardians of the Galaxy, but I'm not sure if that's going too far or not," said Raiden as he thought about his plans. This made Raven speak. "Do you need the support of only the founders? Won't you also gain the same advantage as the other members? The founders garner much respect, but we can also take advantage of the others." Smiling, Merlin spoke, "Quantity over quality, an intriguing strategy indeed." Her words ring true. The contributions of other members can be as pivotal as those of the founders. You already enjoy favor with members like Satana, Satara, Rocket, and Black Canary. However, certain members will undoubtedly oppose us, such as Green Arrow, Captain Atom, and the second Green Lantern, John Stewart. We can attempt to sway the rest, but the odds are stacked against us. Merlin then smiled, saying, "But where the Justice League may withhold, we shall compensate with the support of the people. The populace reveres heroes and the valor of battle above all else. Henceforth, you must showcase your heroic deeds publicly, embodying the dignity and wisdom befitting a king. Lastly, the most arduous yet crucial task, securing the approval of the President of the United States of America. She is a noble leader, yet she presides over a nation deeply entrenched in a flawed notion of freedom. The American public is notoriously resistant to change, but if we can win their unwavering support, our victory will be assured." "I see, so we got a lot of convincing to do. Merlin, you'll be my personal advisor, so you'll come with. The first person we visit shall be Diana," said Raiden, as he prepared to start his plan, winning over the Justice League. Chapter 108. Ah, Raiden, heed my words. Diana wields the pivotal influence in our quest for victory, her support resonating deeply among the populace. Batman, cloaked in solitude and ostracized, shoulders the weight of being an outsider, seldom embraced by society. Superman, admired yet controversial, grapples with his alien heritage and immense power. But Diana stands unique, born of Earth, a symbol of peace, universally revered. Her womanhood and steadfast virtue only enhance her sway over the public. "The time is now ripe for us to capture the hearts of all," said Merlin as he and Raiden were approaching the cafe they'd be meeting Diana in. "I'll try my best, and you support me. Convincing her won't be easy, but it should be possible. Oh, and try to tone down that noble way of speech," replied Raiden as he entered the cafe. He was wearing his normal attire, consisting of his nice red leather jacket, black t-shirt and black cargo pants. Behind him, Merlin was in a fine black shirt with a scarf and pants, however his white hair flowing all the way down to his back was too eye-catching to make people notice his outfit. The pair saw Diana in her own regular attire, which consisted of normal clothes, and no way to hide her face except for glasses, the classic technique used by her and Superman. "Diana, I hope you haven't been waiting for too long. I should have arrived earlier since I'm the one that called you. It's good to see you," spoke Raiden as he sat down facing her, with Merlin sitting next to him. "Raiden, it's always a pleasure to cross paths with you. Time doesn't dictate these meetings, but rather the opportunity to exchange words. How have the winds of fate been treating you lately?" "Well, if I'm being honest, I'm focused on Raven these days. She's approaching 8 months pregnant, and I have to be there a lot for her. I'm excited and afraid at the same time. Funny, it's almost like our battles with villains," replied Raiden. This made Diana smile as she said, "I hear you, Raiden. Parenthood is a journey of immense challenges and profound joy. It's natural to feel a blend of anticipation and nerves. But if anyone can navigate this path, it's you. Raven is strong, and the connection you share will forge an unbreakable duo, or in this case, trio. Just trust that you'll make an exceptional team, no doubt." As she finished, she turned her head to face Merlin, observing him a bit. Realizing his mistake, Raiden turned to Merlin and said, "Oh, and by the way, this is Merlin. You've met him before, but never had the chance to actually talk to him. He's my advisor and trusted ally. He's always been on my side, and he helps me a lot." Diana greeted Merlin saying, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Merlin. Raiden has spoken highly of you. Anyone Raiden trusts is a friend of mine. The sentiment is mutual, Ms. Diana. I've long admired your endeavors. Now that pleasantries are exchanged, let us delve into the crux of our discussion. Raiden's claim to kingship," spoke Merlin, backed by Raiden, who spoke. "As I mentioned before in the meeting, Neil Queen is a man from a different Earth, and he is also part of the Dark Army. Their wish is to quite literally bring darkness to the multiverse, and Earth is a part of that. The last invasion by the Reach has shown me that Earth is too divided, and we harbor many traitors. If we aren't united, Diana, then our Earth might perish." Hearing that, Diana took a sip of her cafe and then sighed as she said, "Raiden, I understand your concern for Earth's safety, especially with Neil Queen and his allies as looming threats. Unity is essential in times like these. But we must also uphold Earth's commitment to autonomy and democracy. Your idea of centralized leadership might be seen by many as straying from these core principles." Diana's words made Merlin speak, as he interjected saying, "Ah, Miss Diana, your insight is astute as ever. Indeed, it is essential to sow seeds of doubt among the populace, to unveil the imperfections within their structures. Only then can we present ourselves as the catalysts for change they so desperately require. Yet, our victory hinges greatly upon heroes like yourself, capable of guiding and shaping public sentiment. Our intentions are noble, aimed at uniting the fractured world. I firmly believe Raiden stands as the paragon of kingship, deserving of this mantle above all others." Narrowing her eyes at Merlin's words, Diana said, "Doubt can be a powerful force, and manipulating it to influence public opinion can lead to bad outcomes. People need to believe that any proposed changes truly serve their interests, not just a reshuffling of power. As for the idea of kingship, it carries deep historical significance. Earth has moved away from monarchy in favor of equality and representation. Are you proposing a figurehead role, or something more substantive?" As she finished speaking, Raiden was the one to speak this time, saying, "You're making it evil by saying manipulate, but instead it's just to sway their opinion. I'm not going to vilify those who disagree with me, Diana. Instead, I want to prove them wrong. To show them that what I want is the best for Earth, and to help them live in peace." Then changing to a serious tone, he added, "As for your last point, I want absolute power. What I mean by that is every decision will be made by me. There has to be someone willing to take both the responsibility and blame for his decision, and it will be me, the king. And yes, I do understand that sounds tyrannical, but I have a way to make it work." Once again, Diana was taken aback at his bold words, but as she had always liked him, she tried to hold her urge to shout and insult him for being so arrogant. As she said, "Raiden, I get where you're coming from, and I respect your readiness to shoulder responsibility. But concentrating all power in one person? It's a risky road, even with good intentions. History has taught us the dangers of unchecked authority. How can we be certain you won't succumb to corruption? It's not just a saying, Raiden, it's a harsh truth. Power has a way of corrupting." Hearing that, Raiden had a sly smile on his face, seemingly expecting such a question. "Good question, Diana. And I have the best answer for that, a council. You see, I want to establish a council that includes representatives from all corners of the world. Not only that, but you as well, and members of the Justice League, and with you all, by my side, we can create a system that maintains justice and equality for all. The council will provide me with the ideas and problems, and in the end, I'll decide. The reason why it has to be me, it's because I truly believe there is no better judge, and if I can surround myself with people like you and Merlin here, people that will guide me correctly, we won't have to worry about oppression or tyranny. Surprised by Ryden's suggestion of a council, Diana had a bright smile on her. For a second there, she truly believed that Ryden was becoming corrupt and wanted all the power himself, but a council? The idea was intriguing to her, but she still wasn't fully convinced. Ryden, your vision of a council that welcomes diverse viewpoints and your willingness to seek counsel are commendable. I respect your commitment to Earth. However, my concern persists about the concentration of power. Even with a council and advisors, ultimate authority rests with the king. How can we ensure that future generations won't misuse this structure? How do we safeguard against the potential for tyranny, despite your good intentions? Hearing that, Ryden was actually confused for a second. He hadn't thought about the future generations, so he just shrugged it off saying, simple, immortality. I live forever, know this, and confirm this. I may be killable, but my lifespan is eternal. Diana narrowed her eyes, then shook her head saying, immortality gives you the chance to see humanity's journey through ages, to steer and protect, but it doesn't alter my foremost worry. Who will guide you when we're gone? Can you truly rely on a council that holds you as accountable as we do? Can you assure that your endless existence won't tempt corruption? Are today's choices meeting tomorrow's needs? And how do we dodge the trap of complacency under your eternal rule? As she continued to hammer in her point, Ryden simply lowered his head, then turned to her and said in sincerity, to be honest, I have no clue, but I can at least say that the current me wishes for the best, and this is the best I've come up with. As he saw the defeated Ryden, Merlin smiled as he said, isn't that precisely why you seek counsel? As your foremost advisor, may I offer a solution? Both Diana and Ryden turned to Merlin, who smiled, taking in their silence as a yes, saying, let's see now. Well. First is humility, HM. We ought to ensure Ryden is surrounded by companions akin to ourselves, not merely to bolster but also to critique him, lest he succumb to complacency. Second, the establishment of local governance is imperative. As a king, Ryden cannot bear the burden of the entire world alone. 'Tis an insurmountable task. Instead, he should oversee Earth's leaders, who shall disseminate his ideals to the masses. Thirdly, rotation. Inevitably, even Ryden must relinquish his crown someday, to be succeeded. He shall then join us as council, for who better to advise than a former sovereign? And lastly, adaptation, innovation, and education. We must embrace change while nurturing future generations with our ethos and heritage. Thus, we shall ensure the world remains in capable hands, establishing a foundation of perfection. Both Ryden and Diana had their mouths open at Merlin's words. His plan and vision were too good, and it suited both their ideals perfectly. This made Diana finally concede as she said, your ideas are exactly what we require: leadership with humility, diverse perspectives, checks and balances on power, education, and forward-thinking adaptation. It's truly commendable. Sir Merlin, as Ryden said, you are indeed remarkable. However, Ryden, there's one more thing to consider. Putting such an extensive system into action will require enormous effort and trust from the people. Are you prepared for the challenges and resistance that may come during this process? Hearing that, Ryden smiled as he said with utmost confidence, I am. Are you prepared to stand with me during that? I am ready. As your advisor and counselor, I pledge to fully support your vision for a unified Earth under a single ruler. The Amazonians stand beside you, replied Diana with a smile. Thank you, Diana, keep it a secret, but you've always been my favorite in the big three, winked Ryden as he said. With this, the other pieces of domino shall fall in place. I just have to go about this the right way and prove my claim on Earth, but right now, all of that can wait. Raven is more important to me, and the birth of my son. Chapter 109. Around 3 weeks, Miss Raven. If I have to give a correct estimate, then I'll say we'll admit you in the hospital on December 19th, the child will be born on one of the approximate days, spoke the doctor as she looked at his notes, talking to Raven and Ryden. That's great, Doc, but are you sure it's all good, right? Nothing out of the ordinary, you know, we're not exactly normal people, asked Ryden, mostly worried about how his power and Raven's powers could possibly be a problem. He was a nervous mess, especially when it came to his child. Don't worry Mr. Kagawa, you two are not the first case of metahumans giving birth, I'm fairly confident that the child is fine, I'll be performing the birth myself, spoke the doctor as she had an amused look on her face. Raven had the same look as she said, I don't feel anything wrong Raiden, so don't worry, it's going to be fine. Oh yeah, of course, that's great, said Raiden. Corey flew down near her house and walked in, finding Raiden sitting on the couch listening to Raven's belly, as according to him, he was teaching his son already. Good afternoon, said Corey getting Raiden's attention. She kneeled and kissed him then sat next to him. I'm so tired, said Corey to which Raiden said, tough day, as he stood up and allowed her to lay on his chest. Bank robbery, turned into a bomb hostage situation, the bastard was suicidal, he almost did it. Could have lost many lives. But my sweet Starfire was there to save the day, wasn't she, said Raiden as he kissed her head. Well, it wasn't just me, Superman was there, oh and so was that girl, Kara. She's going by the name Supergirl now, she told me to say hi, and that she's disappointed that you haven't visited her, apparently she didn't know where we lived. Oh yeah, Kara, shit my bad, I'm just a little busy with Raven's birth and all, so I couldn't find time, said Raiden, giving his excuse, to which Raven shut him down. I'm not alone, Corey's here, so is Carrie and Scathack, don't use me as an excuse, go talk to that girl. This is so wrong, you're the only girls in the world that would actively tell their boyfriend to go meet another girl, said Raiden, in a defeated tone, to which Corey said, look babe, I love you, but I don't hold any delusions in thinking I can handle you in bed, and with Raven pregnant, I have been battling you alone, and losing, hard, so you need to go get yourself a new piece of ass, once we reach a satisfactory number, we'll be the first ones to tell you no more. This was backed by Raven saying, just go to her, you've been worried about her ever since you came back. This made Raiden retort, she's just a friend. I'm allowed to be worried about friends. Aren't I? This made Raven say, we all started as your friends. Now shoo. Leave, girl time. Go. Fine, I'll check up on her, I am not going to make her my girl though. Got it. Walking into the restaurant, Kara was delighted to see Raiden waiting for her, she was excited as she ran slowly to him. Raiden. I missed you so much, as she hugged him, she was wearing casual clothes, had a nice shirt and jacket on and finishing the look with a nice skirt. Good to see you as well Kara, how has life on Earth been? Sitting down, Kara smiled and said, it's been great, I've been learning about Earth from Clark, it's been fun, said Kara, she then looked around and said, so like, is this what a date is? Almost choking on his food Raiden said, and from all human things to learn first, you learned what a date is, to which Kara smiled, yeah. Clark explained it to me when he was with his girlfriend, Lois, it was kind of embarrassing cause I crashed their date. And he had to explain later that a date is meant for two individuals, a man and a woman. Hearing that Raiden laughed as he said, I would have loved to see his face in that moment, as for this, well I guess we'll call it a date. Kara had a nice smile as she said, I also learned that you having two girlfriends is weird. I didn't know that, are you perhaps trying to court me too? Not that I mind, but will people be mad at me, like how Lois is? With each word, Raiden felt like a hammer was dropping on his head as he processed her words. Well, my circumstances are also different, I think no one should be limited, while Lois might appreciate monogamy, I appreciate polygamy, I suppose you can call it a difference in opinion, as for you, well, we have a whole future ahead of us, now come on, let's drop these weird topics, tell me about your time here on Earth. Raiden shifted the conversation into something different, as he spent the entire date having fun and enjoying his day with her, it was one of the best relaxing moments Raiden had in a long while. So, this guy thinks he can scare us? Does he even know who we are? Spoke a man sitting in the middle of a table, many others were around him, and they were all discussing something. The man sitting beside him said, yes, he does, or else he wouldn't be here. We've also confirmed he's stronger. He defeated you. Now, his proposition is quite an interesting one. For once, I find myself inclined to agree with it. We all know you're still bitter about losing, so stay quiet. I want to fight him myself. If he can beat me, we'll do what he asks and join him. This will be a fun battle. Spoke the woman sitting beside them, she then looked around and said, spreading the crime syndicate to another world. Yes, this is exactly what we needed. One Earth isn't enough for all of us. As everyone was nodding their head, the second man in black said, Neil Queen. What an interesting man. Chapter 110. I believe you all had enough, spoke the man holding a man by the neck. The room was filled with many known villains all down on the ground defeated. Yeah man, alright we got it, just let me go, said the man being held by the neck. He had a black and yellow suit and orange spiked up hair. Another man stood up and started to dust himself. He was wearing a dark suit, and a peculiar-looking helmet, that looked like an owl. I believe you have proved yourself to most of the members, you didn't have to go this far, but I understand your reasons. Another man also tried to push himself up, but he was pushed down by the man who defeated them as he forced him down with his foot. Damn you. I'm the boss of bosses. I can't lose like this. Stop it, Ultraman, it's over, we've been defeated, it's over. Besides, you're the boss of bosses here, on our Earth, a man from another Earth. Well, looks like it's a different scenario, spoke up a woman who stood up as well. Superwoman, you admitting defeat, spoke another man. He wore a green suit, with a small dark mask. Turning to face him, Superwoman looked at him and said, look around you. Johnny. Wasn't fast enough, Ultraman. Wasn't strong enough, and even Owlman wasn't smarter. I think it's clear here, that we don't have a chance against this man. Why even fight to death, Power Ring? Look, even Jed has surrendered. Seeing everyone finally giving up, the man removed his foot from above Ultraman and let Johnny go from his chokehold as he went and sat down on one of the chairs they had for themselves. So, you call yourselves the Crime Syndicate? An interesting name, of course. However, it doesn't translate well to the outside multiverse. After all, I'll be using you all to destroy an entirely different Earth, spoke the man, his eyes sharp as he calculated his moves precisely. The man in question was Neil Queen, and today he was collecting the pieces of his plan, to conquer Earth and kill Raiden Kagawa. Taking a seat facing Neil, Owlman looked at him saying, can we assume that we'll have to face our own counterparts? Noticing the intelligence in Owlman's eyes, Neil nodded, yes, the Earth we plan to conquer has counterparts to each of you. If that's the case, why do you need us with you? Asked Superwoman as she sat down next to Owlman. Before Neil could speak, Owlman said, because they're not his problem, there must be someone on his level, strong enough to defeat even him, and he's worried about facing that man, so he needs us to create chaos and distract our counterparts. Smiling at the words of Owlman, Neil said, correct, the target's name is Raiden Kagawa. He is a special case. In all the Earth I visited, there is not a single counterpart to him. He is unique to that Earth, almost like an anchor of reality itself. I won't sugarcoat it, I somewhat fear facing him. After all, many tried and failed, but I have no choice. If I want to save my world, I'll have to do this. As for you all, I choose you specifically because you are bored. This Earth has been conquered by you all, and you don't seem to be enjoying the battle, so you're the best choice for my army, after all. Don't you want to try and conquer your own counterpart? Hearing that, Ultraman finally was interested as he sat down facing Neil. Now we're talking. As the boss of bosses, I can't be satisfied knowing that there's another me bossing another Earth. I'll have to go there and teach them a lesson. I'll make another Earth kneel to me. Let's do this, I'm in. Hearing that, Neil smiled saying, good to see you're all eager, but for now, we stay put. Our attack shall commence in a month. As Neil finished speaking, he stood up, but was stopped by Owlman's words. Why a month exactly? To which Neil turned and said, Raiden Kagawa is expecting a child soon, and I'll be giving him time to get to know his son, before we kill him. What? Why would we care about such a thing? I say we attack now. Since he's distracted, spoke Ultraman, to which Neil said, go ahead, attack him now, and you'll unleash hell. People evolve under pressure, and there's no desperation like a father's when his child's life is on the line. Trust me, you don't want to face a man like that at his most primal. Let him get past his child's birth. Then, and only then, will he be vulnerable. Neil then left the meeting room of the Crime Syndicate as he headed to Raiden's Earth, next up in his plan, gaining the support of that Earth's villains. The desperate moment of waiting as your girlfriend was giving birth in the room behind the wall you're leaning on was not something Raiden was expecting to be his hardest moment. Raiden was too anxious to even attend the birth, being so nervous that he chose to wait outside. Raven was okay with it since she still had the support of Corey and Carrie, but he was annoyed at himself for not doing it. He felt like he was betraying her, by not being with her at her most desperate moment. Good damn it, Raiden. Just in these last 4 months, I killed 3 fucking gods. Alright. I can't be nervous at my own child's birth. I can't miss it. I'll have to be there. I have to be there. Fuck. I'm not letting the birth of my eldest child slip away from me. Fuck it. I'm going in, I don't care what happens, it's in the hands of fate now. As he thought that, Raiden decided to open the door and enter the room. The doctor was putting on her gloves as she turned to face him. Smiling, she said, welcome Mr. Raiden, please come join us. Make sure to hold Raven's hands, she's been a brave woman, you just have to back her up. Nodding his head, Raiden took a deep breath as he went to Raven's side and held her hand. She looked at him and said, I'm glad you're here, Raiden. She gripped his hand tight and then added, you're not the only one afraid, but with you here with me, I got nothing to fear. Turning to face her, Raiden had tears in his eyes as he nodded and said, "Me too, Raven, I love you, let's do this." What? The voice of the baby's cries grabbed Raiden's attention as he looked at the doctor handing the baby to the nurse. She cleaned him up as she started to straddle him a bit. Looking at Raiden she spoke, "Would you like to hold your son, Mr. Raiden?" Standing up, Raiden turned to Raven, who was tired, but was happy with the birth of her son. As she nodded, giving him the okay to leave her side, Raiden walked to the nurse and held his baby in his hands. Looking at his son, the amount of pride, happiness, joy, and fulfillment he felt was immeasurable. It was exactly as he imagined it to be. A moment that would cement that he truly has achieved his own happiness on this world, the moment that he wants to protect. "Hey big man, I'm Raiden, your dad, it's good to finally meet you," said Raiden as he stared at his child. He then turned to Raven and said, "He's so small." "Oh yeah. Let's go kid, I'll introduce you to your mom." Raiden walked towards Raven and helped her hold the baby. "He's beautiful, he looks just like you," said Raven as she cried with joy looking at her son. Raiden smiled and said, "I'm proud of you Raven, you did great, you were brave." Nodding her head she said, "Thank you," as she started to play with her son. She then said, "So, did you finally decide?" Realizing she was speaking about his name, Raiden nodded and said, "At first I wanted a normal name, one that would help him grow up like a normal kid, but after some time, I realized, my child is mine, and he'll never be normal. I'm the future king, so he deserves a name befitting that." Turning to his child, Raiden said, "From now on, you shall be called Zephyr or Kagawa." Almost as if it understood, the baby started to laugh and smile upon hearing his name. This made Raven ask, "That's unique. I like it. I knew you'd be able to come up with something great. I just had to think about it." Zephyr symbolizes the free spirit and natural grace. "My son shall be free to be whatever he wants to be." As for Orion, it's a homage to the hero that saved you Raven, and helped us defeat Trigon, explained Raiden. This made Raven smile as she said, "I love you Raiden." "I love you too, Raven." Chapter 111. Oh my god. He's so cute. Holding on to little Zephyr, Corey kissed him. Carrie was behind her checking him out as well. "Hi little brother. I'm Carrie. Your elder sister," said Carrie as she held Zephyr from Corey's hands. Raiden went to thank the doctor for her work, and the entire staff before coming back to his kid and Raven, smiling at the sight of his family happily welcoming the new member of their household. "This is a great moment for all of us, and I owe it to you Raiden," spoke Raven. Just a few years ago she contemplated ending her life to defeat her dad, but one random encounter saved her life and helped her achieve the loving family she always hoped for. "It is I that has to thank you, Raven, you went through so much as well, all for me. Thank you for this, truly." "Ah. That's so cute. I hope you'll do the same when I'm in that bed," said Corey as she quipped. This got Raiden's attention as he turned to her and said, "Thank you as well, Corey, you've been with me for so long, I love you for that." Hearing that, Corey was surprised at his words as she blushed and looked left and right trying too hard her embarrassment. At the rooftops of the Star Labs hospital, Raiden was watching the dark sky and stars with a smile on his face. Since Zephyr and Raven were asleep resting, he was taking the opportunity to rest his mind as well. From the shadows, Scathach emerged. She walked slowly towards him and placed her hand on his back saying, "Congratulations, it's a big step in your life, but a happy one, hopefully." "Thank you Shusho, I appreciate it," said Raiden, before another person emerged, flowers all around him. Merlin bowed slightly as he spoke, "Congratulations on the birth of your son, dear Raiden, I'm happy for you master." "Thank you as well, Merlin, I appreciate everything the two of you do for my sake," said Raiden thanking them for their work. Ever since he summoned the two, they helped him in many ways, helping him solve many of his problems, training him and advising him. "Of course master, you freed me from that prison, and gave me a new chance at life here, to cultivate a new king, a better king. Of course, I'll take this chance," said Merlin bowing once again. Merlin may be mischievous and endlessly sleeps with many different women too often around the world, but when it comes to results, he'll always deliver. His was integral in Raiden's camp. "For me, you know what my desire is, I do this cause I trust in your vision, and my dream can only be fulfilled through you." As Scathach spoke, suddenly she changed her tone to a very serious one as she said, "Something's is approaching, fast." Hearing that, Raiden narrowed his eyes, as he said, "Here. To the place my son is in," his tone filled with anger and rage, eyes looking red, he turned to where the approaching object was and narrowed his eyes. "He better have a good reason for coming here that fast and that aggressively," said Raiden as he realized that speed could only be from one man. "Stay here, I don't need to say this, but if anyone gets close to Raven or Zephyr, erase him," said Raiden as he flew directly towards the flying man. "Why the fuck is Superman coming here this fast? Even if he wanted to congratulate me, he wouldn't be doing it this fast." As he closed in, Raiden realized that it wasn't Superman. Instead, it was a look-alike, but unlike Superman, he had a sharper face, a different outfit and a more bloodlusted look, as he realized that this wasn't Superman. "So, you're the Raiden Kagawa that claims to be a king? Ha ha ha. You think you know power? Let me show you what it means to be the boss of bosses. I'll crush your world beneath my feet and make your son an orphan on his first day alive." Raiden's eyes were filled with rage as he increased his own speed, activating every power skill he had. Raiden attacked the person, smashing into him directly with a punch to the face, sending him flying through several buildings. Raiden then landed close to him saying in utter rage, "Who the fuck are you? To attack me and my family on such a sensitive day? You know what? Fuck this, talking is useless, you are fucking dead. Dead." Transforming, Raiden first picked his number one servant for damage, Heracles. With a massive rock sword in his hand, he dived in to attack the man. "You want to know who I am? I'm the big boss. The boss of UG." Before he could finish speaking, a sword hit him in the guts as Raiden's first action was 9 lives, 9 consecutive sword strikes, each stronger than the last. Although the man was able to endure the attacks, and wasn't cut down, his bones felt the weight of each attack as he was pummeled down to the ground. Taking in the opportunity, Raiden jumped backward, as the man started to stand up. "You think that was enough to kill me? I'm Ultraman. I don't die that easy, UHGGG." Before the man could finish his words, once again, a sword was plunged down his throat. This time the sword did damage as it cut down his lips. His interior was fine, but the injury made the man known as Ultraman know that he was facing a true power. Raiden wasn't just content with shutting him down. Instead, the sword's aura was released. Golden energy burst from the sword inside Ultraman's mouth as Raiden forced it down his throat and burning his insides, forcing Ultraman to punch Raiden away, sending him in the air instinctively. But Raiden simply controlled his body as he turned to Ultraman, raising the sword in the while he was in the skies, and spoke. "Excalibur." From the tip of the sword, the massive golden aura of the sword Excalibur emerged as it aimed down at Ultraman. The entire blast covered him and kept on burning and melting his skin, to the point that some parts of his body melted down to the bones. Ultraman stood burning as he couldn't even scream anymore due to Raiden burning his vocal cords. But of course, even with all that, Ultraman was still alive. Raiden dispersed his transformation as he walked menacingly towards Ultraman. To Ultraman, his fate was sealed. He was alive, and could escape, but the pain was unbearable. Back in his world, there was no one that compares to him. So of course he's never been in a situation like this, where he was in genuine pain. He was defeated recently by Neil Queen, but that was merely a show of strength, not a desperate battle where death was on the line. "Your fate was sealed the moment you decided to attack me on the day my son was born, Ozymandias." Hearing those words, Ultraman watched in horror as Raiden transformed into yet another different servant. Ultraman watched as the new dark-skinned figure started to fly in the sky and look down on him. "Look on my works, ye mighty. The sun descends here, in our unlimited brilliance. Ramesseum Tentiris." As he continued to hear the man speak, Ultraman found himself in a desert. The sun shone brightly in the skies, but then suddenly it was dark. As the sun was obscured, he looked up to see the man that had inflicted the most pain upon him in his life stare down at him. "I've fought many Kryptonians in these last few months. I know you all don't die easily, so I'll make it so you feel the pain of every attack before you die." Looking behind the man, he saw many structures. He recognized them as hundreds of pyramids, and 2 giant lion-like statues. As he realized what was about to happen, his mind went back to the words of Neil Queen, "Trust me, you don't want to face a man like that at his most primal." Regret, fear, and despair all filled him deep inside, but he couldn't scream or beg. He was unable to. Only tears dropped from his eyes before the hundreds of pyramids dropped on top of him, each and every single one of them crushing him down to a pulp. And as if he wasn't burnt enough, the 2 lion statues unleashed a blue beam of fiery energy towards him. Laying there, half of his body was nothing more than burnt remains and bones, while the other half was bloodied up. It was the end for Ultraman, and he knew it. The big boss of bosses that forced the entire world to its knees and led the crime syndicate was dying. But Raiden didn't have enough. He wanted a message. As he turned back to his normal self and broke the reality marble, Raiden looked around to see many reporters and helicopters filming the battle, clearly rooting for their hero Raiden. But he also remembered the words of Merlin, "To win over the public, 2 birds with 1 stone. Throne of heroes, I want him dead. Servant, Avenger. Jeanne d'Arc, summoned upon your request." What's with that look? "Oh, I see, my duty here is to punish evil. Yes, avenge me. Torture the evil." Hearing the voice of the servant, Raiden smiled, knowing he got the perfect servant just from the name of her class. "Hear me, world, I saved this planet before, and today is no different. As long I exist, Earth is under my protection, the warning goes to the villains of Earth, aliens scheming to take over our planet, or the invaders of different from a different dimension like him. So watch as I torture evil. As the spotlight was on him, Raiden dropped his speech before he walked directly toward the almost dead Ultraman. All evil shall gather here. This is the howl of a soul filled with hatred. La grandement du haine. From the ground under Ultraman's body, a spear emerged impaling him from his back. Tens of others emerged after impaling every part of him before a fiery flame of hell emerged after them, scorching him alive. In the end, the Kryptonian villain Ultraman was no more, and instead a charcoal body was left, a warning to many people out there. Chapter 112. Did anyone come here? Asked Raiden. To which Scathach said, no one. I haven't sensed anyone, I believe that man was attacking alone, you don't need to worry. Merlin emerged quickly and said, Raiden, you did well in the battle. But don't you think you made a mistake? Hearing that, Raiden rolled his eyes and said, listen, I couldn't care less if his death was too gruesome for the public or something like that. That motherfucker came from my family, he deserved all of that. Oh no, I couldn't care less about the means used to kill that man. I'm speaking about the information you forgot to gain from him. We don't even know which Earth he is from. Who sent him and how he arrived here. Hearing Merlin's words, Raiden adopted a blank face. Making Merlin sigh, we can assume that the enemy sent him to gauge your strength. Now. You did a great job executing him in public. Not only do we get some support like this, but the League will now realize that your claims are indeed the truth. I don't care about that right now, I'll go check up on Raven and Zephyr. If you sense anyone, let me know. As he said that, Raiden went inside the hospital, directly heading to Raven's room. That was the exact reason why I said not to do something stupid. We've just lost an important asset due to you all not listening to orders. If something like this happens again, I'll kill you all and find a new group of superpowers. Idiots, you are not irreplaceable, remember that, spoke Neil Queen as he left the conference room of the crime syndicate. That damned idiot, I warned him but he wouldn't listen. God damn it, said Superwoman. This made Owlman lock his hands together and place them on his chin as he said, he was an idiot, but our strongest asset, and we lost him in a day. Even the information we gained from witnessing the battle isn't enough, no weakness I could think of. His power without transformation is still enough to place him on the level of Superwoman. Our leader just died and you're thinking of ways to keep fighting. Don't you think it's time to admit that we don't have a chance here? It's impossible. Let that damn Neil Queen fight his own battle. I'm out. I'm escaping and leaving this place, spoke Johnny Quick. This made Superwoman slam the table as she said, silence. If you do anything stupid, that man will find and kill you. I don't need to remind you of what happened last time we fought him. He'll kill us too if you do something stupid. We don't have a choice. We fight, and you don't have to worry. Owlman has a plan, isn't that correct? Hearing that, Owlman stood up saying, we all knew that Ultraman was nothing more than a figurehead, so his death shouldn't matter. Also, I got some information on Neil. He isn't attacking alone, he fears Raiden. For some reason, he thinks that he has no chance of winning. He might be calling the backup of someone else. We don't meet often, but I'm here to seek something from you, spoke Neil Queen. This made a man whose skin was charcoal dark turn to him. His skin was one of the roughest things known in the world. He did not wear anything as his skin was his own armor, but on his face, he had a red mask covering most of his face. Neil Queen. I have no desire to speak with anyone, least of all you. Another Olympus, that's what I'm offering. We work together, kill Raiden Kagawa, I get to save my own world and you get another Olympus. This one is stronger, much stronger than this one. I checked it out. In this world, you have a sister, Diana of Themyscira, the last daughter of Zeus, spoke Neil Queen. This grabbed the attention of the Dark Man, as he turned around to face Neil Queen. The last daughter. Another Olympus to conquer, spoke the Dark Man. This made Neil Queen smile as he said, yes, the last daughter versus the firstborn. Doesn't that sound interesting? And, to make it more enticing, Raiden Kagawa uses Olympian powers as well. I'm sure you can absorb that as well. Information proves that he's used Heracles and Orion's powers. Ha, ha, ha. Yes, I desire that. I shall take everything. I lost this Olympus, but the next one. I'll build a castle of blood and guts, and sow the seeds of destruction from within. And this Diana, she intrigues me. Perhaps she is worthy of a fight. Yes, Neil Queen, I shall join you. Spoke the firstborn as he stood up, towering over Neil Queen, his scary and evil aura fully on display. Good to know that. I was hoping Magog would join us too, but I heard he teamed up with the other one, said Neil Queen. It doesn't matter, rumbled the firstborn, his voice dripping with malice. Our attack will be so cruel and destructive that nothing will be left for others to conquer. I shall get them all and exact my revenge. I will devour all the gods of Olympus and rule over their spawns. Hearing that Neo Queen was disgusted with the cannibalistic thoughts of the firstborn, but sighed as he convinced himself that everything was for his world. A few days after the birth of Zephyr, Raiden received many congratulations and gifts from his friends and allies, and was introduced to the Super Family groups. It was a group of mothers and fathers that either gave birth to super kids. This included the family of Barry Allen's family who had twins, Rocket and her kid, Mira the wife of King Arthur, as well as the clone of Red Arrow Will Harper who had a kid with Artemis's sister Cheshire. Raiden, Raven, and cute little Zephyr. I'm glad that you came. Please come in, said Iris as she invited the duo inside. Hey Iris, I hope we aren't late. Thank you for the invite, said Raven. Raiden added, yes thank you, I appreciate this, we've got a lot to learn, so thanks for the invite. Come in you too, most of us are new parents, so we just learn from each other. Oh Raiden, the man is in that room, have fun, said Iris. Hearing that, Raiden nodded and entered the room. He found Arthur, Will, and Barry inside. Yo, said Raiden. Seeing this, Arthur smiled as he said, come in, young Raiden, please join us. Heeding Arthur's will, Raiden sat down with the man and drank some beer with them. After a while, Arthur was getting a little tipsy as he said, damn it Hick, I'm glad I came here. As a king you never get free time. This is pleasant. Raiden simply smiled at his words. Alcohol had zero effect on him, so he never felt what it's like to be drunk. Are you sure you want this, Raiden? To be a king Hick, a king has many Hick responsibilities. You must be merciful but ruthless, fair, and Hick unbiased. Hick Mira will kill me. I shouldn't have drank this much, spoke Arthur. Raiden mostly didn't take his words to heart. He knew the man was drunk, and this advice was something he already knew. Raiden, do you really want to be a king, said Barry. Just like Raiden, Barry was also unaffected by drinks. Will didn't drink much, so he was aware as well. He was almost like an outsider here, but both Raiden and Barry knew he could keep a secret. Honestly, Barry, yes, I know well beyond most that if I were to choose to be happy, I'd be able to achieve that easily, live alone on some farm with my woman and be happy with my kids, raise them right and create a peaceful household. But Barry, I think I could do more, not just save people as a hero, that's the bare minimum. I want to make it so you don't have a job, Barry, a world where everyone can achieve what I can, happiness, and wealth for the world, people living to the fullest, not deprived cause they happen to be born in the wrong country or wrong time. I want to truly make Earth a haven, and create a kingdom that will make people forget about heaven, for they'd already be in it. Hearing Raiden's words, Barry sighed as he said, it's a lot to take in, Raiden, your idea, I like it, and I truly think it's the right thing, especially since you fought that man, Ultraman, a Superman of a different Earth. It planted the seeds of doubt inside me. I think you are right, we need to be united, but the way you'd go about it, it seems impossible. This maid will add, the world itself is divided by many things already. Many people in power would never want to give it up. How would you deal with them? Before Raiden could speak, Arthur was the one to talk as he said, show them no mercy, Hick, and let the world witness your resolve. I did the same in Atlantis, Hick, and Raiden must follow suit. As heroes, we cling too tightly to peace sometimes. Only blood and war can pave the way for a new era, Hick. They say Rome wasn't built in a day, but it wasn't built without sacrifice and conflict. If you seek to unite the world, Hick, prepare to lose countless lives and be branded a villain. Remember, the greatest empires are forged in the fires of war. Barry and Will were stunned hearing Arthur's words, but Raiden agreed, and kept silent. I think we should drop this topic for now. Barry, Will, I hope you support my dream. I hope you support the dream of uniting Earth. Chapter 113. That was exhausting, said Raiden as he threw himself on his bed. Raven laughed as she placed Zephyr in the cradle. It was fun for me, to be honest, but I never thought I'd be witness to Mira scolding Arthur like that. Yeah, she went in on him. To be fair, it was his fault for getting drunk in a gathering dedicated to kids, said Raiden as Raven laughed. She laid down with Raiden, who kissed her forehead saying, I love you. Me too, but not now, don't start. Zephyr is in the room. Aka ha ha, stop. As Raiden started tickling her in the bed, Raven started laughing and screaming before Raiden suddenly stopped as he sensed a presence approaching. What? Oh. Huh. Why is he here? Said Raven, sensing the same presence Raiden sensed. I'm not sure, I'll go see what's it about. Maybe he needs a new body. I'm not sure. Going downstairs, Raiden waited a bit, before the doorbell rang. Opening it, Raiden saw Fate standing there, helmet, outfit and all, not that he had anything else to wear, since the body he inhabited was a homunculi. Good to see you again, chosen vessel of Gaia's essence, spoke Dr. Fate. Hearing that, Raiden rolled his eyes as he said, Gaia's chosen has a name, it's Raiden, Raiden Kagawa. Correcting Fate, Raiden let him in as he went to the living room. Fate sat down, saying, it would be impolite to address royalty by their given name. Raiden's eyebrows went up hearing Fate's words, as he smiled and said, I suppose the Lords of Order approve of my future vision. Indeed they do, but my purpose here diverges. I've come regarding the recent multiversal assaults. I've located an individual willing to offer insights, though he's hardly agreeable, rather, he's been a nemesis of mine for quite some time, spoke Fate, drawing Raiden in with his words. Hearing that, Raiden thought for a bit then said, let me guess, it's that damned brat isn't it? Yes, it indeed is. The Lord of Chaos himself, Clarion, spoke Fate. This made Merlin emerge as usual with his flowery flair and sat down next to Raiden. Good evening, esteemed Lord of Order. Merlin, said Fate as he nodded his head, then turned to Raiden. Well, are you willing to obtain information from him? Undoubtedly, he'll likely demand something in exchange. Hearing this, Raiden frowned, but he was interested in the kind of information Clarion was going to provide. He was a prominent member of the Light and the Light has been proven to have some connection to Neil Quinn. Fine, I'm interested in that information, let's set up a meeting with him, as soon as possible, said Raiden, to which Fate nodded as he said, I've already foreseen and spoken with him. I can teleport him here, right now. Narrowing his eyes at Fate's words, Raiden said, in my house. Where my child is? Are you joking? This made Fate nod as he said, I understand. I presumed your residence would suffice, considering we're all present. I overlooked the fact that you now have a child. Let's convene elsewhere. Deciding to hold the meeting in a random abandoned warehouse, Raiden, behind him Corey and Merlin, Raiden was without Scat-Hack for this meeting since he needed to leave someone capable of protecting Raven and Zephyr. He'll be here any moment now, said Fate, as if he heard him. The dark red portal opened as Clarion emerged from it, wearing his signature dark suit and rocking his devil horns haircut. Clarion spoke, well. Look who decided to show up for little old me. Isn't that just precious? Normally, I'd conjure up some delightful gifts, perhaps a lethal eldritch poison or a monstrous creature from the dark dimension, but I wouldn't want to ruin the fun. Today is just too important. Clarion, looks like you are still alive, said Raiden as he stared down at the childish wizard, but Clarion would have the final laugh as he caught Raiden by surprise, saying, yes indeed. And so are you. Hopefully, Eclipso didn't damage you too much. That would be such a bore. Opening his eyes wide, Raiden was about to say something when Clarion beat him to the punch. Oh. What, you're surprised? Oh, please. I'm one of the Lords of Chaos. I get that kind of information effortlessly. As he said that, Raiden said in an angry tone, don't fuck with me, even the Lords of Order didn't know about Eclipso. How do you know Clarion? Answer me. Oh ho. Someone's mad. Well, it's understandable. You've just given birth to a kid while knowing this world is doomed. Isn't that just delightful? As he said those words, Raiden's anger increased as he tried to move in and beat Clarion, but Fate stopped him as he cut him off with his arm from getting in between him and Clarion, saying, Clarion, cease this taunting. If you provoke him further, I won't intervene next time. State your terms for the deal and then depart. Hearing that, Clarion dismissively waved his hands as he said, fine. Fine. You all need to loosen up a bit. I was just making a fun joke. Anyway, I'm here to pass some information to you, Raiden, but of course, it comes with a few conditions. Some conditions? How do I even know the information you'll provide is valid, said Raiden. This made Clarion narrow his eyes as he said, I expected you would ask that. So here's my freebie. The Dark Army. Rank 10. Ares, God of War. Rank 9. Eclipso, God's Wrath. Rank 8. The One. The Only. Yours truly. Lord of Chaos. Clarion, spoke Clarion. This made Raiden open his eyes wide. He already knew about Ares and Eclipso, but he never knew who ranked 8th, and it seems that Clarion is declaring himself as the rank 8. Oh. Still not convinced. Fine. I'll carry on. Rank 7. Necron. The God of Death. How did you think Necron found the perfect avatar of death? Yours truly was always close. Rank 6. Magog, Thunderman. Rank 5. Neil Quinn, the last son of Earth. Well, not this Earth. Rank 4. Trigon, the interdimensional demon king. Rank 3. Firstborn, the god who answers after dark. Rank 2. Darkside, the left hand of darkness. Rank 1. Empty hand, the right hand of darkness. As Clarion finished the list, Raiden realized that what Clarion was saying might be the truth. After all, 3 names stood out in the list: Magog, Neil Quinn, and Firstborn. 2 of them are names he's never heard of, while one of them was confirmed by Gaia to be a part of the Dark Army, but the possibility of Clarion being a double agent still remained. Not only was he part of the Light, but also part of the Dark Army. They could easily use Clarion to feed him false information. Why are you here, Clarion? The information you just revealed, I admit, I believe at least most of it is true, if not all of it, but why are you here? What is it that you desire, that makes you want to turn on them, and join me? Asked Raiden. Clarion's answer will be key for future events. Seems like you've got it all twisted. I'm not here to join your little club. What do I desire? Chaos. I'm the Lord of Chaos, after all. Anything that shakes up the order is what I live for. And what the Dark Army aims to accomplish. It's not my cup of tea. The only reason I even considered joining in the first place was because Empty Hand dangled chaos in front of me, and I couldn't resist. From that response, one can deduce that the Dark Army's desires do not align with chaos. But I'm intrigued. Why wouldn't they? Isn't plunging the multiverse into darkness the epitome of chaotic perfection? Spoke Merlin. This made Clarion turn to him and speak in disdain. Chaotic perfection? How crude. They aim to obliterate all life across countless universes. A dark multiverse is just another form of order, merely draped in darkness. What I crave, what us Lords of Chaos seek, is pure chaos, a realm where good and evil collide endlessly. Not some world where one side triumphs over the other. Hearing those words, Merlin raised his eyebrows a bit and then turned to Raiden. Curiously, what he says holds truth. If darkness shrouds the world, it could be deemed orderly. Yet, if goodness reigns, it also maintains order. True chaos emerges from their clash. Fine, I'm interested in the information now. I've confirmed that you aren't here to lie to me, so tell me what is the deal, said Raiden, allowing Clarion to finally reveal the information as to why he's here. Well, there you have it. Chaos, unfiltered chaos, that's what I crave. If you can assure me that chaos will reign supreme, then I might consider sharing the information you seek. Thinking for a bit, Raiden turned to Merlin, then to Corey and Fate, before finally looking at Clarion. I'm in. Not only that, I can guarantee that the chaos I plan to create will be on the highest level of chaos achieved on Earth, in all of its history. Nah. You've got to spill the beans. Words won't fool me, you know, said Clarion. This made Raiden develop a sinister smile as he said, I want to be king. I will forcefully unite Earth. Wars on every part of the planet. But it doesn't matter, I will be king. Of course, my goal is to unite Earth, but the chaos generated while I seek that path. It will be such a chaotic path, the world itself has never witnessed such levels of chaos. Raiden Kagawa. How dare you? Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Such information is not worth such reckless behavior, spoke Dr. Fate. He was enraged at Raiden's words, but Raiden simply shrugged as he said, I was going to do this regardless of what Clarion said. What? Did you think the path of kingship was peaceful? The world itself is flawed, and I shall do everything to fix it. Even if I have to destroy half of it. As those words left his mouth, Dr. Fate started emitting brilliant golden light as he said, the Lords of Order will not stand for it. This made Raiden smile as Merlin and Corey powered up. He then said, do you really want to try fighting now? It's a 3 versus 1, and I'd be able to take you out myself. Realizing that winning is impossible, Fate left the warehouse. As Raiden turned around, looks like he's going to rat me out, but it doesn't matter, the plan stays the same. He then turned to Clarion, what about you? Are you willing to be in on the fun? Laughing at what he just saw, Clarion said, this is intriguing. I never expected you to betray the Lords of Order. This made Raiden shrug as he said, I don't like order, things are too neat, I've always been more chaotic, so anyways, the information, spit it out. Sure. Since we've struck a deal, I've got no reason to keep this under wraps. Besides, letting you in on this will stir up even more chaos. Neil Quinn isn't going solo. He's joined forces with Firstborn, and they've amassed an army of superpowered individuals. And these aren't your run-of-the-mill villains, they're alternate versions of Justice League members. Oh, and here's the kicker, their plan isn't to strike Earth in one place. They're aiming to hit everywhere, all at once. Hearing that, Raiden narrowed his eyes, thinking as he said, what about Neil Quinn and Firstborn, what can you tell me about them? Individually? I don't have details on their powers and weaknesses, but I do have some personal intel. Neil Quinn is the last son of a vanished Earth, wiped out from the multiverse, yet he survived the cataclysm. His goal? To resurrect his lost world. As for Firstborn, he's shrouded in mystery. All I know is he obliterated the Greek pantheon of his realm, bringing about the extinction of all life on his earth. Hearing that information, Raiden started to understand the backgrounds of his enemies as Clarion said, of course, now that I've spilled the beans to you, I'm sure Empty Hand has caught wind of my betrayal. Don't count on getting any more info from me, said Clarion as he created a dark portal behind him, leaving the place. Well, that was some valuable information, said Raiden as he kept on thinking about how to handle the attack. It appears that young Clarion's tidings may indeed hold truth. The whims of fate have aligned, it seems. Hearing Merlin's words, he turned to the skies as he said, did you get all that? On cue, Fate flew back inside the warehouse. Yes, it was indeed valuable information. I must also concede that your ruse of feigning conflict with me played a crucial role in obtaining it. I mean, it's Clarion, he may be 18 billion years old, but deep down he is still a child. Chapter 114. Upon getting the information from Clarion, Raiden called an emergency meeting with all the members of the Justice League. We have to fight our own alter egos? Said Captain Marvel in shock. Everyone was still processing Raiden's words. He then said, we know for a fact that they're attacking soon, perhaps in a week. We also know the location of their attacks. The team has managed to steal intel from the Light's databases. They've been tasked to place a certain item in certain locations, so it means those places are most likely the locations of attack. I don't want to hear any bullshit about a certain area being off limits because of some UN law or anything like this. This is war. These people have killed thousands in their own worlds, let alone ours, and let me be clear, they may look like you, that doesn't mean they think the same or grew up the same, they are nothing more than villains, so no trying to talk to them. Wonder Woman looked at Raiden as she said, how will we divide ourselves? This made Batman stand up and join Raiden. We already know that Superman's counterpart has already been killed, courtesy of Raiden, so we decided to split the teams in the following manner. The first part of the plan is, that if we detect an enemy, we must identify them. In this example, it's Flash's counterpart. The moment we find his location, we shall teleport Flash there. Then Raiden spoke, no, just because you share powers, doesn't mean you can defeat them. The enemy is quite literally another you, so any weaknesses you could think of, he probably thought of too, and this is where the team comes in. You see, the intel spoke about an alternate Justice League. There was nothing about an alternate team. It might be a mere assumption, but I believe our Earth is unique with this team. As such, here's the second part of the plan. Flash won't be sent alone. Instead, he'll be going with 2 members of the team, preferably someone that can be nuisance to speedsters, such as Batgirl and Aqualad. Hearing Raiden's plan, everyone nodded as they understood. Green Arrow asked, what about you? And Superman? The 2 of you have no counterpart. This made Raiden smile as he said, simple, wherever Neil Queen shows up, I will, and not only that, Superman is coming with me. No time for games, we are aiming to win this war, so all the big guns will participate. As Raiden spoke, Arthur asked, what about the last one? Firstborn. Who deals with him? Upon asking that question, Dr. Fate stood up and said, I shall deal with him. I'm a Lord of Order, there cannot be an evil counterpart of me, so I'll handle it. And he won't be alone, said Raiden, as from his shadow, Scathach emerged. Her red piercing gaze eyed everyone before saying, I shall handle him, killing another god won't be a problem, before she went back inside his shadow. This annoyed Green Lantern as he said, can she really do it? Or is it all talk? Every time I've seen that woman, all she did was look scary. This made Raiden smile as he said, excluding a tiny list of people here, she'd be able to kill most of you before you'd be able to utter a single word. As simple as that. Also watch your tone when you speak about her. She's my mentor. Although Hal wanted to joke more, hearing that she was Raiden's mentor instantly killed the idea. It seems like everyone already knows and understands the plan. Be prepared to join us as fast as possible. This plan will be discussed with the team as well, and as soon as we locate who is attacking and where we'll start the operation, everyone, you are dismissed, said Batman, putting an end to the meeting. As Raiden headed towards the teleporting station, he was caught up by Superman. Hey Raiden, I wanted to talk to you. Finding this surprising, Raiden turned and said, yes. Is there something you need? I wanted to congratulate you on the birth of your son. I know I already sent you through Kara, but I wanted to tell you myself, said Superman. This made Raiden smile as he said, thank you, I appreciate it. He then turned to leave again, but Superman said, I'm glad we get to be a team. I've never had the chance to fight with you. I mean together as a team. Not like last time. Me too, Clark, I'm happy with that, said Raiden, to which Clark said, so, Kara, she wants to join us, and I'm reluctant to allow her, but then again, she's technically my older cousin, and a teenager at the same time, it's hard to keep her in check. Hearing that, Raiden said, I see, I suppose we could allow her to join the battle. As Raiden said that, Superman smiled as he said, I mean, I was okay with that as well, the problem is, she wants to be on your team, it seems she's taken a liking to you. Hearing that from Superman wasn't on Raiden's bingo list, but here we are, so he had his mouth open wide at Superman's words, but then Superman continued, I was hoping you talk to her, and convince her to not do that since you and I will be fighting the strongest enemy. I mean sure, I'll make sure to assign her to a better team, I also don't want her with us, said Raiden. The battle was going to be close, and not only that, he didn't want to be with a girl who likes him, while her super powerful godlike cousin is around to monitor him. Merlin, Carrie, I don't need to say anything more. Got it, said Raiden as he spoke to Merlin and Carrie, to which Merlin said, indeed, your words ring true. I trust Carrie comprehends too. Raiden, you may depart, leaving Raven and Zephyr in our custody. Save the world, King. Nodding his head, Raiden turned to Raven, exchanging no words, he kissed her before looking at Zephyr, seeing the golden eyes shine as they looked at him with admiration, Raiden was emboldened as he said, I'll be back soon, son. You may all be surprised why we gathered everyone back, after 3 days of the meeting, well, it's because of this, said Batman as he changed the screen behind him to show information on all the attacks, their names, and powers, and the expected location of their attacks. This info was just obtained after we finally managed to hack Lex Luthor's personal computer, said Batman as he added, unfortunately, this information has come in a bit late, the attack is going to start in an hour, so everyone, we will create a plan, as we go, let's start. The meeting involved every member of the League, whether they were new or old, this was war and everyone was needed. First up, we have her, the screen showed an image of a dark-haired woman wearing a dark dress with a red necklace on her neck. This is Superwoman, the current leader of the Justice League counterpart, also known as the Crime Syndicate, according to Luthor's data, she's Wonder Woman's counterpart. The screen then changed to show a city, Alkawiya, Bialia, this is where she'll attack, her made man, are, Captain Super Jr., and Uncle Super, finished Batman, this made everyone start thinking. Alright, the plan is simple then, Wonder Woman will handle her, the other one, Captain Super, he's clearly Captain Marvel's counterpart, so he'll join her, as for the other two, I'd suggest Blue Beetle and Wonder Girl, said Raiden, looking at him, everyone nodded. This made everyone on point as they started to create the plans, in the end, this is how it came out looking like. Battle 1. Superwoman vs Wonder Woman x Blue Beetle. Captain Super vs Captain Marvel x Wonder Girl. Kara Mayhem vs Supergirl x Artemis x Kid Flash. Location, Alkawiya, Bialia. Battle 2. Owlman vs Batman x Nightwing. Archer vs Green Arrow x Static. Aurora vs Rocket x Satana. Location, Lagos, Nigeria. Battle 3. Johnny Quick vs the Flash x Batgirl. Black Power vs Black Lightning x Aqualad. Breakdance vs Miss Martian x Robin, Tim. Location, Montevideo, Uruguay. Battle 4. Power Ring vs Green Lantern x Satara. Extruded Man vs Plastic Man x Lagoon Boy. Screen Queen vs Black Canary x Superboy. Location, Mumbai, India. Battle 5. Jed Jarkis vs Martian Manhunter x Green Lantern, John. Gypsy Woman vs Impulse x Red Tornado. Angelique x Manhawk vs Hawk Woman x Hawkman x Green Lantern, Guy. Location, Metropolis, USA. Battle 6. Sea King vs Aquaman x Atom. Vamp vs Beast Boy x Bumblebee. Psy vs Icon x Guardian. Location, London, United Kingdom. Battle 7. Neil Queen vs Raiden Kagawa x Superman. Location, Paris, France. Battle 8. Firstborn vs Scat Hack x Dr. Fate. Location, Tokyo, Japan. Everyone, prepare to depart, the fate of our world is on the line, anyone who defeats their enemy and has more stamina, can join another team as soon as possible, said Batman, starting the War of Two Worlds. Chapter 115. London, United Kingdom. Are we sure that they're attacking here? Spoke Bumblebee as she scanned through the location. Most people have been evacuated, but they're still not sure where the attack will commence. The data showed the location here, you know how it is babe, things don't usually go to plan with us, replied Guardian, Mao. Are we even sure the enemies will attack with the same members, said Atom, standing with Aquaman. The current team consisted of Aquaman, Atom, and Icon with support from Bumblebee, Guardian, and Beast Boy. I assume so, the data was only recently hacked, I don't think they can make a big change to their plan, replied Icon. then Aquaman looked ahead and said, "Everyone prepare yourselves, something is in the river, they are moving, he's here." "Guardian, on me," said Icon as he jumped from the rooftop, heading towards the river. "I've never thought I might fight against you," said Adam as he flew up and carried Aquaman with him, who said, "That's not me, that's merely a fake copy." He then jumped towards the river and saw him, coming out of the river, wearing a similar outfit to him, but ultimately different. He had long hair flying down behind him. Following after him was, as expected, Vamp and Psy and a couple of Atlantean army soldiers, from his world. "You look Atlantean, don't tell me. You are this world's me?" "You look pathetic," said Sea King as he stared at Aquaman. He then scanned the others. "At least you are smart enough not to fight me alone. Psy, Vamp, kill them all." Vamp transformed into a lion and roared, while Psy brought out her swords. Vamp jumped directly at Aquaman, but she was stopped by a punch from a green gorilla. "I'm your opponent." Psy tried to attack the gorilla, but the Guardian jumped to guard her sword with his shield. Bumblebee moved in to shoot her small beams at Vamp, aiming at her eyes. Lion cried in pain for a few seconds before she swatted her like a bug. "Babe," screamed Guardian, as Psy managed to drop down and kick his legs and force him down, but before she could pierce him with her sword, Icon interfered with a blast that sent Psy flying. "Stay focused, Guardian, Bumblebee can handle her fight." Aquaman saw everyone being able to handle the battle, so he nodded as he jumped towards Sea King and struck him with his trident. Sea King blocked. "You are a fool, why would a god serve people?" "A god? I'm one of the people, I grew up with them, and I exist to serve them. People are the joy of life," said Aquaman and punched Sea King. He dodged of course, but then a blast came from above and sent him flying. Adam dropped by. "I'll handle the army, then come and support you here, make sure to beat him for me." He then flew and started attacking the army. With anger, Sea King came back, striking Aquaman. His trident was glowing blue with aura as the river's water started to move further up and rise as if it was a wave. "I shall destroy the entirety of your world, and crush your Atlantis under my boots." Aquaman's trident started to glow as well as he spoke. "You think you are special, the king of Atlantis, but not here. In my world I am the king, and the king will save his people." Another wave was created from behind Aquaman. The two waves clashed, forcing the other to stop their battles temporarily and relocate away from the battleground. Inside the river, the two tridents clashed together, with Aquaman coming on top, but then Sea King surprised him with something different. "She's literally female, you. How do we beat you?" screamed Bumblebee as she dodged Vamp's attacks. She was in elephant mode and was ramming through buildings. "I don't know. I'm not so weak. I guess I'm just too strong," said Beast Boy as he stopped her midway using his gorilla form, but then she surprised him by changing forms to a lion and biting his neck. This made him scream as Bumblebee came to rescue, shooting Vamp's eyes and giving Beast Boy the chance to grab her and throw her on the wall. "Thanks. Maybe that's the way. You blind her and I'll beat her up," said Beast Boy as he changed forms to a tiger and pounced on Vamp, screaming, "A tiger has the strongest bite, you idiot." Vamp turned into a gorilla and stopped his jump, but Bumblebee came to the rescue once again, shooting her beams inside Vamp's eyes, granting the chance for Beast Boy to bite her. "This is our chance," said Bumblebee as she changed attack locations to Vamp's hands. This made Vamp unable to stop Beast Boy's bite, and instead she changed from back to human, and started to run away, but that was useless as Beast Boy in his tiger form tackled her and knocked her out. "Amazing. We did it," said Bumblebee. This made Beast Boy turn to her and say, "Let's help the others. This a perfect learning opportunity for you, Guardian. Block her attacks and then counter-attack," said Icon as he watched Psy try and cut Guardian, who guarded her attacks. "Are you just going to stand there?" "Yes, you wanted to be a hero, correct? This is your opportunity. Defeat her," said Icon, as he blasted another of Aquaman's army who were trying to assist Psy. "Ugh, fine," screamed Guardian as he forced Psy's sword up and attacked her with a kick. As she flew backward, she threw a few shurikens towards Guardian, who of course guarded against them, but one hit his thighs, forcing him down. Taking the opportunity, she tried to take off his head, but he guarded and punched her gut, and then with a shield he smacked her face. "Looks like this is enough, let's consider this a win for you," said Icon as he finished his attack with a blast, sending Psy flying through a wall. She was relentless though as she came back with her sword directed at Icon's neck, but he simply blocked it with his hand and crushed it with his energy blast, then punched her, knocking her out. "Man, I hate you," said Guardian as he stood up. This made Icon smile as he said, "Oh, you knew I was here to help. This was a good learning opportunity." Deep in the river, the two tridents collided and Aquaman's trident was pushing Sea King. He was winning, and the water was on his side, but then suddenly, Sea King shocked him as his hand started to change mechanically and a rocket emerged from it, launched at Aquaman. The explosion created a huge blast as the water exploded outwards, forming somewhat of a rain. Since he took most of the blast, found himself out of the river on his back with his chest burning and most of his body bleeding. Gods in the skies, they rule with death, and punish all those who fight back. A god took my hand once, this is why I'm like this, the world kneels to the strong and I am the strongest in the sea, said Sea King as he walked toward Aquaman with his trident. He was going to impale him, but then a blast sent him back to the river. The strong, huh? Well, perhaps you are correct, let me show you the might of the US scientist. They made me, said Adam as he created a massive blast and sent it into the river. The explosion was bigger than the last, and the entire river was now steaming as half of it was boiled. Sea King exited from the other side burning all over. Adam filed in front of him. Another god here to claim my soul, what will you do? Take another arm, said Sea King as he gave up on the battle. Looking at Adam, he remembered the moment when he lost his arm. To the god of his world Ultraman, I should have realized this would end this way. The man I call a god died immediately when he came here. But I won't go down without a fight, screamed Sea King as his hand produced another rocket and was about to be shot at Adam, but his hand was cut with a trident. He then sensed pain in his chest as he looked down to see the Aquaman's trident piercing his chest. The best king, 1. Paris is still beautiful. Last time I was here, it was more like a honeymoon though, not seeing police evacuating people, said Raiden as he stared at the city from the top with Superman beside him. Indeed, it's such a lovely city, you should take a day or two off, to check the world, the inner beauty in it, and its people, said Raiden. Well, perhaps after this, prepare yourself, I feel strong energy. Chapter 116. Metropolis, USA. Use it, shouted Martian Manhunter as he kept hold of Jed Jarkis, but it will harm you too, screamed Jon Stewart, his backup for this mission. In Metropolis the battle had already started. A battle between the Green Martian and the White Martian was mostly equal. Even the backup from the Green Lantern John wasn't helping, as any time he tried to do anything, he'd be countered or find himself phasing through Jed. The Martian physiology was one of the most unique and strongest in the universe. Even the Green Lanterns did not have many counters, except one, fire. Just do it, John, screamed Martian Manhunter as he punched Jed. The punch phased through him, and he tried to do the same. John closed his eyes and decided just to do it. He used the fire bomb they had prepared for this battle. The plan was for Martian Manhunter to back away and throw it on Jed, but as soon as they saw him, Jed had read John's mind and found out about the plan, so he forced himself to stick to Martian Manhunter. Throwing the bomb, John launched himself with it. As it exploded, he covered Martian Manhunter's body to try and protect him from fire, but he was mostly ineffective as the flames surrounded everything. As a Green Lantern it didn't do much to him, but Martian Manhunter was burnt all over as he started to scream. Both he and Jed groaned in pain, burning all over, but at least due to John's help, Martian Manhunter wasn't fatally injured, but the likelihood of him fighting again was null. So what is this? You're just a knockoff Martian, said Bart as he dashed through Gypsy Woman and back. That's it? I mean, sure I can't hit you, but can you hit me? I guess we're in a stalemate here, kid. But eventually, you'll get tired, said Gypsy Woman. This made Bart smile as he turned to his partner. Well, you heard her. What should the plan be? Red Tornado simply scanned her and said, she seems to try her best to unphase whenever she's in phase mode, meaning she can't sustain being in her phase mode too long. As such, our best plan is to overload her. Bart nodded his head saying, yes, I got none of that, English, please. We're not all sentient AIs here. Red Tornado simply nodded and said, attack her as long as you can, as fast as you can, force her to be in her phase mode, eventually she'll give out, and that's our chance. Now we're talking, said Bart, dashing towards Gypsy Woman. She tried to attack him once or twice, but he was faster than her. She couldn't reach Tornado as he was flying, so her best plan was to escape. She turned to run to her allies. Her road was filled with small cyclones closing the way, and as Bart was still attacking her, she ran out of energy. Coming so fast, Bart hit her face first. He didn't expect her to lose her phase powers then, but then he smiled as he saw Tornado drop down and bombard her with his small cyclones, sending her flying as he let her fall to the ground. Damn, that was hardcore. Well, our enemy is down. Do you think Raiden would be proud? I mean, he wouldn't be mad at me taking too long to defeat my enemy, right? Should I even be part of this battle, said Guy as he dodged the attack from Manhawk's Morning Star and created his own version of a Morning Star and hit him with it, but from behind him Angelique double kicked him away in the skies. You fool! How dare you get hit by this power ring wannabe, said Angelique to her husband. She then turned to the duo husband and wife of Hawkman and Hawkwoman. She stared at Hawkwoman and said, I apologize about such a display. I let him of the leech for few days and he does that. Is your husband a loyal pet? Or is he as foolish as mine? How dare you? My husband is my love. I would never consider him a pet, spoke Hawkwoman. This made Hawkman smile and nod his head. In our world we are partners. How barbaric. Do you treat your husband equally to you? He's a man." As she said that, she attacked him, clashing blades with him, but then Hawkwoman showed up and ambushed her from the back, attacking her. This was what Angelique had wanted as she dodged, making her attack hit Hawkman instead. "Oh, look at you. Are you sure you're husband and wife? Join me, Hawkman, I wouldn't mind a second husband like you." "My current pet is unsatisfactory," said Angelique, taunting the duo of husband and wife. Angered, Hawkwoman rushed her attack towards Angelique, but easily dodged it and hit her again, sending her falling again. "Oh, you're jealous," taunted Angelique. "Honey, please relax, she's trying to get in your head," said Hawkman. This made Hawkwoman angry as she said, "You think I don't know that?" Angelique dropped next to them, kicking Hawkman away and striking Hawkwoman with the morning star. "Oh. Trouble in heaven. Now, where is that useless husband of Minugh?" As she turned to look for her husband, she saw him flying to her, clearly uncontrollably as he hit her. "You're pretty good with words, lady, but you're nothing but an overgrown eagle, or hawk in this case," said Guy as he created a massive baseball bat and hit them together. He then turned to see the husband and wife stand up. "No offense. Honey, you need to relax, seriously. You're just making this harder," said Hawkman. This made Hawkwoman angrier, as she didn't like it when Angelique messed with her husband, but then relaxed herself as she took a deep breath. "Do you think she's better than me?" "What?" said Hawkman, shocked. "I said, do you think she's better than me? I mean, we clearly look the same, but what about her revealing clothes? You like that? Honey, in a sea of 100 look-alkies, I'd recognize you every day. I love you, I don't care what you wear, or how you look, I only love the you. I know." Hearing that, Hawkwoman smiled as she said, "Okay. Let's go kick her ass." Guy was able to take his own manhawk easily, but as Angelique joined them, he was having trouble dodging the two's attacks. "You're not so talkative anymore, huh?" said Angelique, activating her weapon, a flaming sword. She didn't need to use it against the other, but Guy forced her to use it. Swinging it, it created an arch of fire that sent Guy flying away, but before he could fall, Hawkman and Hawkgirl caught him. "You're good, Guy," said Hawkman. This made Guy raise a thumb. "All good. We need you to take care of the other one." "We'll handle that, bitch," said Hawkwoman. This made Guy smile. "I guess you two solved your little problem. I don't mind then, kick her ass for me." Guy left to face Manhawk. Noticing this, Angelique smirked and said, "I thought I already took care of you too. Perhaps I should burn your wings so you'll know your places." Raising her sword in the air, she flew towards them. "Hawk's nest, love," said Hawkman. Nodding her head, Hawkwoman flew away as Hawkman guarded the attack. "Oh. Did she finally realize how worthless she is and leave you?" Struggling as he defended himself, while the sword released hot flames all over, Hawkman said, "You've never loved your husband, huh? You don't even know what this is. Oh. Please enlighten me. I'd like to know this love where she leaves you alone," said Angelique, to which Hawkman smiled as he said, "She didn't leave you, fool. This is a pincer attack. Teamwork." As he said that, Hawkwoman showed up from behind, hitting Angelique from behind. As she turned to guard against the attack, Hawkman hit the sword away from her hand, sending it flying. This gave Angelique nothing to guard against the incoming attack, as Hawkwoman's morning star hit her in the face, breaking her face. "Honey, did you not hold back a bit? You might have killed her," said Hawkman, to which she said, "Good." Chapter 117. Mumbai, India. The streets of Mumbai were teeming with life when a sudden explosion rocked the city, sending civilians scrambling for cover. High above, Green Lantern Hal Jordan and Zatara appeared in a flash of emerald light, surveying the chaos below. "That's him," Hal muttered, spotting the look-alike figure hovering over a smoldering building. "He really does look like me." Zatara nodded, his eyes narrowing. "Let's end this quickly, Hal. The people here don't deserve to suffer." They descended quickly, landing on a rooftop opposite to Power Ring. He turned to face them with a twisted grin. "Well, if it isn't this world's me. I heard you're part of a corps of space police. What a load of bullshit. This power is mine to conquer, not to follow orders." Hal ignited his ring, green energy lit up around him. "Let's see it then, let's see if you're actually as great as me." Without another word, Power Ring created a gigantic, dark green hammer with his ring and swung it toward Hal and Zatara. Hal countered with a shield, the force of the impact shaking the rooftop beneath them. Zatara raised his hands, chanting in a low, commanding voice. "Editive El Su," Zatara said, levitating the rooftop he was on with Hal. Then he looked at Power Ring and said, "Salbmai," as a burst of magical energy surged towards Power Ring, momentarily throwing him off balance. Power Ring snarled, recovering quickly. A 2 against 1. Hardly fair, but expected from a cheap copy of me, he snorted, launching a barrage of dark, green constructs at them. Hal darted in front of Zatara, creating a barrier to absorb the attack. Stay behind me, Zatara, Hal said, his voice tense but focused. Zatara nodded, his eyes glowing with mystic power. Sejbo laugh, he commanded, and as the massive amount of debris surrounding them started to fall on Power Ring. Of course, he managed to dodge, but the distraction gave Hal an opening. Take this. Hal shouted, creating a giant green fist that slammed into Power Ring, sending him crashing through a billboard. Power Ring groaned, struggling to his feet. You'll pay for that. He unleashed a wave of energy constructing a machine gun. It released green bullets all over Hal, breaking his shield. Zatara stepped forward, his voice resonant. Eterk Snayak, he chanted, and glowing chains erupted from the ground, wrapping around Power Ring. He started to resist, thrashing around and trying to break free. Nice work, Zatara, Hal said, his ring flaring brightly. Time to put an end to this fake lantern. He soared into the air, summoning all his willpower to create a massive green hammer above Power Ring. No. I won't be defeated. Not by the likes of you, Power Ring screamed, his energy flaring as he fought against the chains. But Zatara's magic held firm. Now, Hal. Zatara screamed, this made Power Ring turn to him in anger. If it wasn't for you, as he screamed, he unleashed a bright green beam towards Zatara, penetrating his stomach. Shouting, Hal brought the hammer crashing down. No, the impact sent shockwaves through the streets, and when the dust cleared, Power Ring lay there, dead, his ring flickering weakly before it turned into dust. Hal landed beside Zatara, who was on the floor all bloodied up and in pain. Zatara. Stay with me. Stay awake, everyone, I'm abandoning the mission. Zatara has been critically injured, I'll take him to the medical ward. Zatara kept groaning in pain as he clasped Hal's hand firmly. Tell Satana, I loved her. Zatara. Zatara. Hal shouted before he lifted him and headed directly to the nearest teleportation portal. Take this seriously, screamed Lagoon Boy as he turned into a massive puffer giant and attacked Extruded Man, who dodged by elongating himself and moving away in the shape of a C. Why? Battles are more fun like this. You need to lighten up, kid. Listen to me, your elder, said the elongated man as he turned into a care and attacked Extruded Man. Although he could stretch a lot, he wasn't like Plastic Man, that could change his body's form, so he couldn't even dodge the attack. How is that possible? Spoke Extruded Man. This made Plastic Man turn back as he said, they thought you were my other me. Nah, you're Elongated Man's counterpart, huh? Ha ha ha, I'm glad. It means I'm that special. Turning his hands to two hammers, he smashed them into Extruded. From behind, Lagoon Boy blasted him with water he summoned from the nearby river using Atlantean sorcery. I've always wanted to test the limits of Elongated Man. He's of course a cheap copy of me. But still, said Plastic Man as he caught Extruded Man's head and stretched it all the way, making him look like a giraffe. Stop. It hurts, said Extruded Man. This made Plastic Man smile as he extended his own head beyond Extruded Man's and said, looks like I'm better. Ahaha, he then let go of Extruded Man's head, and it went back so fast, that it smashed into his body. You know what to do, Lagan. It's Lagoon Boy, said Logon as he threw more water at the fallen Extruded Man and then used the weapon Plastic Man recommended for the battle, a freezing gun. Shooting it, he froze the entire body of Extruded Man. This made Plastic Man smile as he said, done. Let's go eat some local food. I'm a big fan of Indian food. AGHH, the scream forced Connor to his knees as Scream Queen's attack was sound-related and Connor was weak towards that, but then Canary replied with the same energy, cancelling out the attack from Scream Queen. Are we sure I'm the best partner for you? I'm incredibly sensitive to that, said Connor as he wiped his ears. As a Kryptonian, he was very sensitive to high-pitched sounds. No, stay focused, Connor, I know you can do this, I taught you myself, remember? Now make sure to take advantage of the openings, said Black Canary as she looked at her counterpart. You don't look that appealing, perhaps this world's me, lacks flair, said Scream Queen. This made Canary grin as she said, your nickname is Scream Queen, don't ever talk about flair. Hearing that, Scream Queen unleashed her scream, but Black Canary stepped forward, her own sonic scream countering Scream Queen's attack. The two waves of sound collided in mid-air, creating a deafening shockwave that shattered windows and sent debris flying. Superboy took advantage of the distraction, launching himself at Scream Queen with incredible speed. He delivered a powerful punch, sending her crashing into a nearby car. But Scream Queen quickly recovered, her eyes blazing with fury. You'll pay for that, she growled, sending a concentrated sonic blast at Superboy. He gritted his teeth, enduring the sound, but the force was too much, even for him. "Hang in there, Connor," Black Canary said. She sprinted towards Scream Queen, her martial arts skills coming into play. With a series of quick and precise strikes, she targeted her counterpart's weak points, forcing Scream Queen to split her focus. Scream Queen growled in pain, creating somewhat of a sonic barrier around herself. "Enough," she screamed, the soundwave knocking Black Canary back. But in that moment of distraction, Superboy regained his footing and charged again. This time, he grabbed Scream Queen by the arm, using his superhuman strength to lift her off the ground and smash her down, before delivering a super punch to her head, knocking her out cold. "And stop screaming," said Connor. "Ugh," Canary growled in pain as she stood up, looking at her counterpart's bloodied nose and passed out state. She said, "Remind me not to mess with you. I doubt I could have done this without you or your teachings, Miss Dinah." "Thanks." Hearing that, Dinah smiled, saying, "Thanks, I'm glad you still think of me as your teacher. Come on, let's go, there's still some leftover soldiers to deal with." Chapter 118. Lagos, Nigeria. Justice League, this is Batman. Target has yet to approach the position. I repeat, my entire team has not encountered any of their targets. It appears my counterpart may have either abandoned the mission or targeted a different area, spoke Batman in the comms. According to what he knows, everyone has met their targets and most of them have already been defeated, but then another call was sent. "This is Dr. Fate, my target has yet to appear as well." Hearing Dr. Fate's message, Batman started to think as Nightwing said, "Batman, what do you think the information was wrong?" "Perhaps, we're not sure. For now, we'll assume the two of them abandoned the mission. Our team will go back to the watchtower and watch out for any unusual activities," said Batman as he called in for his current team. "What about the others? Shouldn't we help them fight?" "Raiden and Diana are still engaged with the enemy," said Nightwing. Since his team is free, he assumed it would be a better idea to provide support. "Negative, we have two missing enemies, one of them, on the level of Raiden. We are assuming that they abandoned, but we'd be stupid if we think they won't attack in another location. We have to be on standby." "Understood, everyone. Back to the watchtower." "We'll be on recon," said Nightwing. The team consisting of Green Arrow, Static, Rocket, and Zatanna was called back home. "Dick, send Zatanna to the medical bay, she's needed there. Her father was injured during battle," said Batman, to which Dick had a shocked face, then nodded and went ahead. Batman then turned on the comms again. "Some injuries, one most likely fatal on Zatara, but battles 3, 4, 5 and 6 have ended in the League's win. We are missing out on my counterpart, Owlman, and Firstborn has yet to show." "What about you, Raiden?" said Batman. "Well, Superman is out instantly, so I'm not having a great time, UGHHSHIT. Listen, this motherfucker. Just make sure Diana wins. We got it all wrong. She's not fighting her counterpart. She's fighting a mix between Captain Marvel and Superman," said Raiden before he cut the comms. Hearing that, Batman turned to see what was going on in Byalia. As soon as the screen showed the battle, chaos was all he could describe it as. Alkawiya, Byalia. The sun beat down on the harsh landscape of Alkawiya, casting a massive shadow across the desert. Wonder Woman and Blue Beetle stood side by side, eyes fixed on the location predicted to be where the enemies would emerge. It was a moment that could only be described as the calm before the storm. The others have already started their battles. But the counterpart has yet to appear. Are you sure we shouldn't help them? Jamie Reyes, also known as the Blue Beetle, spoke. His voice was filled with fear. Having to fight the counterpart of Wonder Woman was no easy feat. Diana nodded, saying, "We don't have a choice, Jamie. Superwoman is a threat we can't ignore. If she's as strong as me, then giving our backs to her is a death sentence." Before Jamie could respond, a sonic boom echoed through the sky. A beam of light descended from the skies, crashing into the ground with a force that shook the very core of the two of them. As the dust settled, Superwoman emerged from the crater, her eyes blazing with confidence. "So, you two? Seriously? Looks like I'm being underestimated." Without warning, Superwoman charged at Wonder Woman, their fists meeting in a massive clash that shook the area. The two women grappled, their strength evenly matched for the moment. This gave Blue Beetle the illusion that he could help Diana by taking to the skies with his energy cannons aimed directly at Superwoman. "We can do this!" Jamie shouted as he fired a barrage of energy blasts, shocking him and Wonder Woman. Her powers suddenly increased as she forced Diana off her feet and used her as a shield to defend against the energy blasts. She then threw her away towards a nearby boulder. As she turned to Jamie and watched as he tried to fly down fast and strike her, he was coming so fast, turning his hands into a hammer like an object, striking Superwoman. As she stood there, Jamie realized that he bit more than he chewed, as the mountain he just hit raised him in the skies and smashed him on the ground over and over again until he was completely knocked out. She then raised him up and punched his stomach, breaking his armor and going almost halfway deep into his guts. Thankfully for him, his armor helped absorb much of the attack, and what stopped Superwoman from going deeper was Wonder Woman punching her and sending her flying. Jamie's scarab flew him away, saving him, as he couldn't fight anymore, meaning Diana was left alone to face Superwoman. Superwoman returned as she descended to face Diana and watched as Jamie was flown away. "Oh. Lost your backup already? That's pathetic, really. Did you really think a bug would be enough to face me? You are me from another world. Correct? If so, shouldn't you have the valiant heart of Amazon? Do you not realize how much pain and suffering you cause?" said Diana, in an attempt to talk Superwoman out of the fight. This made Superwoman laugh hysterically as she said, "So it is true. You actually think I'm your counterpart like the others. Owlman did predict this outcome, but I didn't think you'd be stupid enough to compare you to me." With her point made, she flew fast towards Diana, punching her away. "You and me have nothing in common. I'm not Amazonian, and I sure as hell, I'm not some pretentious valiant-hearted fool. Pain and suffering is the way of the world." Realizing that getting through to Superwoman was impossible, Diana decided to go all out. This was not a battle to lose, and so she had no choice. Taking off her bracelets, she tapped into her divine heritage. The air around her turned serious as a blue electric aura shined from her eyes, lightning crackling around her as she called upon her godly side. This time she summoned her shield and sword as well, fully prepared to go all out. "Now this is interesting. Come at me, show me your true self. I'd like to see you my foes go all out as they lose all hope," spoke Superwoman, taunting her. This made Diana immediately zap towards her like a lightning bolt, striking her with a sword, but Superwoman proved to be incredibly durable, her movements fluid and powerful, defending against each strike with her bare hands. However, the lightning around Diana increased, filling the air with electricity as Diana called in her father's powers. "Feel the wrath of Zeus." Diana shouted. She swung her sword this time, and it was different. Even Superwoman knew that she wouldn't be able to endure this. It was an attack that would certainly cut her flesh, no matter what, but fate had a different outcome to this battle, as the godly power Diana was tapping into were incredibly difficult to control. The lightning danced wildly as if it had a mind of its own, and wouldn't follow through with Diana's attack precisely. This allowed Superwoman to take advantage of the chaos, dodging and pushing away from the unpredictable bolts. Her eyes glinted with malicious delight as she pressed her advantage. "Is this all that is? Pity." As the lighting started to die down, Superwoman attacked, unleashing a barrage of attacks, each one stronger than the other. Wonder Woman, exhausted and overwhelmed, could barely keep up with the endless assault. Superwoman's blows landed with brutal force, and despite her durable body, Diana struggled to maintain her balance. "I told you, didn't I? I take joy in crushing foes that go all out." Superwoman taunted as she landed a powerful blow, sending Diana sprawling. The Amazonian knew it was over. This was not her battle to win. She tried to rise up, but her body failed her. Even the last remnants of her lighting powers started to dwindle and die down. Walking towards the defeated Diana, stepping slowly, before she placed her foot on her neck, Superwoman said some last words. "Your death was inventable. Owlman and me are going to destroy this entire world. Not even Neil Queen knows of our real plan, so don't feel hopeless with your death. Feel the hopelessness of losing your entire world." As she prepared to force her foot on Diana's neck, a smoke bomb landed at her feet, creating a smoke screen. As she realized who must have thrown it, as she inhaled it fully, then looked at the direction of the shadow. "Is this your last valiant effort to save your ally? My Owlman is much superior." Her words forced the figure to exist. The shadow appeared as Batman, who looked at her with a cold look, saying, "Your Owlman was afraid to face me head on. I'd say he's smarter than most of your team." He then put on a gas mask and said, "Also, the smoke bomb you just inhaled is filled with anesthetic gas." Hearing that, Superwoman opened her eyes wide as her vision blurred and fell down face first, passed out. Chapter 119. Batman rushed to Diana's side, helping her stand, saying, "The sleep gas won't last long, we have to go." Putting her hand over his shoulders, Batman carried her towards the teleportation gate used by the Justice League, but Diana persisted. "No. Jamie. He's still. Blue Beetle is already in the medical bay, don't worry about him. As for your other team, well, north of Alcoia City Bialia, earlier. I was hoping I'd get teamed up with Wonder Woman," said Cassandra as she stood around looking out over the city. This made her partner disappointed as he said, "What? I thought you'd enjoy being with someone cool like me." This was of course, Shazam, who's actually a 16-year-old boy inside of a grown Superman's body. "Oh. Billy. You know I didn't mean it like that. It's just I'm her protege and biggest fan, said Cassandra, trying to console Billy, who laughed and said, don't worry about it. I understand. I did think you were a Raiden fan though. Oh. Of course, I'm a fan of Raiden. I'm his honorary sister. It's just that Wonder Woman has always been my idol far earlier than that. As the duo teammates continued talking, something happened. Boom. An explosion emerged from the depths of the city, heading towards it. The two of them weren't shocked to see the culprit, so that's how I'd look if I were evil. He is quite intimidating. But it's like he copied Adam's whole vibe. Cassie. Remind me never to become a villain. Of course, now let's deal with the evil you, said Cassie as the duo stared up at Captain Super. This is who they sent. Absolutely pathetic, 2 children against me. I'll hang your heads on a spike and place it on the gates of this city, said Captain Super, preparing to attack. Cassie narrowed her eyes at Captain Super. She then brought out her lasso saying, he sure talks a lot for someone who's about to get his butt kicked. Billy chuckled, his eyes sparking with excitement. Yeah, but let's not underestimate him. He might look like a bad imitation of Black Adam, but he's got the same powers as me. And I'm powerful. Cassie nodded, with a smile of excitement in her eyes. She said, let's take him down. Captain Super wasted no time, launching himself at the duo with a scream. His first target was Cassie, who barely had time to raise her shield before he was upon her. The force of his punch sent her hurtling back, but she held her ground, using the chance to swing her lasso, managing to catch his arm. Gotcha, she said, pulling with all her might. Captain Super mocked her saying, this it, then yanked his arm free with a burst of strength, but the distraction was enough for Shazam to land a powerful punch to his jaw, sending him flying away. Nice teamwork, Cassie. Shazam called, his voice filled with childish admiration. Cassie grinned. We've got this, Billy. But Captain Super wasn't done yet. He recovered quickly, his eyes filled with fury. You think you can defeat me? I am power incarnate. I won't lose to damn children. He charged at Shazam, who braced himself for the impact. The impact was like a thunderclap, shaking the very ground beneath them. Lighting started to crackle around the two of them as Shazam and Captain Super grappled, their strength evenly matched, but Shazam's lack of experience and training gave Captain Super a slight edge, who forced him lower and lower until Cassie intervened. Cassie seized the opportunity to attack from behind, her lasso full of magical energy as she looped it around Captain Super's legs, pulling hard and causing him to stumble. Shazam took advantage of his momentary distraction, delivering a devastating uppercut that sent Captain Super flying. And stay down. Shazam shouted, his voice filled with his usual childish excitement. Captain Super crashed into a nearby building, rubble raining down around him. He pushed himself to his feet, blood trickling from a cut on his head. These damned brats, he growled, his voice filled with anger. I need to stick to the plan, this isn't over. Cassie stepped forward, her eyes blazing with determination. Yes, it is. With a loud battle cry, she launched herself at Captain Super, her fists impacting his face. Shazam joined her, and their coordinated attacks overwhelmed him. Despite his power, Captain Super found himself unable to keep up with their relentless assault. But as if the fates were with him, someone dropped down from the skies, smacking into Shazam. While he himself didn't know who it was, Cassie recognized her immediately. Kara. As she said that, Cassie heard the comms. Justice League. This is Batman. Alkawiya team retreat. Retreat. The Bialyan Amri has sided with the enemy and is declaring us as terrorists. Southeast of Alkawiya, even earlier. So why don't we just help the people here, said Kara as she watched, all around her the misery of the people, with soldiers patrolling the streets and citizens cowering in fear. Queen Bee's dictatorship had turned Alkawiya into a city of despair. As I said before, we simply can't. If we start something, the people will suffer even more, as the military will punish them for our actions. Also, we're not allowed to do activities in countries that don't accept us, said Artemis. She was surveying the area, trying to sense any extraordinary activities to detect the invaders from another world. Kara, the situation is truly out of our hands. If we do something, we could start a massive world war, something that will lead to the death of even more people, explained Wally. This made Kara frown as she said, you're just proving Raiden's point at this point. Perhaps a war is necessary. Before anyone could respond, an explosion occurred on the street next to them. Debris flew in all directions as a dark figure emerged from the smoke, hovering in the sky above them. The trio looked up, their eyes widening in shock. Fuck, Kara Mayhem is Kara's counterpart. We should have thought about that. Wally exclaimed, realizing their mistake. If Superman has a counterpart, why wouldn't his cousin have one, said Wally in shock, as he stared at what they assumed was another counterpart of Shazam or someone from the League. Still, it turned out it was the counterpart of Supergirl. The figure above them descended, her eyes full with anger. So, you are allies of the man who killed my cousin, Kara Mayhem declared, her voice dripping with vengeance. I shall kill you and find him next. I shall avenge him. With a fierce battle cry, Kara Mayhem lunged at the trio. Supergirl met her head-on, their fists colliding with a massive impact that sent shockwaves throughout the skies. The force of their clash created a shockwave that shattered nearby windows and sent debris flying. Artemis, Wally, get clear. Kara shouted as she grappled with her doppelganger. She's stronger than she looks. But I haven't been slacking either. I've been training with Kal-El. Wally didn't need to be told twice. He darted around the battlefield, using his super speed to avoid Kara Mayhem's devastating blows and create distractions. Artemis fired a volley of arrows, aiming for the weak points in Kara Mayhem's defenses. Despite their combined efforts, it quickly became apparent that Kara Mayhem's combat experience and her extreme strength gave her a massive advantage. Wally sped past Kara Mayhem, delivering a rapid series of punches to her stomach. She grunted, but barely flinched, swatting him away like he was a fly. He tumbled across the ground, coming to a stop beside Artemis. This isn't working, he panted. We need a new plan. Artemis nodded and said in frustration, yeah. Of course we do. We're facing a Kryptonian, for Christ's sake. As she realized her anger was unjustified, she said, sorry, you're right, we need to create an opening for Kara. She needs to hit her counterpart with everything she's got. Suddenly, the sound of marching boots echoed through the streets. Wally's eyes widened as he saw the Bialian army advancing, their weapons aimed at the heroes. You've got to be kidding me. Artemis. We've got company, he said. Then suddenly few tanks launched at the building they were in, forcing Wally to speed his way with Artemis towards another place. Putting down Artemis, he said, they're helping the enemy. This was part of the prediction. Unfortunately, we can't face the damned Bialian army, and the Kryptonian in the skies. We're barely holding, well, to be more accurate, Kara is barely holding. We're useless out here, said Artemis. This made Wally sigh as he said, I hate to admit it, but we are not in our element, so what's the plan? Retreat, Artemis said. We can't fight both Kara Mayhem and the army. Bialia has always been a red zone anyways. We can regroup in the watchtower and discuss it later. Wally nodded, shouting towards Kara, Kara, we have to retreat. Now. Supergirl glanced over her shoulder, her expression one of fierce determination. You go. I'll handle her. And come with you later. Trust me. Although Wally wanted to convince her better of the retreating plans, the sounds of bullets and tanks heading towards them forced him to just nod as he and Artemis retreated, fending off the Bialian soldiers as they went. Supergirl turned her full attention back to her counterpart, who was grinning with a sadistic smile. Your friends are smart, they know you are useless, and abandoned you, Kara Mayhem mocked, adding, they know they can't win. Yeah. We'll see about that, Supergirl said, launching herself at Kara Mayhem with anger. The two Kryptonians clashed in mid-air, their blows sending more shockwaves through the city. The battle raged on, each combatant pushing their limits. But it was evident that Kara Mayhem had been fighting for far longer than Supergirl, as unlike her, she wasn't stuck in the Phantom Zone for that long. Her experience gave her an edge. Of course, this didn't mean it was over for Kara. Her raw power and determination kept her in the fight. They traded blows, each one more powerful than the last, until finally, Kara Mayhem gained the upper hand. She grabbed Supergirl by the collar and head-butted her, forcing her hands down. Then she spun her around and threw her through the air, sending her crashing into a nearby building. Supergirl crashed into the building. Sensing she had hit someone who softened the blow for her, she stood up and looked around her, to see a defeated man in black, all bloodied up, then turned towards the voice who said her name. Kara. Then the comms gave the final order. Justice League. This is Batman. Al-Qawiya team retreat. Retreat. The Bialian army has sided with the enemy and is declaring us as terrorists. Hearing that, Supergirl couldn't continue her battle against Kara Mayhem, and instead, helped Captain Marvel up and flew away with him and Wonder Girl. Chapter 120. Paris. France. I sense a foreign energy, follow me, he's over there, said Raiden as he started to fly. Following behind him, Superman said, he's observing the Eiffel Tower, how interesting. Looks like we got a real thinker here, said Raiden as he flew down to face him. One look and he could sense the menacing aura that he displayed. Sitting on a bench, he was tall and had a lean build, but it was muscular as well. His face was ghostly pale opposite to his long dark hair. his blue eyes turned to look at Raiden and Superman, then with a sigh, he looked at them and said, I was fairly enjoying the view, this tower. It's truly a marvel of human creation. Enjoying the view of a world you are planning to destroy, mocked Raiden. This in turn made Superman speak, saying, you are oddly relaxed for someone that's surrounded. Yes, I am. I'm glad you evacuated most people. Because of you, I got to enjoy this view for myself. First, I'd like to start by apologizing to Raiden. Ultraman's attack was not by my order, he acted on his own. To you I might be a villain, but I have at least the dignity not to attack someone who just had given birth to life, spoke Neil Queen. He then stood up and turned to Superman. My alias was Ulysses, that was the name Kal-El knew me with. Clark Kent was my first nemesis, and remains my greatest friend. Unfortunately, circumstances have led us apart, friend. Niall Quinn stood up, and then opened his arms wide as his aura started to flare up as his clothes changed. He was now wearing a black bodysuit. Raiden and Superman both prepared for the battle. Suddenly, Quinn brought out a small object and threw it on the ground. Green gas began to emerge, enveloping the entire area. Raiden mocked him, saying, seriously? A smoke grenade? Against someone like me? He then used wind magic to push the smoke away. As he did, he looked to his right and saw Superman face down on the ground. Shocked, he rushed to him, saying, Superman? Superman, oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Quinn grinned as he started to walk slowly, saying, I've known this man all my life. In fact, I have fought him hundreds of times, in hundreds of variations. I know him better than he knows himself. So, of course, I also know his weakness. However, since he is my friend, I cannot bear to kill him. Instead, I used this toxin gas infused with kryptonite to simply knock him out. Superman will be unconscious for around 5 hours. You cannot rely on him anymore. This battle is between you and me, my world and your world. Raiden smiled as he looked at Neil, saying, you're under a misunderstanding. While, yes, having him in this battle would have helped significantly, I'm still confident that I can take you on alone. Neil took a battle stance and said, yes, I know. I know you are confident. I know your abilities. That's exactly why I fear you. That's exactly why he fears you. That's exactly why you are a target for elimination. Raiden was curious. He knew who he was, but he didn't want to ask directly. Instead, he asked another question. Neil, you are interesting. Most of the others had some sort of evil goal. They wanted to destroy Earth, take something from Earth, enslave Earth, either control or death. But you are different. Your only target seems to be me. Yet you have gathered an army to break down Earth, to destroy Earth, just to get to me. Isn't that going too far? Neil nodded, acknowledging that his plan was excessive. But he knew it was the only solution to defeat a man like Raiden, a man he considered a god. You severely underestimate yourself, Raiden Kagawa. I could not do more, but if I could, I would have. You are too powerful, too strong to be left alive. Raiden simply smiled and said, you're making me blush, but still, I don't know why you. Tell me your story, Neil, why you? Raiden then narrowed his eyes and said, you keep saying, my world this and that. I heard from a little bird that your world was destroyed. It's unfortunate, and I do feel bad for you, but, what do you gain from destroying ours? He struck a nerve, and Neil's eyes widened in reaction. Knowing this was rare, Raiden simply waited for the man to speak, and certainly, he did. My parents. They were scientists, and they meddled with the fourth dimension and caused my world to end. I survived somehow, someway. My body took in the energy from the fourth dimension, granting me powers, but in exchange my world died. For years I blamed myself. I became a scientist like my parents and sought salvation. After years of work, hundreds of thousands of hours of research, and I found it, the only way to bring back my world wasn't science, rather, it was magic. I needed to sacrifice 2 million lives to a being known as Empty Hand, a demonic ritual of some sort. In my position, most people wouldn't take the risk, but I did. I went to another world and started my plan. Over the years I met Clark, and I befriended him for years. I was the best man at his wedding. He even named me the godfather of his son, but the empty hole deep inside stayed. I need salvation, and so the plan resumed, and I killed him. He trusted me with everything, so naturally I knew of all his weaknesses and strengths, and using that against him, I won. I then sacrificed the metropolis and a bunch of neighboring cities to summon the demonic entity, but in the end, it amounted to nothing. The 2 million lives only summoned Empty Hand. They did not restore my world. However, Empty Hand was amused and impressed, and as such, he recruited me. In exchange for killing you, he'll restore my world. I have visited many alternate Earths, planning for this mission, trying to find allies. In the end, I realized the crime syndicate was the only group I could truly control. Removing their Ultraman was no problem for me, and now we are here. Are you satisfied, Raiden Kagawa? As Neil finished speaking, Raiden had a look of mostly disappointment in him, as he said, I expected more, a better reason than this. I can tell a smart man when I see one, Neil, and you are smart, but you are also delusional. You know damn well, empty hand won't restore your world, but you seek the salvation, crave it so much, that you are willing to do anything for it, even when you know it's not going to work. I'm not here to be evaluated by you physiologically, spoke Neil. This made Raiden nod as he said, indeed, you are correct, then let us end this, Throne of Heroes. Looks like we're starting this, said Neil, to which Raiden, now blazing in the sun's radiance, as his newly transformed dark skin shone brightly while he looked down on his enemy. No, we are ending this. Ramesseum Tentiris. The world started to change as Neil found himself in the endless desert that is Ozymandias's noble phantasm. Paris is too pretty to destroy, now, die. As Raiden spoke, hundreds of pyramids started to fall on Neil, who flew away and dodged most of them while destroying the rest using energy beams. Then he looked at Raiden and said, while this was incredibly impressive, and while I do fear you, I'm here to win. Then suddenly his body started to shine brightly as energy started to flow from Ozymandias's reality marble toward Neil. Eventually, enough energy was drained so fast that the reality marble broke, and Raiden, forced to revert back to his normal form, looked at Neil and said, How did you? Before Raiden could finish, Neil spoke, I've studied everything about you, and I've got a counter to all your transformations. Raiden narrowed his eyes, but still, he persisted. Throne of Heroes. His figure changed again, blonde hair, and shining armor. It was Arthur's turn, the golden sword in hand shone as Raiden changed the battle to a close-quarter combat. Neil parried the sword strikes with his hands. As for the energy surrounding it, he kept on absorbing it. Raiden stepped back a bit, and then used Mana Burst to unleash a beam of golden energy on Neil. Whilst the energy did reach Neil, it was mostly all absorbed. While Neil was getting confident in his ability to defeat Raiden, the latter was instead thinking of another solution. I can try and overwhelm him with Arthur's noble phantasm, but what if he absorbs it too? I'm merely giving him energy while losing mine in turn. I don't want to transform to an entirely new servant either. It takes a lot of mana than I would by transforming to a Bond 10 servant, and I know for a fact, Neil isn't my only enemy today. Fine, physical it is. Throne of Heroes. Once again Raiden transformed, but this time, it was one of the only servants in his Bond 10 arsenal that didn't rely on unleashing mana or using some sort of ability. Roar. The scream resounded all around the empty streets of Paris, as Raiden, in his berserker Heracles, with his massive short sword in hand, Raiden attacked, turning the battle into a physical contest. Raiden's short sword danced in the battlefield, trying to crack Neil's defenses, but he was relentless. His physical strength wasn't to be underestimated, as well as the energy bursts he would suddenly release, sending Raiden flying. Using his last resort, Raiden jumped in the air and struck him with the sword, initiating the first strike in 9 lives, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 strikes. Yet Neil's shield of energy could only be cracked. The 8th one destroyed it, and the 9th strike managed to get stuck into Neil's shoulder, cutting him few centimeters deep. His body was unreal, and since Raiden was defenseless, Neil placed his hand on his stomach, and then unleashed a massive energy beam that destroyed Raiden's upper half. That blast was courtesy of the energy you provided me earlier. Raiden's body restored itself as God Hand took effect. He once again returned to his normal form as he thought, I was hoping I'd be able to defeat him with only my own strength, but this man, it's almost like he's designed to face me. Fine then, I was hoping I wouldn't have to do this, but... Throne of Heroes, go on system, over and over again. You've never failed me, and you won't start now. Servant, Lancer. Enkidu. Your call has summoned me. Please use me as you wish, Master. Chapter 121. Paris was completely quiet, naturally so, since the entire city was almost completely evacuated. There was a resounding beauty to such a wonderful city, being empty. Alas, it wasn't completely empty. 2 figures clashed, creating sounds of energy and explosions that resounded all around the capital. Neil Queen, his body flowing with the energy he had absorbed, faced off against Raiden. This time however, he was different. He was divine, complete, and perfect, all words that could be used to describe his current form. It was imposing and otherworldly, with green hair flowing like leaves in the wind and eyes that mirrored the very earth from which he was formed. Raiden's physique was powerful yet graceful, every muscle sculpted with divine precision. This was his Enkidu form. I am honored to be in the presence of one chosen by Mother Gaia herself. Enkidu's words resounded in Raiden's head, pure and pristine, hearing them gave one a sense of relaxation and ease. Me too, I do not know you perfectly, but I can sense long kinship towards you, let us end this battle together. As you wish, my dear king, spoke Enkidu, as Raiden took on a battle stance, inviting his enemy over. This is indeed a new form I haven't studied. But it matters not. I studied you perfectly, I know you inside and out. Neil lunged at Enkidu with a blinding flash, fists full of energy. Raiden met him head-on, their clash creating shockwaves that echoed through the air. Neil's fists moved with blinding speed, but Raiden was able to keep up thanks to the fluid movements gained from Enkidu's perfect body. It allowed him to match him blow for blow. This form is stronger, perfect for me, Neil said, grinning as he absorbed the energy from Raiden's attacks. I'll only grow more and more. Raiden remained silent, his eyes narrowing as he realized Neil's strategy. Each punch and kick allowed Neil to absorb more energy from Enkidu's body, making him more powerful. But Raiden knew Enkidu's power was not easily exhausted. One of the special parts about Enkidu was his limitless energy. After all, he does not need normal mana, instead, he takes his from the planet itself. Not knowing this, Neil's confidence grew more and more with each passing second. He felt invincible, his body humming with power. My fear. It is why I'm here. Why I can fight you on an equal ground. Shouted Neil as he blocked a few of Raiden's punches. Is that all you've got? He taunted, jumping backward creating space, and then launching a barrage of energy blasts. Raiden dodged and blocked some of them, but as the barrage became impossible to block, he placed both hands on the ground and created an earth shield. Of course even the shield broke down. From it, Raiden surged forward, his fists a blur of motion as he hammered Neil with a relentless series of strikes. Neil parried and countered, his body creating a massive shield over attacks that he couldn't parry or block, own blows fueled by the energy he keeps absorbing from his opponent. Newfound strength was increasing as he pressed for attacks, his fists connecting with Raiden in a flurry of powerful blows. Raiden didn't feel pain, that was just a perk of Enkidu's body, but that doesn't mean he was invincible. He struggled to keep up, blocking and dodging as best he could, but Neil's relentless assault was taking its toll. He wasn't tiring, his energy flowing more and more, and Raiden knew the reason. He kept on absorbing more and more, each punch sent shockwaves through Raiden's, but he refused to back down. Raiden's eyes sharpened with determination. Endure it, master, this is all part of our plan. As he was about to agree with Enkidu, Neil swept Raiden's legs out from under him, causing him to crash to the ground. Shit, I seriously want to blast him with your noble phantasm. I understand your anger, master, but if you do so now, you'll only fuel him further. Neil followed his attack up with a powerful stomp, but Raiden rolled out of the way just in time. Using his agility, Raiden sprang back to his feet and launched a counterattack, his hands turning into blades with how fast they were attacking, but Neil's energy created a shield around him, effectively rendering Raiden's attack useless and allowing Neil to retaliate with a punishing uppercut that sent Raiden staggering backward. As the battle continued, Neil began to notice something. How is this possible? No matter how much energy he absorbed, Raiden simply stayed up and kept on fighting. It was as if he had endless energy. This can't be. A flicker of doubt crossed Neil's mind. He pushed harder, trying to drain more energy from Raiden. He knew he was winning the battle, he knew he had yet to even suffer a true blow from Raiden, but something deep inside, some sort of fear, made him doubt his win. What's wrong, Neil? Your heart is full of doubt now, why is that? Taunted Raiden, creating more doubt in Neil's mind. Neil's body started to feel an itch as if something was wrong. The energy he had so eagerly absorbed now felt like a burden, needing to release it with flashy attacks that allowed Raiden to dodge easily. His muscles felt a tingle, his veins were burning, and his vision started to become hazy. He realized it too late. No, this is not possible, said Neil as a punch came to his face, sending him staggering backwards. Oh, that felt different, that one hurt, huh? You're feeling it now, aren't you, Neil? And just as Raiden said, he was indeed feeling it. He realized it now, that his greatest strength was also his greatest weakness. He couldn't absorb this much energy without consequences, especially divine energy from the core of the planet. It is now our chance, master, spoke the voice inside Raiden's mind. Enkidu gave him the green light. You see, Neil, something about you scared me a bit. Someone who knows me inside and out. Every attack I made only made you stronger. Everything about you was my counter. But then you said you were afraid. That's when I realized my foolishness. I shouldn't have been worried, for I am truly superior. Now is the time to sing of the scars and splendor that marked the planet. Age of Babylon. From the ground beneath them, the land turned golden, and as it started to deform, hundreds of swords, thousands of spears, and an endless amount of variants and different weapons started to form as they kept on rising and rising, flying all the way in the skies. The entire square facing the Eiffel Tower was now a shadow of these weapons. Then with a hand gesture the weapons all fell down. One by one they cracked the shield surrounding Neil's before the first sword pierced his left shoulder. then another in his leg, another on his thigh, his body which had a physical strength that surpassed that of Superman, and was now fully weakened almost as if an internal combustion had happened inside, making him weak. Just as Neil was about to collapse from the amount of damage that had almost killed him, a dark gate suddenly opened beneath him, black tendrils reached out, wrapping around his limbs and pulling him into the void. Before Neil could leave, he gave Raiden one look and said, "I wanted to kill you, save you from despair. But you persisted. This is your punishment. I shall destroy your world." Mark WY words. Raiden couldn't reply back, watching as the gate swallowed Neil whole, leaving no trace of his presence. "Master, there is no presence of firstborn here, but something weird is here, some tentacle monsters, black in shape," spoke a voice inside Raiden's mind. "I think I just saw one of them swallow Neil and save him just now, might be related to firstborn, keep sending me info SCATHACK." Understood. As Raiden was about to leave, the same gate he saw open earlier started to open on the ground. This time it was smaller, but there were hundreds of it all around the battlefield. From its depths, black monsters with tentacles arose from the ground. "Master, their energy, it is divine, but dark," spoke Enkidu inside Raiden's mind, as he added, "They are similar to me, created by a god, but something about them saddens me. We must save them, I think." "Save them? How would one go about doing that?" spoke Raiden, to which Enkidu said, "Unfortunately they must be killed. It's a mercy. Deep inside these things are the souls of innocent humans, deformed and transformed into that thing." "No, these things are humans." Realization hit him. These monsters that he was going to kill were merely innocent people that have been forced into a situation beyond them. "Merlin, do recon on all the locations we attacked and see if the monsters are there too. If so, inform the League. If they are here and in Tokyo, then I think every place where they attacked could be a location for them as well. However, refrain from telling the League that they are humans. I don't think their consciousness can handle that," spoke Raiden, sending a mental message to his advisor. "I shall do so. I would also like to add, that Wonder Woman is not fighting her counterpart. From the looks of it, it must be a different variation of Superman," spoke Merlin. This made Raiden frown as he started his battle against the monsters, saying, "Damn it. I'll inform Batman, keep me posted, and stay hidden, unless you see one of the two important targets. I want you hidden, you are my trump card." Chapter 122. "Well, Superman is out instantly, so I'm not having a great time, UGHHSHIT. Listen, these motherfucker. Just make sure Diana wins. We got it all wrong. She's not fighting her counterpart. She's fighting a mix between Captain Marvel and Superman." Raiden cut the comms and went back to mowing down the tentacles. He was already back in his normal form, trying his best to limit the usage of mana from his Enkidu form. "I've finished with the monsters here in Tokyo, still not trace of firstborn," spoke SCATHACK. This made Raiden think a bit as he said, "Go to the watchtower and help the others. We need to clear out the cities from these things and prepare for their next attack." Hearing that, SCATHACK replied with, "Understood," as she rushed to the teleportation portal. Raiden took his time eliminating all the monsters infesting Paris. There were a lot of them, and they used a variety of attacks. Most attacks came from their tentacles, which they used to destroy buildings as if programmed to annihilate everything in their path. They also had monstrous breath attacks that spewed dark ooze and energy from their mouths. Raiden, being far more powerful than normal heroes, wasn't bothered by them, but the other heroes would take much longer to defeat the hundreds swarming the cities all around the world. Raiden finished his task first and decided to call Batman for an update. "Batman, what's the situation? Any new information on the enemy?" Raiden asked. Batman looked at his monitor and replied, "Nothing major yet. Currently, we've defeated every major enemy except the ones in Vialia. Battle 2, as you know, has failed, no trace of Owlman. Battle 8 has also failed. No trace of Firstborn." Raiden listened closely and then noticed something odd. "Wait a minute, what about Battle 3? Batman looked almost stunned as if Raiden's question made no sense. "What do you mean? What's wrong with the third battle?" "I'm asking what happened in the third battle," Raiden clarified. Batman, still confused, said, "Well, of course, we won it." Even though Batman said they had won, there was something in his mind that seemed off, as if something was missing. Raiden added on saying, "What's the situation there? Are there monsters?" Batman replied, "Yes, Black Lightning and Aqualad are fighting them with Miss Martian and Robin." Raiden thought for a second and then asked and noticed how Batman didn't mention an important figure. "Wait, what about the Flash?" Batman, almost as if an error registered in his mind, responded, "The Flash? What is the Flash?" Raiden's eyes widened in shock. "What do you mean, what is the Flash?" "Barry Allen, the fastest man alive, red suit, yellow lighting, a not-so-funny but cool guy. Batman seemed to struggle as if he was trying to remember someone important but couldn't. I do not recognize who you are talking about, Raiden. Is there something wrong? Raiden questioned further, let me get this straight, you do not remember the Flash. Barry Allen. Hold on, this might have something to do with time bullshit. Raiden then decided to call Merlin and Scathack, questioning them both. To his shock, neither recognized Barry Allen. Raiden thought to himself, holy shit, someone just erased the Flash from the timeline. Or perhaps, from everyone's memory, I need to get to the bottom of this. Raiden called Batman again. Batman, please tell me you at least know who Johnny Quick is. Once again, Batman was confused. Who is Johnny Quick? It hit Raiden hard. Why are both Johnny Quick and the Flash missing from the lineup? What happened in Battle 3 that changed everything and made them forgotten? Deciding to find answers, Raiden made his next destination. He was going to Montevideo, Uruguay, to investigate what happened. Montevideo, Uruguay. Arriving in Uruguay, Raiden decided not to join the battle raging there. Instead, he chose to stay hidden, acting as a silent detective to uncover what had happened during the battle that led to both the Flash and Johnny Quick being erased from existence. Raiden observed the fight, watching how Black Lightning and Miss Martian handled the monsters, with Robin helping Miss Martian. From the information he gathered, Miss Martian and Robin had defeated Breakdance, while Black Lightning and Aqualad had managed to take down Black Power. However, Raiden knew something was off. The Flash hadn't fought Johnny Quick alone, Batgirl had been with him. Raiden decided to dig deeper. Batman, this is Raiden. I have one more question. What happened to Barbara? What happened to Batgirl? Upon hearing this, something finally clicked deep inside Batman's mind. He knew Barbara, he knew Batgirl, but he couldn't recognize where and why was she in his memory. I do not recognize her, Raiden. However, I know that something is wrong. I have this feeling deep inside my gut, as if I knew this person. What is happening, Raiden? Raiden thought for a moment before saying, at first, I thought this might have something to do with time. Maybe Johnny Quick, like the Reverse Flash, went back in time to erase Barry. But that wouldn't just erase Barry, it would change the entire timeline. And with my existence as an anchor of time, I don't think that's possible. Instead, I believe some sort of psychic ability is involved. An ability so strong that it made everyone forget the trio, Johnny Quick, the Flash, and Batgirl, of course, not me, due to my immunity from mental attacks. Raiden decided it was time to investigate. Standing around and thinking wouldn't solve anything. He went to the battle location, searching for any clues. While looking, he found a bat-shaped weapon, one of those used by Batman and his crew. Raiden examined it closely. All of Batman's equipment was designed to either explode or be undetectable. Since they were made by Wayne Enterprises, they were designed that way to avoid linking back to Batman's true identity. So, it was odd that this one remained intact. Not only that, it had the name Wayne Enterprises, and some sort of numbers under it. Ain't no way, are those? Raiden immediately called Batman and said, Batman, I'm sending you these numbers, run them through the computer. The enemy may have erased the memories, but these numbers, they are serial codes for tracking the team's movement. I remember them from when I was in the team. Hearing Raiden's request, Batman decided to do that, and the magic happened, a coordinate and a vital sign of someone. Although Batman didn't recognize them, he knew it was due to the mental attack. Here you go, these are the locations of the tracker's serial code. Most likely you'll find our missing member. Be sure to be fast, their vital signs are weak, very weak. Hearing this, Raiden realized he had a lead. Batman's analysis revealed a nearby location, a secret cave near Montevideo. Raiden immediately flew to the cave, and as he walked deeper into it, there he found her, half-conscious, in extreme pain, all bloodied up, and missing an arm. It was Batgirl, but she was still alive. Barbara. Barbara. Are you okay? Damn it. What happened? Raiden asked, holding her wound and trying to heal her with his magic. Barbara opened her eyes weakly and half-smiled, saying, I expected Batman to find me. Not you. But you're a welcome sight. I have something I need to tell you. No, wait, I'll take you to the med bay. Your injuries are too critical. I was late. You might die. Raiden urged. No, shouted Barbara as she coughed a bit. This is too important, Barbara insisted. Johnny was going to convert and work with us. He was going to betray the crime syndicate, but we were ambushed. All of us, by Owlman and Firstborn. I was injured by Owlman but managed to escape. barely firstborn took both of them, Johnny and the Flash. Even though Raiden was still worried about Barbara, he needed to know more, so he questioned, why though? What did he want? Why did he take them? I'm not sure. Barbara replied weakly, but according to Johnny. When he was at the crime syndicate headquarters, he overheard a conversation between Superwoman and Owlman about something to do with Prime Earth and the destruction of the entire multiverse. Hearing this, many things started to connect deep inside Raiden's mind, many answers, but at the same time, new questions opened up. What is Prime Earth? Why Johnny and Flash? What did the Light and Neil agree on? And what is Firstborn and Owlman's plan? Chapter 123. Back at the Watchtower headquarters, Raiden stood by the glass of the med bay, staring in at the chaos inside. Batman was there too, going over a list he held in his hand. It was obvious from his face that the news wasn't good. Wonder Woman and Blue Beetle are in critical condition, Batman spoke, going over the list of their injured friends. Martian Manhunter and Aquaman, same thing, but they'll make it. Zatara though, it's been 12 hours since his operation started. And we're still not sure if he's gonna make it. Raiden's frown deepened as he looked at the others lying there in pain. He turned to Batman. What about Zatanna? Is she alright? Batman nodded, though his face didn't really change in expression as per usual for him. She's been with him the whole time. I've already sent Nightwing to comfort her. You don't have to worry about her. Raiden let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. God damn it, I was the one that sent them to battle. Knowing that some of them are injured because of choices I made is hard, or even dead. But I have to stay strong. This is merely a fraction of a king's responsibilities, and I chose that path. Sai, what about the one I brought in? Raiden asked, still annoyed due to the earlier information. This was the first time Raiden noticed that Batman was visibly upset as he spoke. Batgirl's in critical condition too. She's tough, so she'll survive, but I still don't recognize her, even after seeing her face, hearing her name, nothing. Her name is similar to Commissioner Gordon's, so I asked him, but he doesn't recognize her either. The idea of a father forgetting his own daughter made Raiden's blood boil. Whoever did this is going to pay, I'll make sure of it, he spoke, trying to keep his anger in check. After all, he'll have time to unleash it, soon. And what about the big guy? Superman will wake up soon, Batman said, his tone flat. He wasn't hurt, just incapacitated. Raiden shook his head, frustration bubbling up. How has he not figured out a way to deal with kryptonite? Neil took him out in seconds. If I wasn't there, he could've died. Sai, what about the others? I'll handle it, don't worry about it, you are already stressed as it is, Batman replied. He then added, you focus on our next move? Raiden clenched his fists in anger as he said, meet me in the conference room, we need to talk about what Batgirl found out. A few minutes later, Raiden, Batman, Merlin, Scathach, and Dr. Fate were all sitting around the big table in the Justice League's Watchtower meeting room. The screens around them showed battles still raging in places like Nigeria, Montevideo, and Metropolis. Paris and Tokyo had calmed down, but the rest of the world was still a mess. Batman broke the silence first. We're all here. What's the plan? Raiden leaned forward, trying to organize his ideas as he started to mention what Batgirl had reported to him. After a while, he concluded, as of now, we know Owlman and Superwoman are working together with Firstborn, but their alliance with Neil doesn't make sense. If what he told me is true, Neil came here to save his world, not destroy it. Batman frowned, obviously trying to piece things together. So there's a split in their ranks. You think Neil Queen was betrayed? Exactly, Raiden said, feeling like he was finally getting somewhere. The Light would have never agreed to help Neil if his plans was to destroy the Word. The Light, while weaker and dismantled, still holds the same principle, and that is to control Earth, not destroy. As for Neil, Neil's after something else. He wants souls, thousands of them. With those souls, he could summon Empty Hand, an entity I told you about before, and presumably offer me to him, in exchange for his world. Raiden paused for a second, making sure everyone was following. I don't think Owlman and Firstborn are on board with that. From what I've seen, Firstborn is the one behind those tentacle monsters. They appeared first on Tokyo, where he was supposed to emerge, and he's also avoided Scathach at all costs, a god killer. As for the memory wipes affecting Flash, Johnny, and Batgirl, I have no idea how or who did that. Merlin finally spoke up. My lord, I think they're after something bigger. We already know their goal is Prime Earth, but what is Prime Earth? I think I have a theory. Prime Earth might be the origin of our multiverse's Earths. If our Earth, let's call it 16, and theirs is, let's say, 26, then the Prime Earth might be Earth 1, or to be more accurate to my theory, Earth 0. Scat-Hack, who'd been listening quietly, narrowed her eyes. So you are saying there's an origin Earth that created all the others? Dr. Fate nodded. It's possible. The multiverse works on the idea that every action creates a new world. But what if there was a world where nothing happened, the first of them all? If that Earth is destroyed, it could trigger a chain reaction that undoes all of the multiverse. You can't grow a tree without a seed. Merlin nodded along, his face serious. Exactly, they want to destroy the prime Earth, not ours, but if they succeed then the consequences would be catastrophic. Batman leaned back, doubt on his face. Creating a bomb that could destroy an entire planet the size of Earth, that's nearly impossible. Even the Warworld couldn't do it with just one bomb. It would take hundreds if not thousands of nuclear bombs to achieve something similar. Raiden's eyes widened as he finally understood. That's why they need Neil. I was wondering why they saved him if they had planned to betray him, and now I understand it. His power is what they need. He can absorb energy, and with enough time, he could get the amount of energy needed to destroy a planet. They sent him to fight me to drain my and supply him. Everyone went quiet, understanding the gravity of what Raiden was saying. Scat-Hack broke the silence. What about Flash and Johnny? What do they need them for? Raiden nodded, having already thought this through. If they can run fast enough, far enough back in time, they could open a gateway to the prime Earth. That's the enemy's plan. Batman was the first to speak, his voice low. So, what do we do now? Raiden stood up. An outlet to unleash his anger has now been created. As he spoke, we're going to Byalia, all of us. Batman immediately shook his head. We can't. Byalia considers us enemies now. We'd be fighting the military, endangering civilians. We've been banned. Raiden's expression was full of anger, his eyes locking with Batman's. I told you before, I plan to be the king of this world. I won't be shackled by the rules of mere politicians. Some people might suffer, die, or have their lives ruined, but to save the world, sacrifices must be made. You know this, Bruce. We have no choice, we are going there. He turned to the rest of the group. Our main target is Superwoman. Find her and she'll lead us to Owlman, and through him, we'll find Firstborn. If things turn chaotic, then Scat-Hack, you are to deal with Superwoman. Batman, you handle your counterpart, Owlman. Firstborn is the most mysterious. I'll take him on, he is mine. If Neil shows up, leave him to fate. As for you, Merlin. No more hiding. It's time we show them what we're really capable of. Go all out. Merlin bowed his head, with a grin as his voice softly chuckled and said, As you wish, my lord. Chapter 124. Listen up, everyone, Raiden said, getting the room's attention. We don't know what kind of attack they're planning, or if they're already prepared, so this is a stealth mission. Our goal is to gather as much information as possible, then use Merlin's magic to communicate and coordinate our attack. I've already assigned each of you your targets. Now, our main objective is to take them down, but we must be smart about the timing of the attack. Be careful, we don't have a clue on what sort of hostages or threats they have prepared for us. Attack when you're confident. I believe everyone here is a good judge of when that is. Raiden showed the screen displaying their target, Queen Bee's castle in Byalia. Merlin was going to be the main communication leader of this attack, as Raiden couldn't use mental magic directly. Instead, he would communicate with Merlin, who would relay his messages to the others. As Raiden finished with the plan, Batman, looking slightly annoyed, said, I thought you didn't care about hostages and threats. Raiden turned to him, annoyed at Batman's accusation, saying, I do care about the people, Batman. I want to save them, but if it comes down to it, I'll sacrifice a few to save the multiverse. Priorities. You should know this better than me. With everyone prepared, the stealth mission started. Raiden immediately transformed into his assassin servant form, delving into the shadows as he infiltrated the castle. The others followed suit, each in a special way. Batman was no stranger to stealth, heading directly to the castle, disabling all securities measures and infiltrating it. Scat-Hack had his easier, entering the shadow of guards one by one. She hoped around till she was inside. Merlin was a master of illusion, blending into reality. Once a soldier, once a painting, once invisible, you can never detect him unless he wanted you to. As for Dr. Fate, well, magic was key, as he turned invisible and flied inside. Merlin was the first to reach his destination. I'm inside the throne room, he spoke. No one can detect me here. I see Queen Bee, and it looks like she's talking to one of Owlman's lieutenants, Green Arrow's counterpart. Queen Bee's frustration was evident as she demanded a meeting with Owlman and Neil, but she was denied. As Merlin relayed this information to Raiden, he quickly pieced together the situation. It's clear now that Neil Queen made an agreement with the Light, but Owlman has broken it without their knowledge. They're controlling the castle through force. Batman, who had been surveying the area and infiltrated the castle square, said, "There are a lot of soldiers here, more than usual. Normally, Queen Bee controls her troops with her special ability to control man, but they're not being affected. Instead, it looks like there are some sort of small tentacles attached to the backs of their necks." Small tentacles. Scat said as she added, "I saw something similar in Japan. The monsters spewed small tentacles and tried to take control of people who couldn't escape. I eliminated them, but it seems they serve a similar function here." Raiden thought for a bit as he said, "Merlin informed the others, they're still fighting against them and might end up affected by them." Raiden, still in his assassin form, continued deeper into the castle. His destination was the basement, heavily guarded by soldiers. Using his skills, he slipped past them unnoticed. Inside, he found a lab, reminiscent of his past, when he was nothing but a weakling under Dr. Evo's experimentations. Scientists were all around it, and in the middle of it, Neil was connected to numerous wires, those wires connected to a device. Raiden quickly identified that as the bomb. To his shock, he also spotted familiar faces, Superwoman, Owlman, and a third person who looked exactly like Kara. They reported there was another variation of Kara. "Looks like that's her," Raiden muttered as he proceeded to inform the others. Immediately after, Scat reported, "I've located Firstborn and also found Johnny and Flash. They're running on some special treadmill, generating energy to power a gate of some sort." Raiden looked up to see some sort of wires coming down from the ceiling. "Looks like I'm under you, Scat. They've split up, to protect their useful assets." He then looked around and saw some scientists report to Owlman, "Only 2 hours and the bomb will be ready, and in another 3 hours, the gate should be open." Raiden once again reported this to the others as he said, "Merlin, meet me where Scat is. Batman, come down to where I am and assist Scat in dealing with these guys. Fate too, we have a Kryptonian here, your magic should keep her at bay." Dr. Fate then spoke, revealing critical information. "Firstborn isn't the one controlling the soldiers. And I won't be able to help with the Kryptonian." Everyone was shocked hearing that. As Dr. Fate continued, "If found Clarion, he's helping create the tentacle monsters and control the soldiers." Everyone was stunned, especially Raiden. He had used Clarion's information, and it was reliable. If he had betrayed them, wouldn't he misguide them? Shouldn't that be impossible? He's a Lord of Chaos. Why would the Lords of Chaos want the multiverse dead? It would be against their interest. They'd lose their source of chaos, to which Fate agreed, saying, "That's what I was thinking, but it seems Firstborn is smart, has somehow threatened Clarion's position with the Lords of Chaos, forcing him into this alliance. He must have made a deal with them." Narrowing his eyes, Raiden said, "Fine, deal with him. You know him best." Everyone else proceeds as planned. "We'll attack in 3, 2, 1. Go." The attack had begun. Raiden moved into position, his mind focused on his target. It was time to confront the one known as Firstborn. Being ranked in the Dark Army, Raiden knew this wasn't going to be like any battle he had fought before. Even his battle with Trigon paled in comparison to what he was about to face. As he appeared, he looked at Firstborn. The air around him seemed too dark. Black ooze energy was emanating from him, almost like a living entity, spreading around the area, unleashing what can only be described as dread. His appearance was that of pure darkness, eyes filled not with anger and the rage of a killer, but with a cold, calm evil. This was a man who lived for destruction, relishing in the chaos and ruin he could wreak upon the world. As Firstborn noticed Raiden, a twisted smile curled on his lips. Although his face was hidden beneath the red mask, one could sense the excitement he exuded, as if this fight was what he had been waiting for. It didn't matter to him whether his plans with Owlman succeeded or not. What mattered was the thrill of destruction, the challenge of facing a worthy opponent. Rising from his seat, Firstborn addressed Raiden in a voice that was both mocking and indifferent, as if bored by him. "So, you're the special one, the one that even Empty Hand was worried about. I've wondered for a long time what kind of man you might be. I've asked many about you. From what Neil had told me, Nile, you went through a tough childhood." His voice filled with disdain as he continued, "Tested upon, you suffered, lost your parents, lost in space. All of these things made you who you are today. Intriguing to most perhaps, but to me, it sounds like you had it easy. Compared to me, your life has been a mere picnic. But that's irrelevant. I am one to believe that pain forges glory, and I intend to destroy everything in my path until the world itself shivers upon hearing my name." Raiden sighed, a hint of amusement in his eyes as he said, "I expected more from one of the strongest beings in existence. I didn't expect to be swapping stories of trauma here. I know little about you, but I know you're a god, a son of Hera and Zeus, a son so powerful that even Zeus feared you and cast you aside, lived hell and all that, but the path you chose, is not that of a man who overcame his past, it's those of a man chained by them. But as I said, I'm not here to help you change, I'm here because you are a threat to Earth, to my kingdom, and to my world, and I'll treat you as such. You want destruction, and I'll bring that upon you. Raiden's form shifted as he reverted to his Enkidu form once again. Hundreds of swords, spears, and a variety of weapons materialized all around the chamber, and with a swift motion of his hand, Raiden threw them directly at Firstborn. The swords sliced through the air, their power enough to reduce buildings to rubble, but Firstborn was unfazed. He didn't flinch as the blades approached. Instead, he simply walked forward, and the swords either shattered upon impact with his body or failed to touch him at all. His expression remained unchanged, cold and calm, as he closed the distance between them with frightening speed. Raiden barely had time to react before Firstborn's fist connected with his guarded hands, sending him flying through the castle walls and out into the open. The impact was brutal, the force behind the punch something Raiden hadn't experienced in ages, not since his battle with Trigon. As he struggled to regain his footing, he noticed a dark energy hurtling toward him from the sky, like a meteorite descending. Firstborn landed with a crushing punch aimed at Raiden's face, creating a massive crater on impact. Pain shot through Raiden's body, but he forced himself to stand, watching as Firstborn approached slowly, as if he wasn't even trying. You seem to misunderstand your position, Firstborn said, his voice calm, but dark, sending shivers through Raiden's body. Others may have needed years of preparation to face you, but me? I am different. I stand above all things. You will die, but it will not be a beautiful death. It will not be glorious, nor heroic. You will die like a dog, crushed by sheer power, by absolute destruction. That is the fate I offer those who stand against me. Raiden, bloodied and in pain, knew that what he said was accurate. This was no ordinary enemy. Even with his Enkidu form, one of the strongest he had been rendered almost useless against this being. Realizing he needed to tap into his true strength, Raiden decided to unleash the full power of Enkidu. He could feel the energy of the planet itself, Gaia's will, flowing into him. Enkidu was not just any servant, he was the embodiment of the planet's desire to survive. He may not have qualified as a grand, but that does not lessen his powers at all. In fact, his power grows more the more threat to the planet there was, and Firstborn was one of those threats. You're an abomination, Raiden said, his voice in pain but still standing, as green energy began to swirl around him. You don't think, you don't live, you simply destroy. You are the antithesis of humanity, of dreams, of life. Honestly, you're the worst thing I've ever seen, and you don't deserve to exist. The green energy increased and intensified, surrounding Raiden as his power grew. His green hair flowed behind him, flying due to the sheer amount of energy. It was a calm energy, the true power of a being connected to the very essence of Gaia. I will awaken the breath of the planet. For I walk with humanity. Raiden's body began to rise, the energy forming the chains of heaven, a divine construct capable of binding all the gods from all pantheons. The chains hit the peak of the skies, then descended upon Firstborn with a shout. Raiden's body fully became the chains, becoming the tip of them, akin to that of a dagger as he shouted. Enoma Elish. Crashing through his mental and physical defenses, piercing straight into his heart. The explosion that occurred was immense. The shockwave felt across the world, the clouds around the skies parted and a sound wave unleashed. As the noble phantasm's power faded, Raiden reverted to his normal form and quickly retreated, knowing he had given everything in that attack. The battlefield grew quiet, the dust settling around Firstborn's broken and bloodied body. Each limb was destroyed, his blood scattered. There was nothing left of the almighty conqueror of 4 Earths. It was Raiden's victory. But then, a sound emerged from the silence, a dark, ominous laugh. It sent chills down Raiden's spine as he watched in disbelief. The dark energy began to ooze from the ground, wrapping around Firstborn's limbs, his body slowly regenerating, atom by atom, limb by limb. An attack that was supposed to end a pantheon was nothing to this man. Firstborn's eyes gleamed with a twisted joy as he looked at Raiden. That was the strongest attack I've ever faced. He spoke with a cruel smile. Back in my days as a god, it would have killed me instantly. Nay, just the sheer force of its energy would have ended me, but as I stated before, seemed to misunderstand something. I was a god. Now, I've transcended that. You're looking at the Firstborn, not merely the Firstborn of Hera and Zeus. No. I am the Firstborn to have ascended beyond godhood. I have become an eternal sovereign. Chapter 125. While Raiden was dealing with Firstborn upstairs, down in the basement, both Batman and Scathach had started their assault. Scathach threw her spear gracefully through the air, aiming directly at Superwoman's throat. No taunt, no warning, only deadly purpose. A god killer has no reason for banters and challenges, she merely does her job. Superwoman, on the other hand, was having a conversation with Owlman. As the sword came rushing, Owlman recognized this to be an attack and disappeared into the shadows, knowing clearly that whoever this was, he wouldn't be able to beat them. Because Superwoman herself was barely able to evade that opening strike, the tip of the spear millimeters away from her skin as she twisted away. Ag. The pain only seemed to fuel Superwoman's rage, screaming, as she charged at Scat-Hack, raining blow after blow down upon her. Every blow was heavy, but Scat-Hack dodged them all with allegiance. As if it was a dance for her, to an onlooker, she would be disappearing and appearing at the perfect moment. As her spear carved a blood-red pattern in the air, deflecting most of the blows and delivering some as well. The entire area where their battle was had been crushed, the floors crackled, and most of the lab was being decimated, but to them, it mattered not. After all, one wrong move and one of them goes down dead. Superwoman's eyes went ablaze with anger as she hammered her fists into the ground, releasing an unleashed wave of energy that reverberated through the chamber. These were her strongest attacks. She was deeply scared of Scat-Hack, as for the first time in her life, she was fighting a losing battle. Even against Neil, there was always the thought that he needed her and would kill her, but Scat-Hack was different. From the get-go, this monster aimed for her head. Her blow was powerful enough to send Scat-Hack hurtling away, but once again. She recovered in the blink of an eye, acrobatically jumping backward and landing on her feet before immediately resuming her attack with a chillingly cold stare and ruthless intentions, a true master assassin. Guy danced through the air, each stroke promising a serious blow. Superwoman had to go on the defensive, her powerful blows never able to connect on a Scat-Hack, meaning her options were running out. Every time she thought she had some sort of opening, Scat-Hack was already 2 steps ahead, her spear slicing through the air. Superwoman's thoughts become more depressed as she started to realize all her paths lead to death. The two women exchanged blow after blow at speeds only a select few would be able to follow. With the battle continuing on, the basement lab echoed with the sounds of Scat-Hack's spear meeting flesh, grunts of pain and exertion as Superwoman's blood scattered all over the walls, slash after slash cutting onto her. This was Superwoman, her world's strongest, and all men fell to their knees fighting her. She was undefeatable, or that's what she thought, for her opponent was none other than Scat-Hack, a woman who had reached immortality through the battle she's fought, the slayer of gods, much more powerful than Superwoman could imagine. She was queen of the land of shadows. With a sudden burst of speed, Scat-Hack attacked left. It was a feint, drawing Superwoman's guard away from her right side, and in that split second, she struck, driving Guy into Superwoman's side again with enough force to punch through her near-invincible skin, finally allowing the spear's cursed magic to dug deep into her skin, burning through Superwoman's flesh as she let out a scream of agony. But before Scat-Hack could follow up with another attack, a blur crashed into her from the side, sending her flying across the lab. She hit the wall hard enough to crack the stone, but instantly regained her footing staring at her newest enemy. It was a copy of a woman she had seen before, Kara Zor-El, but she knew it wasn't her, rather it was Kara Mayhem. Kara Mayhem floated there, her eyes blazing red with anger. "You work with that man. He killed my cousin. You shall pay," she shouted, her voice so full of venom. Scat-Hack said nothing. She didn't need to. Her answer was her spear. As she threw it with deadly precision at Kara, the Kryptonian's eyes widened in surprise as from a full 100 meters away, the cursed weapon seemed to cover that huge distance in a blink, but she managed to dodge at the last second, the spear darting past her by a hair's breadth. But the spear wasn't done. With a flick of her wrist, Scat-Hack recalled Guy to her hand, the spear spinning through the air as it returned to its master. Kara had no time to react as the spear slashed across her back, drawing a line of blood that seemed to burn with cursed fire. Kara screamed in agony, clutching at the wound, and found herself falling down to the ground, enraged but had a realization that this woman was strong enough to draw blood from her, strong enough that her idol, Superwoman, was still on her knees bleeding. But they were not going down without a fight as Superwoman was first, jumping at Scat-Hack with wild, swinging punch. Scat-Hack charged to shut her down, as her spear clashed with the fist, creating a thunderous impact that released a shockwave throughout the castle. It was now a 2-on-1, but to Scat-Hack, it mattered not, as she was holding her own against both Superwoman and Kara. Each strike was precise, her goal as always to wear down her opponents, exploiting every weakness that could be found, until she found the deadly opening. If anything, Superwoman's anger made her attacks more predictable, and while Kara Mayhem was strong, she was also blinded by rage, and unlike the other two, lacked real battle experience. Even with their immense power, the two women made an awful duo. With a scream, Kara unleashed her heat vision, twin beams of energy that burned hot and traveled straight at Scat-Hack's heart, but as Blur her body simply sidestepped the attack, closing the distance between them, taking advantage of the fact that Kara needed to shut her eyes for a few milliseconds due to the power of heat vision. Scat-Hack drove her spear into Kara's stomach and twisted it. The Kryptonian screamed in pain, her body convulsing, as the curse started to spread, similar to how it did Superwoman. But before Scat-Hack could finish her, Superwoman was on her again, slamming her fist into Scathacka's side hard enough to crack ribs. Grunting in pain, Scathack did not let go of her spear but released the blade free of Kara's stomach, turning back to Superwoman, with annoyance, and a hint of anger. It was time to end this. Inhaling deeply, Scathacka's voice was finally heard as she chanted. Stab and penetrate. Thrust and impale. Gibalg alternative. With this, Scathack threw her spear with all her might. Gibalg whizzed by until its cursed magic transformed it into this huge, phantom spear that looked to pierce reality apart, flying in random directions with a line of red curse energy behind it. It pierced Superwoman's heart immediately. There was no time to react, there was no time to dodge, as the spear itself had a rule in it: no matter what, it would even bend reality to achieve its goal. The eyes of Superwoman widened in shock as ripples from the cursed magic invaded her body, blood flowed from her mouth, eyes, ears, and nose, and she collapsed, her strength leaving her in an instant. This was death. But Scathack was not done. Kara Mayhem, still in pain from the previous assault, sought to escape from here, knowing full well she had zero chance, but Scathack would have none of that. Due to her ribs being broken, she knew chasing after was useless. She was fast, but she won't be able to catch up with a flying Kryptonian with that injury, so instead she invoked another of her noble phantasms, one that Kara wouldn't be able to escape from. I will show you what lies beyond the world. I will lock you away in the darkness from the age of the gods. Tremble, freeze, and shatter into pieces. Gate of Sky. The air grew dark around them as the gate to the land of shadows opened behind the escaping Kara. The darkness burst out, tentacles wrapping around the Kryptonian, drawing her in with an unstoppable force. Kara screamed in horror and pain, fighting back with all of her might, but it did not matter. This place could bind the gods, let alone a mortal. The shadows dragged her deeper into the abyss. Her screams grew fainter until silence descended. By order of Scathack the gates closed once more. Till the next unfortunate soul that shall pass them. Scathacka's spear returned to her hand. She observed the battlefield, checking for the surrounding area, knowing her two enemies were dead, but still disappointed with herself. I will not be able to help Master against Firstborn much. I've wasted too much energy. Chapter 126. Somewhere in the twisting corridors of Byalia Castle, they snaked through the building, racing back and forth, pursued and pursuer. The only words uttered in this chase were in grunts of the two counterparts. Batman threw a smoke bomb ahead, and the narrow hallway was now filled with dark clouds as Owlman instantly responded, placing infrared lenses down over his eyes. He whipped out a grappling hook and shot it toward a ceiling beam, swinging himself out of reach of Batman's pursuit. But Batman was ready for him. He shot his grappling hook in a heartbeat, aiming himself toward Owlman at breakneck speed, slamming into Owlman. Batman descended as a fist caught Owlman under the jaw, but he hit back with a taser gun, firing a jolt that stunned Batman, as he followed it up with a kick into the stomach. You're slipping, Bruce. Owlman spoke as he held his gun once more aiming at Batman. How many more mistakes will it take for you to realize you're outmatched? We'll see, Batman said as he acrobatically jumped backward to avoid a second taser strike. He threw a trio of batarangs, each curving mid-flight directly at Owlman, who smirked as he dodged them easily. Before Owlman could get a more smug expression on his face, Batman launched himself forward, starting a barrage of punches and kicks. Owlman, armed with almost the same training, started a similar barrage of blocks, parries, and counters with equal force, the sounds of their metals gauntlets resounding through the halls. With a tap, Owlman's gauntlets slid out razor-sharp blades, slashing at Batman's armored suit. He dodged but not quite quickly enough and received a slash on his side. He felt pain but used the momentum to drop a flash grenade between them. The light and sound from the explosion distracted Owlman for just a moment, enough to let Batman strike. Batman's knee slammed into Owlman's stomach, and he folded over completely out of the way. This was followed by an uppercut from Batman, sending his dark counterpart staggering backward, but Owlman wasn't done yet. Even as he staggered to keep his balance, he threw a small group of pellets on the ground, filled with explosives. Batman's eyes went wide as the pellets detonated one by one, forcing him up into the air to avoid the blasts. Do you really believe you can stop me? He said as he predicted Batman would fly upwards and aimed his hand there. From his gauntlet, a wire was released, wire wrapped around Batman, sending bolts of electricity straight through his body. Batman's teeth were gritted against the pain as he used one of the blades on his forearms to cut the wire, then used his advantage of high ground to jump down and attack, saying, "You are a defunct replica." The battle continued, turning uglier by the minute, with both men throwing every gadget, every trick, every shred of their skill at each other, matching each other's energy. Truly, counterparts. Owlman charged at Batman with a killing intent behind his eyes as he drew a blade from his belt, its edge gleaming with a deadly poison. Batman barely managed to dodge it, but Owlman was relentless. He forced Batman onto the defensive. the two men unleashed their attacks at one another. But just as Owlman seemed close to delivering the killing blow, Batman used the last of an opening to twist the blade and drive it into Owlman's ribs with a counterpunch. That blade shattered one of Owlman's ribs, and he gasped, stumbling back in pain. Before Batman could react, a hail of arrows came flying down all over Batman, which left him with no choice for Batman but to roll aside, but then some sort of blast threw Batman away as he knew it wasn't a gadget. He could see her flying in the air, with energy in her hands, blasting him with it until he hit the wall and crashed into a different room. "You should have known better, Bruce," spoke Owlman, holding on to his open wound, walking slowly due to the pain behind him, where Archer, Green Arrow's counterpart, and Aurora, an unidentified counterpart to the League. "You may be good, but I'm always one step ahead." He then looked around him and said, "Look at this, we've arrived at our destination." Batman looked around. He was in the throne room. It had a large opening, clearly made by Raiden and Firstborn's battle. At the ends of it, he could see Flash and Johnny Quick still running on the treadmills. He didn't recognize them, due to the memory loss, but he was curious to see the treadmills that we placed on the opposite side. He could see the gate was starting to form and open up. Close to the treadmill he could see a cage, where a girl was placed there. Noticing Batman's looking around, Owlman taunted more, saying, "Oh, you're wondering about our fellow speedsters. One runs to the future while the other runs to the past, creating a paradox. The energy then, instead of taking us to the past or future, takes us to the origin of life and time, Prime Earth." It wasn't hard to convince Johnny, just had to place a little speed bomb on his little sister's neck. If he stops running, her head explodes. As for your friend, Flash, well, I didn't even need anything, just seeing the little girl made him run. He then placed his hand on a bomb that Aurora had been holding with her energy. "This isn't fully ready due to you and that assassin's attack, but it should be enough to destroy one Earth." Hearing Owlman talk, Batman was curious as he asked, buying time, "Why do all of this? If you destroy Prime Earth, wouldn't your Earth be destroyed too?" The question made Owlman frown as he felt disappointed by his good counterpart, saying, "I had at least assumed you'd figure this out, because it's meaningless." Batman was even more confused to what Owlman had said, but he wasn't done, saying, "It's all meaningless." Owlman started off, his tone cold. "When Neil Queen came into my world and told me about multiple Earths, I was disappointed. Every action that I made, every choice, became all meaningless. Whether good or evil, there will always be some other counterpart, doing the opposite. If I were to spare someone, there is another Earth where I didn't. So, it was all meaningless." He paused, looking up at the ceiling again, a sinister grin crossing his face, and then it hit me. If nothing matters, if there are infinite Earths, possibilities, choices, all redundant in meaning, then there is actually only one realistic choice: destroying everything. Prime Earth is the foundation of the multiverse. Destroy it, and you destroy them all. That, his voice almost euphoric, is the only meaningful choice. Hearing that, Batman understood that the man in front of him was psychopathic, unhinged, not a mere evil counterpart, but rather, an abomination. He looked at him in the eyes, saying confidently, "We will not allow that." Suddenly, a blur of blue and black attacked Owlman with a kick, as he stumbled backward. It was Nightwing. Buying time had worked for Batman, swirling his Eskrima stick, which crackled with electricity from both ends, as he attacked Owlman. Each blow was precise, almost surgical in its placement, almost toying around with Owlman. All his counterattacks seemed useless, as if Nightwing was somehow designed to defeat him. Able to see all his moves ahead, and with the injury Batman inflicted on him, he was not faring well. Aurora, while shocked from the sudden attack, tried to unleash a blast at Nightwing, but before she could, Static was on her, crackling with electricity, and shot a stream of lightning with one hand toward her. Aurora stopped it with a wavering energy shield, but Rocket surged from above, launching a kinetic blast, which took Aurora full force and threw her against the wall. Nightwing wasn't alone. Owlman regained his balance and fought back against Nightwing, delivering a brutal uppercut. He quickly followed this up by using his leg in a swift motion to unbalance Nightwing, but Nightwing saw it coming, flipped back to get out of the move, and with a spinning foot hit Owlman in the chest, sending him back a few steps. "Batman used the same exact move on me when we were training, and I've thought this counter up for days. Glad that it worked. I knew this world's Batman kept strays around and taught them, but you aren't as good as you think you are," Owlman said. He wiped blood from his lip and launched a few shurikens right at Nightwing. The shuriken buried themselves uselessly on the wall behind Nightwing, as he had already saw them coming, and jumped with his stick. Using his acrobatic movements, he threw his own batarangs at him. Meanwhile, Archer was engaged in a fierce battle with Green Arrow. Their arrows cut through the air, each one just missing its target. As the two archers scrambled about, trying to get the better of each other, Archer laughed as he launched an arrow, splitting into three while still flying, thereby making Green Arrow duck for cover in three directions at once. But Green Arrow was one step ahead, launching an explosive arrow into the air, destroying all three. Is that all you've got? Not much of a counterpart. Mocked Green Arrow. Archer growled in frustration and released another barrage, but Green Arrow was ready and dodged under the arrows, and closing distance with a swift kick that soon had him sprawling. Looks like you don't have experience fighting people like yourself. Further across the room, Aurora had recovered and was now raining blows of energy constructs, blades, spears, spikes, at Static and Rocket. Rocket merely used her force field to block them all and protected Static with her, then created an opening for Static to attack. Static seized the opening, leaped midair, and sent an extraordinary pure form of lighting, directly straight toward Aurora. The force hit her square in the chest, knocking her out and sending her across the walls, causing a heart attack. There was no way that Batman could have remained standing for an ordinary person. His body just wanted to give in to the fighting that was going on around him. Batman glanced over to see Nightwing fighting Owlman in a no-holds-barred melee, each well aware and using every one of their tricks. It was Owlman who again became the first to try and create an opening and threw a flashbang into Nightwing's face. Nightwing wasn't fazed in the least, merely closing his eyes and activating his sound dampener in his suit. When the next attack came, he easily dodged it, and sent a kick into the center of Owlman's ribcage, right when Batman got him. Owlman grimaced in pain but was too angry to care as he lunged towards Nightwing, desperate and furious. Nightwing was faster than that. He turned, avoided the attack, and struck back with a crushing elbow strike right into the back of Owlman's head, who fell face first on the ground. Owlman tried to rise, but Nightwing didn't let up and connected a barrage of fast blows, leaving Owlman bruised and battered, then increased the intensity of the attacks, with his Eskrima, delivering a shocking amount of electricity to his core. Owlman convulsed in pain as the electricity ran through his body, his muscles tensing up while falling to his knees. Without releasing him, Nightwing smashed the last knee strike into his face, leaving him unconscious. Green Arrow had already taken care of his counterpart, and the battle was over. It was a victory for Batman's allies. Nightwing was immediately at Batman's side. He was concerned. Bruce, are you all right? We did it. We defeated him. But Raiden's still out there. He's the only one left. We need to help him. He needs you. Batman was in total pain. His battle with Owlman was too tiring. He was in pain, and the extra attacks by Aurora completely shattered his bones, but even still usually this wouldn't stop him. But today, he saw something that did. Nightwing, you go, Dick, I'm done here. I'll release Flash and Johnny and take them back to the Watchtower. Nightwing's eyes opened ever so wider in the weight of the words, knowing full well what Batman was implying. He was passing him the torch of leadership. He nodded and said, I won't disappoint you. Chapter 127. A blast of chaotic energy impacted the air where Dr. Fate had just been as his golden aura flared, allowing him to dodge. Narrowly, he stared off at his enemy, Clarion, the witch boy, but something was deeply off. The normally twinkling lights of the devilish childlike Lord of Chaos were nowhere to be found, replaced by something empty and unsettling as if he was a husk. His mouth twisted into a devilish smile. He was no longer the trickster that Fate knew. He was something darker, more inhuman. The Lords of Chaos must have done something to him. But before Dr. Fate could bring himself to react properly, Clarion shot. His hands, dark and twisting tentacles released from them, closing on Fate's limbs, wrapping around his body. In an instant, they were cut as Fate stood with a shield made of pure energy springing from his hand. It shone with a golden light as the tentacles struck it. Each impact created a crack. Clarion's attack was relentless, each strike more powerful than its predecessor. Clarion. Dr. Fate's voice resounded, echoing in the chamber, you must regain control. Do not let those fools rob you of who you are. A rather ironic shout. He was asking for his enemy to return to normal. But Clarion said nothing. His eyes turned hollow as he surged onto the attack, his waves of dark magic crashing against Fate's defenses. The air was engulfed with raw magic power, and the ground shook beneath their feet as it literally could not bear the amount of mana. Dr. Fate knew that this had to stop, now. He swept an arm out, creating a golden sigil, that of a cross with a rounded head. It pulsed with arcane energy, releasing it towards Clarion, seeking to knock him out at the least or to trap him within a prison of magic until he could be healed. But Clarion proved faster than expected. Without the shackles of his childish demeanor, he was a formidable enemy, a calculated one. He tore through the cross with a burst of dark energy, destroying it immediately. Let chaos be rampant. Ahaha. The witch boy's laughter became more twisted and hollow in sound as he raised a wave of the shadows, rushing at Fate like a wave. Dr. Fate created a wall of golden light to block the wave head-on. The two opposed attacks met, and light pushing up against the dark. But Clarion's magic was incredibly strong. This was him unleashed, Clarion no longer trying to play nice. Fate narrowed his eyes. He could feel it. The chaotic force that powered Clarion was only getting stronger, a sign that whatever Firstborn had done, it empowered Clarion beyond his normal capacity. Clarion charged again, and Dr. Fate was prepared, reading himself. He had to defeat Clarion, drive him back under control, yet just as he began to cast he saw Clarion's eyes burning with something new. It felt horrible, frightening even. Clarion clapped his hand, then placed them against the ground, and the earth opened up, releasing from the ground blasted dark glittering tentacles. It wasn't the same as the shadow ones he released earlier. No, these ones were real. They felt slimy and dark, as if they were alive. They blasted off towards Dr. Fate, who dodged through pure instinct. As he did so, he could feel the very fabric of reality around them start to distort under the strain left by the force of the attack. These are eldritch tentacles. Clarion's power was increasing, but now Fate understood this power. It wasn't the normal power of Chaos. They were different. It was almost as if Clarion was being consumed by some other being, and it was slowly becoming him. Dr. Fate knew he had to take action fast. Whatever this is, I cannot allow it to summon in our world. This is now a matter of order. He summoned the energy of order, forming a spear out of pure light and threw it at Clarion. The spear shone into the dark air, falling as if it was a comet. But Clarion's movements were inhumanly swift. He effortlessly dodged aside, and the blast was defended against by the tentacles, which formed a flesh shield around Clarion. With a mocking grin, the tentacles started to merge with Clarion's left hand as he raised it, creating a similar shield, a copy of Fate's shield, but instead of light, it was made out of shadow. Clarion flicked his wrist and the dark spear flew at Dr. Fate, blinding in speed. Though he deflected in time, the attack had left him open, something Clarion took full advantage of to close the distance within an instant, his left hand out, releasing the tentacles, going for Fate's helm. The impact had been brutal, sending Dr. Fate crashing down to the ground, his golden aura flickering as he got up, but he was at least safe. For a moment there, the tentacles almost took his helmet off. Before he could even regain his footing, the Lord of Chaos was upon him, his hand clamped upon the helm of Dr. Fate with a strength that should have been impossible to the witch boy. His eyes turned into a dark slit as he spoke. Order, that's who you serve, correct? The Lord of Order and Chaos, foolish beings. Dr. Fate called upon what strength he could muster. It was now or never. Clarion was close, a necessary sacrifice, as Fate muttered, divine order. As he spoke, from his helmet, a pulse of golden energy was released. The pulse spread through the room, destroying all the tentacles, and as Clarion was close, his body suffered the most, bleeding from his mouth. The pulse then turned into a massive light shield that shined down from behind Clarion and stabbed him in the chest. I see, you were trying to keep this one alive. Shame, spoke Clarion, his body destroyed and reeked, but the darkness in his eyes was different. It was bored, as if losing Clarion wasn't really a problem to it. Though you seem to have lost your power, shame. It's been 10,000 of years since I've fought a Lord of Order. As the entity inside Clarion finished speaking, a small tentacle came out of Clarion's mouth as it looked at Fate, who now had a destroyed, dead body, with the helmet on the ground, and left towards its true owner. Raiden was shocked, his eyes scanning Firstborn. He expected at least a few scratches, some marks, some signs of damage, yet, it wasn't there. Firstborn appeared to have been remade, as healthy as ever. This was not the first time Raiden was facing a strong foe, neither was it the first time he had met a warrior who had withstood a noble phantasm. In fact, some of his enemies have survived an onslaught of noble phantasms before, but this was different. The noble phantasm he had used was far stronger, especially against godlike beings like Firstborn. Enkidu's Enuma Elish was designed to humble the gods, to bind them, to destroy them. It wasn't supposed to be defended against so easily. Seeing Firstborn survive it unscathed, shook Raiden to his core. Raiden knew he could transform again and summon another servant, but he wasn't sure that that would help. Enkidu was already powerful, on par with a Grand Servant. His power was outstanding, even if he did not hold the title of Grand, and despite his trust in the system, which never failed him before, Raiden hesitated. The system always provided the right servant at the right time, but it wasn't a guarantee. For example, during the battle against Trigon, it summoned Orion. Orion was strong, and he alone could match Trigon. Still, he did not have the capability to defeat him. Raiden could have survived that battle, but not defeated Trigon. Only through Raven's help that he managed to win that battle, and that made him worry. What if the system gave him a servant who could only survive against Firstborn, but not defeat him? Surviving wasn't a winning option here. Firstborn planned to destroy not just the world but the entire multiverse. Firstborn smiled at Raiden's lost expression and said, I am disappointed. I know that look. It's of a man defeated, one who has come to the realization that he has bitten off more than he could chew. Are you finding ways to slip out of my hands? Coming up with a way to plead with me, beg for mercy? I don't have any of those in my core. I live to wreak havoc, to destroy those who dare to stand against me, and right now, that's you. Firstborn continued, I'll give you one chance, stand proud and fight to your death, at least let the people see you die with dignity. Not that it'll be a glorious death. I'll decimate your body, toy with it. I'll hang your head on the steps to my castle on Olympus, your head will be at the doorstep for all to see. As he listened to the near-comically evil speech, Raiden could not help but smile. I thought you knew me or at least something about me, I guess you're not very well informed, are you? Raiden said, smiling, you see, I don't give up, and I don't run away, never fought a battle where I decided to flee, my enemies might run, but me? I fight to the death, and I take offense to all the shit you just said. So, prepare yourself, I shall go all out now. Merlin. As soon as Raiden called out to Merlin, the battlefield changed, the desolation of the crater created by that noble phantasm became a lush, beautiful landscape, to the left and right, fields of green, with flowers stretched as far as the eye could see, further ahead stood an enormous white tower, and above, the sun shone radiantly in the sky, shining heavenly. It was paradise, true to the word, befitting Merlin's creation. Merlin dropped lightly, floating at Raiden's side, my lord, are we to begin? He asked with a smile. Of course, Raiden said. Everything changed with Merlin in the way, Raiden's aura flared, his strength surging from the buffs coming from the Garden of Avalon, an eternally secluded utopia where any evil that entered its borders would suffer, Firstborn's body filling with debuffs and weakening spells, as correctly stated by the chant that created this noble phantasm. Only those free of sin may pass. Free from those debuffs, Raiden only grew stronger, adding to it Merlin's hero creation skill, increasing Raiden's strength and magic. In this moment, Raiden felt as if his magical power was limitless, as if he was back on Autumn where he could change his servants at will. Let's dance, shall we? Raiden said, preparing for a glorious battle. Chapter 128. Not a second passed by. As the battle began, Raiden was already in his Arthur form, with Excalibur in his hand, then he rushed towards Firstborn, knowing this fight was going to take every amount of strategy and strength he had, it would have to be a battle of endurance. At every turn, Raiden had to chip away at his opponent, with every servant he had ever fought using every trick in the book just to weaken Firstborn. His plan was simple but hard to achieve, weaken the Firstborn enough that, when he transforms again, the system would grant him a servant strong enough to defeat Firstborn. With Excalibur's golden glow, Raiden closed in on the Firstborn, aiming a slash at his neck, but as if it was a casual occurrence, Firstborn raised a hand to block the legendary sword slash as if it were nothing. In fact, it was Raiden that felt a reverberating force his arm due to the impact. And before he could react, Firstborn had delivered a crushing punch to his face, sending him flying backward. Oh, you thought by weakening me using the strange energy of this land, you could defeat me? Utterly shameless and foolish. Firstborn taunted, his tone filled with disgust, I am beyond you, I am eternal. In an instant, Firstborn closed the distance between him and Raiden, the latter braced himself for the assault by transforming himself into his most durable form, Heracles. Unleashing an endless onslaught of punches, Firstborn pummeled Raiden. He was defending himself and tried to deliver some punches, but he was severely outmatched. However, at the right time, Merlin plunged from above, swooping down with the glow of a golden beam from his sword. Firstborn turned toward the new threat, raising his left hand in an attempt to block the beam of light. This gave Raiden an opportunity to land a heavy blow, this time forcing Firstborn back, but it was hardly enough. The combined strength of Raiden and Merlin barely resulted in a scratch. We need to do more, Raiden muttered, his voice filled with frustration. Closing his eyes he sent a mental message to Merlin as he transformed yet again, now into Ashwatthama, calling out to his noble phantasm, the chakram, then activating all his strengthening skills he focused on the attack. The chakram was flaming as it flew directly at Firstborn, he caught it with both hands, the spinning wheel ground to a halt, but Raiden had anticipated this, it was merely a distraction. From the left and right, Raiden and Merlin attacked simultaneously, Raiden now in his Siegfried form, sword raised high. The evil dragon shall fall. Ba Mung. Raiden unleashed his noble phantasm. On the right, Merlin followed suit with his mock Excalibur, the two attacks combining into a brilliant explosion of energy. The Firstborn was caught right in the middle and fell to his knees under the intense pressure. Raiden wasn't done, transforming into his Arthur form once again he started to chant, Excalibur. The golden beam of light continued its attack on Firstborn, a combined attack of 4 noble phantasms. But when the dust settled, Raiden had nothing to smile about. Firstborn still knelt there, panting but undefeated, unharmed, the disgusted look still on his face as he spoke. Not enough, he looked at Raiden and screamed. Show me more. Raiden's instinct screamed at him as something was behind him and he'd sidestepped just in time to avoid a mass of writhing tentacles reaching out of the void. He hadn't seen that one coming, a new, disgusting ability from Firstborn. The tentacles multiplied, seemingly appearing out of thin air as if the very atmosphere had been torn open. Firstborn's twisted grin widened. "Let me show you true despair." The tentacles chased Merlin and Raiden, but after the two created a distance, instead of chasing them, the tentacles started to open their mouths. From the depths of their horrifying circular mouths, a laser of dark fire was unleashed, forcing Raiden and Merlin away to the edges of the garden. "She's here," Merlin said out of nowhere, his voice utterly calm. Raiden nodded, relief washing over him. "Good. Let her in. We need all the help we can get." Merlin opened a section of the Gardens of Avalon, and a dark red laser cut through the battlefield impacting Firstborn, and cutting his chest open, the first wound that was inflicted upon him ever since Enkidu's noble phantasm. The blood gushed out as he felt true pain from it. He looked at his new opponent, with a cursed spear in hand. Scathach was his new opponent. "A worthy one, show me." Nightwing, Green Arrow, Rocket, and Static showed up as well as Nightwing said, "What's the situation?" "There's no situation," Raiden replied with a dark look on his face. "We either beat him, or Earth is gone, it's as simple as that." Merlin activated his magic on the team, powering it up, and infusing them with renewed strength. "Everyone, focus on those tentacles, give me time to recover, do not engage Firstborn, there's only death in facing him," Raiden ordered. Nightwing nodded as he said, "The others should be here soon, the battle outside is almost over." "Good. Now go." While tentacles were keeping the rest busy, Scathach was fighting Firstborn directly. Though he was far stronger, the cursed spear of Scathach chipped at his defense, bringing forth damage that not even a person like him, self-proclaimed beyond a god, could keep unscathed. But with every strike, she left him, in agonizing pain, as the curse chewed through his very being. As he sensed that he was being truly pushed back, Firstborn smiled as he spoke. "This is surprising, I expected him to be the one to push me to the edge, but you are a variable I didn't recognize. If so, I shall truly go all out, I shall show you what I meant by surpassing the gods." Firstborn created a distance between him and Scathach as hundreds of tentacles blocked her way, giving him time to change into his true form, his arms and legs twisting in impossible ways with a disgusting crack sounding out across the battlefield. His skin, already wretched in color, began to bubble up and squirm as if like there was something underneath that wanted out. His dark red eyes rolled into the back of his skull, only to be left with a hollow gaping hole that covered all of his face. His flesh started to rip away and stretch, long jagged slits from his skin tearing open, flowing across his body, to show a seething mass of wriggling, pulsating tendrils inside. The tendrils were coated in a sticky tar-like liquid, each ending with a razor-sharp, barbed claw. The tendrils tangled, lashed, and coiled around each other. There was an eternal cyclone, living flesh, and a nightmare of shadows. His mouth yawned impossibly wide, splitting his face in half as rows of needle-like teeth erupted from his jaws. A monstrosity on the battlefield, grotesque as an undead god, all that was human in his shape blended away and was lost. He was surrounded by a dark aura that distorted reality and changed the air into colors of unnatural shapes, defying every law of reason, an abomination that shouldn't exist, a being that defied the laws of existence, a being that the world refused to accept. Then his voice came back, only it was no longer his alone. There was a darker, more horrifying voice dominating him, reverberating on the battlefield as if 100 of him were speaking. "I am he, the crawling chaos, madness incarnate that devours worlds. The harbinger of despair." What now stood before Raiden, Scathach, and others was no longer something of this world. It was an entity of pure terror. "I've had many names, but one that truly represented me was Nyarlathotep." Chapter 129. I've had many names, but one that truly represented me was Nyarlathotep. Raiden and everyone observed the monstrosity that had been summoned on the Garden of Avalon. As he looked at them, or at least they assumed he was, his new appearance was so horrific that one could not tell where he was even looking. "Do you understand now why you failed before? You called me an abomination, correct? An antithesis of humanity, of dreams, of life. Ha 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 ha, you were not wrong. I am an outer god. I refuse existence." As he screamed those words, the Garden of Avalon, which was giving Raiden strength, started to break down and crack until it was completely destroyed. "You will not contain me." Then in an instant he closed the distance on Raiden, his claw-like hands almost cutting his neck. The latter dodged backward, but he wasn't fast enough. Raiden barely dodged past Nyarlathotep. Whistling air was heard as the clawed hands swept by within inches from his throat. Even so, that swipe's force sent him tumbling backward to skid across the crumbling ground. Scathach, being a warrior to the bone, did not need any signal. in an instant, she flashed forward, her crimson spear glowing with deadly malice. The spear itself could bore through the greatest of armors and did not flinch as it pointed at Nyarlathotep's chest, but he seemed to shift, ripple like he was shadow and mist, so that the weapon passed through him harmlessly. Chuckling again, his voice resonated in 1,000 voices speaking in a chorus of oneness, echoing on top of one another. A valiant effort, futile nonetheless. Do you not understand? Your weapons, your magic mean less than nothing against an outer god. Skathaka's eyes narrowed, reading herself for another assault. At the same time, Nightwing, Rocket, and Static leapt into action. Nightwing charged an array of explosive batrangs, each charged with the juice of enough power to bring down a building. As for Rocket, her hands glowed with purple kinetic energy blasts that rained down upon the entity's core, and finally Static, buzzing with electricity, summoned a massive bolt of lightning, aiming it directly at Nyarlathotep. The combined onslaught was blinding, a flash of light and energy which would have destroyed any mortal foe. Still their enemy was not mortal. As the light faded, Nyarlathotep stood utterly unharmed. His form writhed and twisted in ways more grotesque and terrifying by the second. You think you can harm me with such trivialities? I am beyond your comprehension. Nyarlathotep roared, shaking the very foundations of reality with his voice. Rocket's eyes widened with horror. How do we stop something like that? Static gritted his teeth and powered up for another attack. Just hit him harder. No, Raiden said, his voice still calm. Even in this chaos, we need to stall him as much as possible. But before any plan could be formulated, Nyarlathotep struck out once more, his tendrils cut through the air like whips. Raiden transformed instantly, shifting into his servant form of Iskandar. He met Nyarlathotep head-on, their impact sending shockwaves that rattled the ruined garden. The impact shook Raiden to his very core. Iskandar was strong, his sword clashed with Nyarlathotep's claws, lighting crackling around him, but strength wasn't why he chose Iskandar. Your resistance is amusing. But it ends now. Yeah. Let me show the true resistance of humanity. Come, gather around again. Fearless fighters who all dreamed of reaching the farthest land. The marks we make here will be our glory. Ionioi Hitairoi. As the reality marble took hold, the world shifted into a barren desert, a red sky burning above. Still clashing with Nyarlathotep, Raiden gritted his teeth and summoned the full might of Iskandar's noble phantasm. Behind his back, a 10,000-strong army emerged, legendary and mythical warriors who served King Iskandar. They screamed in a courageous manner as they charged against the outer god, resounded across the sands. Their charge shook the ground, and dust rose in clouds with their charging figures at a distance, raising their weapons high in a yell of battle. His many eyes shifted, though Nyarlathotep found his regard saturated with twisted amusement for the incoming horde. More souls to be devoured. Well, then, he sneered, form rippling with dark energy. I shall grant you all that honor of becoming nothing. Raiden stepped back to let the army pour by him with all its might in front of the eldritch horror. He watched with rapt attention as they fell on Nyarlathotep like a storm, their weapons glinting as they attacked with all their might. Spears, arrows, swords, all clashed with the eldritch god. But Nyarlathotep was beyond mortal comprehension. With one slash of his claw, an entire rank of soldiers vanished into thin air, disintegrating into nothingness before they could even scream in terror. He moved through the army like a plague, jumping from one side to a side, his tendrils of darkness snatching warriors from the ground, crushing them in an instant, his tentacles extended piercing tens of soldiers, his mouth releasing a dark fire that burnt away the soldiers, fully erasing them. Raiden watched in anger as the remainder of his army was killed off. There was nothing to do but witness the eradication of the once unstoppable force that Iskandar's army had been. Even their strength, bravery, and loyalty could not stand up against an outer god. Knowing full well that he summoned them to stall for time, Raiden felt a slight pang at their manner of death. It only took him less than 10 minutes to completely eradicate the army. They crumbled to nothing but scattered ashes in the wind, giving Nyarlathotep a joyous scream. More blood, more. Entertain me, fools. Raiden breathed hard as he turned back to normal. Defeat was heavy upon him. His fists clenched with the thought of summoning another servant, though the chances remained impossibly against them. But before he could do anything else, a new presence showed itself. Across the desert of Byalia, a red dash of hope came flying away, creating a gust of wind. From the sky dropped a figure, his red cape fluttering behind his back, his eyes aglow with an intense determination. The man of hope. The man of steel, Superman. Superman landed next to Raiden, his eyes locked on Nyarlathotep. Looks like you guys might need some help here. Raiden looked at the heroic entrance with annoyance as he said, where the fuck have you been? This made Superman scratch his head in shame as he said, my apologies for leaving you alone last time. I didn't expect him to have something like that. Yeah, time to make it up for me. That thing is the strongest in the world right now, we need to weaken it, enough that I'm able to summon a perfect servant for him, said Raiden, to which Superman smiled as he said. Worry not, you are not alone, we will all help, said Superman, to which Raiden raised an eyebrow saying, all. As he asked that, a gate opened behind him, a massive one, coming out of it, was the full might of the Justice League, and the team. Wonder Woman walked towards Raiden and placed her hands on his shoulder saying, a king must have an army, correct? Well, we apologize for being late, my king. Raiden nodded as he said, everyone. This outer god claims that he's here to devour Earth, that we, humans, aliens, or any mortal, don't deserve this land as ours. Are we willing to accept that as truth? No. Since I claim to be your king, I have the right to not accept it on your behalf. As such, I command you. Justice League of Earth. Show this outer god the power of mortals. Chapter 130. Raiden's eyes locked onto the menacing form of Nyarlathotep, a dark and twisted manifestation of cosmic horror that they either defeated today or lost their home to it. As he tried to move, Raiden was surprised to see a spear in front of him. No, stay and recover, Scathach said, her voice flat and firm. Raiden turned towards her, his eyes narrowing. I can't do that, if I allow him to rampage more, he might kill one of us. This is a war, you are not responsible for everyone's life, she said, and her tone was not one to argue with. First was Neil, then Firstborn, if you go into battle now, you'll only exhaust yourself further, recover. Raiden's hands tightened. This is not a fight we're likely to win, Raiden, we need you, ready, not tired. I know it hurts you that some have been injured due to this day's battle, but this is what you have to endure. If you are to become a king, watch from the back, and prepare yourself, I will weaken him for you, Scathach said. Raiden hesitated, his gaze flicking to the battlefield, where members of the Justice League were already attacking. He knew she was right, his mana reserves were low, his body protesting with tired muscles and aching bones from battles prior. Fine, don't die out there, Shusho, he spoke as he sat down, starting to meditate, in the same way Merlin had taught him, trying to recover as much mana as possible, before his next big transformation. Scathach nodded briefly, and then returned her attention to Nyarlathotep. As if she was never there, like a blur she joined the attack. Wonder Woman was next as she swung her sword skillfully through the air. She slashed at Nyarlathotep's stomach, and the blade flared with godly energy as it struck, but the Amazonian could not force her way through the eldritch fluid armor of the outer god. He didn't even care for her, as with one hand, he swatted her away like a fly. The other members started to join the fight. Nightwing was the first to dive in. His acrobatics were unmatched as he sprang and flipped around Nyarlathotep, searching for an opening. A barrage of explosive discs flew from his hands but fizzled out upon contact with the dark aura that clung to the entity. A tendril of shadow lashed out, catching Nightwing mid-air and penetrating through his left abdomen. A mortal such as yourself should simply kneel and present thy head in shame, laughed Nyarlathotep. No. Dick, screamed Superboy. Joined by Supergirl, they charged at Nyarlathotep with all of their power, managing to hit him a few good times before it became clear they really were outclassed. His laughter resounded through the battlefield as he caught both of them by their throats, lifting them with an effortless motion. Then he smacked them together onto their own selves before he then threw both of them away to dodge the incoming blur attack. Kid Flash was the blur that had intervened, creating a cyclone around the outer god, trying to confuse him by his speed. Nyarlathotep regarded him with sharp, almost anticipatory eyes, like he had watched every movement before it had been made. Then from his body, hundreds of small piercing tentacles erupted in every position possible, 3 of them piercing Wally's legs, forcing him to stutter and fall directly while he screamed in pain. Wally! Screamed Artemis as she released a few explosive arrows at Nyarlathotep. Is this all you humans amount to? Earth's resolve and might is so shallow, spoke Nyarlathotep as the smoke from the explosion dissipated. Green Arrow and Black Canary charged in. The couple tried to buy time for Artemis to take away Wally from the battle. The precise shots of Arrow and the sonic scream of Canary combined in one final, desperate bid to find a weakness, but Nyarlathotep was sick of playing with them. He didn't even attempt to guard as his hand released a dark beam towards Dinah. She wasn't fast enough to dodge it, but Green Arrow jumped in front of her, taking the full blow. Before Nyarlathotep could finish them off, a green barrier covered them, and then another water attack hit him from the side. Turning to face it, Aqualad's blades were already at his neck, but they did no damage before he could retaliate. Nyarlathotep was hit with a green hammer. He was surrounded by the 3 Green Lanterns and Aqualad. More and more of you keep spoiling my mood. I want a real challenge, not this farce. As the dust settled, only Superman, Wonder Woman, and Scathach remained standing, albeit bruised and battered. Superman wiped blood from his mouth, determination burning in his eyes. "We're not done yet," he growled, launching himself at Nyarlathotep once more. "You are the most tenacious, hope is what you represent, correct? Well, hope won't amount to muck dash." Before he could finish, the spear of curses pierced through him, currently the only thing that inflicted a slight tiny bit of pain on him. In anger, Nyarlathotep turned around, hitting Scathach with the force of all his tentacles that had not been used since starting the battle. 4 of them latched to his back. But before he could continue the attack, his tentacles were wrapped together with a golden lasso. Wonder Woman in the distance, held her ground as he attempted to escape her hold. Her lasso crackled with divine energy, trying to bind the outer god. "Truly a magnificent item, but I am no god, dear sister, I am beyond that." As he said those words, for the first time in history, Wonder Woman's lasso was cut through, the tentacles releasing themselves from it before she could react. Wonder Woman found herself facing the full force of the massive-sized tentacles. She dodged, but it was too late. Her right hand was completely cut through, a gush of blood released, as she fell to her knees screaming in agony. "Diana!" shouted Superman in anger as he closed the distance to defend her from the rest of the tentacles. His 2 hands caught 2 of them, but the other 2 were free, but not for long, as Scathach cut one of them using the full force of her noble phantasm, GAEBOLG, before latching on the other one with her full body, stopping it at its tracks. "AGH!" screamed Nyarlathotep. For the first time since the battle started, the only pain that he's truly suffered was the cut on one of his 4 tentacles. The problem was, it took a full-force noble phantasm from Scathach, as she and Superman were only holding on to the other 3. Retrieving his tentacles, Nyarlathotep screamed, "You are all dead." "Pathetic," spoke Scathach, to which Superman nodded. "He's like a child that's never felt pain." "Let's inflict more," said Scathach. Superman and Scathach nodded at each other, a silent understanding passing between them. They knew that it was up to them, the only ones remaining. A moment later, they charged at Nyarlathotep from either side, surprisingly synchronized, as if they had been fighting together for years. The first to try was Superman, flying low and very fast. Twin beams of searing energy flared from his eyes, cutting in direct lines into Nyarlathotep's core. The outer god raised a hand, trying to absorb the attack, but before he could do much more than react, Scathach was upon him. She became one with the shadows, swift as one, her form a blur as she darted in with Gibalg at the ready, aimed for Nyarlathotep's throat. That spear's enchanted point sheared clean through dark energy, enveloping Nyarlathotep to the inky blackness that comprised his form. Nyarlathotep hissed in pain, his form rippling as he staggered back. Superman took advantage of the opportunity, ramming into Nyarlathotep with all he had. That was a shockingly huge blow that would send shockwaves through the battlefield and crack the ground beneath them. But the outer god recovered quickly, his form shifting and twisting as dark tendrils lashed out at both of them. Scathach spun gracefully, her spear cutting through tendrils with fluid, precise motions. Every strike was deliberate to deflect and destroy, but Nyarlathotep's onslaught was relentless. Superman charged in a second time, his fists blurring as he rained punches on Nyarlathotep. He was moving at incomprehensible speeds. "So this is it. Show me more Kryptonian. Show it all your power, all of it," screamed Nyarlathotep, sidestepping one of Superman's punches. The outer god turned and struck the man of steel backhanded across the chest with enough force to send him careening through the air. Scathach didn't waste any time. As Nyarlathotep whirled to meet Superman, she was already on the wing. She flung at the creature with all her might, the spear whirred in a killing trajectory as it bit into the very heart of the creature, but Nyarlathotep unnaturally twisted his body, dodging by an inch. "Even if you hit it, I have hundreds of hearts." "Ha ha ha ha!" Nyarlathotep swung his clawed hand at Scathach with a smile, but she acrobatically dodged out of the way. Superman recovered and rejoined the fray, charging at Nyarlathotep from behind. The attacks of the unlikely duo blended into a deadly rhythm. Raw power, like that which Superman could wield, was coupled with unmatched expertise at the spear, which only Scathach could boast of, a dynamic that would kill most entities in the world. But the outer god was different kind of entity. Scathach darted toward Superman, her spear flashing to deflect a tendril that had been heading into his head. "Stay close," she spoke, her voice still calm, even amongst all this chaos. Superman nodded and followed her lead as best he could, moving in sync with her while he trusted in her instincts and experience. Scathach weaved in and out of Nyarlathotep's reach, guiding Superman to exploit openings in the outer god's defense. When she struck high, Superman was low. When she went left, he circled right. For the first time, Nyarlathotep wasn't able to predict the attacks. His form twisted and writhed in agony as his body strained to keep up the unending barrage. He growled again and sent a wave of dark tentacles from all sides, just like he did with Wally, that forced Superman and Scathach back. Nyarlathotep's form surged forward, faster than either could react, he struck Scathach first, realizing she was the key, his hand a blur as it connected with her stomach, cutting her shallowly as she dodged, but she couldn't dodge his back tentacles, the strong ones. Two of them delivered an attack that sent her flying across the battlefield, almost breaking every bone in her upper half. "I've failed," thought Scathach as she passed out. Enraged, Superman charged at Nyarlathotep with a strong uppercut. The outer god caught the fist in midair with a grin. "I had a feeling you wouldn't be as smart as that one. You are powerful, but she was the guide. I win." Nyarlathotep's eyes gleamed with a mocking smile as he increased the pressure, crushing Superman's hand. Grunting again with pain, Superman summoned his strength and broke free of Nyarlathotep's hold. He launched a wild, roundhouse-type punch at the entity, but Nyarlathotep easily dodged it, before returning the favor with three of his strong back tentacles punching Superman to the ground. By the time Superman was staggering around, trying to get his bearings back, when another of the tentacles hit him, then another, and another, but the Man of Steel refused to fall. He was going to fight forever if he had to protect his home. Superman clenched his teeth, attempting to find the strength to stand, but his body refused to move. Nyarlathotep walked slowly towards his opponent as he spoke. "Earth's hope has fallen," as his hand moved to claw out his heart. But just before that killing blow, a brilliant flash of light burst from the sky. Nyarlathotep paused, his eyes flicking upward, as the light grew. As a figure dropped down from the heavens, radiating power. "Firstborn!" shouted the figure as he delivered a punch so strong it shattered everything behind Nyarlathotep as well. The ground, the mountains, and even the distant castle of Byalia were affected. Energy seeped through the figure as his deep voice filled with anger. "You betrayed me, tried to take away my only chance at recovering my home. You will die today." The smile of Nyarlathotep slipped for the first time as he turned to regard the newcomer. "Neil Queen, interesting, so you survived." Chapter 131. Raiden opened his eyes and found himself in a dark, yet oddly serene place. A soft blue aura surrounded him, providing a sense of calm. He could walk, talk, and observe, but the surroundings felt unfamiliar. As he moved forward, he noticed a figure in the distance. The closer he got, the more details he could make out, a beautiful face, almost angelic, with the grace of a model. Yet, something was off. Her face lacked the warmth of a living being, more like a doll than a person. He knew instantly she wasn't human. "You are, Alea," Raiden said, locking eyes with her. The robotic-looking girl turned to him, her expression blank. "Welcome, Raiden." "Yes, it's me." "Yeah, I know it's you. But where am I? What is this place though?" asked Raiden as he looked around. Alea opened a screen in front of him, displaying an image of his mind. Or rather, a visualization of the system within it. You're inside your mind, or to be more precise, within the system. This is a state invoked by your deep focus, meditation, and the system's intervention. So, this is like my mental space or something. Usually, I get this when I pass out. Pretty sure I didn't pass out or anything this time, right? Raiden replied, confusion lacing his tone. "No, you didn't," Alea confirmed. "The entity you're facing is so powerful that the system couldn't complete an analysis and provide you with the correct servant. I apologize for that." Raiden sighed. "It's not your fault, Alea. I can tell this opponent is something beyond what any of us could have predicted, too powerful. I can only think of a few servants that might defeat him, and even then." Before he could continue, Alea cut him off. "Yes, but they would either destroy Earth or your surroundings. That's the dilemma I face. This is why I've decided to do something else. I've decided to relinquish my position as the system itself and hand it all over to you." Raiden was taken aback. "What does that even mean?" Alea explained, "The system was never actually your power, Raiden. The power has always been within you, the throne has always been yours, the system merely regulated it. You've broken the system before by transforming twice, becoming Edmond Dantes, not to mention when you forced an update when you were in danger, nearly killing yourself in the process. My duty has always been to grant you the right servant at the right time, and usually, I succeeded. But there were occasions where I failed." "I've never thought you failed me, Alea," Raiden said, comforting her. "From your perspective, it might seem that way," she spoke as she added, "but let me give you some examples. The first servant you ever transformed into was Berserker Heracles. It made sense because of your rage and need for strength. Later on, you transformed into others, but did you know I made a miscalculation during your first battle with Trigon? I gave you Medea because I thought you'd be fighting mages from the Cult of Blood, but when Trigon appeared, I realized my failure. I should have realized that it was not enough. I ended up forcing your body beyond its limits and summoning a grand servant early on, to save you." Raiden sighed again. It doesn't matter, you saved me anyways, you did what was necessary given the situation. I should have accounted for the situation changing, Alea insisted, her voice tinged with guilt. She had always been Gaia's most faithful servant, and failing Gaia's chosen, failing Raiden, felt like a personal failure. She blamed herself for it harshly. Alea, listen to me, Raiden said firmly. I've never blamed you for any of this. Your choices have saved me more times than I can count. Whether it was giving me Scathach when I faced Ares or Hohenheim when I needed to stop Nabu, you've always had my back. I don't think I would have made better choices myself. If anything, I would have just spammed Gilgamesh over and over again until the king killed me for overworking him. Alea smiled softly, relieved that Raiden didn't hold her responsible for any mistakes. Well, that's the problem I'm facing now. Servants like Gilgamesh, Arjuna Altar, or Solomon could defeat the enemy, but their collateral damage would be catastrophic. Even using a reality marble wouldn't be enough, since the required force will destroy any reality marble you can create, and I know you'd never allow that. So instead of making the choice for you, I'm giving you the options. From now on, the full knowledge of the system will be in your brain. All the servants in the throne, their history, their abilities, it's all yours now. You've grown, Raiden. You've become someone who can stand among these servants, even without their powers. Raiden smiled, though it was tinged with concern. It feels like more of a burden than a gift, to be honest. It is a burden, Alea admitted. You'll have to adapt. Something I never told you is that the servants often demand to be transformed. Remember when I gave you Karna against Black Beetle? He asked for you, it wasn't because you needed him, but because he wanted to see the world through your eyes. Some of them even admire you. From now on, you'll need to manage that yourself. Raiden sighed deeply. It's like you've handed me your workload. Pretty much, Alea replied with a smirk. But I trust you can handle it. Raiden nodded, focusing on the servant list in his mind. Some could easily defeat Nyarlathotep, but the collateral damage would be immense. Servants like Grand Assassin Hassan could inflict the concept of death, but Nyarlathotep wasn't a being, he was a disaster. He couldn't be killed in the conventional sense. Since the world considers him a natural disaster, it's like suggesting that you inflict the concept of death on a volcano or a hurricane. Others, such as the dragon Vritra, would bring destruction on a massive scale, creating millions of dragon. That would eat the world quite literally, obviously unacceptable under the current circumstances. As Raiden scanned the list, one servant stood out as a potential match, but choosing them would come with dire consequences. Alea immediately reacted. What are you doing? That's not a good choice. Raiden turned to her, his expression resolute. I have no other choice. Alea wasn't having it. Yes, you do. Any other servant would be better. This is death. You could die. You don't know what you're facing. You don't know what he is. We don't even know what kind of conceptual being you could be summoning. Raiden lowered his head before looking up, determination in his eyes. All my other options lead to the destruction of Earth, the death of my friends, or this. Alea's voice trembled. Raiden, you could die. Please. She thought of Gaia. Raiden was Gaia's chosen, the planet's last hope. As Gaia's servant, Alea felt this deeply. She had doubted Raiden at first, but he had proven her wrong time and again. But now, the choice he made could lead to his death. The entity he was about to summon was so powerful that he could erase not just Earth but the universe itself. I know this choice isn't perfect, Raiden said, but I have to take it. I'll convince him. I know I can. If she could, why can't I? He helped her before, he can help me too. Alea realized she had no other option but to accept his decision. Good luck, Raiden. You truly are the last hope for all of us. Chapter 132. Why did you do it? Ha, firstborn. Why did you betray me? I trusted you. I brought you here because I thought we were the same, both seeking revenge on the world. But not like this. To erase it? You tortured me, and experimented on me, trying to use me to destroy the entire multiverse, to destroy my home. The place I have done so much to fix. And here you are aiming to destroy my home. Neil Queen said, his voice trembling with utter rage. His words echoed across the battlefield, carried by the sheer force of his anger. Power surged within him, amplified by what he absorbed from Raiden and the enhancements from Almond's experiments. His current power was double what it was when he fought Raiden, though last time, he couldn't contain it. Right now, with the rage and anger seething inside him, he couldn't care less about the side effects. His body was on the verge of breaking, but it didn't matter. The sense of betrayal consumed him, fueling his desire for revenge, no matter the cost. Nyarlathotep looked at him with a sinister smile and spoke, "Betrayed you? You're mistaken, Neil Queen. There was no betrayal because I was never on your side to begin with. You were merely a pawn, a tool for me to gain access to this place. Let me clarify something you seem to be missing. Owlman was the one who devised the plan to destroy the multiverse using Prime Earth." He continued, "Me. I couldn't care less. The idea of destroying the multiverse bored me. After all, my goal in life is to create as much chaos and destruction as possible. But I realized that the technique of destroying Prime Earth was utterly stupid and weak. So, I decided to get creative, to destroy the multiverse one by one, each universe with destruction so raw and chaotic that the world itself would beg for its death." As Neil heard this, his anger exploded. He rushed directly into the fray, attacking the firstborn with a ferocity that matched his fury. His energy was exploding out of him, each punch creating massive blasts that shook the ground. Fortunately, it was only him and the firstborn in the vicinity. The others had either been defeated, retreated, or were already away from the battle. Nyarlathotep started laughing as he effortlessly defended against Neil's attacks. To an onlooker, it might have seemed like Neil Queen was winning. He was relentlessly destroying the tentacles that Nyarlathotep used to defend himself, with each burst of energy blasting apart the landscape. Neil's power surged, his attacks growing in intensity. He was a force of nature, each punch shattering the ground, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. It seemed like Neil Queen was prevailing, his strength now comparable to that of 10 Supermens. His energy kept building as he continued to pummel Nyarlathotep, shattering tentacles and drawing blood. But then, something happened that Neil didn't expect. In an instant, Nyarlathotep's entire body healed, rather, it is more accurate to say, it was reconstructed with a sinister, crawling smile spreading across his face as he spoke. "Did you have your fun? Well, now it's time to show you what an outer god really is." As Neil prepared to deliver a powerful punch, one of Nyarlathotep's great tentacles moved to block the attack. The punch, which would have obliterated Nyarlathotep earlier, was stopped as if it were a mere tap from a child. Realizing that Nyarlathotep was now revealing his true strength, Neil was struck in the face by another tentacle, then another. The 3 remaining tentacles on Nyarlathotep's back, minus the one destroyed by Scathach, began to simultaneously strike Neil Queen. Each blow was devastating, not just in strength, but in how it hit directly at Neil's core. He could feel his bones cracking, his body losing control. The energy that had once felt so powerful meant nothing against the godlike being before him. It was a harsh awakening. Despite doubling his power, Neil's strongest attacks couldn't land a decisive blow against Nyarlathotep. But just as all hope seemed lost, fate intervened. A golden, shining lasso wrapped around one of Nyarlathotep's tentacles, yanking him backward and halting his assault on Neil Queen. As Nyarlathotep turned to see who had done this, he saw her, Wonder Woman, standing there with her left hand gripping the lasso of truth, a lasso he had personally destroyed, now reformed by sheer will, the power of the Olympians, and Zeus himself. Blood gushed from her right hand that was cut by him, and though she was in agony, she remained resolute. Wonder Woman looked at Neil Queen as she nodded, forcing Nyarlathotep back with just one hand. Her eyes glowed blue, and the sky darkened as lightning struck all around. "I am the daughter of Zeus, forged by divine will, the princess of Themyscira. I vowed to protect the world of man, no matter the cost. Even if I lose an arm, a leg, or my very heart, I will stand and fight against evil. By my will, I will prevail." As she shouted these words, the power of the lasso began to lock onto Nyarlathotep's tentacles, forcing him back, and opening him up to Neil Queen's attacks. With lightning striking from the skies, Neil unleashed a barrage of punches, each releasing massive blasts of energy, pushing Nyarlathotep further and further back. Blood gushed from Nyarlathotep as he was relentlessly pummeled. It was at this moment that Nyarlathotep felt his greatest humiliation, not because he was going to lose, for he knew he was still capable of winning. After all, he knew for a fact that he was going to outlast them. They both were on the verge of breaking. His greatest humiliation was the fact that he was being toyed with. He was unable to do anything, unable to enact his chaotic nature, unable to laugh and destroy. Instead, he was stuck in a loop of destruction, his tentacles forced back, lightning stunning him, and Neil Queen's relentless assault tearing him apart. Slowly but surely, the lasso managed to cut through one of Nyarlathotep's tentacles, sending him into a world of pain as he screamed in agony. Ag! But as soon as the tentacle was severed, Nyarlathotep struck back, delivering a powerful punch directly at Neil Queen, sending him flying, and with the lightning ceasing, Nyarlathotep was finally free, just as he predicted, he outlasted the two of them, but his anger, it didn't falter as his two remaining tentacles surged forward. "You fucking peasants! You damned mortals! You utter trash, die die die," he roared, his rage boiling over. With a single, devastating attack, both of his tentacles pierced Neil Queen's, creating a deep hole in his chest, blood splattering all over as his eyes lost their brightness. Neil Queen died. Enraged beyond reason, Nyarlathotep summoned more tentacles from the ground, attacking everything in sight and destroying the very land they stood on. He then turned his attention to Diana, the woman who had just severed one of his tentacles. She was on her knees, bloodied and exhausted, having used most of her energy and godly power. She could barely move a finger. But what enraged Nyarlathotep the most was the look in her eyes, the smile on her face. She hadn't lost hope. She wasn't afraid of death, she welcomed it. She felt she had done her duty, stalled him long enough to protect the world of man. She never yielded, and she looked at death with a smile. This disgusted Nyarlathotep. His sole pleasure was delivering despair to his enemies, and yet here she was, defying him with hope. "My king, I hope I've done my duty," she said, clearly referring to Raiden. "You think he's going to save you? You think he's your hope?" he sneered. Diana replied, "He is not my hope. He is the hope of the entire planet, the hope of the world itself. Kill me or not, I know it for a fact, today, here, you will die." As the tentacles moved to strike Diana, a brilliant white light engulfed the entire battlefield. It was a light so bright that it seemed to turn the entire land white. But it wasn't just the light, there was someone else, one entity to be exact. A disaster, a crawling chaos. Nyarlathotep knew this was not something normal. This light was not something angelic. As he turned to look at it, he knew what it was. He knew what kind of entity could summon such light. The only words Nyarlathotep could utter were, "The silver key, how is this possible?" Chapter 133. The entire world shone brightly around Raiden. He was confused and shocked at how bright this place was. Everything was completely white except one massive singular door, a door so big that it somewhat intimidated Raiden because its size was so big, it looked like it was endless, but Raiden could see its end. "This place, it's like some mind fuck, I can't tell up from down, nor down from up, yet for some reason I can easily walk. Or am I floating?" As he looked at the door, some sort of sense hit Raiden. It was a feeling he didn't know he could create. As he looked at the door, Raiden had one thought, "I'm afraid." It wasn't the first time Raiden was afraid of something. Fear is a natural human instinct. In fact, fear is our best survival method to a warrior. It helps him avoid danger and navigate the battlefield better. However, Raiden had never experienced this type of feat. "I don't want to open this door. If I do, I'm afraid I will die." Raiden kept staring at the door, contemplating what to do. "I don't know how long they can handle him for. If I don't do this they might die," thought Raiden. But as he raised his head to look at the door, one thing came to mind: "If I do this, I might die." For the first time in his life, Raiden couldn't move. He kept willing himself to move forward and open the door, to save his friends, but nothing happened. His body was frozen, admiring the massive silver door. "I can't believe this, me. I thought I'd be a king, I'd save the world, make it better. What kind of a king fears death?" As Raiden kept thinking to himself, and looking at the door, one image came to his mind: "I should go back. Maybe I shouldn't do this." Raiden never backed down, ever, but perhaps it was time. "I can't do it." What was in his mind was an image that he couldn't handle, a fear that he finally understood. It wasn't death that worried him. "I can't bear the thought of him dying, I need to be there for Zephyr." The one thought still in his mind was his son. Raiden was only thinking about how if he were to die here, it would mean the death of his own family and son. God damn it, perhaps I should go back, transform into Gilgamesh and kill him. The damage from the noble phantasm was strong enough that he could defeat Nyarlathotep. If the other dies, I'll call it a noble sacrifice, for the sake of saving Earth. As this thought passed through his mind, Raiden placed his hand on his face as he felt disgusted with himself. His eyes were teary as he thought about having to sacrifice his own people, his two mentors and his own allies, people that fought to help him. Can he sacrifice them all for Zephyr, for my son? As he turned around, another thought ran through his mind. Raiden sighed and turned back to face the silver massive door. "I can't do this, I have to go through this door. I wouldn't want Zephyr to know his father as the man that sacrificed the life of all his allies and mentors to defeat one enemy. I won't have it. I'm sorry Zephyr, if something bad happens to you because of me, blame me all you want." Raiden took his first step. Amidst the bright white light as he walked towards the door, he could feel some sort of shackles have been lifted, and in front of him, a silver key was floating. He took it in his hand and walked forward, reaching the door. Such a massive door, yet this tiny little silver key can open it. As he pushed the door open, it all changed. There was no longer a white space, no longer a door, instead in front of him. A realm of unspeakable horror. The world beyond the door was not a place to be seen by mortal eyes. Gone was the bright white light, and in its stead was an oppressive darkness that seemed to swallow all hope. The ground beneath Raiden's feet was no longer solid but felt like some sickeningly pulsing mass alive with the twisted essence of whatever nightmare dwelled here. This was the middle of this obscenity-filled landscape, the creature that made no sense, which one's sanity simply could not deal with. Its gruesome shape rose from the ground, an impossible amalgamation of flesh, sinew, and eyes staring at Raiden with cold, unyielding malice. All of these eyes glittered with some kind of dark and ominous light that seemed to peering into his very soul in search of weakness, probing for fear. The entire body was a maze of writhing tentacles, each slick with some unholy ichor, twisting and curling through the air as though they had a mind of their own. These appendages moved with deliberate, horrible grace as if beckoning Raiden closer, daring him to step forward into their grasp. The air was heavy with the stench of rot and corruption, a noisome miasma of death and despair, which filled Raiden's lungs with every breath. The trees that surrounded it were twisted shadows, their branches clawing the sky in silent agony, as if to plead for mercy against the horror standing amongst them. Raiden's hand tightened on the silver key, perhaps out of fear, or merely for emotional support. He could feel the weight of the entity's gaze upon him, a presence that was ancient, powerful, and utterly malevolent. This wasn't some creature, this was a force of nature, something that had been around before time itself, born of the darkest corners in the universe. While Raiden stared into the void, the creature seemed to balloon with dark energy, preparing to unleash its full power. The ground beneath him was trembling, the air crackling with the sound of reality itself tearing at the seams. But suddenly, the darkness seemed to close in around Raiden like a living thing, claustrophobic and relentless. The creature before him loomed larger with every ticking second, while its many eyes showed an unquenchable hunger. The tentacles that had writhed so ominously from a distance suddenly shot forward with terrifying speed, wrapping themselves around Raiden in a deathly embrace. He could feel cold, slick appendages wrapping around his body, squeezing the air from his lungs, crushing him with a strength beyond anything he had ever known. His vision began to blur with the growing pressure, the darkness growing thicker, almost palpable. The ground beneath him heaved violently, and a deep guttural roar reverberated through the void, vibrating through his very bones. Raiden screamed in agony, but it was a soundless cry that was swallowed by the dark. He saw his body, mangled and torn, lying lifeless upon the ground, some grotesque husk of what he used to be. The creature loomed over him, triumphant, eyes aglow with a malignant satisfaction as it feasted on his agony. His mind started to fracture and the last vestiges of hope slipped away as the darkness consumed him. Then, when despair might have overwhelmed him, a sound reverberated in his ears, enough. He felt something warm, something soft. A light, fragile hand grasped his own, pulling him back from the void. The darkness fell back, the world tending to shift around him once more, the dreadful agony feeding into a distant, fading memory. He was back outside, amidst the endless light, and the door was once again locked. Raiden's eyes opened, and he was face to face with a little girl, with bright, shining eyes like stars. Her face showed her concern, a furrow in her brow gave evidence of this. Out of this dark, torturous world, she was an aura of purity and light, home to so much hope. "Are you okay, Master?" she asked in soft, melodic tones that cut through the lingering terror like a soothing song. There was a kindness in her words which Raiden had not felt for what seemed like an eternity. He blinked, disoriented, his mind struggled to understand what had just occurred. He looked down at his body, expecting to see the terrible gashes, the blood, the bones broken at strange angles, but there was nothing. He was whole, untouched, the horror that he had just experienced no more real than a cruel illusion. His breathing came in ragged gasps and his heart was pounding in his chest, but the pain was gone. What the hell was that? I couldn't even form a thought. It had all been a lie, a trick of the mind, the creature, the darkness, the agony. This girl, this gentle soul who held his hand, was real. He could feel the warmth of her touch, the reassurance in her gaze. "Who are you?" Raiden whispered slowly, his voice barely more than a breath. He was yet disoriented, his thoughts were scrambled with the memories of his supposed death against the reality before him. With a smile on her face and the excitement of a true child, the girl said, "I'm Abigail, Abigail Williams. You summoned me. I am a foreigner. And you're my master. You can call me Abby for short if you like, I'm sure we'll be good friends." Chapter 134. Chapter 135. "I'm Abigail, Abigail Williams. You summoned me." I am a foreigner. And you're my master. You can call me Abby for short if you like, I'm sure we'll be good friends, she declared with a bright smile. Abigail? So you're a servant? What the hell? Raiden's heart still raced from the unsettling illusion he had just been put through. He eyed her warily. Why are you here? Like this? And what was that illusion earlier? Abigail leaned slightly sideways, her smile unchanging as she answered, what illusion? If you're on about Yagi, he isn't an illusion, I can assure you of that, he's real. And for why you are here? Her smile grew even larger, filled with excitement. I have so longed for you to call on me. I have been watching you since the very beginning of you having the power of servant. I am such a huge fan. But Yagi was being grumpy, said you weren't worth it, so he called you here to do just a little test. Raiden's mind began piecing together the situation as his eyes widened in realization. The test was to open the door. No, silly. Abigail tittered, it was to see if you'd run away, afraid of the presence beyond the door. Suddenly, her voice was cold, like that of a seasoned killer. Had you walked away, you would have died. But you didn't. She quickly took on her cheerful personality once more. I am so happy for you. Still reeling from the encounter, Raiden asked cautiously, so now what? I'll be able to summon you. Yes. And now we get to go beat up Yagi's little brother. Abigail said, her real smile lighting up her face. Little brother? Raiden's eyes widened in shock. In an instant, the whole field shone bright, leaving only a lonely silver door standing in the middle, and Raiden before it. Nyarlathotep stared with disgust. The silver key. How can this be? Nyarlathotep kept a close eye on Raiden. He didn't look much different, his appearance was still set by default, but the energy was different, ancient and unmistakable. How did you call him? You mere mortal. How? Nyarlathotep stormed, his anger at having to manipulate a literal god to kill a few pantheons in order to possess him, yet here was a human that had seemed to do it with apparent ease. Are you afraid? Raiden's voice was deadpan, but the image of Nyarlathotep shaking made him smile. This outer god who had bested him and his elites, who had almost destroyed the Justice League and mortally wounded some of its members, who had killed a fully supercharged Neo Queen, was now shaking in fear of a little child. You have no idea what you've done. You think I'm bad. You think I'm evil. You have no idea what you just called upon. Yog-Sothoth is not your hero, he'll end it all, the planet, the galaxy, the universe. To him, you're nothing but dust. Sure, I'll die here, but what about you? Nyarlathotep's voice was laced with terror. Raiden smiled as the panic overspread Nyarlathotep's face. You're right. But that would only be true if I had summoned him. However, Raiden's body began to glow as his clothes turned dark and a black keyhole appeared on his forehead, and in his hands he held two massive keys. Mul. I was hoping you'd finally transform fully into my body. Abigail's voice rang in Raiden's mind. Sorry, I'm not comfortable stealing a literal child's body, Raiden said with a shrug. This can't be. You didn't use the key, you've become the key. Nyarlathotep stammered in disbelief as Raiden twisted one of the massive keys in the air. Behind his back, a huge gate opened and one of the horrific tentacles covered in eyes sprang out to attack. Nyarlathotep attempted to dodge, but already another tentacle was upon him. He guarded with his own tentacles, but, damn you, brother. I just need time. Nyarlathotep screamed as he lost his third great tentacle. Give me time, brother. You shameless bastard. Give me time to fully manifest, and we shall battle. This is not fair. Was it proper for you, an outer god, to use strength obtained from mortals' imaginations and use them against other mortals? Raiden shot back. Several tentacles materialized behind him, each of them targeted Nyarlathotep. At the tip of every tentacle, dark beams of energy fired out, burning pieces of Nyarlathotep's skin. This time around, the attacks didn't burn off. He could not regenerate his body as he once did, and the holes in his form were now visible. Nyarlathotep's eyes widened as he lifted his hands to curse Raiden, and his body was surrounded by black butterflies. You! Hundreds exploded in his face, sending him flying backward. His tentacled face was blown off, leaving only half of it intact. His left hand was severed, while the right lost its palm. Staggering as if riddled with holes, he glared at Raiden. I was near. Near to the materialization. Near to darkness. I could have overthrown him, seized the position of the empty hand, and overthrown his master. At last attained father's level. Brother, you simply wouldn't understand. All of you, outer gods are so much better. We should never stay in the back and be afraid of darkness. We can overthrow him. I beg you, brother. Think about it, Yog-Sothoth. Where is your pride? Raiden's anger overflowed when he saw Nyarlathotep's pleading, pathetic state. This was it, the being that had nearly ended the world, reduced to nothing more than trash to be gotten rid of. You want to hear the answer? Here it is, Nyarlathotep. I hold the silver key. Come forth from nothingness and open the lock. O Father, my God. Moving beyond the sleep of roses, the realm of dreams, we arrive at the final gate. Cliffeth Rhizome. Behind Raiden, the silver gate slowly opened, with hundreds of thousands of small yet monstrous tentacles moving outwards, which then dragged Nyarlathotep back. He resisted and tried to save himself, but the tentacles tore his last great tentacle. He screamed due to his painful wounds. He held on to the edge of the gate and shouted. I don't want to return. No. Let me free, Yog. Yog, you bastard. Raiden Kagawa, I will have my revenge. I will return. An outer god does not die. The door slammed shut on Nyarlathotep's hands, pushing him deep into the horror of its depths. Such a pathetic end to such a horrifying being. I feared him, he hurt so many, and yet. Thought Raiden as he watched the death of his strongest enemy to date. Master. Did I do well? Was I the best servant you summoned? Was I amazing? Abigail's excited voice echoed in Raiden's mind. Smiling warmly, Raiden replied, yes, you were the best. Thank you. Oh. Thanks, Master, but Abby is sorry. Her tone turned to that ice-cold edge again, but your life force was pretty delicious. As suddenly as the disable of the summoning had come, it left Raiden with a weak body. Without the system to warn him, all Raiden was feeling was dizzy as his vision blurred. He wiped at his eyes, but his eyes were gushing with blood, along with his ears, mouth, and nose. He collapsed face first to the ground, passing out. Raiden's moment of heroism would go down in the annals of history. The whole fight from start to finish had been recorded and directly broadcast by the Justice League's monitoring systems unbeknownst to him. Chapter 136. Everyone in the world was in joy, even though only a moment before they had faced absolute desperation. The entire world watched in real time as the battle unfolded before their eyes, holding their collective breath, eyes wide in shock and incredulity. News stations, social media, and every means of communication were filled with updates. People had gathered in cities, towns, and villages, huddled around screens of all sizes, waiting to see the fate of their planet. Most of them had thought it was over. It felt like the end. No one had ever seen the Justice League stretch this hard, not to this limit. They were Earth's mightiest defenders, unshakable titans who stood between humanity and the apocalypse, yet this threat had driven them to their knees. No one could believe it. Superman bruised and battered, an almost dead Wonder Woman and an out-of-tricks Batman. Desperation hung in the air, as thick as smoke, and for one fleeting, awful moment, people were beginning to accept the unthinkable, that this time, the Justice League was not going to emerge unscathed. Even the new hero, the one proclaimed as King Raiden, had failed, twice already. But unlike the others, he rose again. He had been beaten down, battered, and put to his knees, but he had never given up. The Justice League, even being pushed to the limit of human endurance, had bought him the time he needed to recover. And then, in that final and critical moment, Raiden had returned, stronger than before, his resolve unshaken, and delivered with a final blow to save them all. This threat was gone, and the Earth had been spared because of him. The world erupted in joy at the end of this fight, celebrations in the streets, news reports explaining the citation in happiness. Earth has survived another day. One of such places was the internet. It had blown up by responses from every inch of the globe. King Raiden 22, thank God he saved us. Raiden is him. He is him. The GOAT. GOAT Naldo 2000, I knew Raiden wouldn't let us down. The man never quits, he failed twice and he still came through. Hero Fanatic Amir, I thank God he was here, this man has once again, proved to be a barrier that shields all of humanity from danger. GN News, hashtag King Raiden trends worldwide as humanity celebrates the end of the crisis. Go at it and, forget everything else. Raiden is a fucking legend. Hashtag King Raiden, make him our king, I don't care. Justice League PR, we are happy to announce that, with the help of Raiden, our members have once again saved the world. However, it is with heavy hearts that we must share the loss of two great heroes in today's battle. Martian Manhunter, a founding member of the League, a hero who left his home to protect ours, gave his life in defense of Earth. Rest in peace, John Johns. Zatara, a guardian against mystical threats, who time and time again defended our world. Today, he made the ultimate sacrifice to save us all. Rest in peace, Giovanni Zatara. These heroes will never be forgotten. Please join us in 3 days to honor their memories. The funeral was held in the heart of Metropolis, where a stunning memorial had been built in memory of the fallen heroes. The skies were thick with gray clouds, a reflection of the serious mood overhanging the assembly. Stretching across the field were rows of chairs, each filled with civilians, dignitaries, and most importantly of all, heroes. Present were all the members of the Justice League, their condition acting as a haunting reminder of a battle that they had barely survived. Raiden stood to one side, resting on a crutch, while his body still tried to recover from the huge strain during the fight. The usual commanding presence was gone, replaced by sadness, his face filled with the weight of what was lost, almost as if he was blaming himself. To his left sat Wonder Woman, her right arm heavily bandaged, the hand gone, lost in the final moments of the battle. There was an air about her, but the sorrow was inescapable in her eyes as her left hand wrapped around Raiden, comforting him. Superman stood at the forefront, the stress of the battle reflected in his face. His face was solemn but composed, not reflecting the toil of the conflict. Aquaman sat next to him, the burns mostly healed but still visible in patches on his arms and neck. He sat in silence next to his comrades, sharing in the weight of the loss. Zatanna sat near the front, her eyes red from crying, her body shaking with sobs for her father, Giovanni Zatara. Nightwing stood beside her, his arm thrown gently around her shoulder, holding her up as much as offering support. The normally dynamic magician seemed diminutive, almost fragile, as she wrung a handkerchief and fixed her gaze on the portrait of the man who had been larger than life and was now memory. Not far from her, Megan sat, Martian Manhunter's niece, unabashed, tears streaming down her green cheeks. She, too, had lost a part of her family, and beside her sat Connor, Superboy, holding her hand in wordless support. On his stoic mask, the ache of shared pain silently hurt. Standing at the back of the assembly was Green Lantern John Stewart, his fists clenched at his sides. His face was shrouded in guilt and anger. On the tail end of the battle, he had tried to save John but couldn't. That weight of failure gnawed at him as his power ring glowed softly, quickly turning to his emotions. I should have been quicker. I should have done more, I shouldn't have listened to what he asked of me, he grumbled low, the frustration evident in his tone. Despite his fellow heroes' reassurances, good-natured as they were, John could not help the feeling he had let his friend down. The gentle hum of the crowd was silenced as Batman stepped forward to deliver the eulogy. He stood tall, his cape draped behind him, his cowl masking any outward sign of emotion, though those closest to him knew how much this day weighed on him. We stand here today, not just as heroes, but as survivors, Batman began in a gravely toned voice that rumbled throughout the crowd. We fought a battle that we, by all accounts, shouldn't have survived. It was a war unlike anything we've faced before. Many of us walked away with wounds that will take time to heal, both physical and emotional. His eyes swept over the assembled heroes, lingering briefly on Superman, Wonder Woman, Raiden, and several others who had bled and fought in that final battle. But today doesn't belong to those of us who remained. It belongs to the heroes that gave all, John Johns, the Martian Manhunter, and Giovanni Zatara. They had not only fought for the salvation of the world but had given their lives so the future of every single one of us standing here today was secured. The audience remained silent, pending his every word. John was more than a founding member of the League. He was an ally, a mentor, and a friend to every one of us. He left his home to make Earth his own and gave his life to protect the people he came to care for. His sacrifice will never be forgotten. Batman paused for a moment, now his eyes on Zatanna, who struggled to hold back more tears. Giovanni Zatara, a hero who used magic to protect our world from things most of us can't even hope to comprehend. He was a father, a friend, a protector. His legacy continues on through his daughter, Zatanna, and through all the lives he touched. The silence fell heavier, and then a soft breeze rustled through the crowd, as if the world itself was paying its respects. Today, we remember them, but not their deaths, but for their lives and for what they gave so that we might continue to live. It is they who have given the Justice League its survival. It is they who have given the world its future. And it is they who are the true heroes of this fight. Batman's tone took on a gentler note, the weight of the words clear in the air. Rest in peace, John Johns. Rest in peace, Giovanni Zatara. You will never be forgotten. With that, he stepped back, the crowd still wrapped in the deep quiet of loss, as the memory of the fallen heroes settled into the heart of each and every one of them present. Chapter 137. Raiden sat beside his son, the soft glow of Zephyr's nightlight casting a dark silhouette around the room. The baby slept peacefully while Raiden's mind turned back to the battlefield to the moment he had to make an impossible decision. Above him had loomed Nyarlathotep, an outer god of chaos and madness that threatened to ravage not just Earth but the multiverse itself. Two courses of action lay before Raiden. Using his most powerful noble phantasms would annihilate Nyarlathotep but take with him his friends, his allies, everyone around him, or summon another outer god, one very powerful and capable of destroying Nyarlathotep without causing collateral damage. The risk was enormous. To him, the summoning of the outer god seemed the safest option in stopping Nyarlathotep without harming his comrades. The real danger in this battle wasn't in the battle itself, it was whether the summoned entity would cooperate. The outer gods were fickle, and their motives incomprehensible to mortals. If it refused to cooperate or worse, turned against him, that would have been the end of the universe, destroying all he had ever fought for. Raiden clenched his fists, remembering the weight of that moment. He had gambled, hoping the summoned entity would heed his call and aid in the battle. While the outer god ultimately destroyed Nyarlathotep, the gamble had come with a terrifying risk, one that could have cost him not only his allies but his son, his family, and all of existence, and guilt-filled Raiden. The idea, that his own son, his two lovers, and this world could have ended just like that, put a strain on Raiden's mind. In the silence, Raiden sat lost to the weight of his thoughts until he felt a soft but firm touch on his shoulder. He looked up to see in Scathach with the usual calmness in her eyes, as her presence was quiet, but a powerful reassurance. I do not know, she said, her voice low, nor will I claim to know if what you did was the right choice. Her gaze briefly went to the crib where Zephyr slept peacefully. But what I do know is that you saved Earth that day. At least at the minimum price. You saved me, your lovers, your son. Even with the risk that weighed on your shoulders. The side of the crib creaked under Raiden's tightening grasp as he stood there, the memory of his impossible decision still echoing in his mind. He had picked his allies, his comrades, and had risked everything else for their names. But Scathach's words sliced through his self-doubt like a hot knife through butter. She had spoken with the same confidence she carries with her into a battle. A king, she replied, her hand not leaving his shoulder, is often compelled to make decisions of this kind. Sacrifices, risks, uncertainties. These are the costs of power. Her gaze caught his, an appeal in them, a command. And now, as my king, and the future king of this earth, you must learn to bear these costs, to accept them and live with them. Raiden's chest constricted. It was the weight of her words, plain and real, upon him now. He had taken not only the mantle of leadership of his people, but now possibly of all Earth. This choice, this risk he had taken, it was just the beginning. Raiden looked up at Scathach, the weight of her words settling deep within him. The weight of his choice still lingered, but her presence was so often a grounding influence here. Now, he remembered what he had fought for, and what he had to become. He gave a slow, deliberate nod. You are right, he said in a low, level voice. I will likely never be able to wholly forget the weight of that decision, as a king. Whatever happens, I must look ahead, into the future and to the kingdom to which I have sworn to create. He reached up and laid his hand gently over hers, feeling gratitude for the support she'd offered him both on the battlefield and in moments like these. Thank you, Scathach. For teaching me and for reminding me what's important. Without you, I couldn't have done any of this. Scathach's grip on his shoulder remained steady as she gave a small nod in return, her expression unreadable, yet knowing. You need no thanks. But as your Shusho and your warrior, I will always make sure you remember who you are and what you are to become. He took a deep breath and finally looked back at his son, his vision of the future before him now crystallizing. One could not run from the burdens that came with leadership, but he knew now he had to bear them not just for his own sake but for his people, his allies, and his family. Time to look ahead now. Time to lead. Raiden sat at an elaborately set dinner table in one of Gotham's most refined restaurants, its class and reputation a reflection of its owner, Bruce Wayne. Across from him, in the soft glow of ambient light, he now sat without his mask, every bit the billionaire philanthropist Gotham knew, yet Raiden still saw only the hero, the dark knight behind those eyes. Raiden inhaled deeply. He had no idea why Bruce asked him to come here, but he had to start conversation somehow, so he spoke. Why did you decide to retire? Bruce leaned back, almost reflecting on his decision and why he had taken it. My time is over, he spoke, the weight of every fight he had ever been in sounding in his voice. Dick better fits the mantle now. He's ready to lead and protect Gotham. As for me, I've realized that the era of heroes hiding in shadows, operating behind masks, is coming to an end. Raiden's eyebrows shot upwards in surprise. Batman was one who was usually alone and more often than not grim in his crusade for justice, and he was retiring more than that, acknowledging a shift that the world needs. Raiden was taken aback, especially when Bruce continued. What do you mean? Raiden asked, his mind racing. Bruce's face turned grave. Threats such as Nyarlathotep, the world needs more than vigilantes to handle them. It needs unity. And you, Raiden, have a plan which could do that. Yes, I am surprised myself, but, I am with you, your plan to unify Earth as its king. Raiden looked on in shock, unable to believe his eyes. Batman, of all people an icon of resistance against the very idea of some sort of centralized power, was giving endorsement to the dream of global unification. Never had Raiden expected this. Bruce immediately leaned forward, razor-sharp-eyed. If you're going to unify Earth, you have to move and move now, he said as he added, your initial target should be Bialia. Queen Bee's forces are in disarray, the country's army was mostly destroyed in the conflict against Nyarlathotep and she's already in custody due to her alliance with Nyarlathotep and Neil Queen and the counterparts. The biggest powers, such as the US and Russia, among others, will try to take control over the country by exploiting the power vacuum. If you take your claim over Bialia as its savior, then they will have to think twice before challenging you. You are viewed as an ultimate hero now, with the nickname, King, by the people, no nation will want to oppose you directly. Raiden was shocked by the scale of things involved. He was dealing not only with a strategic opportunity but also with a major turn in global dynamics. The endorsement from Batman was more than he could have envisioned. You don't mean to tell me that me just claiming it will cement my status as its king, do you? Raiden asked, leaning ahead in anticipation. Bruce spoke further in a careful and thoughtful manner, to solidify your position, you shall have the main allies join in with your plans for world domination. Especially Amazon and Atlantis. Diana has already pledged her allegiance to you, and securing her realm will be a powerful statement. Similarly, Arthur shares your vision, he may need more convincing whether you should be the king or not, but he will be a strong ally in the long run. Atlantis, with its magical and military resources, will enhance your authority and support. Raiden knew well the strategic importance of such alliances. So, let me get this straight, I will be using two of the most powerful and mysterious countries to my advantage, huh? Yeah, I'd expected much from a plan by Batman. Exactly, said Bruce, as their support will be the crowning of your position and at the same time strong factor which will restrain the opposition, and only with such support that the transition of power will be easier to go through and your kingdom will be respected and claimed on the international stage. Raiden listened intently to the advice, his mind weighing heavily with impending decisions. A way to unification was getting more concrete, and with the help of powerful allies like Diana and Bruce, add to it advice from Merlin, and the foundation of his kingdom was becoming much more solid. Bruce's last question drew Raiden's attention back to the present. What will you name your kingdom? Bruce asked in a curious anticipatory tone. Raiden looked up to Bruce with determination in his eyes, his voice firm after a moment of contemplation. There was pride beaming through his words as he responded. I will call it. Chapter 138. Raiden descended upon Bialia, the land torn apart by war, its ground filled with the remnants of destruction at the rampaging Nyarlathotep's behest. Kingly and imposing in his Ozymandias form, the skies opened for his landing as his noble phantasm shined with power. With a wave of his hand, the buildings that had crumbled during the battle began to rise from the dust to their previous glory, but he did not stop there. He reimagined the country and fixed its infrastructure to be far superior to what it was before. Roads were now much wider and smoother, made of resilient materials that would easily last for decades. He modernized it, and made it better equipped and more spacious than ever, more hospitals, schools, and marketplaces. Every improvement was a testament to Raiden's power and to his commitment, not just to repair what had been destroyed but to bring prosperity to a land so long suffering under the rule of tyrants. But Raiden was not done. He knew true prosperity extended beyond the fixing cities and infrastructure. He took a deep breath and changed into his Enkidu form, his body transformed into the entity who was one with the earth itself, the skin of his bare feet touched the land to channel the great bond with it. The soil of Bialia, dry as desert sand, started to stir beneath him, enriched with life. Because of his connection with nature, Enkidu was the perfect vessel to cure the land. He raised his hands and, over the deserts that once were barren, greenery started to spread. The lifeless soil was imbued with fertility, the ground turning dark and rich for farmland. Harsh dunes were gradually replaced by lush fields, now ready to be tilled. The people stared in awe as from this the beginning of crops sprouted, a sight they had not seen in years. Farmers wept in disbelief, knowing their land would now sustain their families and their future. By the time REINCARNATION had finished, Byalia had ceased to be the desolate country that it had once been, its landscape changed to gleaming new and alive cities and its people full of fresh hope. As the sun set over this now fertile land, REINCARNATION stood before the assembled mass of people. Thousands of Byalians had gathered to see him and many more gather at their home to watch him on TV. Their savior, the one who brought them back from the very brink of despair. He took a deep breath before he began his address. Them people of Byalia. REINCARNATION spoke. You have faced a history, suffering and destruction, the rule of tyrants. But today it changes. I have seen your pain, your loss, and I have walked among the ruins of your cities. Today, we rebuild. Together. He told them to look to the lands around them, now lush fields from what once were barren deserts, cities once again standing tall, but he wasn't done, as he continued. I did not come here simply to repair what was broken, he said, in a serious tone, filled with intent. I came to give you more. I came to offer you a future beyond what you've ever known. And I will not rest until the day every one of you lives without fear, without hunger, and without suffering. The crowd erupted in cheers, but there was a palpable unease in the air as the people looked at each other uncertainly. REINCARNATION raised his hand for silence, and his eyes scanned the crowd. But this is only the beginning, he said. For Byalia to truly prosper, it must become part of something greater. A new kingdom, united under one banner. My banner. The cheer of the crowd quickly died down to murmurs. They weren't quite sure what to make of his words. These people had lived through years of oppression, and another ruler, even one as powerful as REINCARNATION, was a risk. I stand before you now, not just as a savior, REINCARNATION added, but as your king. Byalia shall be the start of my new nascent kingdom, the first of a united earth. Under my rule, the people were still uncertain, yet as REINCARNATION stood among them, a quiet realization began to spread among them. He was different from the tyrants of old who had wished to keep them subjugated. He had not compelled them into service, instead, he had served them. Cleansing the darkness of their land, re-raising their homes, and infusing hope where there had been no hope. He had risked his life for them, asked for nothing in return, and now he was offering them a future. REINCARNATION's eyes remained firm yet warm as he said in continuation, if anyone be of the opinion that I should not be your king, if anyone doubt my intentions or my right to rule, let them speak now. A hush fell over the crowd. They looked amongst each other, and not one of them came forward. Slowly, it dawned on them that REINCARNATION was, in fact, the right answer. He had been able to show them what it means when true leadership is exercised in service instead of through fear. The silence had barely built when REINCARNATION spoke again, his voice full of resolve. I promise you this, under my rule, Byalia shall rise. You shall live in peace, and you will never be abandoned again. It was uncertainty that turned into quiet nods, and then finally, one shout, Hail King REINCARNATION, shortly repeated by another and another until the cry filled the air. Hail King REINCARNATION! Hail King REINCARNATION! REINCARNATION smiled, knowing that at this very moment, the people had chosen him for this position not out of fear but out of trust. His kingdom had begun, and with it, the future he had envisioned. Few weeks later. The air was thick with tension at this meeting of the United Nations. Heated discussions echoed within the Grand Chamber, as representatives of a great many nations in attendance argued over what would become of the recently reconstructed Byalia. The surrounding countries claimed a piece of this nation's soil for their own, seeking to divide it among their borders. The superpowers of the world, such as the US, China, and Russia, all wished to take Byalia under their influence. It was a prize no one could ignore, especially after REINCARNATION had miraculously revitalized it, transforming the barren land into a fertile, thriving country. For many, it was like being handed a first-world nation on a silver platter. Over the past few days, those arguments only grew hotter, fed by REINCARNATION's rebuilding work. What had once been a shattered nation, scarred by conflict, was now one of opportunity, and the members of the UN were in a frenzy. The debate raged on, louder and louder, accusation after accusation, counter-accusations, each nation trying to get its claim across. On all sides, diplomats stood up to declare their positions, but no agreement had been made. Suddenly, the doors to the assembly hall swung open, and the room went quiet as one of the most imposing stature made his way to the podium. King Arthur of Atlantis, he approached the podium. The discussion simmered to silence as the representatives turned their attention toward him, their curiosity piqued by the unexpected arrival. His deep voice cut through the air like a knife. "This meeting," he spoke, "is one of the most disappointing displays of greed and selfishness I have ever witnessed." The room shifted uncomfortably. Representatives exchanged glances, unsure of what was coming next. Rather than letting the people of Byalia determine their own fate, Arthur continued, a hint of anger in his voice, "The so-called leaders of the world stand, fighting over who gets to take over what Raiden and the Justice League had saved. This debate is a shame, it disrespects the very ideals you claim to stand for." Various representatives of several nations immediately stood forward, protesting him, but Arthur raised a hand. "You may debate all you would like. It is irrelevant. This debate is already concluded." The room was filled with confusion. A murmur exploded. "Concluded?" someone yelled. "What the hell are you talking about?" Arthur glared at them, eyes narrowing as he declared in a loud commanding, "Byalia has already been claimed." The chamber broke into an uproar. Representatives called for explanations, yelling over one another. "By whom?" someone shouted. "Raiden. His claim is baseless," another exclaimed. "He's not even from Byalia, nor is he a king." Arthur let the rumble of noise die off before he continued. "You're wrong. Raiden is not just anyone. He has done for Byalia what none of you have. He rebuilt their country, improved their land, and gave them hope where there was none. While you sit here plotting over how to exploit it for yourselves, Raiden has already been accepted by its people." Angry voices rose again, but Arthur's next words caused the room to erupt into even greater turmoil. "And I as the king of Atlantis will back Raiden in his claim to Byalia." The hall was up in a roar of protest, some countries pounding their fists on the table, others demanding to be heard. Arthur did not flinch, eyes fixed on that one spot as around him the row boiled on, but before the din could subside, another figure rose from the back, and the room fell silent. Queen Hippolyta of the Amazonians was on her feet, speaking in a clear, commanding voice to the assemblage. "And so shall I as the Queen of Themyscira," she declared firmly, "we from the Amazonians, support Raiden's claim." The room had nothing but silence out of disbelief. No one could have predicted this. Two of the most powerful and mythical nations in the world, Atlantis and Themyscira, respectively, had just openly declared their allegiance to stand with Raiden. The looks on the representatives' faces spoke volumes, as they realized this was no longer an issue of a land grab. Arthur's eyes swept through the assembly once more. "Raiden may not be a king to you all, but he's earned loyalty and respect from those that matter. And his strength and vision and action make him loud and clear, his claim shall be honored." Queen Hippolyta appeared at his side. "Raiden has proved himself worthy. It is not enough that he defend Byalia, he shall lead it into a future far greater than what you could ever offer. And the Amazons shall stand by his side." The implication began to set in as the representatives digested the gravity of what had just been said. Raiden was no longer merely a hero. His claim to Byalia, with the backing of both Atlantis and Themyscira behind him, was more than just legitimate, it was unchallengeable. A ripple of acknowledgement spread through the chamber, and for the first time, the representatives of the world's nations began to see Raiden not as a threat, but as a force they couldn't afford to ignore. But then, from the shadows of the United Nations Assembly Hall, Raiden emerged, his presence sending a chill through the assembly. He had been listening the entire time, silently observing the bickering, the greed, and the chaos that had consumed the meeting. The representatives all watched him as they realized something: he had infiltrated such a secure and heavily guarded location without detection. The representatives, still fuming from their heated arguments, turned their anger toward Raiden, shouting insults and objections. But Raiden remained calm, his eyes cold and piercing as he looked at each one of them. Then, in a low, almost whispering voice, he uttered a single word. Silence. It was as if the air had been sucked from the room. Every representative, no matter their nation or stature, fell back into their seats, feeling the suffocating pressure of his mere words. The room fell deathly quiet as they realized that they had been hurling insults at the one the world now considered its strongest hero. Raiden stood with pride, his gaze sweeping across the sea of faces. His demeanor was arrogant, but he carried it with an aura of complete authority. He had no shame in showing his superiority, nor did he fear any nation, any alliance, or any threat. His voice cut through the tense silence. "You insult me, thinking you can dictate what happens to this world. But let me remind you, there is not a single nation on this planet that I fear. You could all unite against me, and still, I would make you kneel." The leaders stared back, a mix of anger and fear in their eyes. Raiden's voice continued, the arrogance clear in every word. Keep those seats warm for me, he spoke, his tone clearly mocking them. I will come for each and every one of you. Every corrupt nation, every evil regime, every system built on lies and oppression, I will come, and I will fix it. Be it, by charisma, by peace, or by force. To me, it is all a matter of time. One of the braver representatives dared to stand as he shouted, "You will bring doom upon yourself," his voice trembling slightly. Raiden's lips curled into a smirk as a condescending smile painted his face, and a dark chuckle escaped him. Doom? From whom? He asked, his voice clearly filled with amusement. You forget, most of the world's arsenal has already been wasted trying to stop the war world. Oh. And how did that end, by the way? He paused, letting the memory sink in. One singular attack, that's all it took from me. The representative's face paled, but Raiden continued. Your only hope now, he said, is the Justice League. But most of them? He let his words hang in the air, a cruel smile on his lips. Most of them are already on my side. So tell me, what exactly do you think will stop me? No one dared respond. The room was suffused with an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Raiden stepped forward, ignoring the podium as he started walking, displaying that he did not care about any of them. It was an absolute display of dominance. This is not tyranny, he said, his voice shifting, as a hint of anger sipped through. This is not dictatorship. It took me one day, just one fucking day, to rebuild a nation the size of Byalia. The world is not much larger. How dare you stand there, and hang on those seats, when I'm presenting you with the opportunity to create a world of peace. A world without borders, or a world without corruption, a world without pain. He paused, his gaze searing through the representatives with anger. I am the world's collective. I carry within me the strength of all its heroes. The wisdom of its kings. The knowledge of its scientists. The passion of its artists. The cunning of its politicians. I am all that this world could ever need. The room remained deathly silent as Raiden's voice dominated the assembly hall. I claim this planet as my right. For it was the one to choose me. I shall unite this world under one name. The name of this glorious kingdom, Gaia. The representatives sat in stunned silence, the weight of his declaration sinking into their bones. And as its king, Raiden finished, his voice steady and unyielding. Gaia will be forever safe. The world had just witnessed its new ruler claim his throne. Chapter 139. An argument was filling the air in Raiden's home with his two girlfriends, Corey and Raven. The air was thick with tension, their concern for him endless. You need to take a break, Corey persisted, her voice soft, yet firm in insistence. This world unification plan of yours. You can't just plunge right into it. You're not well. Raiden leaned forward, his voice trying not to break. I'm fine, I have it under control, and I need to do this. The world's falling apart, it's too divided, and the threat's out there. We know, Raven cut in, her eyes narrowed with frustration, as she moved closer, her gaze sharper than it was used to being. But what about you? Do you ever stop to think about what this is doing to your body? Raiden shook his head and waved the comment away. I am the only one who can do this, Raven. No other human is capable. I have no time for sleeping. Before he could even finish, Raven stormed up to him, and without warning, she roughly yanked open his jacket. Raiden remained standing in place, reaching a state of complete shock, as the massive crack running across his body was exposed, a visible sign of how everything was taking its toll on him. Literally, as if his form was breaking, ready to crumble at any time. Look at this. Raven's voice shook, her normally calm composure breaking with his. You're falling apart. You're dying, Raiden. And for what? Her hands shook with fisted fury. I get it, you want to save the world, but I really cannot bear the thought that one day, maybe tomorrow, you won't be here because of that. Raiden's eyes softened, but before he could say anything, Raven continued, think about me. Think about Corey. And most importantly, think about Zephyr your son. Corey, who was standing silently beside Raven, nodded in with her eyes full of concern. We don't want to lose you. Raiden's defense went up, his frustration welling up. You think I'm not thinking about you? About Zephyr? His voice grew louder, that's why I'm doing this. I'm trying to secure a future for all of us, for him. I'm the only one who can make sure this world is safe. Weighted by the situation, Raiden's fists clenched as his mind whirled. Saying nothing more, he turned abruptly and, in anger, stormed out of the house. His body was heavy, the crack in his form a reminder of what it had cost him to defeat Nyarlathotep, the cost paid to an outer god, for a mere minute of their time. Later. Raiden sat in the darkened, high-tech conference room, filled with the soft hum of holographic projectors. The air in the room was tense, his frustration from earlier still gnawing at him, though for the sake of the meeting, he pushed it aside. His vision for global unification had drawn both skepticism and support, but this meeting would determine just how far that vision could go. On his right sat Merlin, his minister and most trusted advisor, who was composed as usual. His sagacious eyes were set on the screen in front of him as he read expressions from the most powerful leaders in the world. To his left sat Scathach, silent as ever, her presence there to caution any foolhardy enough to cross him. She did not need to say a word, as her mere presence was enough to serve as a deterrence. Across from Raiden sat United States President Elizabeth Ross Forbes, her face stern. Standing to her right was Superman, his arms crossed in quiet but unmistakable disapproval. For now, at least, he'd sided with the US government. For him, as for the others, there was no real choice. His eyes were on Raiden, but there was nothing warm in that glance. Just the tension between two men who could feel and envision the future taking different paths. Around the round table sat and King Arthur of Atlantis, scanning the room, and next to him sat Wonder Woman and her mother Queen Hippolyta. They had already chimed in, making their support for Raiden known, but it was going to be an uphill battle to try and get the other powers to budge. Several chairs were situated around the table, their names flashed on the holographic screens in front of them, showing live feeds of leaders seated in faraway rooms scattered across the world. The most powerful nations of Earth were there. Viktor Kovalev of Russia. Prime Minister Helen Wilkes of Britain. Emperor Ryuichi Nakamura of Japan. Chancellor Adele Moreau of France. General Minjun Song of China. The meeting had already been in session, each of the leaders took his time to voice his stance on Raiden's ambitious plan for uniting the world. A few found it intriguing, others a threat to their sovereignty, and many quite impossible. Now, President Ross Forbes was going to break her silence. Let's get this straight, Raiden, while your intentions may be good, what you are suggesting here is nothing short of a global revolution. Unite under one leader? Absolutely unheard of. The United States cannot and will not stand idly by as you consolidate power by means not of the people's will. Superman's gaze once did not fall from Raiden's unflinching frame. His silence spoke volumes, guilt that he was not openly defying Raiden, but his support clearly lay with his government for now. Raiden didn't respond immediately. He drummed his fingers against the smooth surface of the table as he fell back in his chair. His eyes moved around the room, stopping on each of the holographic leaders briefly before shifting to Arthur, who nodded encouragement to him. It was Merlin who spoke first, his voice low and even but with great authority. The people's will is important, of course. Yet history has repeatedly taught us that at times the people are short on the unity necessary for actual change. When there are too many voices screaming, there is only chaos. What Raiden offers is not tyranny, but order. A way to unity where division has failed millennium after millennium. Queen Hippolyta weighed in, her voice carrying the weight of authority. Raiden's actions have spoken louder than words could say. Byalia was a fractured nation, on the verge of ruin, and yet in one day he molded it into a working, stable society. Are we to dismiss that simply because his methods are not up to the politics standards of today? Raiden finally leaned forward, saying, I didn't come here to ask permission. His gaze was fixed on President Ross Forbes, who shifted in her seat slightly. This world is broken. Leaders sitting upon thrones clinging to their power while their people suffer. I am the only one capable of achieving otherwise, I've proved it time and time again. General Minjun Song of China spoke up from his holographic seat, his voice low and organized. Capability does not justify control. The world cannot be ruled by force. And as powerful as you are, Raiden, you are one man. A man who has done what no other has, Raiden spoke. I have been part of the people, served the people, led the people, I have gone through so much to show the world that I am worthy of it, and now I offer it. Salvation. The goddess of this very planet, its breath guides me. Helen Wilkes, Prime Minister of Britain, leaned forward onto her desk, her tone more measured. We don't question your power, Raiden, nor your ability. But you're talking about uniting the world under your rule. That's no small feat. Nations like mine have histories, cultures, and identities which aren't easily set aside for the sake of a single banner. France's Chancellor Moreau nodded his head in concurrence. The world is not Byalia. You may have fixed one country, but the rest of us are not so easily governed. Arthur's fist landed upon the table with a great boom. Govern. He is not speaking of subjugation. He speaks of uniting the world for the greater good. You speak of history and culture, yet all that has brought us is war, damn war. Viktor Kovalev, a quieted Russian leader, spoke with an even, calculated tone. We have all seen the result of nations seeking global control. It always leads to bloodshed. Raiden, you're strong, but you are no different. If you seek to rule, you will face resistance. Raiden's eyes narrowed. Resistance? You think I fear resistance? Let me remind you, I feel like I'm talking in circles here and repeating myself, but I am much more than capable of erasing your entire nation within a fucking day, so what kind of resistance will you or anyone here offer? President Ross Forbes crossed her arms over her chest. Her voice was cold as ice. You're overstepping, Raiden. You're not a king. You're not a politician. You're a hero. And what you propose is nothing but a silent dictatorship. Diana's eyes cut from Raiden to the rest of the leaders before she spoke, the tension in the room eased by her words. Raiden is offering a chance at peace. True peace. The kind we've all fought for, yet have never been able to achieve because of our divided nations. He isn't asking to be your king, he's offering to unite us all under a single cause. Finally, Superman spoke, his voice deep and resonant. Raiden, you're asking the world to trust you with their future. But trust isn't something you can force. It has to be earned. Raiden's eyes locked onto Superman, his frustration was barely masked. His voice was calm as he spoke, you talk about trust, Superman. Let me remind you of what I've done. I saved this world from Trigon's wrath, stopped Warworld from obliterating us, fended off the Reach's invasion, and I faced Nyarlathotep, an ancient cosmic horror that none could defeat. I admit some of these, I needed the help of the Justice League, but what about these people sitting here ruling our world? What did they do? I didn't do these things for power, I did them because this planet needed saving. But these people? They only have their interests plus the interest of their own borders. Limited vision. The room fell silent as Raiden's words resounded throughout the chamber. Leaders around the desk looked at one another, faces filled with uncertainty to annoyed respect. If any of you weren't so intent on securing your precious seats, Raiden added, his eyes scanning the room, then you wouldn't be opposing me right now, instead. You'd be asking your people, asking them if I am the right choice or not. The people know what I've done. They know who I am. He turned to Emperor Ryuichi Nakamura of Japan and then to Chancellor Adele Moreau of France. Who saved your capitals when the otherworlders invaded? It wasn't your armies. It was me and her, as he pointed to Scathach. The Emperor of Japan had nothing to say, but nodded graciously in respect to the truth in the words of Raiden. Chancellor Moreau looked away, a tightening of the lips, unable to say it outright yet unable to refute the fact. Raiden's gaze fell on the President of the United States, Ross Forbes. And you, he said, much keener now, I've told you before, my actions are guided by the will of the planet itself. You know this is true. You've seen it, felt it. So why do you resist? President Ross Forbes straightened in her chair, a weakening of the resolve. Her gaze darted to Superman, silent support needed, but Raiden's fervor was unyielding enough that she dare not say more. Finally, Raiden's eyes came to rest on Superman. And you, Superman, what are you? Are you the hero of the people or the hero of the country? Because if I walk outside, side by side with these leaders, who do you think the people will want to rule? We both know the truth. These people, they don't have the respect of their people, so ask yourself. How do they rule? Because they took it by being born in power, or abusing their power, or outright lying to their people just to reach this place. For a second, Superman's eyes faltered but he said nothing. In that second, the room was silent, it could get no quieter, as if it too waited for someone to break the silence. A second later, Emperor Nakamura of Japan decided to be the one to break the silence. Raiden is right. During the attack on Tokyo, his ally was the one protecting it. Our people are in great debt to him, and we will agree to support this plan. He nodded slowly, and obviously reluctantly. French Chancellor Moreau spoke in measured tones. France will also align with Raiden. Without him, Paris would have fallen. We cannot ignore that. The holographic screen from Sheikh Zayed Al-Karim of the Middle Eastern Coalition crackled as his voice was added to the conversation. Bialya is a neighbor, and we have seen firsthand what kind of things Raiden's leadership can accomplish. The Middle East will stand with him. Raiden merely inclined his head in acknowledgement, his face unreadable yet pleased. Prime Minister Helen Wilkes of Britain stirred in her seat, transparently unsure. Britain is sitting on the fence about this. We need more time to deliberate, but we aren't saying no. President Ross Forbes was quiet for a second, before his own words mirrored Britain's ambivalence. The United States has concerns. We cannot give a definitive answer at this time. Raiden now turned to Viktor Kovalev of Russia and General Minjun Song of China, both silent until now. Kovalev leaned forward, steely-eyed. Russia will never allow your world domination plan. General Song nodded in tandem. China resists any attempt at global rule. We will not be subjugated. Raiden's eyes flashed, but his tone came out equally calm, though cold. It's not a world domination plan, it's a world unification plan. You're either part of it, or you stand in the way of progress. The choice is yours. Merlin leaned forward, his calm but commanding voice slicing through the heavy atmosphere. While some of you hesitate, others in the world have already recognized what Raiden represents. The various leaders around the large table regarded Merlin with a growing sense of discomfort as he continued onward. I've spent the last several months quietly gathering the support of 48 countries across the globe. Nations who have suffered under the yoke of sanctions, exploitation, and colonialist powers for decades, if not centuries. And they stand ready to support Raiden's claim for world unification. Merlin turned to Raiden, a small smile of amusement crossing his face. Shall I name them for you? He began, his voice steady and deliberate. Algeria. Ethiopia. Nigeria. Kenya. Sudan. Angola. Zambia. Zimbabwe. Ghana. Tanzania. Uganda. Tunisia. Morocco. Namibia. Mozambique. Botswana. Mali. Senegal. Ivory Coast. Cameroon. Merlin's eyes flicked toward the holographic screens lining the room as he continued. Venezuela. Bolivia. Peru. Ecuador. Paraguay. Nicaragua. El Salvador. Guatemala. Honduras. Cuba. Haiti. Suriname. With each name spoke to volume, a testament to this global imbalance. From Asia, we have Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Laos, Cambodia, Myanmar, and Mongolia. At last, Merlin's eyes sparkled as he moved on to the advanced nations. And as for the first world nations, cause of course, that's what you care about, right? New Zealand. Portugal. Greece. Finland. Ireland. Iceland. With a gleam of cold calculation in his eyes, Merlin straightened as he readied himself to press his point home. These 48 nations, he said with effect and with his voice echoing in the room, add up to 2.7 billion people, roughly 34% of the world's population. Fully one-third of the world already stands behind Raiden's vision. Those words had deeply saddened them. The whole room fell silent, and when the weight of Merlin's words finally hit them, he waited a moment before he really hit them hard. These countries are not just supporting Raiden's claim for some vague promise of unity. They do so because they grow tired of being dictated to, tired of their futures manipulated by the hands of powerful nations sitting in this very room. They are ready for change, and they trust Raiden to deliver it. Raiden had listened patiently until now, then he finally rose from his seat, towering over everyone else in the room. His gaze drifted across the table, his eyes locking with each of the leaders. Then, in a calmly determined voice, he spoke. You have 3 months. The leaders strained a bit, apparently not quite catching on. 3 months, Raiden repeated, his voice cold as a blade. That is the time you have to pull out all and any troops, bases, naval forces, or any presence that might be deemed a threat in those countries under my protection. The words rumbled like thunder through the tight air of the room. If you do not comply, he added on, relentless, I will make it my mission to take them out myself. The weight of his threat hung in the air as Raiden's eyes narrowed. And let me make one thing very clear, if any of you threatens, pressures, or attempts to harm my nations, I will personally come to cut your head off. Raiden's gaze flickered to each leader, daring them to challenge him. None did. They knew the strength behind those words. They had seen it.